Gu Xiaoyu, stop right there. Niu Dazhuang, wielding a big stick, surrounded Gu Xiaoyu with his brothers and pointed at the sweet potato in her arms. Hand over the sweet potato. Gu Xiaoyu clutched the sweet potato tightly, looking at Niu Dazhuang and his brothers. No, this sweet potato is earned from my work. It's not yours. Northwest Dacheng has been dry for 2 years, with no harvest. Food is scarce, and even water is hard to find. The people have no way out, and can only flee their homes. Gu Xiaoyu's family is among these refugees. This sweet potato was earned by helping a neighbor's child, Lin Haod, walk for a day. It's meant for her younger brother, Chenguer. The Niu brothers are known for being rough. They've stolen food from many families on the way. Seeing Gu Xiaoyu refuse, Dazhuang's eyes turned fierce. He angrily said, "Refuse, huh? Brothers, let's take it." Though only 10 years old, Gu Xiaoyu had learned to be tough on the road. When the Niu brothers reached for her sweet potato, she bit Niu Erzwang's hand and pushed away Niu Xiaozhuang. She grabbed her sweet potato and ran. Dazhuang saw her run and was furious. His eyes flashed with anger. Just as he was about to catch her, he swung his big stick at Gu Xiaoyu. Bang! The stick hit her on the back of the head. Blood flowed out, and her vision darkened. She collapsed to the ground. Dazhuang looked proud. Thought you could run? You're asking for it. He yanked the sweet potato from her hand and ate it in a few bites, making himself choke and turn pale. The other 4 Niu brothers caught up. Seeing the sweet potato gone, they didn't dare fight Dazhuang. Instead, they kicked Gu Xiaoyu, who was lying on the ground, and cursed, "You good-for-nothing, unlucky star. How dare you run? I'll beat you to death." After venting their anger, the brothers left, leaving Gu Xiaoyu unconscious on the ground. By evening, many refugees stopped walking. They dragged their thin bodies, searching for food at the foot of the mountain. When they saw Gu Xiaoyu knocked out and lying there, they only glanced at her before turning away to find something to eat. During these 3 months of fleeing, many people had died on the road. The refugees had become used to it. Someone from Gu's village nearby saw Gu Xiaoyu unconscious and hurried to inform her mother, Cui. Cui and her eldest daughter, Gu Jinxiu, came quickly and carried Gu Xiaoyu back to a resting place at the mountain's foot. Gu Xiaoyu was badly hurt. She remained unconscious after being carried back. Gu Dashan had to go find Gu Laotai to ask for food and medicine. Just a useless girl, and she still expects her old mother to give food and get a doctor? What is there to treat? In this world, dead people are everywhere. There's nothing worth healing. Once someone dies, digging a grave and burying them is already doing right by her. Old Lady Gu pointed at Gu Dashan kneeling on the ground and scolded him. "You still have the nerve to ask me for food? I haven't even mentioned that worthless girl yet. Truly heartless. Instead of thinking about respecting your elders with what you get to eat, you only care about Brother Cheng. A sweet potato? Can a child under 4 years old like him even eat that? He might choke." Gu Dashan was scolded so hard he bowed his head but still had to beg Old Lady Gu, "Mother, please be kind. Just half a bowl of grain for your son. Just half a bowl." Little Fish is really about to give out. Little Fish was hit on the back of the head and has been unconscious ever since. If they don't get a doctor to see her soon, she might never wake up again. Half a bowl of grain? Old Lady Gu slapped her thigh and cried out loud, "Listen, everyone in the village, listen. Is this human talk? Half a bowl of grain? What time is it now? And you come asking me for half a bowl? That would mean risking all of our family's lives." The people of Gu village had fled together and were staying overnight. Hearing Old Lady Gu's words, no one spoke up. They just pretended not to hear and hurried to start fires and dry their food. Old Lady Gu's crooked mouth curled up slightly. She knew that on this escape journey, no matter how much she scolded her eldest family, no one would blame her. Life is hard enough. Who cares about others' affairs? Her younger daughter nearby sarcastically said, "That's right. Grain is so precious now. Giving you half a bowl, what would our whole family eat? We'd just starve." Younger sister. Gu Dashan's eyes turned red. That half a bowl of grain is Little Fish's life-saving food. Without grain, we can't get a doctor. Little fish won't last long. Gu little sister sneered. Look at what Big Brother says. We're fleeing. Aren't people dying every day on this escape? It's only your daughter's life that matters. The whole family is just for her. She's just a young girl. If she has to grain from so many elders' mouths, aren't you afraid it'll shorten your life? How can you say the whole family is only caring about little fish? We have grain at home. You and your husband don't eat just one bowl a day. He only needs half a bowl to save her. Gu little sister was always bossy. Hearing this, she wouldn't stop. She immediately started crying. Wah, I knew the family looks down on us. Yes, I, an outsider married in, shouldn't bring my husband back to my parents' house to eat their grain. But my husband's family has no one left. If we don't go back, will we just starve to death? Mrs. Gu, who loved her youngest daughter very much, made sure to bring her and her son-in-law along when fleeing from hardship. The grain could be shared among their family and Uncle Gu's family. Everyone else might go hungry, but Gu's younger sister and her husband, as well as Uncle Gu's family, could not afford to starve. When Mrs. Gu saw her youngest daughter crying, she angrily stepped forward and scolded Old Man Gu. You heartless man, you beast. She is your sister, and you want to starve her to death? Are you even human? Mrs. Gu then turned to the silent old Master Gu nearby and asked, Old man, your eldest son wants to starve his sister. Do you care? Old Master Gu, who was 56 and exhausted from a day of travel, didn't want to get involved. To him, a granddaughter was just a girl. If she died, so be it. Seeing Mrs. Gu stand up for her, Old Master Gu remained silent, and Gu's younger sister cried even harder. Not far away, by a campfire, Gu Jinan heard Mrs. Gu's words and his eyes turned red with anger. Mother, they are risking her life. There was no real shortage of food. It was just an excuse. His mother protected her food fiercely, knowing how precious grain was, and had been hiding a bag of grain that she hadn't touched. His sister-in-law, his eldest aunt's family, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle's family all had small packets of grain hidden in their clothes, each about the size of a bowl. How could they have no grain? They hid so much grain but refused to give even half a bowl to save little fish. They went out every day to find food and handed it over to the whole family. Mrs. Chui looked worried, her face gaunt from hunger, almost like a skeleton. She watched little fish, who was unconscious, and silently shed tears. Gu Jinxiu held Gu Jincheng, both siblings too scared to speak. Gu Jinan looked at them, then at Gu Dashan kneeling in the distance. He knew things couldn't go on like this. He said to Mrs. Chui, Mother, I will go out for a while. You and big sister take good care of little fish. Before she could reply, he had already run into the night. Though young, Gu Jinan was clever and capable. After visiting several well-connected families and borrowing enough grain, he finally found a doctor to treat little fish. The doctor, named Du, often helped disaster victims during their escape, exchanging small amounts of grain or water for medical care. He applied medicinal ointment to little fish's wound, dressed it carefully, and after giving a few injections, put away his silver needles. He said, No pen or ink, so I won't write a prescription. I will come every day to give acupuncture and help with blood stasis. We'll see how she is in 3 days. Gu Jinan and the others were deeply grateful. Dr. Du looked at their thankful faces and finally warned, little fish's head wound is serious. If she wakes up within 3 days, that's good. If not, you need to be prepared. Hearing this, Gu Jinan and the others turned pale. Dr. Du couldn't bear to see their current state, so he carried his medicine box and said goodbye as he left. Gu Jinli's head hurt very badly. The noise around her was loud, people talking, footsteps rushing by, shouting, scolding, and the sound of drums and gongs. Gu Jinli was confused. She had already died, so how could she still hear sounds and think normally? She tried to open her eyes to see her situation but couldn't. Her mind was like a flickering lantern, flashing many images, some of herself, and others of a small girl wearing torn clothes. At first, she didn't understand what was happening. It wasn't until 3 days later that she realized what these memories meant. She had been reborn. After dying, She had come back to life in the body of this small girl. The girl was named Gu Jinli, the same as her original name. But everyone in the village called her Little Gu, or Gu Xiaoyu. She was from Gu family village in Gao County, Long'an Prefecture, in the northwest of the Great Chu dynasty. Her father was Gu Dashan, her mother was Cui Shi. She had an older sister, Gu Jinxiu, and an older brother, Gu Jinan. They were twins, both 14 years old. They also had a younger brother, Gu Jincheng. The whole family was fleeing from famine. Gu's family had 4 branches. Her father was from the main branch, with 2 uncles and 3 aunts. Besides her parents, there was only one aunt named Gu Dia, who was a twin with her father and married in Lin County. She wasn't with them fleeing. Old Lady Gu was a widow who remarried. The eldest aunt was brought by Old Lady Gu, and the younger aunt was the old daughter of Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu, who was very loved. Now, both the eldest and younger aunt's families were fleeing with them. The small girl died after being injured by a cowherd's 5 brothers over a sweet potato. She had been unconscious ever since. During these 3 days of her unconsciousness, her father and brother Gu Jinan carried her along the road. Many refugees advised them to leave her behind, and Old Lady Gu scolded them harshly, mocking their family for dragging a dead body. But Gu Dashan and his sons ignored the insults and kept carrying her. She remembered their kindness and vowed to repay them. As for the 5 brothers from the Niu family, since she now occupied the original host's body, she would seek revenge for herself. Gu Jinli's previous life was as a military doctor. She knew her mind was becoming clearer because the blood clot in her brain was dissolving, a sign she was about to wake up. Sure enough, on the 3rd night, her heavy eyelids finally opened. Fires flickered in the distance, each surrounded by a group of ragged, starving refugees. Some were so exhausted they lay on mats, resting. Others chewed dry food or beans. Some families had no food left and could only eat boiled tree leaves to fill their stomachs. Gu Dashan's family had no water-boiled leaves at all, only dry leaves they chewed. Despite their bitter and astringent taste, they ate happily. The youngest, Chingur, still smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, tonight's leaves are half green and have water." Unlike yesterday, when they found only yellow, dry leaves that tasted harsh and had a rotten smell. Gu Jinli felt sad watching her. She opened her mouth and called out, "Dad."
Mom.
"Big brother." "Little brother." Her voice was dry and sore, like her throat was splitting, but she persisted until she finished. Chui's wife, hearing her voice, was so surprised she dropped her leaves on the ground and turned around to look. Seeing Gu Xiaoyu sitting up with wide eyes, she cried and ran forward to hug her. My little fish finally woke up. Gu Dashan was so excited his hands trembled. Xiaoyu was alive again. Gu Jincheng was very worried that his second sister might die. When she woke up, he threw himself onto her and cried, "Sniff, second sister is alive. She didn't die. Second sister, don't die." Gur can find food himself now, no need for second sister to find it for him. The second sister was knocked out by the cow brothers while protecting the sweet potatoes she had exchanged for him. Little fish, Gu Jinxiu choked with emotion. For the past 3 days, she had been worried about Xiuyu, afraid she wouldn't wake up. Gu Jinan was the happiest. The 14-year-old boy, thin from hunger, with a sunburned face peeling, still wore a happy smile and asked, "Are you hungry, little fish?" Gu Jinan looked toward the old Gu family's house. Seeing everyone already asleep, he took out a small bag of hidden beans and handed it to Xiuyu. "Eat quickly. These beans are for you. Brother left them for you, roasted under the fire." Everyone was short on water, and in recent days, few families cooked food. Most ate roasted. After experiencing the life-saving grain shortage and being unable to get food, Gu Jinan became clever. He started secretly hiding some grain, but not much, just a little each time. Gu Jinli looked at the more than 20 yellow, green, and black beans wrapped in dry leaves. She saw her family, all thin and severely emaciated, gathered around her. She picked up a few beans and divided them among everyone, saying, "We eat together." Her voice was still dry and difficult to speak. Gu Dashin quickly took out a bamboo tube, opened the plug, and handed it to Gu Jinli. Little fish, drink quickly. This is our water. On the way fleeing, water is as precious as food. The bamboo tube only had half a tube of water left. They dared to take a small sip only when they couldn't hold on anymore, afraid to drink it all and leave little fish without water, which might be too much for her to survive. Gu Jinli saw they hadn't eaten beans and hadn't drunk water herself. She insisted, let's eat together. Gu Dashin and the others couldn't refuse her, so they ate the beans and each took a sip of water. Only then did Gu Jinli eat the remaining beans, drink 2 more sips, and return the bamboo tube to Gu Dashin. Gu Dashin said, little fish, drink a few more sips. Dad, we'll find water tomorrow. Our family won't run out of water. Rest assured and drink. Gu Jinli knew the water was very precious now, and only a few sips remained in the bamboo tube. It was kept for life-saving purposes. She shook her head and said, Dad, I'm not thirsty. I don't need to drink too much water. Gu Jinan was worried about Gu Jinli's injury and said to Gu Dashin, Dad, I will ask Dr. Du to come and see little fish. Dad will go with you, said Ngur, who was only 14. It was proper for him, as the head of the family, to handle asking the doctor. Cui Shi handed the bamboo tube to Gu Dashin. Take this water with you to give to Dr. Du. In the past 3 days, Dr. Du had come every day to give little fish acupuncture and help with bruises. Their family only had half a bowl of miscellaneous grains the first night. Now, if they asked again, they could only use water to pay for the consultation fee. This was the only water left in the family, vital for their survival. Gu Dashin didn't hesitate. He took the bamboo tube and went with Gu Jinan to call Dr. Du. When Dr. Du heard that little fish had woken up, he quickly arrived, checked her pulse, examined her pupils, and unwrapped the gray cloth bandage covering her wound to inspect it. He asked her a few questions. Dizzy? Headache? Do you remember anything? Gu Jinli answered one by one. Not dizzy, but my head still hurts. Some things I don't remember clearly. She had memories of little fish, but she hadn't experienced those things herself. Worried about revealing her true knowledge, she followed Dr. Du's questions and answered accordingly. Gu Jinan was very worried. Dr. Du, is little fish's condition serious? What should we do? If she forgets things, does that mean she might go crazy? Dr. Du shook his head and smiled. Anyone with a brain injury might forget things. This is normal and not a big problem. As long as she's alive, that's what matters. Forgetting some past events is okay.
You can tell little fish about them.
Dr. Du's words reassured Gu Jinan and the others. Dr. Du left a small package of medicinal ointment for Gu Xiuyu, instructing her to change the dressing once a day. He packed up his medical kit and said farewell. Old man is going back now. If Xiuyu feels dizzy or has a bad headache, come find me again. Dashan Gu hurriedly handed Dr. Du a bamboo tube filled with water.
Doctor, you saved Xiuyu.
Please accept this water. When he went to see Dr. Du, the doctor did not want the water, so he had to bring it back. Now, he earnestly asks Dr. Du to accept it again. Dr. Du waved his hand. Keep this water for Xiuyu to drink. She just woke up and needs to rehydrate. I still have half a jar of water at home, so I don't need your small amount. Escaping hardship is hard. As a doctor, he had already accepted half a bowl of grain from the Gu family. How could he take more of their vital water? Over the past 3 days, he watched how the father and son of the Gu family carried Xiuyu along the road. The eldest Gu was a kind and honest man. He couldn't just cut off their way of life. After speaking, he quickly left, carrying his medical kit on his back. Dashan Gu wanted to follow but was too hungry and weak, with his vision blurry and legs trembling. He couldn't catch up with Dr. Du. Instead, he turned back and said to the children, Dr. Du has helped us. We must remember his kindness. When we have the chance, we should repay him. Jean and Gu and Jean Li nodded in agreement. The family was very happy that Jean Li had woken up, but after 3 days of fleeing and traveling, they were exhausted and starving. They only exchanged a few words before going to rest. Before sleeping, Jean Li asked Cui Shi, Mother, where is Grandpa Bai's medical book? The original owner was a lively and kind girl who helped many people along the way. One of them was an elderly man surnamed Bai. She gave him water and helped him walk for several days. Before he died, he left her a medical book, saying she could keep it to learn or sell it at a pharmacy for silver. It was a good thing. The original owner treasured this medical book and always kept it with her. Whenever she had free time, she would look at it. Jean Lee remembered this and was very happy. She no longer needed to find excuses to explain her medical skills. Cui Shi untied her bundle and handed her the medical book.
Mother has kept this for you.
She didn't want her grandma to throw it away. Because she could read and teach the children to recognize characters, her mother-in-law was very angry and forbade the children from reading books. Whenever they tried, she would beat them harshly. You're just waking up. Rest well tonight.
Don't look at the book now.
If you want to see it tomorrow, hide it from your grandma so she won't find out, Cui Shi instructed. Thank you, Mother. Jean Lee took the medical book. The book was thick, with the words used medical canon written on the cover in traditional Chinese characters. When she opened it, the pages inside were yellowed and torn. Jean Lee read a few pages and found that most of the content described how to identify medicinal herbs, with only a few mentioning illnesses. As for the prescriptions, there were even fewer and hardly any useful ones. But that was okay. In her previous life, she was a military doctor who also studied traditional Chinese medicine. She understood everything she needed to. This medical book was just an excuse for her to practice her medical skills. Jean Lee knew she had to leave early the next morning, so she put away the medical book, lay down on a straw mat, and quickly fell asleep. The next day, just before dawn, Jean Lee was awakened by a loud scolding. A bunch of lazy people. It's so late, and you're still not up? Are you waiting for your wife to serve you? And you dare to borrow grain to pay a doctor? Borrowed grain that doesn't need to be repaid? That's all my old Gu family's grain. Since 3 days ago, when old lady Gu found out that Gu Jinan had borrowed grain to save Gu Xiuyu, she had been scolding him every day. This morning, when she heard Gu Xiuyu had woken up, she was so angry she jumped and ran to Gu Dashan's house where Gu Jinan was sleeping, swinging her cane and hitting him wildly. Gu Jinan knew old lady Gu was fierce. If he dared to dodge, she would hit his older sister and younger brothers instead. So he had no choice but to endure the pain and stand still, letting her hit him. Chui's wife knelt and cried, begging old lady Gu, "Mother, please don't hit Gu." He borrowed grain to save Xiuyu. Gu Dashan hugged Gu Jinan to block her from the beating and also pleaded, "Mother, please be kind. Don't hit Gu." And Gu was still a young child. He couldn't withstand such beating. Old lady Gu saw Gu Dashan protecting Gu and hit even harder with her cane. "I told you to protect that little wolf. I'll beat you to death for being an unfilial son." Gu Jincheng was very scared and cried as he begged old lady Gu, "Grandma, please stop hitting. If you hit my brother again, he might get hurt." Gu Jinxiu trembled and said, "Yes, yes, Grandma. If you hit again, Daddy will get hurt."
"Bah.
You sly fox, shut up. Do you have a say in this?" Old lady Gu disliked Gu Dashan's family, especially Gu Jinxiu. Like Chui's wife, she was beautiful and outshone her granddaughters. Every time she saw Gu Jinxiu's face, she wanted to cut her with a knife. Gu Jinli had never seen such a vicious old woman. After being awakened by the noise, she, exhausted, gathered her strength and rushed forward, grabbing old lady Gu's cane with both hands, staring at her and saying, "Grandma, my father and older brother are going to find food. If you hurt them, are you trying to make Uncle Second's family go look for food?" Old lady Gu was hitting fiercely, but when her cane was suddenly grabbed, she was furious. Just as she was about to explode, she was silenced by Gu Jinli's words. Gu Jia Village is a place where people flee to escape starvation. Every family sends out a few strong men each day to find food, guard at night, and prevent other starving villagers from stealing. In old Gu's family, these tasks are done by Gu Dashan and his son. If they get hurt, the village chief will send someone else from old Gu's family to replace them. Cui and Gu Jinxiu are not strong laborers, so the village chief won't ask them. Only the men are needed, so this responsibility falls on her own sons. Second son is a student, and she treasures him very much. How can she let Second's family go out to find food? Gu's second uncle's wife, Gu's daughter Gu, is the daughter of a scholar's family. When she saw old Gu coming to hit someone, she just watched coldly and hesitated. Hearing this, she said to Zheng, wife of fourth uncle Gu, fourth sister-in-law, let's go persuade mother to come back. If mother hurts big brother, it will be hard for all of us. Zheng was happily watching the scene. When she heard this, she quickly stepped forward with Gu to hold back old Gu and said, Mother, big brother, and Gur know they are wrong. Please calm down and don't argue with the younger generation. Old Gu loved her own sons and couldn't let them go out to find food. She had to suppress her anger and snorted coldly, since we are family, I won't argue with you. But the food you borrowed is yours, and the old Gu family will not pay it back. Don't think that because you haven't eaten for 3 days, your wife will share her rations with you. If you dare to borrow food secretly, your rations will be confiscated until you pay back what you owe. Old Gu said this for 3 days. Every time Gu Jinan heard it, he would get so angry that his eyes turned red. Today, after being beaten, he finally couldn't hold back his hatred and said, Grandma, we bring back all the food we find every day. If you don't give us rations, how are we supposed to repay? Old Gu sneered, that's your business. Anyway, the food you find each day must be handed over. That's the rules set by the village chief. Gujia village is a place where people flee to escape starvation. To survive, the village chief and elders agreed that during the escape, each family must send at least 2 men out daily to find food. The food found cannot be kept secretly. It must be given to the family, and then some of it is handed over to the village. When there is no more food, the village will distribute it to each household. Anyone caught hiding food and not sharing will be expelled from the escape team and cannot stay with the village anymore. On the way, many starving villagers are desperate and will do anything. If a family travels alone, they won't make it 10 miles before their supplies are stolen. Old Gu left this message and was helped away by her 2 daughters-in-law. Gu Jinli looked at Grandma Gu straight back, squinting her eyes. No food rations, no private food storage. This was meant to force their family to die. No, she must find the household registration quickly and take her family away from the old Gu family. In Dachu, household registration is strictly managed. To leave the old Gu family, they must first get the household registration that Grandma Gu hid. Without it, their family would be considered vagrants. Vagrants are different from disaster victims. Officials help disaster victims, but buy and sell vagrants. People without household registration can be bought and sold freely in Dachu.
Bang, bang, bang.
A series of pounding sounds came from a nearby rock, where the Gu family village chief's family was resting. Everyone from Gu family village, get ready to leave. We need to move quickly, shouted Gu Dafu, the eldest son of the village chief. Villagers from Gu family village heard the sound and quickly got up. They rolled up mats, packed their belongings, tied grain bags, carried water jars and pots, helped the elderly, and led children toward the village chief's resting place. After gathering everyone, they prepared to set off eastward to escape the famine. Other disaster victims from nearby villages also started beating drums and gongs to call people. They were getting ready to leave. Gu Jinli looked around and was shocked by what she saw. All the disaster victims at the foot of the mountain moved. They carried things and led people, rushing to their gathering points. Looking out, it was a dense crowd, as large as an army assembled. Gu Jinli clenched Gu Jincheng's hand. On this escape journey, their family had to stay alert at all times. With so many disaster victims, if they made a mistake, their family might be lost on the way. Xiao Yu, your injury isn't fully healed. Brother Chung asked Dad to take you. Hold your mother's hand tightly, don't let go, Gu Dashan said when he heard the pounding. He quickly rolled up the straw mat at home, carried it on his back, tied a bamboo water jar around his waist, picked up Chengger, and explained to Gu Jinli. Mrs. Cui tightly held her 2 daughters' hands, looking scared. Follow Mom. Don't let go on the road. Don't listen to anyone calling you. If there's danger, shout loudly for help. Gu Jin and protected the 3 women behind him, tying a cloth bag containing leftover leaves from last night's dinner. He said to Gu Jinli, "Xiaoyu, if you feel unwell, tell Big Brother. Don't try to bear it alone." Gu Jinli nodded, just about to reply, but was hurried forward by others behind her. When they reached the village chief's resting place, most of the people from Gu family village had already arrived. The people from the Gu family also arrived. Seeing their family of 6, Grandma Gu frowned angrily and snorted coldly, causing the wrinkles on her face to tremble. Little Sister Gu followed with a mocking laugh. Next to them, Aunt Gu glanced at them, opened her mouth, and spat out a dismissive poo. Aunt Gu's family had fled hardship with her maiden family. They refused to eat their own grain and kept eating their in-laws' supplies. The day Gu Littlefish was beaten, she asked the head of the household about the news. She overheard Little Sister Gu exaggerate that Deshan disliked their daughter-in-law for eating her in-law's grain, which made Deshan's family hate them intensely. This morning, she told Grandma Gu that Gu Littlefish was still alive and awake, and she encouraged Grandma Gu to confront Gu Jinan. Second Uncle Gu stood in front of Old Master Gu and the women of the Gu family, then looked back at Gu Jinli with a cold face and lectured, "Plotting against your own uncle, disrespecting elders, and having a wicked heart at such a young age. This really tarnishes our family's reputation." When Second Uncle Gu heard from Gu Shi that Gu Littlefish wanted him to find food, he already looked down on Deshan. Now he despised Gu Littlefish even more. Ask him to find food? He was a scholar, a proper student. Doing the work of wandering refugees was beneath him. Gu Jinli really wanted to slap him in the face. The old Gu family, with Grandma Gu and others, was what kept the family's reputation intact. Deshan and Chuishi had become used to this and tightly held their children, ignoring Second Uncle Gu's words. Old Master Gu listened carefully to the situation here. Seeing that Deshan's family didn't reply, he said nothing. Village head Gu, in his 50s, had a serious face with 2 deep lines extending to his chin. He was thin and wore patched cotton clothes. After gathering all the villagers, he let his eldest son call out the names. 15 minutes later, the count was complete. The village head cleared his throat and repeated the familiar speech before departure. Fleeing hardships is tough. Everyone must support each other. Watch over your children and take care of the elderly. Food, water, and salt are vital for survival. Never lose them. There are many refugees fleeing, so villagers must not cause trouble or add to the chaos.
Stay close in line.
Those leading the groups move out now. With the village head's command, over 200 people from Gu village set off, heading down the mountain toward the official road, then east along the road. Ahead of Gu village, many refugees were already on the move. Behind them, even more were rushing onto the official road. All were carrying family members, old and young, forming a long, endless procession. Gu Jinli looked around nervously, feeling even more anxious. She tightly held Chuishi and Gu Jinxio's hands and hurriedly followed behind Deshan. Most of the disaster victims walked on foot, while some rode in carts pulled by people. Most carts belonged to families with better conditions in each village. On the road, there were also some horse-drawn carriages, which belonged to wealthy families in the city. These carriages often passed by in groups of several, accompanied by a large group of servants holding sticks and knives. Even though the victims knew these were rich families and that there was food and water in the carriages, they dared not to steal from them. They traveled all day, starting at dawn and walking until around 4 p.m. When it seemed like they might faint from exhaustion, some victims finally stopped to rest. Village Chief Gu saw the victims stop and ordered his eldest son to ring a bell, signaling everyone to rest.
Bong, bong, bong.
People from Gu village, rest here. Hurry up and find food and water, prepare enough for tomorrow, and rest well. We will set out again at dawn. The victims from Gu village heard this and felt like hearing heavenly music. They all collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Gu Jinli, who was a military doctor in her previous life and often worked outdoors, was only 10 in this body. She was starving and exhausted from walking all day. She couldn't keep going and sat down on the ground. Gu Dashan and Guan were too busy to rest. They took off their straw mats, bamboo cups, and half a bag of leaves, and handed them to Chui Shi, saying, "There's a little water in the bamboo cup. Drink sparingly. If you're hungry, chew some leaves or bark to fill your stomach. And I will go find food. Once we find something to eat, we can have a good meal." Gu Dashin smiled and spoke, but Chui Shi and the others knew that even if they found food, they would have to give it to others. Until their debt was paid off, their family of 6 would have to survive by chewing leaves and eating roots and bark. "Big brother, are you trying to starve us? Hurry up and find food. If we don't get enough today, I swear I'll skin Chui Shi and her daughter." Gu Dashin only said one sentence to Chui Shi, but Grandma Gu thought he was deliberately being lazy and started scolding him. "Mother, I'll go find food now." Afraid Grandma Gu would come to hit him again, Gu Dashin quickly agreed, pulled in, and went to meet others in the village to look for food nearby. Grandma Gu, after giving orders to Gu Dashin and his son, turned to scold Chui Shi again. "Chui Shi, you lazy girl. Do you still see me as your mother-in-law? Hurry up and lay the mats." "Coming, mother." Chui Shi, tired and unsteady, staggered toward the old Gu family's house. She looked back and told Gu Jinli, "Little fish, your injury isn't fully healed. Don't go out to find food. Stay here and rest with your sister and brother Cheng." Gu Jinli did not want Chui's family to worry, so she replied insincerely, "Got it, mother. No matter what you say, hurry up and finish talking so you can go back to your life. Why are you talking so much? Come over quickly. How long do you think the wife will stand here?" Old Madame Gu continued scolding. The members of the old Gu family stood nearby, waiting. No one went to work. When Chui's family arrived, they cleaned the ground, picked up the small stones, laid out the mat, and placed a thin quilt on top. They helped old Madame Gu sit down. After taking care of old Madame Gu's rest, Chui's family then hurried to find firewood and start a fire. Gu Jinli watched with a fierce look in her eyes, about to go help, when suddenly someone called out, "Xiao Yu, embroidery sister, brother Cheng. My mother asked me to come find you to play." A girl about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a patched cloth dress, ran to Gu Jinli's straw mat. Seeing Gu Jinli, she happily said, "Xiao Yu, I heard last night that you woke up. I wanted to come see you, but it was too late. My parents didn't let me." Gu Jinli looked at the girl and smiled. "Your parents are right. Things are very chaotic now. As a girl, you shouldn't run around at night." The girl's name was Luo Huanyang. She was one of the few outsiders in Gujia village. Her father, Luo Taiju, used to be a bodyguard. After an injury, he stopped guarding and moved with his wife, Chu, and their 2 children from the county to Gujia village, where they bought 10 acres of land and settled down. The Luo family was doing well. Luo Taiju and Gu Dashin had known each other for over 20 years and were very close. Their good relationship also extended to Chu and Chui's family. During their escape from hardship, whenever they stopped to rest, Luo's family and Chu would go look for food and water. Chu would tell Luo Huanyang to come and play with them, mainly to let the children look after each other and avoid accidents. This time, Gu Jinli was injured, and the family that lent them the most grain was Luo's. The water in their bamboo tube was also provided by Luo's family. Over the past 3 days, they often helped each other, or they wouldn't have survived. "Then, I can rest assured," Luo Huanyang said, glaring at Gu Jinli. "When you go looking for food, you should have called me. If I had been there, the Nyojia brothers wouldn't dare to act." Luo's father was a bodyguard. Since he was young, he had taught his son Luo Wu martial arts. Luo Huanyang also learned, though not as well as her brother, but she could still throw a punch confidently. She also scolded the Nyojia brothers. "Nyojia Dazhuang and the others are really no good. Not only did they steal your sweet potatoes, but they also beat you up. Don't worry, my brother, and I will definitely avenge you." Gu Jinli really liked this cheerful and lively girl. After she finished scolding the Nyo family brothers, she looked up toward the resting area of the old Gu family. She could no longer see Chui's figure, so she gave up on helping and said to Luo Huanyang, "Come over and sit. Watch over my sister and brother Cheng for me. I'm going to find something to eat." She then stood up and ran away before Gu Xiu was able to stop her. Xiaoyu was really impulsive. Gu Xiu thought about how Xiaoyu had fallen into a pool of blood and felt scared. What should they do? Beat them up? Sister Xiu's temper is too kind. Luo Huanyang looked at Xiaoyu's back with envy. She also wanted to find food, but her parents told her that Sister Xiu has a very good temper and Brother Cheng is too young. She wasn't there to play with them, but to protect them. There are many disaster victims, and if she left them to find food, some bad-hearted people might come to bully Sister Xiu and Brother Cheng. Gu Jinli had already run more than 10 meters away, observing the resting place. It was at the foot of a big mountain. Below the mountain was a dried-up riverbed, only muddy clay remaining. Disaster victims scattered like ants, some at the foot of the mountain, others on the mountain, even daring to go deep into the forest to find food. But after a long drought and passing through a large group of disaster victims before them, most of the edible things had been eaten. When it was their turn, only half-yellow leaves and wilted grass remained. There was no choice. Families without food could only peel off tree leaves, dig up roots, or bark to fill their stomachs. Gu Jinli wandered nearby and found only about a dozen roots with some water content. The rest of the edible things were gone. She looked up at the deep mountain and saw groups of strong young men heading into the forest to find food. The mountain was large. Its outer edges had some withered trees and wild grass. Inside, trees increased in number, and the leaves showed some green. There was more wild grass than at the foot of the mountain, but no wild vegetables were seen. Only small pits dug open. It was obvious that the wild vegetables had been dug up by the large number of disaster victims earlier. Gu Jinli found a tree branch about the thickness of a walnut. She quickly rubbed both ends against nearby stones to sharpen the tips, making a simple weapon. Holding the branch, she headed into the deep mountain. Along the way, many other disaster victims were also searching for food. Xiaoyu heard the sound and turned around. She saw it was Chu's family, the third grandma from the neighboring house, Aunt Tian and her two daughters, Tian Erhua and Tian Xiaohua. They each carried a woven basket made from wild grass, filled with a few half-green leaves and some bundles of grass roots. It seems everyone's food supplies are running low, and they will need to start eating leaves and roots. She called out cheerfully, "I'm fine now. We have no grain at home, and Brother Cheng is very hungry. I will go into the mountains to look for something to eat." The three adults sighed upon hearing this. Life is hard, and heaven seems to be testing them. Tian Erhua and Tian Xiaohua, feeling weak from hunger, didn't speak but shyly smiled at her. Grandma San, worried that Gu Jinli might encounter the Niujia brothers again, suggested, "Little fish, come with us. We can look out for each other." Gu Jinli was very close to the families of Aunt Tian, Chu, and Grandma San, and she happily agreed, nodding okay. 6 people headed into the mountains. Along the way, they picked any green leaves they saw to carry with them. Chu said, "There are refugees ahead from Xing'an Prefecture, Yongcheng Prefecture, and Daliang Prefecture. Many of their food sources have been exhausted. If we go further, there will be fewer edible things, maybe no leaves at all. We should eat some leaves now and save the remaining grain for later, so we can survive." Chu had previously lived in the city with Luo Taizhu and was quite knowledgeable. Aunt Tian agreed and said while picking leaves, "Sister Luo is right. Since we still have leaves, we should eat more now and save our grain for later. Though bitter, these leaves can keep us alive." Gu Jinli also picked some leaves, but there were too many refugees, hungry and desperate, covering the mountains and fields. Whenever they saw a patch of green leaves, everyone rushed to grab them. In less than a moment, all the leaves on a tree would be picked clean, and even the branches would be pulled off. Grandma Sen looked at the bare branches and sighed, "Let's go. We need to walk further ahead. The more ground we cover, the more baskets we can fill." "Okay," Chu replied, helping Grandma Sen forward. Aunt Tian followed with her Hua and Xiaohua, but Gu Jinli didn't move. Instead, she looked to her right, where a dried-up river lay. She ran to the riverbank and squatted down, observing the dry ground. There were about a dozen snail shells on the ground. In her previous life, Gu Jinli often completed outdoor missions and immediately thought of one thing when she saw these shells: shallow underground water. Shallow underground water is the first water source beneath the surface. Ground with shallow water tends to be moist and often has snails, marsh plants, and yellow flowers. They are currently short of water. Water can be exchanged for grain. If they find a water source, their family will be saved. Mrs. Chu saw Gu Jinli not following behind but squatting on the ground, looking at the dirt. She quickly called out, "Little fish, what are you looking at? Let's go." Gu Jinli responded with a sound and ran to Mrs. Chu and third grandma, pointing at the disaster victims rushing into the deep mountains ahead. She suggested, "Third grandma, so many disaster victims are taking this path. If we follow them, we won't find anything to eat. Maybe we should go along the dry river to the right." She turned her hand and pointed to the dry river on her right. "No one is walking here. If we go this way, we might find wild vegetables. It's also more likely we'll find water." Third grandma looked in the direction Gu Jinli pointed. Although there was no path there, no disaster victims were present either. When she looked back ahead, a large group of victims blocked the way. She immediately agreed, "All right, let's follow Little Fish. We'll go along the dry river to the right." Mrs. Chu and Aunt Tian had no objections and listened to third grandma. The six of them pushed aside thorny bushes, stepped over dried grass, and cleared a mountain trail. Gu Jinli kept her head down, searching for snail shells. After walking for about 15 minutes, she saw more snail shells. She continued walking and noticed the shells appeared less frequently, with new shells appearing every few meters. Mrs. Chu watched her closely and finally asked, "Little fish, what are you looking for? Why are you always staring at the ground?" Gu Jinli replied, "Aunt Rob, I'm looking for wild vegetables." Mrs. Chu smiled and shook her head. "You're probably hungry. Aunt Rob still has some beans at home. I'll give you some tonight. You just woke up and need to eat. Beans last a long time. Many disaster victims carry beans as food. When hungry, they grab a handful of beans, boil them with leaves and roots, and have a meal." "Thank you, Aunt Rob," Gu Jinli said, thanking her. She looked at the ground, searching for something more exciting than snail shells. Her judgment was right. After walking for about half an hour, she finally saw some half-withered yellow flowers among the thorn bushes. "Third grandma, there are river vegetables over there. Let's go quickly." In the Chu family, they called these yellow flowers river grass vegetables. When Gu Jinli mentioned them, third grandma and the others looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, they saw a few half-withered river grass vegetables. Third grandma couldn't stop smiling. Little fish is lucky. She really found wild vegetables. Tian Aunt, with her two daughters, cleared the thorn bushes and looked at the river grass vegetables. "Sadly," she said, "there are only a few. The flowers are almost gone." Third grandma's smile didn't fade. "You should be content. This area is full of thorns and no disaster victims have come through. That's why we could find river grass vegetables. We're lucky." Gu Jinli felt very excited inside as she helped Aunt Tian and her daughters clear away thorns. She said, "Grandma Third is right. We are lucky today and will definitely find better things." The better thing she mentioned was water. Shallow underground water is identified by animal activity and plant growth. If the snail shells were just a coincidence, then these few yellow flower stalks prove that there is shallow underground water in this area. Thorns prick their skin. After clearing the thorns blocking their way, their hands were bleeding and their patched cloth clothes were torn in a few places. They didn't mind. They quickly ran to a few wild chive plants, carefully picking the half-withered flowers and gathering the already dried flowers from the ground. None of the 6 people fought over the flowers. Instead, they gave them to Grandma Third for distribution. Grandma Third counted the flowers. There were 45 in total. She said, "We are 6 people looking for food. No matter the age, everyone helps out and we share equally. Each person gets 7 flowers. Xiao Yu found the wild chive, and the remaining 3 flowers are hers." Gu Jinli didn't refuse. She happily stored her share, stood up, and looked around the thorny, dry land ahead. She said, "Grandma Third, there should still be wild chive here. Let's look for more. Everyone was eager to continue. Hearing this, they all agreed, okay. They split up and carefully searched the nearby fields for wild chive. Gu Jinli walked forward. Every 5 meters, she used a stick to dig into the soil to check its moisture. She dug over 10 small holes. After walking a few dozen meters, she finally found that the soil here was wetter than before, no longer dry, but moist with water vapor. She was happy. Centering on the last small hole she dug, she looked around and saw a patch of wild chive hidden among thorns and dry grass in the front left. She shouted, "Grandma Third, Aunt Luo, Aunt Tian, Erhua, Xiaohua, there are lots of wild chive here." Hearing this, Grandma Third and the others hurried over. They looked in the direction she pointed and saw a large patch of half-withered wild chive. They quickly rushed over. Xiaoyu's eyes are amazing. She found a whole patch of wild chive just like that, Aunt Tian said happily, pulling her 2 daughters along as they almost ran over. This patch of wild chive covered about half an acre. They picked it all and divided it into 6 parts, enough for their family to have a good meal. Chu's family and Grandma Third arrived soon after, smiling happily as they started gathering the wild chive. Gu Jinli knew that the third grandmother would divide the wild vegetable into 6 parts, so she didn't pick the vegetables. Instead, she used a sharpened stick to dig in the best-growing area of the wild vegetables. After digging about a foot deep, the soil changed from moist to muddy. Gu Jinli was very excited. There was water underneath. Mrs. Chu had always thought Gu Jinli was strange today. Seeing her not picking vegetables but digging, she couldn't help but ask Little Fish, "What are you doing?" "Hurry up and pick the vegetables. After that, we need to go back, because it's getting dark." Gu Jinli didn't dare to shout loudly, worried that other disaster victims might be nearby. She quickly ran to Mrs. Chu and the third grandmother and whispered, "Aunt Luo, Grandma San, I found a water source. We are saved." Shallow underground water needs to be dug out, at least more than 5 meters deep. Their family of 6 couldn't do it alone. They needed help. The Luo family, Grandma San's family, and the Tian family would be the best helpers. Water source? Mrs. Chu almost exclaimed, then quickly lowered her voice and asked Little Fish, "What did you say? You found a water source?" Grandma San was just as shocked, but she was older and experienced. She suppressed her excitement and looked at Gu Jinli. Aunt Tian and her 2 daughters heard the voices and hurried over, their eyes shining. They asked eagerly Little Fish, "Is what you said true? If it is, we will be saved." Gu Jinli nodded. "My father used to work as a small laborer. He once told us about the master digging wells and finding underground water routes. I remember it well. Seeing how well the wild vegetables grow here, the ground is moist and there are many snail shells. All these signs show there is water underground." Gu Jinli's father was not Gu Lao Tai's biological son. He was kicked out of the family at age 7 to earn money. He did many jobs, including helping master dig wells and dig soil. Mrs. Chu and the others didn't know what shallow underground water was. Gu Jinli explained it in terms they could understand, like digging wells to find water routes. "Big Mountain's nephew has worked as a small laborer digging wells, I remember," Grandma Sen said. She was the one who brought him to do that work. Mrs. Chu asked Gu Jinli, "Were you digging soil earlier?" "Show us." Gu Jinli took Mrs. Chu, Grandma San, and Aunt Tian and her daughters to the place where she was digging. She pointed to a small pit about a foot deep and said, "The mud in this pit is muddy, which proves there is water underneath. As soon as we dig through the soil layer, water will come out." Aunt Tian looked at the muddy soil in the small pit, and her eyes filled with joy. "We are saved." The Chu family and the third aunt were very excited. After more than 3 months of fleeing, they had never seen muddy soil before, only broken bits or hard as rocks. Gu Jinli said, "Third aunt, let's hurry back to find my father, Uncle Luo, and the third grandpa to discuss. We need to dig out the water tonight." They had to leave early tomorrow morning, so they had little time and needed to act quickly. "Okay, let's hurry back to find people." "We must dig up the water tonight," said the third aunt, who had only one daughter in her life. She had been called a hopeless case her whole life, but was very strong and decisive. She made a firm decision. This is our life-saving water. We will dig it even if it kills us. Everyone felt motivated. They quickly picked the wild herbs from the half-acre land. After finishing, the third ant divided the herbs into 6 parts and handed them out. Take your share. Eat well so you have the strength to work, she said. Chu Shi handed her portion of the herbs to Gu Jinli. Xiao Yu, take this back to Aunt Luo for Huinyang. Aunt Luo will stay here to guard it. After you explain everything, hurry and bring people over. Since everyone was short of water, Chu Shi worried that after they left, other disaster victims might come and take over the place. The third ant was also worried. She looked at Tian Shun and said, Tian family, you stay with Luo family. I'll take the 3 children back. Tian Shun was not as decisive or clever as Chu Shi, but she listened to the third ant. She kept her 2 daughters close to her, while she stayed behind with Chu Shi. Gu Jinli and the others almost ran back. When they reached the foot of the mountain where the disaster victims rested, the sun was setting. The third ant said, the villagers' food search team will return after sunset. Hurry back and prepare the evening meal. When your father comes back, tell him to rest at my place. Just say I need to see him. No need to say more. She specifically warned, what happens in the mountains concerns our lives. Besides your parents, don't tell anyone else. Tian Erhua and Tian Xiaohua nervously responded, understood. Third ant. We won't tell anyone about what's in the mountains. The third ant looked at Gu Jinli. Xiao Yu, when the time comes, follow your father. Xiao Yu discovered the water source, so she had to be there. People would ask her questions. Gu Jinli nodded. Don't worry, third ant. I'll definitely go. After that, the 4 of them split up and ran toward their own resting places. Xiao Yu, you're back, Luo Huinyang said happily when she saw Gu Jinli. She ran to greet her. Seeing the wild herbs tied with dry vines, she widened her eyes. That's wild herbs, Xiao Yu. You're amazing, still able to find wild vegetables at this time. Gu Jinli handed the basket to Luo Huinyang. This is your family's share. Your mother asked me to give it to you. Luo Huinyang's eyes lit up. We have one too. My mother is so clever. She took the basket carefully, hugged it close, and ran toward her resting place. Qian Liar was nearby wandering around. When she heard the words Chuan Chao Kai, a type of vegetable, she looked toward Gu Jinli and saw her holding a bundle of the vegetable. Thinking of the sweet and fresh taste of Sichuan cuisine, Qian Liar swallowed her saliva and ran back to old Gu's resting area. She found Grandma Gu and said, Grandma, Gu Xiaoyu found a big bunch of Chuan Chao Kai. She wants to hide it and not give it to the family. That's too much. Qian Liar is the daughter of Gu Degu. The whole family fled famine with old Gu's family. Knowing that Grandma Gu didn't like Gu Dashan's family, she followed Grandma Gu to criticize them. Zheng Shi was sitting on a mat giving Grandma Gu a back massage. When she heard this, she scolded first, what? Gu Xiaoyu, that brat, actually found Chuan Chao Kai and dares to hide it instead of giving it to the family. She's really going too far. Next to her, Gu Xiaomei encouraged Grandma Gu, Mom, Xiaoyu is too unruly. You must teach her some manners. Grandma Gu opened her sharp eyes, looked at old Gu and asked, Old man, what do you plan to do about this? Old Gu replied, since there's no division of the family, whatever is found belongs to the family. Grandma Gu smiled and said to Qian Liar, Liar, go and bring all the food found over here. Grandma Gu was very angry about Gu Jinan secretly borrowing grain. She saw it as a provocation. She had long wanted to find a chance to discipline Gu Dashan's family and make them understand who is in charge. Zheng Shi looked pleased and said, Mom, Liar is too shy and can't handle Xiaoyu. I'll go help so she doesn't lose her temper. Gu Jinli was different from Gu Jinxiu. She was fiery since childhood. If anyone wanted to bully her, they would need several people. Grandma Gu didn't object. Zheng Shi happily pulled Qian Liar toward Gu Xiaoyu's resting place. When they arrived, Zheng Shi saw a bundle of Chuan Chao Kai. Her eyes turned green. She rushed over, pushed aside Gu Jincheng and Gu Jinxiu, and grabbed the vegetable to take it away. Gu Jinli saw Zhengshi come to and pushed Gu Jincheng and Gu Jinxiu down. She raised a sharpened stick of wood to threaten Zhengshi. Zhengshi, feeling the pain, dropped the Chuan Chao Kai and covered her bleeding hand. She scolded Gu Jinli, "You little brat, do you want to kill someone?" Gu Jinli picked up the wild vegetable from the ground, clenched her branch, and stood up. She looked at Mrs. Zheng and Qian Liar with a mocking expression and said, "Oh, so you're Aunt Fourth. I thought bandits were here to rob us. I only fought back in a hurry." Gu Jinli's words made Mrs. Zheng very angry. Qian Liar said beside her, "Cousin Little Fish, Aunt Fourth is gathering her own wild vegetables. How can that be stealing? Do you still see Aunt Fourth as an elder?" Mrs. Zheng straightened her back and pretended to be an elder, scolding, "Liar is right. I'm using my own things. Quickly bring the wild vegetables. Your grandma is waiting to eat." Qian Liar reminded Mrs. Zheng, "Aunt Fourth, Grandma said we should take all edible things back." She looked at the bamboo tube that Gu Jinxiu was holding. Inside, there was water. Gu Jinxiu was timid. When she saw Qian Liar, she shrank back but tightly hugged the bamboo tube. The little water left inside was their family's life-saving water and couldn't be taken away. Gu Jinli's face turned cold. She took a step forward, grabbed the bamboo tube from Gu Jinxiu's arms, and held the bamboo tube and wild vegetables close to herself. She said to Mrs. Zheng and Qian Liar, "The village chief only said that able-bodied workers must hand over their food. The wild vegetables I found and the water from the Luo family don't need to be handed over." Trying to things from her?
Dream on.
Mrs. Zheng paused for a moment. The village rules were indeed like that. Qian Liar saw Mrs. Zheng was about to give up and cursed her silently. She then said to Gu Jinli, "Cousin Little Fish, don't make things difficult for Aunt Fourth. Grandma and Grandpa told Aunt Fourth to come here and take things. Grandpa said that since there's no division of the family, whatever you find belongs to the family." Hearing this, Mrs. Zheng immediately became confident and said, "Yes, your grandpa said we haven't divided the family. Whatever you find must be handed over. Bring the wild vegetables." Mrs. Zheng rushed forward to grab the wild vegetables. Gu Jinli quickly dodged. Mrs. Zheng lost her balance and fell to the ground. Qian Liar hurried to help Mrs. Zheng. "Aunt Fourth, are you okay?" She then turned to scold Gu Jinli, "Cousin Little Fish, how can you push Aunt Fourth? Do you still see her as an elder?" Mrs. Zheng fell, without even scraping her skin. Hearing Qian Liar's words, she immediately started shouting, "Oh, everyone come see. Little Fish pushed me down. My knee hurts so much I can't stand. I'm her Aunt Fourth. She's being rude to an elder." The villagers around Gujia village heard the noise, but didn't bother to look. The chaos at Uncle Gu's house had become so common that they were tired of it and didn't want to get involved, nor could they do anything about it. Aunt Gu was sharp and bossy, always teasing the Dashan family. She even enjoyed teasing the younger generation, finding pleasure in bothering them. 5-year-old Gu Qingji, Zheng's son, was playing nearby. When he heard Zheng's voice, he ran over and saw Zheng sitting on the ground crying loudly. His face turned red with anger. When he saw Gu Jincheng standing by the straw mat, he rushed at him, knocking him over with a loud thud. He then rode on Gu Jincheng and clenched his fists, wildly hitting him. "Stop bullying my mom. I'll beat you to death." Gu Jincheng was struck and cried out loudly. He wanted to fight back, but he was less than 4 years old and starving badly. He was no match for the 5-year-old Gu Qingji, who ate well every day. In no time, he was beaten so badly that his face and nose were swollen. "Brother Cheng! Brother Cheng!" Gu Jinli and Gu Jinxiu saw their brother being beaten. They dropped what they were holding and hurried over. Gu Jinli grabbed Gu Qingji's hands to stop him from hitting Brother Cheng. She said to Jinxiu, "Sister, quickly take Brother Cheng away." "Okay," Jinxiu responded. While Gu Jinli was pulling Gu Qingji away, she quickly hugged Brother Cheng and stepped back, keeping him far from Gu Qingji. Gu Qingji, held by Gu Xiuyu, kicked wildly and cursed loudly, "You little brat, let me go, or I'll sell you and your family to the old lady." Gu Jinli kicked Gu Qingji and dragged him backward. Seeing Gu Qingji being held by Gu Xiuyu, Zheng immediately rushed over and scratched at Gu Jinli's face with both hands. Gu Xiaoyu, let go of Brother Cheng. Gu Jinli tilted her head to dodge Zheng's hands and pulled Gu Qingji in front of her, giving a cold warning. Try moving again, see what happens? She didn't say anything about what she would do to Gu Qingji, but her look was so frightening that Zheng was startled and stopped, afraid to make a move. What are you trying to do? Zheng's voice trembled a little. Gu Jinli said, I don't want to do anything. I just want to beat the bandits. Mom, stop talking nonsense with that little brat. Hit her. Beat her to death. Grandma said she shouldn't have come back to life. Gu Qingji, spoiled since he was little, thought he was better than everyone else. He looked down on the Dashan family, considering them low and worthless, like servants he could scold and hit at will. Hearing Gu Qingji's rude words, Gu Jinli sneered coldly. She pressed a point on Gu Qingji's left shoulder, and he immediately cried out in pain. While the chaos was going on, Qian Liar picked up some wild herbs and a bamboo tube from the ground and headed toward the old Gu family's house. Gu Jinli saw this and narrowed her eyes. She threw Gu Qingji aside, telling him off harshly. Then she turned around and chased after Qian Liar, grabbing back the wild vegetables and bamboo tube she was holding. Give it to me. Qian Liar didn't expect Gu Jinli to catch up. After her items were taken, her face darkened. Little fish, this wild vegetable was given to me by Grandma. If you don't give it back, think about the consequences. Gu Jinli ignored her threats and simply walked away with the items. Qian Liar, feeling annoyed by being ignored, snorted coldly. She didn't care about Zheng and Gu Qingji. Instead, she went to see Grandma Gu and exaggerated what Gu Jinli had done. Gu Jinli tied the wild vegetables and bamboo tube to her back. When she reached her resting place, she rolled up the grass mat and said to Gu Xiao, Sister, carry Chenggur. Third Grandma wants us to stay at her place tonight. After causing this trouble, Grandma Gu definitely wouldn't let it go. It was better for their family to stay away tonight, to avoid Grandma Gu losing her temper and hitting someone. Gu Xiao was also afraid Grandma Gu might hit her, so she nodded quickly. She carried Chenggur and followed Gu Jinli away. Gu Qingji saw them leave, holding his sore hand and crying as he kicked Zheng. Hit them. Mother. Go and hit them. Beat them to death. Zheng had been beaten repeatedly today and was so angry, she patted Gu Qingji's back. What are you talking about? Come home with me to see your grandma. Gu Jinli took Gu Xiao and Chenggur toward third grandma's resting place. On the way, they met Gu Dashan and Gu Jinan, who had gone to look for food. They hadn't found much, only a bag of leaves, a basket of roots, and 3 dead mountain mice. Gu Jinli told them what had happened earlier and said, Father, eldest brother, third grandma wants to see you. When you finish looking for food, go to her place. Gu Jinan looked at Chenggur, who was badly beaten and swollen. He was very angry. He took Chenggur from Gu Xiao and asked, Chenggur, does it hurt? Chenggur shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Big brother isn't angry. Gu Jinan felt even worse hearing that. Chenggur used to be lively, but had become more and more quiet. He was worried Chenggur might turn out like sister. Gu Jinli patted Chengur's head and said, Don't worry, second sister has already avenged you. The hit she gave Gu Qingji's arm was enough to make him hurt for half a month. As long as Chengur's injury took time to heal, Gu Qingji's arm would hurt even longer. Gu Dashan looked at Gu Jincheng silently, lowering his head without saying a word. Gu Jinli knew he was feeling upset inside, but she hoped he would be strong. She deliberately said, Dad, Mom isn't with us. If she comes back after what just happened, she will definitely be scolded by Grandma.
Dashan was surprised.
Thinking of Grandma's harshness, he quickly said, You all go find third Grandma first. Dad will go look for your mom. Dashan hurriedly left with some things, and Gu Jinan took Gu Jinli and the others to third Grandma's resting place. Their resting place was under a withered tree. The Luo family was also staying there overnight. Without the Luo family, only third Grandma and third Grandpa could not have claimed such a good spot. When they arrived, many people had already gathered under the tree. The Besides third grandma's family and the Luo family, there were also the Tian family and the brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalan. They were sitting around talking about the water source. When they saw Gu Jinli and the others, they stopped talking. Third grandma waved at Gu Jinli and said, "Little fish, come here quickly. Your third grandpa and the others have questions for you." Gu Jinli knew they wanted to ask about the underground water route. She hurried over and called everyone one by one. Third grandpa was in his early 60s, with a dark, tired face, but bright eyes. He asked Gu Jinli, "Little fish, tell us how you found the watercress." Gu Jinli explained carefully how she found the watercress. There are snail shells and watercress. When you dig 1 foot underground, the soil changes from damp to muddy. This is definitely a sign of underground water, third grandpa confirmed after listening. He looked at the families present and said, "But this water is hard to get. You have to dig the soil. If you're lucky, you might hit water at 3 or 5 meters. If you're unlucky, you might have to dig 10 meters and still find nothing. Do you want to do this work? If you do, and water comes out, we will share it equally. If not, you can't blame little fish." Third grandpa looked at Gu Jinli and said, "The child is trying to help us find a way." Gu Damu hesitated. They had traveled all day and were exhausted. Digging for water might be good if they found it, but if they didn't, it would be a waste of effort. They also had to leave early the next morning. Seeing Gu Damu hesitate, Gu Dalan advised, "Big brother, our family has no water left. If we don't do this work and can't find water tomorrow, the children won't be able to hold on. He is the head of the family, and his decisions affect everyone's lives, so he must be very careful." Gu Dama's eldest son sat on the edge with some other children, blocking the view of the surrounding disaster victims so they wouldn't see the adults discussing plans. Seeing his father hesitate, he couldn't help but say, "Dad, I'm not afraid of hard work. This is our family's way of life, and we have to do it." Gu Daling's son heard his cousin's words and followed suit, saying, "Big uncle, brother Qingliang is right. We are willing to do this work, and we're not afraid of being tired. What's the point of being tired, Orku? As long as there's water, all hardships are worth it." Seeing the children support the idea, Gu Daling spoke again. "The kids are willing to work and not afraid of Gu. Big brother, don't hesitate anymore. Make a quick decision. We don't have much time to wait. This is a matter for the 5 families." Third uncle said they needed to decide quickly. Gu Daling added, "Big brother, our mother hasn't had water all day. If we can't find water tonight, what will she drink tomorrow?" Gu Damu, who is always filial, thought about how his mother was already so thirsty she couldn't speak. Finally, he slapped his thigh and said, "Third uncle, our family will do this. Tonight, we will go dig water." Hearing this, the old man, third grandpa, who had a dark and serious face, showed a faint smile. "All right, since everyone is willing to dig water, it's settled. We will meet at the mountain entrance in half an hour and go into the mountain together to dig water." Once the decision was made, each family began to act. The Tian family, Gu Damu and Gu Daling, took their children back to their resting places, ate dinner, and prepared usable tools. After the Tian and Gu families left, Gu Daling and Cui Shi went to the resting place of third grandma. Both had injuries on their faces. Cui Shi had a clear 5-finger imprint, and Gu Daling's forehead was swollen and red from being hit by something. Third grandma saw this and was furious. That Pan Shi is getting more and more poisonous as she ages. Why doesn't heaven send lightning to strike her down? Enough. We still have work to do. Hurry up and pack your things to leave. Third grandpa quietly told Gu Jinli about the underground water route he found and about the families going into the mountains tonight to dig water. Gu Daling and Cui Shi's eyes lit up. They were so happy their hands trembled. There is water. It was their little fish who discovered it. Third grandpa nodded. "Yes, you two go eat dinner. Tonight's work is heavy, so eat your fill." They had already eaten, leaving 3 portions, 2 for the couple and 1 for Cui Shi. Gu Jinxiu brought their dinner, which was served in wooden bowls, and was a mixed stew of Sichuan herbs, beans, leaves, and roots. The couple took a bite. The taste was strange, but it was the only cooked meal they had eaten in days. Mrs. Chui ate it, tears in her eyes. After they finished dinner, Grandpa Third, Father Luo, and Luo Wu had already packed up their tools and tied them on. Father Luo knew that old Gu's iron tools and cans were managed by Grandma Gu. Since Dazhan Gu had no usable tools, he handed him a shovel and 2 water cans.
Hold these, he said.
Dazhan Gu gratefully took them. Second Brother Luo. Father Luo smiled warmly. No need to say anything. You've helped dig wells with the master, and tonight you'll need to work hard again. Grandma Third also handed out her family's iron pot, water can, bamboo tube, and rope to the children, tying them on their bodies. Make sure they're secure. We'll need them tonight, she said. Jinli Gu also carried her straw mat on her back. She said to Grandma Third, Grandma, let's bring the straw mat too. Yes, bring the mat. We'll take turns resting during the midnight digging. Grandma Third quickly packed a mat. Seeing this, Luo Huanyang also carried her family's straw mat. Jinli Gu smiled. Bringing the mats was not just for resting. They had other important uses. Once everyone had secured their belongings, Grandpa Third looked at the darkening sky and said, Xiu Yu and the Luo family will go first. We'll leave in a quarter of an hour. All moving in the dark. Meet at the mountain pass, then light torches after entering the mountains. Their resting place was remote, but there were many disaster victims nearby. Making too much noise would attract attention, so they had to leave in groups. Father Luo nodded and led Luo Wu, Luo Huanyang, and Jinli Gu to leave first. Deep night fell, hiding their movements. After 2/4 of an hour, the 5 families gathered at the mountain pass. They lit their torches with fire sticks and headed into the mountains together. Jinli Gu led the way, walking quickly for about half an hour until they reached the spot where they had previously picked wild herbs. Chu and Tian's wife were not there. Father Luo called out worriedly, Child's mother, it's us. Come out quickly. Hearing his voice, Chu and Tian's wife crawled out from the bushes. We thought it was other disaster victims and were afraid of danger, so we hid. Using the torchlight, Chu looked at the large group and smiled. Everyone's here. Even the old mother of Gu Damu and Gu Dalan had come, showing how much everyone valued the water source. Grandma Third handed her the dinner she brought. Eat quickly. Tian's second sister also handed her dinner to Tian's wife. Jinli Gu led everyone to the small pit they had dug earlier. She poked into the muddy, wet soil with a wooden stick, showing the damp earth. Grandpa Third, look, she said. Grandpa Three held a wooden stick and looked at the muddy, wet soil above. He nodded excitedly and said, There must be water underground. Let's dig here. Father Luo, who had been a bodyguard, was strong and sturdy. He took Luo Wu and others to start digging with shovels. Grandpa Three said nearby, First, dig a big hole 3 meters wide, then dig deeper. Wells are usually funnel-shaped, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, and then deepen further. The Luo family father and son were very strong martial artists. They quickly dug a large hole 3 meters wide, then narrowed the area and continued to dig deeper. The girls and wives from other families carried soil. Since they had nothing to carry it in, they piled the dirt onto straw mats. Several children carried the mats with soil away. Other strong workers rested nearby, waiting to take turns digging because they didn't know how long they would need to dig tonight. If everyone worked non-stop, they might get too tired or worse. The Luo father and son were very capable. In less than an hour, they had dug a 3-meter deep muddy hole. Seeing that the father and son looked pale from exhaustion, Grandpa Three quickly called them to rest and woke up Gu Dashan and Uncle Tian to help dig. Gu Dashan and Uncle Tian had been waiting eagerly. They tied ropes and went into the hole to keep digging. Gu Jinan and Uncle Tian's eldest son followed, filling the dug soil into pots and carrying it out of the hole. After about half an hour, the hole was over 1 meter deeper. Gu Dashan and Uncle Tian were so tired they collapsed and were pulled out. Grandpa Three asked hurriedly, Did water come out? Gu Dashan shook his head. The bottom of the hole is muddy, no water yet. Grandpa Three frowned and called brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalan. You two go down and dig. Okay, the brothers replied, tying ropes and going into the mud pit. When Gu Damu and Gu Dalan were too tired to continue, Grandpa 3 and cousins Gu Qingliang and Gu Qingtian took turns going down to dig. When they couldn't dig anymore, others replaced them. Several families took turns digging, working for many hours without seeing water. Gu Jinli helped carry soil and waited anxiously. She was so tired, she fell asleep until a cheer woke her up. Water's coming out. Water's coming out. Gu Jinli sat up in surprise and ran to the muddy hole, looking into it and asking, "Is water coming out?" "It's coming out. Really coming out." "We're saved, little fish," Chui said happily, crying. She, along with Yen from Gu Dama's family and Xie from Gu Dalan's family, had been helping carry soil. When they saw the water, they knew it was a good sign. Grandma Luo Huinyang helped Grandma Sen walk over, followed by Gu Jinxiu and Brother Cheng. Behind them were the elders of Gu Dama's family, Old Yen and others. Old Master Yen was supported by his eldest granddaughter Cui Niu. She pointed at the muddy pit and asked in a hoarse, difficult voice, "Is water coming out?" Earlier, Old Master Yen was so thirsty he couldn't speak. It was third grandma who took out the little water she had left and forced him to drink, which allowed him to speak. Yen and Xia walked over tiredly but happily, saying, "Mother, water is coming out of the bottom of the pit. We are saved." Hearing this, Old Master Yen exclaimed 3 times in joy, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa San was awakened by the noise. When he heard water was coming out, he quickly ordered Luo's father and son to pull the rope and lift the people from below. The person pulled up was Uncle Tian. He and Gu Dashan had been digging together. They were about to rest when, during the shift with the brothers De Mu and De Lin, water started seeping from the bottom of the pit. Deshawn said they had hit an underground waterway. Grandpa Sen asked hurriedly, "How much water is coming out? What color is it?" Uncle Tian's face was covered in mud. He was exhausted and his lips were pale, but he was happy. Just started to flow out, not much yet, just above the ankles. "The water is muddy yellow." "Muddy yellow? We're very lucky," Grandpa Sen said with a big smile, his face creased with wrinkles. "If it weren't muddy, that would be even better." He then told Luo's father and son to pull out the others from the bottom of the pit. "The water is coming out, so we can't stay at the bottom too long. It could drown someone." Luo's father and son smiled happily and pulled each person up one by one. When Gu Damu, Gu Dalan, Uncle Tian's eldest son Tian Daqiang, Gu Jinan, and Deshawn were pulled up, they were all covered in mud, and their pants were soaked through. Gu Dalan was the last to come up. After catching his breath, he said to Grandpa San, "Third uncle, the water coming out of the bottom is pretty good. When I came up, the water was already over my knees. I've checked the walls 3 times. They're quite solid, but there's a sand layer inside." Grandpa San frowned. The sand layer inside the wall meant the deep pit could collapse. He ordered, "Don't go down yet. Use the rope to lower the water jar. It's better to work hard to get water than risk an accident." Everyone nodded in agreement. After finally digging out water, they couldn't risk losing lives just to fetch water. It wasn't worth it. After the water was released, they had to wait for the mud to settle. Grandpa San decided, "Everyone rest first. In half an hour, we'll fetch water again." Gu Jinli said, "Grandpa San, we can fetch water now. I have a way to filter out the dirt and make the water clean." They'd spent a long time digging for water. It was almost dawn, and they didn't have much time to wait for the mud to settle. Grandpa San trusted Gu Jinli very much, so he asked her to explain her method. "Take a jar, break open the bottom, line it with straw mats, sand, and small stones. Pour dirty water into the jar from the top. After passing through the stones, sand, and mats, the water will flow out from the bottom as clean water." Gu Jinli explained this method once and added, "This trick was told to me by the grandparents among the disaster victims." Lu Huanyang used to think Gu Jinli was too naive for helping those disaster victims, but now she feels envious. Helping others is good. Gu Jinli smiled and said, "Yes, those grandparents are older and have experienced more, so they know many simple methods." Grandpa looked at the sky and decided quickly, "Let's do it like Xiuyi's way. Everyone, hurry up and fetch water, filter it, and get enough clean water before dawn." After hearing this, everyone started moving. Several men tied jars to ropes, placed them in deep pits, and began fetching water. The women took out all containers that could hold water, jars, pots, bamboo tubes, water bags, and placed them on the ground. Grandma San broke open the bottom of a jar and handed it to Gu Jinli. "Xiuyu, take this." Gu Jinli took the jar, took out the sand and stones she found while transporting soil, cut a half sheet of straw mat, then cut it into small pieces. She placed these at the bottom of the jar, added sand, and topped it with stones. "It's ready," she said, holding the jar carefully. "Pour in the water." Luo Wu, who was strong, took the jar. "I'll do it." Gu Jinli handed him the jar, then found a pot to place under it to catch the water. Luo Fu brought a jar of water and poured it into the jar Luo was holding. The dirty water passed through layers of sand, stones, and mats, and when it flowed out, it was less murky, but not yet crystal clear. Seeing that Gu Jinli's method really worked, Grandpa made a firm decision. "Grandma San, break open another jar, line it with straw mats, sand, and stones, and pour the filtered water through it again. This time, it will be clear." "Oh, Xiaoyu is amazing. The water is as clear as the water from the village well." Grandma San cheered happily. She couldn't wait to fill a pot with water, take it to Grandpa, and then show old Yan's wife. "Old sister-in-law, look.
We have clean water now. Drink freely, don't hold back."
Old Yan's wife, parched, looked at the clear water with tears streaming down her old face. Finally, there was water. She was no longer afraid her children would die of thirst. Grandma Sen felt a little sad inside. She took the water to the fire and boiled it. After it cooled, she used a wooden bowl to serve it to Old Yan's wife. "Old sister-in-law, drink quickly." Old Yan's wife didn't refuse and drank the entire bowl. At this moment, 3 jars for pots, for bamboo tubes, and 2 water sacks filled with clean water had been collected. Gu Jinli looked at the water and finally dared to make her suggestion. "Grandpa Third, the wealthy families must also be short of water. Why don't we exchange water for grain with them?" All the families were short of grain, especially her own, which was in urgent need. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at Grandpa Third. Grandpa Third was very decisive and understood the importance of grain. He made a firm decision. "All right, let's go find the wealthy families and exchange water for grain." Uncle Tian was a bit worried and said, "Third Uncle Gu, if we trade water for grain and the villagers find out, they might drive us away, right?" His family was from outside the village, living cautiously and afraid to break village rules. Grandpa Third sneered and said, "The underground water source was found by little fish, and the water was dug out by us. What can the villagers say? We will trade, and once we get the grain, we'll tell the villagers about the water. It's unfair that they work so hard and end up with nothing." Father Luo approached and entrusted the task of buying water from the wealthy families to him. Not wanting to cause trouble among everyone, Father Luo took Gu Dashan, Uncle Tian, and Gu Dalin with him. They didn't bring much water, only 4 bamboo tubes, and headed out of the mountain to the wealthy families' resting places. The wealthy families were gathered together resting, wary of the disaster victims, so they kept their distance. Guards and servants protected the area, surrounding the tents and carriages of the wealthy families. When Father Luo and the others arrived near the resting area, they were scolded by the patrol guards. "Stop. If you dare to go further, beware of blades and sticks." Father Luo said, "Brothers, we mean no harm. Our family has some extra water, and we want to exchange it for grain from the masters." He rolled the 2 bamboo tubes into the middle and said, "Here are 2 bamboo tubes of clean water. One is for brothers to soothe their throats, and the other, please take it to the masters. We are waiting here for news." The fleeing wealthy families also lacked water. The guards and servants could only get a small cup of water each day and were extremely thirsty. The guard master sent 2 guards to fetch water. When they opened the bamboo tube and saw the clear water inside by the firelight, they took a few sips and said to Father Luo, "Wait here." 15 minutes later, the guard master brought out a man who looked like a steward and called out to them, "Come over and talk." Father Luo and the others hurried over with the 2 bamboo tubes of water. The guard master said, "This is Steward Zhou. You can speak with him." Father Luo and the other three thank the guardmaster and bow to Steward Zhou, saying, "Greetings, Steward Zhou." Steward Zhou is in his early 40s, slightly shorter, with a square face and a goatee. When he looks at people, his eyes shine with sharpness. He asks, "Who is in charge here?" Father Luo steps forward. "I, Luo, am responsible for this matter." At this moment, Luo speaks in official language, not the local dialect, which makes Steward Zhou look at him with more respect. "Are you exchanging water for grain?" Zhou asks, pointing to the bamboo tube in Luo's hand. Father Luo understands and hands the bamboo tube to Zhou. "Yes, our village has no grain left. The villagers collected some water and want to trade it for grain with the officials." Zhou takes the bamboo tube, takes a sip, and with a half-smile says, "Collected? This water has a muddy smell, probably just dug out." He returns the bamboo tube to Luo and straightforwardly says, "Brother Luo, I won't beat around the bush. Our master likes your water. If you lead us to the water source, he will give you 2 bags of grain, top-quality rice and flour." Luo's heart skips a beat. The Zhou family master has a big appetite. He's planning to take over their water source. Luo shakes his head. "Honestly, Steward Zhou, this water is vital to everyone in our village. We can't just give it away. If you're not interested, I'll ask other lords." He turns to leave. Seeing that negotiations aren't going well, Zhou is afraid to pressure the disaster victims too hard, fearing trouble. He quickly stops Luo and changes his tone. "Brother Luo, don't be in such a rush. I'm just asking, no other meaning. Our master said he's willing to exchange grain for your water." Hearing this, Luo and the others stop and turn back to Zhou, asking, "How do you want to exchange?" "Just to be clear, we won't trade if the amount is too small." Zhou knows Luo is stubborn and doesn't want to miss this rare chance to exchange water. He grits his teeth and says, 1 jar of water for 10 jin of coarse grain. Although the water jar is smaller than the water tank, water is precious now. 1 jar is enough to exchange for 10 jin of coarse grain. Luo refuses the coarse grain. 2 jin of coarse grain for 1 jar of water. Besides grain, we also want half a jin of salt and 10 water jars. Our water is limited, so we can only exchange for up to 4 jars. They don't want fine grain, only enough to survive, and prefer more coarse grain to last longer. Zhou frowns when he hears they want salt, but remembering his master's orders, he agrees. All right, that's the deal. His master said the water must be returned, so it wouldn't be taken by other wealthy families in the city. The matter of exchanging grain was settled, and they also received salt and water jars. Father Luo and his 3 companions were very happy. Manager Zhou ordered his servants to bring 4 water jars, 10 water containers, 80 jin of coarse grain, and half a jin of salt. He personally led 10 guards and followed Father Luo and his group into the dark night. Father Luo was cautious. After reaching the mountain pass, he told Manager Zhou and the guards to stop. Each of the 4 men carried 1 water jar into the mountains, looking back frequently to make sure no one was following. Then he felt relieved. Father Luo and his group returned and shared the good news of successfully exchanging grain. Everyone was very happy. Grandpa Third quickly told everyone to fill the water jars with filtered clean water and take them out to exchange for grain. They worked quickly. After 15 minutes, all 4 water jars were filled. 2 people carried 1 jar, and 8 people carried all 4 jars toward the mountain pass. It took some time for the round trip. The sky was starting to brighten. Manager Zhou and others waited anxiously. Seeing torches and some figures, they hurried to meet them. "Brother Luo, you finally arrived. Your older brother has been waiting anxiously." Father Luo chuckled and said, "The journey was long and a bit tiring. Look, all 4 water jars are clean and dry." Manager Zhou had the guards hold torches to light the way. He checked each water jar, scooping out a few sips to taste. Finding only earthy flavor and no strange smell, he happily handed over 80 jin of coarse grain, half a jin of salt, and 10 water containers to Father Luo. Father Luo and his group took the supplies, saying, "Our deal is done. Manager Zhou, please go back." Father Luo was worried that manager Zhou might send guards to follow them, so he let Zhou and his group leave first. Manager Zhou, having exchanged the water, felt proud of his work and happily led his guards and the water jars away. After they left, Father Luo and the remaining 7 people hurried into the mountains with the grain and water containers. When they reached the mountain, Gu Jinli and others filtered more clean water. Everyone worked together to fill all 10 water containers, water jars, bamboo tubes, and water bags. Grandpa Third told everyone to gather all the water, grain, and the precious salt together. Facing everyone with excitement, he said, "Let's divide the water and grain." Water was easy to divide. Each family took 2 water jars. The water in the jars, bamboo tubes, and water bags was for each family to fill and take home themselves. The salt was divided into 5 parts, 1 part for each family. They didn't weigh the 80 gene of coarse grain. Instead, they divided it using the traditional method, scooping it into bowls. After dividing the grain, each family packed their share into burlap sacks. Gu Jinli was worried that her family's food and water wouldn't last, so she suggested to Dad, let's give the grains, salt, and 2 jars of water to Grandfather San for safekeeping. Take them back home. I'm afraid Mom might come to take them. Dad, Gu Dashan, hesitated after hearing her suggestion, worried it might upset old Master Gu. Grandmother Sen scolded him. You want to be filial to old Six and no one will stop you, but you can't let the children and wife go hungry. Keep the stuff at my house. I'll watch over it. If Mrs. Pan is unhappy, let her come talk to me. Gu Dashan was scolded and remembered the injured little fish and Chui's being beaten. He fell silent and didn't oppose further. Gu Jinli and Gu Jinan quickly moved the food, salt, and water to Grandmother San's place. Grandpa Sen looked at the brightening sky and said to everyone, Dashan and Taiju, come with me. We'll go see the village chief about the water source. They had already collected enough water and exchanged some grains, so villagers could now come to fetch water. No one objected. They started packing their things, following Grandpa San. After wrapping the grains and water with wild grass, they carried everything back to their resting spots.
Ban, ban, ban.
It was already bright, and each village was beating drums and gongs to gather everyone. Gujia village had finished calling out names, but didn't hear responses from Grandpa San's family. Village head Gu looked very unhappy. The people from old Gu's family looked gleeful, daring to be late, and village head Gu's family was sure they would be punished. Yesterday, Zheng had a bad experience with Gu Jinli. That night, Jigur kept crying from a hand injury, and she was angry and tired. Now, seeing Gu Dashan's family late, she hurriedly said, Village head, village rules don't wait for anyone. Let's hurry. If we're not careful, Gu Dashan's family might have done too many bad things and could be lost somewhere in the mountains. Zheng's son, Gu Qingji, was crying and shouting, beat that shameless girl's family. They all deserve to die.
Wah.
His hand hurt so much. Old Six, how did you teach your children? Grandpa Sen suddenly scolded loudly, staring at old Master Gu in the crowd. Jigur is so young and already so vicious. Do you know that little fish saved our entire village? Hearing this, the villagers looked at Grandpa San, confused about what he meant. Grandpa Sen went to village head Gu and whispered a few words. The village head was surprised and happy. Is what you're saying true? Did little fish really find the water source? Grandpa San directly handed a jar of water to the village head. Brothers, look at this. This is the water we dug up last night from our 5 families. It's clear, Grandpa Third whispered, afraid that nearby disaster victims might overhear. Village Chief Gu tremblingly took the water jar, took a few sips, and noticed a muddy taste but clear water.
We're saved.
Brothers, there's not much water left in the pit. Hurry and have the villagers fetch water. If we wait too long, it will seep away, Grandpa Third advised. Yes, Third brother is right. Village Chief Gu quickly told everyone about how Gu Xiaoyu found the water source and asked them to bring containers to fetch water. This news immediately caused a stir throughout Gu family village. The Gu family members were stunned. Mrs. Zheng screamed, What? Gu Xiaoyu, that brat, found the water source? Does she have that kind of luck? Village Chief Gu's face darkened instantly. This foolish woman, why couldn't she keep her voice down? If the disaster victims nearby heard, could we still keep the water source? Zhang's husband, Gu Yulu, was quick-witted. He covered Mrs. Zhang's mouth and said to Village Chief Gu, "Village Chief, don't argue with this unruly woman. My nephew will watch over her and won't let her speak carelessly." Village Chief Gu snorted coldly, lowering his voice to warn the villagers. "Anyone who ruins the village's work, I will drive them out. Don't say I'm unkind." The villagers of Gu village nodded in agreement, already holding all kinds of containers to fetch water. But because of Mrs. Zheng's words, the surrounding disaster victims had already noticed and were looking toward the gathering spot in Gu village. Angered, Village Chief Gu shot Mrs. Zheng a glance, but didn't let the villagers go to fetch water immediately. Instead, he continued to lecture them. Mrs. Zheng, seeing the village chief's look, became scared but felt very uncomfortable. She hated Gu Jinli even more. How could that girl be so lucky to find the water source? Not only Mrs. Zheng, but everyone in the old Gu family thought the same, especially Qian Liar and Grandma Gu. Qian Liar worriedly said to Grandma Gu, "Grandma, why didn't you tell the family when she found the water source? Instead, she told third uncle and them. Does Xiaoyu hate our family?" Grandma Gu's face turned pale with anger. She didn't respond to Qian Liar, but secretly hated the Gu Dashan family. If they dared not tell her about the water source, she would make them regret it. Village Chief Gu loudly scolded Gu Dashan and Luo Taiju, making sure the disaster victims nearby heard his words, knowing that their village was delaying because some villagers were late. Once the nearby disaster victims had mostly left, Village Chief Gu finally told the villagers to quickly gather their belongings and follow Grandpa San into the mountains. When they reached the water source, they saw Gu Jinli, Gu Jinan, Luo Huanyang, Luo Wu, and Uncle Tian filtering water, with 4 water jars filled with clean water nearby. The villagers saw the clean water and were overjoyed. Families lacking water cried with happiness. Old Lady Gu was very clever and immediately said to her 3 sons, "Yuan, Yufu, Yulu, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and help everyone fetch water," acting like a leader. Uncle Gu Er, Uncle Gu San, and Uncle Gu Si quickly went to help. Uncle Gu Da's husband, Qian Guangzong, even snatched the rope from Uncle Tian and lowered a water jar into the water pit to fetch water. Uncle Gu Si and Mrs. Zheng carried 2 water jars and poured water into their family's water container, looking like bandits. Gu Jinli hurriedly took a jar of water from in front of her and handed it to Village Chief Gu, smiling, "Village Chief, everyone must be very thirsty. Please have a sip first." Compared to this, everyone thought Uncle Gu Si and Mrs. Zheng's actions were quite conspicuous. Village Chief Gu took the water jar from Gu Jinli and happily said, "Good child, you've helped the village greatly. The village will remember this." Other villagers also said, "Little Fish has survived a great disaster and gained good fortune, finding us a water source." Gu Jinli smiled gently. "Village chief, uncles, aunts, this isn't just my doing. Grandpa San and my father and their team dug out the water overnight. They didn't sleep all night and worked the hardest." Village Chief Gu's face turned slightly red, and he quickly said, "Their efforts will also be remembered by the village." This statement thwarted Old Lady Gu's plans. No matter who was fetching water for the villagers now, everyone knew that the real people responsible for providing water were Grandpa San and the Gu Dashan family. Old Lady Gu was so angry her stomach hurt and looked at Aunt Guda. Aunt Guda immediately shouted at Gu Jinli, "Little Fish, come quickly. Your grandma is so thirsty she's about to faint." She accused Gu Jinli of having water, but not giving it to Old Lady Gu, as if she deliberately wanted her to die of thirst. Gu Jinli sneered inwardly and said to Uncle Gu Si and Mrs. Zheng, "Uncle Si, Aunt Zheng, Grandma is about to faint from thirst. Where's the water you just took? Give her a few sips." Aunt Guda choked on her words. Old Lady Gu glared at Mrs. Zheng. This foolish woman, good for nothing but causing trouble. Why did she take water? Now, she had only herself to blame for this mistake. Mrs. Zheng quickly drank a few sips of water, heard this, saw old Lady Gu glaring at her angrily, shrank back, and hurriedly filled a bowl of water to give to old Lady Gu. Gu Jinli did not care about the Gu family's elders, only teaching villagers how to filter water. While the villagers from Gujia village were drawing water, a few disaster victims were hiding in the distant grass, all watching the villagers closely, like wolves. These disaster victims were the 5 brothers from the Nyo family in Nyo To Go. This morning, when they gathered, they noticed something unusual about the villagers. They believed the villagers had found something valuable, so they didn't leave immediately. After informing their family, they followed the villagers into the mountains and saw them drawing water. "Big brother, it's really water. We're going to be rich this time," said Nyo Xiaozhuang, holding a sharp stone, eyes glowing as he looked at the water jars, drooling with thirst. Nyo Erzwang, who was smarter, whispered to Nyo Dazhuang, "Big brother, there are many villagers. We can't fight for the water alone. Let Sizwang go back and tell our relatives to come and help us take the water." Nyo Sizwang ran quickly, and in less than 15 minutes, he could reach the mountain to inform the family. Nyo Dazhuang chewed some grass roots to soothe his throat. Hearing Nyo Erzwang, he said, "Sizwang, go back and call all our family members. Today, we will take the water from them." Nyo Sizwang responded and moved into the bushes, preparing to retreat to a safe distance before running back to call others. Gu Jinli, in her previous life, often carried out missions outdoors. She kept an eye on her surroundings and noticed something unusual moving in the grass. She quickly said to Luo Wu nearby, "Brother Luo Wu, it seems there are people in the grass on the left. Are we being followed?" Luo Wu looked at the grass on the left and saw it swaying wildly. He said, "Tell the village chief and my father. I will block them." Gu Jinli nodded and asked Luo Huanyang to find Luo Fu. She went to find village chief Gu and told him about the strange movement in the grass. "Village chief, this is our village's life-saving water. We must not let anyone steal it. We need to catch everyone in the grass." She also informed the village chief about Luo Wu sneaking up to block the people. Village chief Gu was talking to Grandpa Third when he heard Gu Jinli's words. Both elders were shocked. Sure enough, they were being targeted by the disaster victims. "Nyo Sizwang, stop right there." Luo Wu's voice suddenly rang out. It turned out Nyo Sizwang had seen Luo Wu and ran away. Luo Wu shouted after him, chasing him. The other Nyo brothers saw they had been discovered and immediately ran out of the grass, scattering in different directions. Seeing this, village chief Gu quickly shouted, "Catch them. Don't let them escape. If one gets away, we might lose our water. This is our life-saving water." The people of Gujia village immediately grabbed their sticks and rushed after them. Gu Jinli also picked up her wooden stick and followed the villagers. The Nyo brothers are really asking for trouble. She hasn't even avenged herself yet, and they come right to her door. If they dare to come and steal water, she won't need to do anything. The villagers will fight the Nyo brothers until they are badly hurt to protect their water. Father Luo led a dozen young men to block Nyo Erzwang and Nyo Sanzhuang's path. When Nyo Erzwang saw they were surrounded, he waved his wooden stick wildly at the villagers, trying to keep them away, and threatened, "We are from the Nyo family in Nyodo Gorge. There are over 200 of us, and we can fight. If you're not afraid of death, come and catch us." Father Luo's face darkened. He grabbed Nyo Erzwang's stick and pulled it hard. When Nyo Erzwang was pulled closer, he quickly kicked him to the ground, snatched the stick from his hand, and swung it at Nyo Sanzhuang. With a loud bang, Nyo Sanzhuang fell to the ground. "Catch him," Father Luo ordered the young men. He then held Nyo Erzwang's hands behind his back and pressed him to the ground. The young men immediately grabbed Nyo Sanzhuang and quickly subdued him. Nyo Dazhuang and Nyo Xiaozhuang ignored their other brothers and desperately ran out of the mountains. Village chief Gu's son, Gu Dafu, led the villagers to chase after them. But the two ran too fast. Even after running dozens of meters, no one caught up. Gu Jinli had been into the mountains several times before and knew the terrain well. She led Luo Huanyang to take a shortcut and hide, waiting for Nyo Dazhuang and Nyo Xiaozhuang to run past. When they did, she used her stick to strike Nyo Dazhuang's calf harshly. Bang! Niu Dazhuang cried out in pain. His body rolled once, and then collapsed to the ground. Gu Jinli jumped out of the bushes where she was hiding, holding her stick, and started hitting Niu Dazhuang wildly. She was filled with hatred from her past suffering at the hands of the Niu brothers and fought mercilessly, beating him until his head was bloodied and broken. Only when Gu Dafu and the villagers arrived did she stop. Niu Xiaozhuang, being selfish, saw Niu Dazhuang fall and kept running desperately out of the mountain. "Stop right there." Luo Huanyang chased after him, shouting. Niu Xiaozhuang, who had grown up with his brothers and was also cruel and ruthless, saw Luo Huanyang catching up. He suddenly threw a large stone at her head. Luo Huanyang dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the stone. Seeing the sharp stone stuck in the ground, she became even angrier. She grabbed a stone and threw it at Niu Xiaozhuang's back. "Ah!" Niu Xiaozhuang screamed in pain and was knocked down by the stone. Lu Huanyang ran over, clenched her fists, and started hitting Niu Xiaozhuang wildly. "Stop hitting Xiaoyu. Stop stealing grain. Stop stealing water. I'll beat you to death, you bad weeds." Niu Xiaozhuang's eyes flashed with anger. He fought back desperately, grabbing Lu Huanyang's hand and biting it hard. Her wrist bled, but she used her arm to hold Niu Xiaozhuang's neck, preventing him from escaping. After a while, villagers arrived and worked together to subdue Niu Xiaozhuang. Niu Xizhuang was also caught by Luo Wu. Gu Dafu ordered the villagers to tie up the 5 brothers from the Niu family with grass ropes and take them near the water source, tying them to a dead tree. Seeing the 5 brothers from the Niu family bloodied and unconscious, Gu Jinli finally felt relieved. In her heart, she said to the original owner, "Xiuyu, little girl, I've avenged you." Village Chief Gu hurried over with the other villagers. Seeing the bloodied and unmoving Niu brothers, they were startled and quickly asked, "Why aren't they moving? Don't tell me someone's hurt too badly." Lu's father said, "Village Chief, don't worry. They're just fainted, not dead." Village Chief Gu let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. They're from Nitugu. There are over 200 clanspeople there. If they had died, it would cause trouble for our village." On the way to escape, Village Chief Gu was most afraid of conflicts with other refugees, which could bring trouble to the village. Although the Niu brothers had done many wrongs, they couldn't really be killed. Looking at the sky, Village Chief Gu told the villagers, "Hurry up and fetch water. Once the water is full, we need to keep moving."
Got it.
The villagers responded, leaving the Niu brothers behind and returning to the waterhole. The water in the waterhole was running low. After about a minute of fetching water, they couldn't draw any more. Gu Dafu took the muddy water jar to find Village Chief Gu and told him that they had finished the water. Village Chief Gu looked at the muddy water in the jar, sighed, and asked Gu Dafu, "Have all the villagers gotten water?" Gu Dafu smiled and replied, "Yes, everyone has." The families who fetched more water filled their containers completely. Those who fetched less managed to get 2 jars of water, which was enough. Village Chief Gu nodded and stood up, telling the villagers, "Pack up everything. We need to keep moving. We must catch up with the refugees ahead before dark. We can't fall behind. There are 3 more refugee groups from the provincial city behind us. If they catch up, we'll lose everything." This drought affected all 7 northwest prefectures. Our Long'an prefecture is in the center of the northwest. 3 refugee groups from the provincial cities are fleeing ahead, and 3 more are coming from behind. Refugees are ruthless. When they see unfamiliar faces, they tend to band together and steal things. The villagers knew how fierce the disaster victims were in stealing, so they quickly packed their things and started leaving the mountain. As for the 5 brothers of the Niu family, before leaving, Village Head Gu told the villagers to untie their ropes so they could leave on their own once they woke up. Grandma San was already near the mountain pass with Cui, Chu, Aunt Tian, and the wives and children of old Yan's family. When she saw the villagers coming out, she immediately carried her belongings and followed. Old Madame Gu saw Cui and finally vented her anger that had been building all morning. She tapped her cane on the ground and shouted, "Cui, come help the old lady." Hearing old Madame Gu's voice, Chui shrank back in fear. Gu Jinli called out, "Mom, isn't Aunt helping you? My mother and I spent all night digging water with my father and are very tired." This was not a lie. The 5 families who dug water last night looked pale and had dark circles under their eyes. Village head Gu didn't want to interfere with the old Gu family's affairs, but thinking of Gu Dashan's family's contributions, he couldn't hold back and spoke for them for the first time. 6th, Dashan's family worked all night. Let the children rest. You have many sons and daughters-in-law, so there's no need to worry about them. Old Master Gu was the 6th in age. In the village, anyone older than him called him Old 6th. Seeing the village head speak personally, Old Madame Gu looked at him and signaled her to calm down. Angry and pale, she knew she couldn't cause trouble for the eldest family now, so she suppressed her anger and helped Auntie Gu to keep moving.
We escaped danger.
Gu Jinan whispered nearby. Xiaoyu is capable now. She can protect Mom. Gu Jinli smiled, teased Brother Cheng, and the family carried their belongings, gathering together to move on. They traveled all day until it was completely dark before catching up with a fleeing group ahead. Village head Gu asked Gu Dafu to beat the drum, announcing to the villagers, "Everyone, rest here. It's already dark, so tonight the village won't organize searches for food. If anyone wants to find food, do it yourself. Be careful, stay safe, and don't cause trouble. We'll keep moving tomorrow." The villagers were exhausted. After finding a place nearby to rest for the night, they started fires, boiled water, and prepared dinner. "Chui, come help quickly." Old Madame Gu scolded with her cane. "Dashan and Gur, you two, hurry and find food. Do you want to starve the whole family?" Chui and Dashan hurriedly unpacked their belongings and ran toward Old Gu's house. As soon as they left, Auntie Gu, with little sister Gu and Qian Liar, rushed to Dashan's resting place and began rummaging through Dashan's family's belongings. Gu Jinli protected Gu Jinxiu and Gu Jincheng behind her, watching them coldly. Her family's belongings had long been kept by the 3rd grandmother, so Gu Daegu and the others couldn't find anything valuable. Gu Daegu and the others searched for a while and only found half a bamboo tube of water and half a bag of dried leaves. Gu Xiaomei was so angry she glared at Gu Jinli. "Where did all the water from your house go?" Gu Jinli pointed to the bamboo tube in Qian Liar's hand. "It's all here." Gu Xiaomei didn't believe her. "You drew water earlier. How could there be so little?" Gu Jinli smiled harmlessly. "If you want to know, you can ask the village chief or ask the 3rd grandpa and 3rd grandma." "You!" Gu Xiaomei was very angry. Seeing she couldn't get anything, she grabbed the bamboo tube to leave, but was stopped by Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli snatched the bamboo tube from her hand. "This is our water. If you take it, our family will have to ask the village chief for water." "You!" Gu Xiaomei was very angry, but she was also afraid of the village chief. Hearing this threat, she could only retreat disappointed. Gu Xiaomei and the others returned to the old Gu family's resting place and scolded Gu Jinli harshly. Qian Guangzong made a gesture to Gu Daegu. Gu Daegu understood and quietly said to Grandma Gu, "Mother, Gu Xiuyu is using the village chief to pressure us. That's not right. We need to think of a way. We can't let Gu Dashan's family turn the tables." The only way to ensure Gu Dashan's family could never turn the tables was to sell them. Qian Guangzong was the shopkeeper of a cloth store, a typical and scrupulous merchant, and had long been planning to sell Gu Dashan's family. He repeatedly asked Gu Daegu to persuade Grandma Gu to sell them, but Grandma Gu hesitated and didn't agree. For Grandma Gu, selling Gu Dashan's family was less comfortable than keeping them under her watch. As a stepmother, there was nothing more satisfying than tormenting her late husband's children. Keeping Gu Dashan's family meant they could work for her family, almost like hiring servants. If she sold them, the chores would fall on her own son, and Grandma Gu couldn't bear that. So she hadn't sold them all these years. But this time was different. Gu Daegu said, "Mother, because of the water source issue, Gu Dashan's family gained the village chief's favor. Today, the village chief publicly spoke for them in front of everyone, which is a slap in your face. Uncle Sand and Aunt Sand are also helping Gu Dashan's family. That girl Xiaoyu is becoming more and more fierce after her near-death experience, and lately she's been opposing us everywhere. With the village chief backing them, if this continues, Gu Dashan's family will eventually look down on us. Grand Aunt Gu looked around and saw old Master Gu resting on a mat nearby. She lowered her voice and said, "Mother, you are the stepmother. No matter how good you are to Gu Dashan's family, you can't raise them well. It's better to sell them early so we can get some grain and survive the upcoming famine." As they walked, food became scarcer. In half a month, they might not even find leaves, grass, roots, or mountain mice. The family needs to prepare early. Little sister Gu chimed in, "Mother, big sister is right. We've treated Gu Dashan's family badly all these years. They must hate us. Now they've found water sources and are doing well. With the village chief and villagers supporting them, they might want revenge. It's better to sell them early to avoid trouble. Don't worry, after selling them, someone else, like third brother's family, can do the work." Gu Youfu is the second son of Old Lady Gu, but she doesn't like him much because he looks very much like Old Master Gu. Among her 3 biological sons, she scolds Gu Youfu the most. Her family takes over the work of Gu Dashan's family, and she doesn't feel guilty at all. Old Lady Gu squinted her slender eyes, thinking about what Grand Aunt Gu and Little Sister Gu said. After a moment, she looked at Old Master Gu, who was still resting, and said to Grand Aunt Gu, "Their family is at the peak of their luck now. We need to take it slow. You and Guangzong go find out if there are suitable families. If you find any, come back and tell me." This meant she agreed to sell Gu Dashan's family. Grand Aunt Gu and Qian Guangzong were overjoyed. They had been thinking about this for a long time, and now it was finally happening. Grand Aunt Gu said, "Mother, don't worry. I'll have Guangzong look into it in the next few days. As soon as there's news, I'll tell you right away." In fact, the couple had already been looking into selling people for grain and money. They had also contacted some wealthy family stewards, so they weren't worried about finding a buyer. Little Sister Gu was very happy. Finally, that annoying family was going to be sold. Zheng was nearby, comforting Gu Qingji. She didn't know what was wrong. Qingji's arm had been hurting all day, and he kept crying, which made her upset. When she heard Old Lady Gu agreed to sell Gu Dashan's family, she felt a little better. Qian Liar was even happier. She had long disliked Gu Jinxiu's charming looks. Last year, the son of the town's restaurant owner had met Gu Jinxiu and taken a liking to her. When he learned about their family's connection to Gu Jinxiu, he came to ask about her, hoping their families could help make a match. She was so angry at the time. The son of the town's innkeeper was one of her chosen suitors, but he ended up liking Gu Jinxiu, that unworthy girl. Fortunately, Grandma Gu devised a plan, causing the innkeeper's wife to give up the idea of marrying Gu Jinxiu as her daughter-in-law. The plan succeeded. Gu Dashan's family never knew about this from the beginning, but Qian Liar was very jealous and hated Gu Jinxiu. When she heard that Grandma Gu agreed to sell Gu Dashan's family, she secretly told Qian Guangzong and Grandma Gu, "Father, Mother, Gu Jinxiu looks good. You can send her to those officials. Just ask them to praise her in front of the wealthy masters, and maybe they will give us more grain." Qian Liar not only wanted to sell Gu Dashan's family, but also to ruin Gu Jinxiu. In the end, she added, worried, "We shouldn't send Gu Jinxiu to the wealthy masters, or that flirtatious girl might them and cause trouble for us. Send her to an official with a wife, let her be a concubine for the servants, and she will suffer all her life." Qian Guangzong, hearing his daughter's words, praised her. "Liar is clever." "Okay, I understand." Among the officials he knew, there were 2 or 3 older men who still looked good. After Gu Dashan's family traded water for grain and paid off their debts, and also gave Dr. Du a bowl of grain to thank him for curing Gu Jinli, the family was very happy. They never thought Grandma Gu would sell them out. After Gu Jinli and the others searched through the belongings, they ran to the resting place of third grandma's house. On the way, they had already agreed to stay with her family, eating and sleeping together. Third grandma was very happy, having been looking forward to their arrival. Because of the trouble over grain and the beating involving Chengguo and Cui Shi, Gu Daxian, who always stayed to rest at old Gu's house, did not oppose this time. Third grandma had already cooked some millet porridge, served in a small wooden basin. Seeing Gu Jinli and the others, she happily called out, "Xiaoyu, bring a few wooden bowls for grandma, so we can share the porridge." Gu Jinli responded, untying the wooden bowls strung together with grass rope, wiping them a few times, and handed them to grandma. She looked at the porridge, which had only a shallow basin's bottom of millet, and said, "It's millet porridge. This is good, nourishing. Millet is a type of coarse grain." Third grandma smiled happily, serving each of the 3 siblings half a bowl, urging them, "Eat quickly. You all look so thin." Seeing how skinny the children looked, almost like skeletons, third grandma felt so distressed she almost cried. Gu Jinli handed her bowl to the third grandma and said, "Third grandma, you should eat too." She used a wooden bowl to serve a small amount, less than 2 bites, and finished it quickly, smiling happily. "I'll leave the rest for Grandpa San, my father, mother, and older brother to eat." Tonight, the village didn't organize anyone to find food, but Grandpa San was restless and went with Dad Deshawn and the Luo family to look nearby. They haven't returned yet. Fearing that the third grandma might persuade her to drink millet porridge again, Gu Jinli took a wooden spoon and stirred the food in the pot nearby. This was their main food tonight, a mixed dish of soybeans, grass roots, and leaves stewed together. Although they exchanged water for grain, the long journey of fleeing famine meant they had to eat sparingly. The third grandma held the millet porridge Gu Jinli handed her, her eyes red. It was a child's gesture, and she eagerly ate from the wooden bowl. Seeing her eat, Gu Jinxiu and Chenggur took small bites from their bowls. When the stew was ready, Grandpa San and the Luo family returned. Gu Deshan and Gu Jinan weren't there. They had gone to deliver the food they found to the old Gu family. 15 minutes later, they brought Cui Shi over. Gu Jinli looked at Cui Shi and, seeing she hadn't been beaten today, relaxed. Last night, everyone dug water through the night, taking turns to rest briefly. Now, they were exhausted to the point of nearly fainting. After finishing dinner, the family and Grandpa San and Grandma San went to rest and had a good sleep, then continued their journey early the next morning. On the road, Qian Guangzong and his wife were very busy. During breaks, they kept running to talk to the managers of wealthy households. Gu Jinli found it very strange and quietly asked Gu Jinan, "Brother, why do aunt and uncle keep going to the rich households convoy?" Gu Jinan said, "Our uncle is the shopkeeper in town. He likes dealing with the wealthy. On this journey, he's made many connections with the managers of rich households." Gu Jinli glanced at Qian Guangzong and saw him bowing and talking to a short, chubby man. They seemed to be talking about something funny and suddenly burst into laughter. In her memory, the original owner's uncle really liked to flatter the servants of the wealthy families. But she felt uneasy and said to Gu Jinan, "Big brother, do you think Grandma and the others might retaliate against us because of the water source issue?" She realized they hadn't told the old Gu family about the water source, which meant the old Gu family lost the chance to show off in the village. With Grandma Gu's vengeful temper, she definitely wouldn't swallow this insult and would look for a chance to get revenge. Gu Jinan listened with a frown and thought for a moment. He said, "Let's be careful during this time and watch out for the old Gu family trying to cause trouble for us." Gu Jinli nodded. The 2 siblings shared their worries with the other 4 family members, reminding them to be cautious of the old Gu family recently. Mrs. Cui and Gu Jinxiu were very frightened. They truly feared the old Gu family from the bottom of their hearts. When Gu Dashan heard Gu Jinli's words, his already thin face looked worse, but he still nodded, indicating he would be on alert against the old Gu family. Over the next 10 days, Gu Jinli's family of 6 was always cautious of the old Gu family, afraid they might fall into their trap. Strangely, the old Gu family did not cause trouble for them. At most, they cursed their family a few times as usual. Grandma Gu's temper seemed to have softened a bit. Gu Dashan and Mrs. Cui finally relaxed after 10 days of worry. That afternoon, starving refugees found a nearly dried-up river. In the deep parts of the river, there were a few shallow pools of water. The refugees saw these pools, became excited, and stopped to rest and fetch water. However, there were too many refugees, and some wealthy families sent guards to seize the pools. When the Gu family villagers stopped and ran to the river, the water had already been taken. Village head Gu looked at the muddy, dried-up river and clicked his dry, sticky lips. He asked Gu Dasha nearby, "Dasha, what should we do now?" Since Gu Jinli had found a water source for the village, in the past 10 days, whenever they stopped to rest, village head Gu had sent Gu Dashan to take Gu Jinli around nearby areas to find water. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out. They hadn't found a new water source in 10 days, and the water they had stored was almost gone. If they couldn't find water soon, they would face death from thirst. Gu Dashan pointed at the muddy pools deep in the river and said, "The river hasn't dried up completely. We can dig into the mud of the pools. If we dig deeper, water will come out." Xiaoyu had told him about this before, saying that water was precious now and that finding water could protect their family. He always remembered Xiaoyu's words. Hearing this, the village had immediately led more than 20 villagers toward the deep part of the river. He examined the pools, chose one, and started digging into the mud. They were lucky. After digging just over 3 meters, water began to seep out of the pool again. The villagers were very happy and quickly ran back to have their children bring containers to collect the water. "Xiaoyu, go get water quickly." "We've found water in the village," Luo Huiliang said, carrying 2 water jars on her shoulders and holding 2 more in her hands, running to find Gu Jinli. "Coming right away." Gu Jinli hung the water jar on her elbows, took a wooden stick, and handed a sharp stone knife to Gu Jinxiu. She said, "Sister, Brother Chung, stay with third grandma and don't run around." Their family was now eating and sleeping with third grandma's family, but Gu Jinli still felt uneasy, worried that Gu Jinxiu and Gu Qing might encounter danger. Gu Jinxiu held Chengir's hand tightly and said, "Little fish, don't worry about us. With third grandma here, we'll be fine." Third grandma was nearby gathering firewood. When she heard this, she looked up at Gu Jinli and said, "Little fish, rest assured. Third grandma is right here. You don't need to worry about Sister Xiao and Brother Chung." "Thank you, third grandma," Gu Jinli said, then followed Luo Huiliang and left. After they left, Gu Jinxiu and Chengir tidied up the ground, spread a straw mat, and buried the pot to prepare dinner. Xiao Jie, 8-year-old Gu Rong from Uncle Gu's family, ran over quickly to find Gu Jinxiu. Seeing Gu Rong, Gu Jinxiu was not afraid of the old Gu family members, unlike before. Instead, she felt a bit happy. "Rong Jie, why are you here?" Uncle Gu's family was not favored at the old Gu house, especially Gu Rong, because she was a granddaughter and often disliked by Grandma Gu. Gu Rong looked around and quietly said to Gu Jinxiu, "Xiao Jie, Grandma hit Annie again." Gu Jinxiu panicked and hurriedly asked, "She hit her again? How is my mother? Is she badly hurt?" Gu Rong said, "Grandma is thirsty, but there's no water at home. She asked if you have water here." When Annie didn't answer, Grandma got angry and hit her. Gu Rong looked at the bamboo tube tied to Gu Jinxiu's waist and said, "Xiao Jie, if your family still has water, hurry and take it to help Annie. Grandma's hits can hurt." Gu Rong's words pierced Gu Jinxiu's heart like needles. She was worried about Chui's family. Without a second thought, she pulled Chengir and ran toward the old Gu family's resting place. The resting place for third grandma's family was not far from the river, but the old Gu family's resting spot was in a dry forest, quite a distance away. It took about half an hour to get there. However, Gu Jinxiu did not see Chui's family at the old Gu family's resting place, not even Grandma Gu or Grandpa Gu. Instead, she saw her eldest aunt, her uncle, and a middle-aged man who looked about 40, short and stout, with a mole on his face. "Is that her?" The stout, short man looked at Gu Jinxiu, his eyes like a wolf, sizing her up from top to bottom. He nodded with satisfaction. "She looks pretty, but she's too thin." Qian Guangzong smiled and said, "Master Ding is the chief steward of the Qi family. They don't lack rice or flour. Take her back, feed her for a few days, and she'll gain weight." Aunt Gu also said, "Xiao Jie is at a good age now. Lord Ding bringing her home won't be a loss. She can enjoy many years of happiness. During her time fleeing hardship, Gu Jinxiu heard many dirty stories. When she heard this, she finally realized she had been tricked. She was so angry she trembled all over, but quickly hugged Qingguo and ran away. Big brother, second brother, stop her. Qian Liar shouted. They had finally tricked Gu Jinxiu, and she couldn't let her escape. Qian Qingguo and Qian Qingkai had already blocked Gu Jinxiu's way. When she tried to rush past, they tripped her with their legs. With a loud bang, Gu Jinxiu and Qingguo fell to the ground, hurting herself badly. Gu Jinxiu hugged Qingguo tightly, trembling as she asked, Aunt, what are you trying to do? I was just bringing water to Grandma. Let me go back. Go back. Xiao Jie, what nonsense are you talking? Qian Liar smiled, full of pride. Gu Jinxiu, this charming girl, was finally about to be ruined. Aunt Gu, with a kind smile, advised Gu Jinxiu, Xiao Jie, we worked hard to find you a good family. You don't have to chew on tree leaves anymore. Be grateful and honestly follow Lord Ding back. You'll enjoy endless happiness. Gu Jinxiu only shook her head. No, I don't want to go with him. I want to go back and be with my parents. She couldn't go with Lord Ding. She wasn't stupid. Aunt Gu's words weren't good. If she went with Lord Ding, her life would be over. Lord Ding, hearing Gu Jinxiu's words and seeing her resistance, was very unhappy. He looked angrily at Qian Guangzong and questioned, Didn't you say their whole family was willing to sell themselves? What's going on now? When Qian Guangzong came to find him, he had spoken nicely. He said that the Qian family was short of grain, and the eldest uncle was worried about his big family. He was willing to sell himself and his wife and children to help the old Gu family find a way to survive. Originally, the Qi family didn't plan to buy people. But because the eldest lady was about to give birth, the eldest son was worried about her. He slowed down the caravan, causing it to mix with many refugees. The eldest son was worried something might happen, so he followed other wealthy families' example and started buying people. When the refugees tried to rob them, they planned to have the bought people block the way, so the guards could help them escape. In the past few days, they had bought many refugees, mostly able-bodied men. Gu Dashan's family only had 2 capable men. The other 4 were women and children. If it weren't for Qian Guangzong promising to give him a beautiful girl, he wouldn't have bought Gu Dashan's family. Now that the contract was signed and the grain and money had been paid, the girl refused to go with him. Was Qian Guangzong playing him? Qian Guangzong hurriedly said, Master Ding, you misunderstood. This girl has always been timid. She was frightened when she saw your brave appearance for the first time. Please wait a moment. We will send her to you right away. Master Ding, a chubby man, liked pretty young girls. After months of fleeing famine, his mouth was tasteless. When he finally saw Gu Jinxiu, a girl with beautiful features, he couldn't let her go. After urging Qian Guangzong, he stood nearby waiting. Qian Guangzong glared at Gu Degu. Can she do anything? Hurry up and bring Sister Xiao over. How long does Master Ding have to wait? This matter had to be done today. Otherwise, all the benefits they gained would be lost. Master Ding, please stay calm. I will bring Sister Xiao to you now. Gu Degu stepped forward, grabbing Gu Jincheng, trying to pull him out of Gu Jinxiu's arms. Brother Chung, come out quickly. Don't block your sister's happiness. Although young, Gu Jincheng knew these people weren't good. He couldn't let his sister go with them. He struggled to dodge Gu Dega's hand, waving his small hands to keep him away. Go away, go away. Don't bully my sister. You're all bad people. Gu Jincheng struggled so fiercely that Gu Degu became angry. He shouted at Qian Qingguo, Qingguo, come over and take this little brat away. Qian Qingguo immediately stepped forward, grabbing Gu Jincheng and pulling him away from Gu Jinxiu. Gu Jincheng cried and shouted, biting Qian Qingguo's arm to protect Gu Jinxiu. Qian Qingguo, feeling the pain, howled and threw Gu Jincheng to the ground. Seeing his arm bleeding from the bite, he cursed loudly. Wild kid, you've gone too far. You even dared to bite your own cousin. Qian Qingguo had always looked down on Gu Dashan's family. Now, seeing Gu Jincheng hurt, he was furious. He grabbed Gu Jincheng and slapped him twice across the face. Gu Jincheng's face swelled, with red finger marks, 2 baby teeth knocked out, and blood flowing from his mouth. He cried loudly, looking at Gu Jinxiu and shouting, "Sister, run.
Run."
Brother Chung. Gu Jinxiu saw Gu Jincheng being beaten. She crawled up from the ground, trying to rush over to save him, but Gu Daegu grabbed her. "Come here, shameless girl. If you don't listen and try to fight back, you'll only get hurt." What she thought would be a simple matter turned out to be so difficult because of Gu Jinxiu and Gu Jincheng's stubbornness. "Liar, come here and catch this charming girl." Gu Daegu was very angry and called Qian liar. The two of them grabbed Gu Jinxiu and dragged her toward Lord Ding. Lord Ding patted his swollen belly, looking at Gu Jinxiu with interest. Not only does she look good, but she also has a strong temper. Nice, she suits his taste. The more Lord Ding thought about it, the more impatient he became. He urged again, "Hurry up and bring her over. I don't have time to waste." "Coming right away." "It won't ruin Lord Ding's good plans," Gu Daegu said with a forced smile. She and Qian Liar pulled Gu Jinxiu to Lord Ding and smiled at him. "Lord Ding, we'll take this girl to your camp ourselves." Lord Ding nodded with satisfaction and turned to walk into the dense, withered woods. This was the plan suggested by Grandma Gu. Grandma Gu said that as long as they tricked Gu Jinxiu into coming over and made her marry Lord Ding, even if Gu Dasha's family was unhappy, they would still go to the Qi family to work for her for Gu Jinxiu's sake. Gu Jinxiu's eyes filled with tears. She looked back at Brother Chung, who was crying and shouting, then at the short, fat middle-aged man walking ahead. For the first time, she felt a fierce determination. Suddenly, she attacked, biting Gu Daegu's waist.
"Ah!"
Gu Daegu cried out in pain and let go of her. Gu Jinxiu took out a stone knife given by Gu Jinli and slashed at Qian Liar's face. Qian Liar treasured her face most. She screamed and let go of Gu Jinxiu. She looked at Gu Jinxiu in disbelief and shouted, "Gu Jinxiu, are you crazy?" Lord Ding heard the noise and turned around. Seeing Gu Jinxiu break free, his face turned pale with anger. He cursed, "Useless thing, you can't even catch a little girl." Lord Ding personally tried to catch Gu Jinxiu. Gu Jinxiu waved her stone knife, crying and threatening, "Don't come closer. If you do, I'll die with you."
Bang!
Qian Guangzong picked up a stone and threw it at Gu Jinxiu's back, knocking her to the ground. Bah! Daring to threaten Lord Ding with death. "You little brat, you've become more aggressive these months. Chengkai, bring the rope. Tie up this wicked girl." "Okay." Qian Chengkai found some old grass rope from the Gu family and threw it to Qian Guangzong. Qian Guangzong grabbed Gu Jinxiu's hands, took the grass rope, and was about to tie her up when a cold wind blew behind him. Suddenly, a wooden stick struck his head. Gu Jinli, furious, knocked down Qian Guangzong and stood in front of Gu Jinxiu, protecting her. The two sharpened wooden sticks pointed at Lord Ding and Gu Daegu, threatening, "If you move again, I'll make you bleed." She turned to the left and shouted, "Dad, third grandma, I found Big Sister and Brother Chung. They're here. Come quickly." Third grandma was nearby gathering firewood, but in a moment, she couldn't see Sister Xiao or Brother Chung. Worried something might have happened to them, she hurried to find someone. Gu Jinli had been worried that the old Gu family might retaliate. When she heard Sister Xiao and Brother Chung were missing, she immediately ran to the old Gu family's resting place and indeed found them. She also saw Qian Guangzong injure Gu Jinxiu and try to tie her up to take her away. She was furious. What are these animals trying to do? Gu Dashan, third grandma, along with Father Luo and Luo Huanyang, heard the noise and rushed over. They saw Gu Jinxiu and Gu Jincheng injured and quickly helped them up, shielding them behind. Third grandma pointed at Gu Daegu and scolded, "Yuan, what do you want to do to our Gu family?" Gu Daegu was brought by Grandma Gu and was not the biological daughter of old Master Gu. She used to be called Yuan Jinji. Gu Daegu looked upset. She hated others mentioning her background, saying she wasn't truly part of the old Gu family. Third grandma didn't get along with Grandma Gu, and Gu Daegu was afraid of third grandma. She hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Third aunt, look at what you're saying. I am also part of the old Gu family. I'm Sister Xiao and Brother Cheng's big aunt. What could I do to them? Are you blind?" Third grandma looked at Brother Cheng, who was being held by Gu Dashin with swollen cheeks, a bleeding mouth, and 2 missing teeth. She was heartbroken and scolded Gu Daegu angrily. "You wicked woman. Our Gu family doesn't have someone as cruel as you. Look at what you've done to Brother Cheng." Gu Daegu was furious from the harsh scolding. She pointed at the crying Gu Jinxiu and said, "Third aunt, don't just scold anyone. This isn't even my fault.
It's bad."
Seeing Gu Daegu trying to shift the blame onto Gu Jinxiu, Gu Jinli knew how much people cared about reputation. She didn't let her finish and struck Gu Daegu with a wooden stick. Gu Daegu screamed and dodged while shouting, "Gu Xiuyu! How dare you hit an elder? Your grandmother won't forgive you." Third grandma, hearing Gu Daegu mention Grandma Gu, was so angry she snatched the stick from Gu Jinli and chased after Gu Daegu, hitting her. "Now Grandma is hitting you. If you don't like it, call Pan Sure. I'm not afraid of her." Grandmother Sen used her strength, and elder sister Gu was beaten badly, crying out in pain. Qian Guangzong and his sons watched in fear and didn't dare to help. Instead, they stepped back a few steps to avoid getting hit by Grandmother San. Nearby, the disaster victims heard the noise and gathered around the resting place of Old Gu's family to watch the fight. This Old Gu family is causing trouble again. Exactly, they are always the most lively. The people of Old Gu's family are always fighting or scolding the eldest family. Grandmother Gu was always arguing and hitting people, so her family became famous among the disaster victims. Why are they fighting this time? A victim looked at elder sister Gu and said in surprise, "Today, it's not Gu Dashin's family being beaten, but Gu grandmother's eldest daughter." Some victim sneered, "Who got beaten doesn't matter to us. We just want to watch the show." Dingy looked at the chaotic scene and was very angry. He glared at Qian Guangzong and threatened, "Qian Guangzong, are you playing tricks on me? If you don't hand over the person today, you'll have to pay 10 times the grain and silver to the Qi family." They dare to deceive the Qi family? Do they think the Qi family is just some local landowners? The head of the Qi family is an official in the capital. Qian Guangzong knew the Qi family was an official family and couldn't offend them. But he wasn't a match for Grandmother San, so he signaled to Qian Liar to go find Gu Laotai. Qian Liar hurriedly slipped away. Grandmother Gu, wanting to protect her reputation, handed over the matter of selling Gu Dashin's family to elder sister Gu's family. But when they messed up, and hearing Qian Liar's crying plea, they realized they couldn't hide anymore. They had no choice but to return to Old Gu's family resting place with everyone. Knock, knock, knock. Grandmother Gu hammered her cane hard and shouted loudly, "Why are you all crowding around my resting place? Get out, get out. All of you, scram." Elder sister Gu, hearing Grandmother Gu's voice, ran over disheveled and hid behind her, crying as she said, "Mother, third aunt is crazy. She's been chasing my daughter and hitting her."
Bah.
"You're the crazy one, a worthless dog with a broken heart. Why do I need to say it again, that I hit you?" Grandmother San, showing her fierce side from years ago, pointed at Chengur's face and said, "Look at what your family has done to Chengur. Chengur is less than 4 years old, and you all can hit him." Elder sister Gu shamelessly denied it, relying on no one seeing Qian Chenggui hitting Chengur, and shouted, "We didn't hit Chengur. He fell and hurt himself." Chengur understood elder sister Gu's words. He pointed at her and Dingyi with his little finger, choking on tears, and said, "Bad people, they are bad people. They want to take my sister away. They wouldn't let them take the children, so they fought me." Gu Jinli kept watching Dingyi, and when Chenggu spoke, his expression turned cold. Clearly, this matter was related to him. Old Lady Gu heard Chenggu and looked at Qian Guangzong. Qian Guangzong immediately said, "What bad people? This is Ding Yi from the Qi family in the city. He's not here to take your sister." It's your father who sold your family, and Dingy has come to pick you up. His words caused a commotion around. The villagers whispered, so they sold people. In these hard times, selling children or family members was common, and Gu Dashan's family selling themselves into slavery was not surprising. Gu Dashan was stunned, looking at Qian Guangzong, and realized he was talking about him selling his family. He hurriedly denied, "No, I didn't sell Xiao Jia and the others." Qian Guangzong was cunning and sneaky. He pulled out a contract and waved it in his hand. "This contract has your fingerprint on it. For days ago, you knew we had no food. You couldn't bear to see the family go hungry, so you said you wanted to sell yourself into slavery to exchange for food. I advised you then, but you said you couldn't let your father-in-law and mother-in-law suffer, so you insisted on selling yourself. I had no choice but to help find a way. We finally went to the Qi family. You personally pressed your finger on the contract in front of Ding Yi and me, selling your whole family of 6. Now you're regretting it, but it's too late." Qian Guangzong lied, shifting the blame for selling the family onto Gu Dashan himself. Old Lady Gu wiped her tears and looked at Gu Dashan. "After my husband and I found out, we scolded you badly. We told you to return the grain to Ding Yi and get back the contract. But you have a stubborn temper and refused to go. Now Ding Yi has come to take the people, and you're denying it again. Dasha, what do you really want? Do you want everyone to think your wife is cruel and that you sold your whole family?" Old Lady Gu cried loudly, tears and snot flowing, like a mother wrongly accused by her unfilial son. Little Sister Gu also said, "Yes, big brother, our whole family advised you. But you wouldn't listen. You told us to hide it from sister-in-law and the others, saying you'd tell them when Qi family came to take the people." Qian Liar added more harshly, "It was still your idea to trick Xiao Jia and Chenggur into coming today, uncle." Zheng Shi cheered maliciously, "Big brother, this was your plan. Now that things are happening, don't try to blame us." The old Gu family members kept talking, making Gu Dashan unable to even defend himself. He looked pale, trembling, and couldn't say a word. Gu Jinli does not believe that Gu Dashan would sell their family. Today's events clearly suggest that the old Gu family set a trap for them, trying to sell their entire family when the opportunity arose. "Dad, there's no need to fear something you haven't done. Justice exists in this world. Let's go talk to the village chief." Luo Huiliang was so angry at Qian Guangzong's words that she almost fainted. Hearing that Gu Jinli wanted to find the village chief, she volunteered, "Wait a moment, I'll go find the village chief." She then ran off quickly. Gu Dashan finally reacted and, looking panicked, said to Gu Jinli, "Dad didn't sell you. Xiuyu, you have to believe Dad. Dad, I know you wouldn't sell us. Someone else doesn't want our family to have a good life," Gu Jinli said coldly, scanning the people from the old Gu family. She memorized each of their faces. The people from the old Gu family felt cold shivers from Gu Jinli's gaze. But since they had a contract of sale, today's events, whether Gu Dashan admits it or not, he has to accept it. Losing their nerve, they glared back arrogantly at Gu Jinli. Luo Huiliang ran quickly and soon found the village chief. The village chief, upon hearing the news, hurriedly gathered the villagers of Gu village. When he saw the old Gu family's resting place surrounded by disaster victims, he quickly ordered the villagers to disperse. "Everyone go back. This is a matter of our Gu village. It has nothing to do with you." Right now, during the famine, the disaster victims didn't have much time for entertainment. Seeing the villagers of Gu village dispersing, they scattered into the woods, searching for something to eat. Gu Dago looked at village chief Gu and immediately started crying. "Chief, you must stand up for our family. Xiuyu disrespected her elders and hit me hard. Look at what she did to me. Boo-hoo. I may not be Dad's biological daughter, but I grew up in the old Gu family. I am Gu Xiaoyu's aunt. She hit me like this." Seeing Gu Daga's false accusations, Luo Huiliang was so angry she interrupted, "You're talking nonsense. It was your family who started the fight with Chenggur, and it was Grandma San who hurt you, not Xiuyu. Don't keep blaming Xiuyu." Grandma San held Gu Xiuyu's wooden stick and stabbed the ground, saying, "Huiliang is right. It was my wife who hit you. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Don't pick on the soft ones." Gu Daegu was exposed and no longer spoke, only crying non-stop. Village Chief Gu, annoyed by her crying, scolded. Enough, stop crying. Gu Daegu hurriedly shut her mouth. Long-Gu village chief looked at the people from the old Gu family. His gaze paused briefly on Aunt Gu's face, then shifted to Deshan's family. Seeing that Jin Chung was badly beaten and Xian Xiu's face was pale with fear, he frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? Everyone, please tell me clearly." Qian Guangzong, quick-talking, cupped his hands to the village chief and was about to speak when suddenly a small stone hit his ankle. The pain made him cry out. The village chief frowned, showing displeasure. Ji Li, taking the chance, said, "Grandpa village chief, my grandma wants to sell our family of 6. To make us willing to be sold, she arranged for Aunt Gu's family to trick my sister and Chungur to come over. They planned to first tie them up and then force us to agree because of my sister and Chungur." She pointed to the injury on Chungur's face and said, "When my sister and Chungur resisted, Aunt Gu's family beat them badly. Luckily, we arrived in time, or Chungur might have been hurt even more." Chungur, scared and upset, heard Ji Li's words. Thinking about the terrible scene earlier, he started to sob and looked very pitiful. The village chief was shocked. Seeing Chungur's injuries and the short, chubby man standing at the old Gu family's resting place, he knew this was true. The villagers of Gu village were also stunned. Deshan's brothers worked hard and never complained, helping Uncle Gu's family like beasts of burden. Yet, Uncle Gu's family wanted to sell their family of 6. Aunt Gu hurriedly said, "Village chief, Xiao Yu is lying. Don't listen to her nonsense." It was Deshan himself who volunteered to sell his family to the old Gu family to exchange for grain. The old Gu family didn't force him to sell himself. Ji Li smiled sarcastically with her round, almond-shaped eyes and looked at Aunt Gu. "Aunt, are you willing to sell your own family to exchange for grain?" Aunt Gu would never agree. She wasn't stupid. Grandma Gu saw Aunt Gu get caught and started to cry again. She said to the village chief, "Village chief, I know I have a bad temper. People in the village think I'm mean. But this time, it was Deshan himself who wanted to sell his wife and children to exchange for grain." She sighed. Deshan is a filial boy. When he knew the family was running out of food, he couldn't bear to see his father go hungry. So he asked Guangzong to find a way to sell himself and his family to exchange for grain and save his father. Deshan quickly denied, "No, village chief, I didn't want to sell my wife and children." Old Lady Gu heard what Old Master Gu said and looked disappointed. "Dashan, a few days ago we advised you to return the grain and silver to the chief family and get back the selling contract. You didn't listen. Now the housekeeper from Chi is here to take people, and you change your mind. Why bother?" Village chief was shocked and looked up at Old Lady Gu. "Has the selling contract been signed?" This was bad. With a contract, even if he wanted to save Dashan's family, he couldn't. Qian Guangzong raised the selling contract again and said, "Yes, I saw my brother-in-law press his fingerprint on it with my own eyes." He looked at Gu Jinli and sneered, "Little fish niece, it was your father who wanted to sell you all. No matter how you twist the truth, it won't change." Gu Jinli's face darkened. Who is really twisting the truth? Village chief saw both sides arguing and turned to Old Master Gu, standing behind Gu Yuan, asking, "Old Six, is what your eldest son-in-law said true?" Old Master Gu was asked and remained silent. Dashan looked at Old Master Gu with hope, wishing he would say something to clarify the truth. But Old Master Gu never spoke, as if he was not involved. Dashan had no choice. He suddenly knelt in front of Old Master Gu with a thud. "Father, please tell the truth. I beg you." This was about his family of 6 being sold. He could become a servant, but he couldn't let his wife and children become slaves and live a life of shame forever. Old Master Gu still said nothing. Dashan kept kowtowing, begging him. The sound of his head hitting the floor echoed through the old Gu family's resting place. Dashan's forehead turned dark and swollen. The villagers watched and felt sorry for him. They started quietly criticizing Old Master Gu for being cold-blooded. Old Master Gu had no choice. Finally, he spoke, Dashin, if you did something wrong, you have to accept it. Don't cause trouble for the family. Dashin was stunned for a moment and looked at old Master Gu in disbelief. Over the years, he worked hard for the old Gu family, endured the teasing from old Lady Gu and everyone else, all for old Master Gu. He always thought that old Master Gu cared about him as the eldest son and didn't help him because he didn't want to add to the family's problems. After all, he wasn't deaf, mute, or unkind. But now, in his hardest moment, when his wife and children were about to be sold, he begged his father to tell the truth, and he refused. Dashin cried. He covered his dark face with both hands, tears dripping from his fingers, crying like a child. Old Lady Gu felt happy after hearing old Master Gu's words and seeing Dashin crying bitterly. Marrying a common man as a concubine was her shame, but only by carefully undermining the biological children of the main wife could she feel a little better. Gu Jinli did not stop Dashin from kneeling and begging old Master Gu, and she was pleased to see old Master Gu abandon him. She always knew Dashin valued old Master Gu very much and was reluctant to leave the old Gu family because of him. This time, she wanted Dashin to see clearly his position in old Master Gu's heart, no more than a servant. Only when Dashin was completely disappointed in old Master Gu could she make him agree to leave the old Gu family. Gu Jinli pointed at the contract in Qian Guangzong's hand and said to Village Chief Gu, Village Chief, we want to see that contract. We've never seen it before, so how do we know what it says? And who is it sold to? The village chief nodded in agreement. The eldest son-in-law of the sixth family. Bring the contract here. Qian Guangzong was prepared and was not afraid of the village chief examining the contract. He walked up to the village chief, handed him the contract, and pointed at the fingerprint. Village chief, look, this is Dashin's fingerprint. It has his thumbprint. Since ancient times, the way to verify a fingerprint was by examining the fingerprint itself. Village Chief Gu looked at Dashin, who was still kneeling and crying, and said, Dashin, come here. Dashin was stunned. Hearing the village chief, he was helped by Father Luo and came over. The village chief asked Dashin to extend his hand. Using Dashin's hand, he carefully compared the fingerprint on the contract. Gu Jinli and the third and also came over, looking at Dashin's thumb pad and comparing it with the fingerprint on the contract. Dashin's thumb fingerprint was quite complex, with a double pattern, 2 patterns in one fingerprint. After carefully comparing for about 15 minutes, they reached a conclusion. Dashin's thumbprint looks very similar to the fingerprint on the contract, said Village Chief Gu with a frown, unable to hide his suspicion. Qian Guangzong was displeased and said, Village Chief, you can't favor Dashin's family. The fingerprint on the contract is exactly the same as his thumbprint. Village Chief Gu looked at Qian Guangzong and asked Dashin, have you recently pressed your thumb on paper? Father Luo pushed Dashin, who then reacted and shook his head repeatedly. No, I haven't pressed my thumb on paper. Village Chief, I would never sell my wife and children. The dark-faced farmer looked much older than his peers. Confronted with this sudden scheme, he kept denying it, but the people from the Gu family didn't listen to his denials. Uncle Gu stepped forward and said, Big brother, you can't be so shameless. You said you wanted to sell your wife and children to exchange for food to survive. You personally signed the contract to sell yourself into slavery, and now you deny it? You're simply extremely shameless. Uncle Gu looked ashamed of being associated with Dashin. Gu's younger sister's husband, the son of the town scholar, considered himself from a refined family. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and said, Very disgusted, breaking your word. This behavior of my brother-in-law is truly petty. Dashin's face turned red with embarrassment. He wanted to explain but was too flustered to say anything. Gu Jinli comforted Dashin, saying, Dad, don't get angry. They're just 2 self-righteous dogs barking wildly. Ignore them. Uncle Gu and Gu's younger brother-in-law looked furious. The younger brother-in-law pointed at Gu Jinli and scolded, Uneducated country bumpkin, how dare you speak to your elders like that? Truly shameful to our ancestors. Gu Jinli sneered, a sponger and a traitor. eating his father-in-law's food and still wanting to sell his father-in-law's own son. You're the uneducated one. Shameful to our ancestors. Gu Jinli's words were double-edged, insulting both the younger brother-in-law and Qian Guangzong at the same time. The younger brother-in-law was so angry he nearly fell backward, pointing at Gu Jinli, but unable to say a word. Good for nothing. Gu Xiaoyu, do you still have any sense of hierarchy or respect? How dare you scold your own uncle? Old Lady Gu, caring deeply for her youngest daughter, saw her son-in-law being scolded and immediately raised her walking stick, pointing it at Gu Jinli. If not for the village chief present, she would have struck him already. Gu Jinli was now completely unrestrained. He looked at Old Lady Gu with a mocking smile and said, "Our whole family is about to be sold by you. Why should we still respect you?" Old Lady Gu choked, unable to find words to reply. Then Gu Jinli pointed at the fingerprint on the contract and said, "Village chief, the fingerprint on this contract isn't very clear. It definitely isn't my father's. Perhaps because the fingerprint was made in a hurry or intentionally, the mark on the contract tilted forward, making the fingerprint blurry and hard to see. In the middle of the fingerprint, near the double scoop mark, there was a tiny black dot about the size of a sesame seed. It was likely caused by something dirty on the hand of the person who pressed it, leaving this black spot." Village Chief Gu also noticed these two details. That's why he said the fingerprint on the contract looked similar to the fingerprints of Deshan's fingers, but he didn't claim it was definitely Deshan's. Father Luo said, "Village Chief, the thumbprint on the sale contract is blurry, so we can't prove it belongs to Brother Dashan. If it can't be proven, then the sale contract is invalid." Hearing this, Mr. Ding finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "Our chief family is paid in silver and grain. Your Gu family village can't just refuse to pay." He glanced at Gu Jinxiu, feeling eager. He had finally found a beautiful young girl among a group of desperate refugees. He didn't want to give up now. Today, he must take the Gu Dashan family away. Qian Guangzong said, "Yes, the thumbprint on the sale contract was made by Gu Dashan himself. You can't deny it." He then pointed at Gu Jinli and asked, "If you say this thumbprint isn't your father's, then whose is it?" The fingerprint on the double scoop bowl was rare, and most of the old Gu family used round bowls, which were different from Gu Dashan's. Gu Jinli pointed at Gu Xinshu, who was hiding behind Old Master Gu, and said, "Uncle San's is a double scoop bowl. Maybe he made this thumbprint." Gu Xinshu was not liked by Grandma Gu. He had always been semi-invisible in the old Gu family. Hearing Gu Jinli's words, he panicked and looked angry. "Little fish, don't falsely accuse Uncle San. Uncle San has never made any thumbprints." Falsely accused? Gu Jinli looked at Gu Rong, hiding behind Mrs. Zhang, and felt like biting her to death. When Grandma San was chasing and hitting Gu Daegu, she asked Gu Jinxiu. Gu Jinxiu said Gu Rong came to find her, saying Chui's wife was beaten. She was anxious and took Chingur to the old Gu family's resting place, where she met Mr. Ding. Gu Rong almost ruined Gu Jinxiu's life. Everyone in the old Gu family, including Uncle San and his family, was not innocent, just a pack of wolves. Seeing Gu Jinli's cold gaze, Gu Rong was so frightened he trembled. But then she remembered that the Gu Dashan family was about to be sold, and her fear vanished. She spat silently at Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli's face darkened. She said to Village Chief Gu, "Village Chief, let Uncle San come out and identify the fingerprint." Village Chief Gu looked at Uncle San and said, "Come here, Uncle." Uncle San's face stiffened. He grabbed Old Master Gu's hand and whispered, "Dad." He couldn't go. If he did, it would be truly over. Although Uncle San was not liked by Grandma Gu, Old Master Gu liked him best because he looked very much like him. Not wanting Uncle San to suffer, he looked up at Dashan and said, "Dashan, if you made the thumbprint, you have to admit it. Don't blame others. Follow Mr. Ding to Chi's house. Your father will always be grateful." Old Master Gu's words seemed to secretly ask Dashan to admit to the sale contract. Gu Dashan heard Old Master Gu's words, and his expression changed. This was the first time in his 36 years of life that Old Master Gu had expressed gratitude to him. Uncle Gu saw that Dashin was starting to waver and quickly said, "Yes, brother, our whole family will be grateful to you." Jinli almost vomited in disgust. "Then, uncle, take your wife and children to Chi's house. Our family will be grateful to you for a lifetime." Selling oneself into slavery just to earn a few words of thanks, such a cheap deal does not exist in the world. Grandma San was so angry at old Gu's family that her blood boiled. She said to Father Luo, "Taizhu, go and bring old third Gu here. He shouldn't have to suffer for Dasha's family." Father Luo, who is skilled in martial arts and steady on his feet, quickly stepped forward and pulled old third Gu over. He grabbed his right thumb, with the pad facing up, and presented it to the village chief. The village chief didn't want to get rough at first, but seeing Father Luo bring the person over, he had no choice but to examine the fingerprint. This pair of fingerprints caused problems. After a moment, the village chief frowned again and said, "The fingerprint on the selling contract looks very similar to the fingerprint of the Fu finger." Both Gu Youfu and Dasha resembled old Master Gu. Even their fingerprints were of the same pattern. Jinli didn't give old Gu's family a chance to argue and immediately shouted, "Village chief, uncles, aunts, and elders, everything is clear now. The fingerprint on the selling contract wasn't made by my father. It was made by Uncle San. My grandmother sold our family and made Uncle San sign the contract, trying to frame my father. I asked the village chief and everyone to help us." Hearing this, Jinli pulled Brother Chung and knelt before the villagers, saying, "Please, village chief and elders, help our family. My father didn't sell us." Jinli seized the moment and pointed at the selling contract, saying, "Since we don't know who made the fingerprint on this contract, it can't be considered valid." Mr. Ding, hearing Jinli's words, glared fiercely at Qian Guangzong and angrily said to Jinli, "Who is this little girl? This is an adult matter. It has nothing to do with you. Hurry back." The contract clearly stated that Dasha sold her family of 6 to Chi's house on August 26 in exchange for 50 jin of grain and 20 taels of silver, with no room for regret. If they try to back out, they would have to pay triple compensation in grain and silver. Mr. Ding, who is fat and clumsy, pointed at the contract and said, "The words are clear on this white paper. When you come to collect, if you try to cheat, there's no way out." "A family of 6? Jinli smiled, took a step forward, and grabbed the contract from the village chief. "But this contract says a family of 5. Where did the 6th person come from? This sale contract is full of flaws. Using such a broken document, you think you can sell her entire family? What a daydream." Master Ding remained calm and pointed at Gu Jincheng, who was kneeling. "He's too young. Our chief family doesn't want him. But the chief family is a kind and generous household, so we can't bear to see your family torn apart. That's why we said it's okay for your family of 6 to bring this little one to the Chi household." He looked at them as if they should be grateful and as if they shouldn't cling to the 5 or 6-year-old. Gu Jinli really thanks her ancestors. She clenched the sale contract tightly and pointed at Uncle Gu San. Uncle San's family has exactly 5 members. The fingerprints on the contract look very similar to his. It must be sold to his family. If your chief family wants people, just take my Uncle San's family. Master Ding was stunned. This brat could turn around and bite back so fiercely. Uncle Gu San was already timid, and this time, it was Gu Lao Tai who begged him to do this, promising that after it was done, they would give him 5 taels of silver. The silver wasn't much, but he had never been so valued by Gu Lao Tai before. Excited, he quickly agreed. But he didn't expect Gu Xiaoyu to be so difficult, turning a simple matter into such a big fuss. Gu Lao Tai couldn't sit still anymore. She grabbed her cane and swung it at Gu Jinli. "It was your father who sold you. Why are you dragging Uncle San into this? I'll beat you to death, you wicked girl." Gu Jinli dodged her grandmother's strike and deliberately ran to Zhang's side. She grabbed Gu Rong, who was watching the show, and pulled her harshly, pushing her toward Master Ding. "Uncle Fat, he looks pretty good. Take their whole family away." "Ah!" Gu Rong screamed, trying to stop, but Gu Jinli pushed her too hard. She fell into Master Ding's arms, feeling disgusted and goosebumps rising. Gu Rong's steps were unsteady, but she forcibly turned around and fell to the ground. Feeling both pain and nausea, she pointed at Gu Jinli, crying and yelling, "Wah wah wah! Gu Xiaoyu, you wicked girl! You hurt me! I'll beat you to death!" Gu Jinli looked at her coldly, feeling pleased inside. Anyone who dares harm Gu Xiao would pay the price. Zhang saw Gu Rong being pushed into Master Ding's arms and turned pale with fear. She raised her hand to slap Gu Jinli, but was dodged. When she tried to chase and hit her again, the village chief shouted angrily, "Everyone stop! Do you all have no manners? Old Six, how do you manage this household? What kind of family is this?" Village Chief Gu was so angry his chest hurt. Before the escape, Old Six family still cared about their second son being a scholar and didn't dare be too shameless. But since fleeing, they've completely lost their dignity. They keep causing trouble, and the more they do, the more shameless they become. Mr. Zhang saw Village Chief Gu scolding someone and was so frightened that he shrank back, stopping his attack on Gu Jinli. He turned around and went to help Gu Rong. Gu Jinli saw Grandma Gu wanting to speak, so she quickly said to the village chief, "Village chief, everything is clear now. The chief family wants to buy only my third uncle's family, but they wrote the wrong name. Please help us. Let Mr. Ding take my third uncle's family away." Village Chief Gu remained silent. Some villagers pointed at Gu's third uncle and said, "It seems they are really selling the third uncle's family." Third grandma took the chance to speak. "That's right. Pen always didn't like the third uncle. Selling his family is normal. Although Deshan isn't her biological son, he and his family can work. If they sell Deshan's family, who will do the chores for the old Gu family? Pan, do you want your second son to do hard work?" Gu Rong heard third grandma's words and remembered what Qian Liar had told her, that Mr. Ding liked pretty, fresh young girls. Gu Jinxiu wasn't sold to Qi's family, but was sent to Mr. Ding as a concubine. If they sold her family, and she was the only girl, would she have to become Mr. Ding's concubine? Seeing Mr. Ding's old, ugly, and fat appearance, Gu Rong trembled with fear. Her mind went blank, and she suddenly cried out, "It's not my family being sold. It's Gu Xiaoyu's family." Gu Jinli said, "But there's your father's fingerprint on it, and it says a family of 5. They're selling your family." This statement was a trap, but Gu Rong didn't realize it. She was just scared and panicked, blurted out, "That fingerprint was made by my grandma for my dad, saying she wanted to fake the big uncle's fingerprint and sell your family. It says a family of 5, but that's because they want to send Sister Xiao to Mr. Ding as a concubine, so they left out one person." Gu Rong's words caused the villagers of Gu's village to erupt in chaos. Third and Gu is so cruel, trying to use such wicked tricks to sell Deshan's family. Village Chief Gu was so angry he trembled, pointing at old Master Gu and said, "Old Sixth, I can't keep such a wicked wife in our family. If you don't take care of her, I, as the clan leader, will hold a family meeting to divorce this wicked woman." Not only did she plan to sell Deshan's family, but she also wanted to send Sister Xiao to a servant as a concubine. That's too cruel. Old Master Gu's face turned dark. He was always proud, but now he felt humiliated. He wouldn't admit he was wrong. Hearing Village Chief Gu's accusations, he stiffened his neck and said, "This is my family's business. It has nothing to do with the village." Grandma Gu immediately spat at Village Chief Gu and said, "Bah, don't talk about divorcing me at the family shrine. Is there a Gu family shrine here? My husband said this is my family's business, and it has nothing to do with the village." Old Lady Gu, seeing Gu Rong's frightened confession, felt ashamed and decided to go all out. "Master Ding, send someone to come out and tie the Gu Dashan family to the Qi residence. If anyone tries to stop you, just report them to the official office." She stared at the villagers of Gu village with a fierce expression and said, "The head of the Qi family is an official in the capital. If you are not afraid of legal trouble, continue helping Gu Dashan." She sneered and added, "Let me remind you, when you reach Yangji Mansion in the east, you will need to register anew. If you offend the Qi family, the official letter from the Chi Master will be sent to Yangji Mansion, and you won't get new household registration. You will only become wandering refugees. Old Lady Gu's move was very ruthless, controlling the villagers' fate. Hearing her words, the villagers dared not help Gu Dashan's family anymore. Without new household registration, they would be considered refugees in Yangji Mansion, and in the Great Chu dynasty, refugees could be bought and sold freely. Seeing the villagers retreat, Old Lady Gu's face was full of pride. Master Ding liked Gu Jinxiu and wanted to take Gu Dashan's family away. When he saw Old Lady Gu scolding the villagers into submission, he shouted into the woods, "Zhu De, come and get the people." "Coming, Master Ding." From deep in the woods, Zhu De led about 10 young men from the Qi residence rushing over, followed by Qian Qingkai. Not long after Gu village chief and others arrived, Old Lady Gu sensed trouble and sent Qian Qingkai to find someone at the Qi camp, specifically a servant under Master Ding's command, who had been hiding in the woods waiting. Zhu De and his dozen young men quickly arrived at Old Gu's resting place and asked Master Ding, "Master Ding, who do you want?"
Tell me.
Master Ding pointed at Gu Jinxiu, Gu Jinli, and Gu Dashan and said, "Just these few. They stole grain and silver from our Qi residence and wanted to sell themselves into slavery. Now, they want to change their minds. Capture them all and show them how powerful our Qi family is." Zhu De, a young servant, relied on flattering Master Ding to gain some respect among the Qi household staff. Hearing his words, he raised a large stick toward Gu Dashan and the others and said, "What a bunch of troublemakers, trying to steal our grain and silver for free. You must be tired of living." He then ordered the other young men behind him, "Brothers, catch them. Let's show the Qi family strength so these refugees don't think we're just some lowly landowners. We are officials, people." "Yes, Brother Zhu." The young men from the Qi residence, holding thick-handed clubs, charged fiercely toward Gu Dashan and the others. The villagers of Gujia village initially wanted to help, but upon hearing the threatening words of Grandma Gu and seeing the intimidating sticks, all the young servants dressed in uniform gray-blue short coats retreated backwards. Mr. Ding saw the villagers were afraid and looked proud with his fat face. Grandma Gu was very pleased, thinking that Gu Dashan's family dared to oppose her, and they would soon suffer great punishment. Village Chief Gu saw the young servants from the Qi family rushing over and shouted angrily, "Stop! Stand still! These are my people from Gujia village. What do you want to do?"
Bah!
"We are not from Gujia village. These are new slaves I bought from the Qi family," said Zhu De with a fierce face, glaring fiercely at Village Chief Gu. He pretended to swing his big stick at him. Village Chief Gu was so scared he kept stepping back. If villagers hadn't helped him in time, he might have fallen over. Gu Jinxiu and Gu Jincheng were very frightened. Grandma San ran over and hugged the brother and sister tightly. Gu Jinli and Luo Huanyang protected the three of them behind, holding wooden sticks and facing the approaching young servants. Father Luo slapped Gu Dashan on the back, waking him up from his fright. He quickly grabbed a broom from the old Gu family resting place and shoved it into Gu Dashan's hands. "Dashan, hold this. Today we will fight them." Father Luo turned his wrist and took out a short knife from his waist. His eyes, sharp like a warrior's, stared at the young servants from the Qi family. Zhu De looked at Father Luo and felt a bit scared. How could there be a martial artist here? Usually they just bullied farmers outside and never fought against martial artists. Father Luo's move to draw his knife was very intimidating. The young servants from the Qi family were all startled and didn't dare to rush forward. The two sides held their ground. Grandma Gu's pride disappeared. She hurriedly shouted at the young servants from the Qi family, "Brothers, don't be afraid of him. This is our old Gu family selling people. The man's name is Luo. This has nothing to do with us. If he dares to make a move, you can go and report him." Hearing this, Zhu De and the young servants from the Qi family looked at Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding nodded and said, "Go. Don't let these country bumpkins look down on our Qi family." He only wanted to capture Gu Dashan's family and didn't care if the young servants got hurt. If they did, that was even better. He could then complain to the young master and ask for a group of martial guards to kill the man named Luo. Zhu Dan knew that Mr. Ding was determined to capture Gu Dashan's family today, so he clenched his teeth and led the young servants to charge forward. Father Luo kicked over the first young servant who rushed at him. He skillfully waved his short knife, but didn't aim at vital spots. Instead, he aimed at their arms and legs, trying to scare them away. Gu Jinli held a wooden stick, quickly and accurately hitting the small servants' hands to knock their large sticks away. Zhu the thief was clever and dared not face Luo father directly. Taking advantage of the villagers' cover, he and two small servants circled behind Gu Jinli, trying to catch her. Grandma Sen saw three big men rushing from behind and shouted in fear, "Stop! Stop! Help!" while quickly pulling Gu Jinxiu to protect her. Jinxiu was a young lady now. If these small servants touched her, her life would be over. Zhu the thief didn't manage to touch Gu Jinxiu and, furious, clenched his teeth and grabbed Gu Jincheng. Gu Jincheng was so scared he cried loudly, "Let me go. Bad guys. You're all bad." Gu Jinan and Luo Wu, who had just returned with the village's food search team, heard Cheng's crying and rushed into the old Gu family's resting place. Luo Wu reacted quickly. Seeing Cheng being caught, he fiercely struck Zhu's face with a cloth bag filled with mountain mice, hitting him several times and making Zhu stumble back. During Zhu's distraction, Luo snatched Cheng from his grasp. Luo Huanyang saw Luo Wu and immediately shouted, "Brother, come quickly and fight them. These people want to take Uncle Deshan's family as slaves, and that fat guy wants to steal Sister Xiao to be his concubine." Hearing Luo Huanyang, Luo Wu's face tightened instantly. He took a few steps forward and punched Ding Yi several times, knocking him around and making him scream in pain.
Stop, stop.
I am the housekeeper of the Qi family. If you hit me, you're opposing the Qi family, Ding Yi threatened. Luo Wu ignored him and kept punching him hard in the face. Zhu the thief was frightened by Luo Wu's ferocity and quickly ran back to the Qi estate camp with two small servants to find help. Luo father, Luo Wu, and Luo Huanyang were all martial artists. Gu Jinli was fearless. Gu Jinan, furious, snatched the large stick from the small servant and started hitting the small servants trying to take people away. Grandpa San, brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalin, and Uncle Tian, who had just returned with food, saw the chaos and hurried over to help fight. In a short time, they knocked down 10 small servants from the Qi estate and one Ding Yi, tying them up with grass ropes. Old Madame Gu saw the Qi family members being beaten, and Ding Yi, who was so badly beaten he looked unrecognizable, was furious. She jabbed her cane at the ground and shouted, "Rebellion! How dare you hit officials' family members? When the officials from the Qi estate find out, your families will be in big trouble." Brother Gu Damu and Gu Dalin, along with Uncle Tian, did not know that the Qi family was an official family. They only saw that Gu Dashan's family was being bullied and helped without hesitation. Now, hearing old Madame Gu's words, they were taken aback. Old Yan's wife, supported by her granddaughters, had been standing with the villagers near old Gu's resting place. She had long hated old Madame Gu for her actions. Hearing old Madame Gu's words, she angrily said to brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalin, "Damu, Dalin, you did the right thing. That Pan woman's conscience is as bad as a dog's. She's plotting to sell Dashan's family. Our family has benefited from Dashan's family before, so now we should help." Hearing old Yan's wife, Gu Damu and Gu Dalin felt relieved. With their own mother speaking, they had nothing to worry about. Chui's wife went to gather firewood. On the way, she met Chu's wife and Aunt Tian, who were returning with food. The three of them walked over together. When they arrived, they heard old Yan saying that old Madame Gu planned to sell her family. They were so frightened they nearly fainted and had to be supported by Chu's wife. Her husband, Chui's wife, supported by Chu's wife, hurried into old Gu's resting place. Seeing Dashan, she choked with emotion and asked, "What's going on? Mother, are you going to sell our family?" Dashan, unable to face Chui's wife, moved his lips but couldn't say a word. Gu Jinli quickly told Chui's wife about old Madame Gu's disgraceful actions. Chui's wife was heartbroken. They had worked hard for old Gu's family for many years, only to be betrayed and sold. Chui's wife held her daughter Xiao and her son Cheng, tears streaming down her face. But before she could cry long, Zhuda arrived with the eldest young master of the Qi family and dozens of guards, coming in a mighty procession, surrounding old Gu's resting place. Young master, it's them, these disaster victims, who took our Qi family's grain and silver, then refused to give it back and even beat up our people, Zhuda accused, pointing at Luo's father and others, and complained to the Qi young master. When he saw Ding, who was beaten beyond recognition, he shouted again, "Look, young master, what happened to Steward Ding? It's terrible." Ding, with swollen, bloody eyes, looked at the Qi young master and cried out, "Young master, save me." The Qi young master, about 25 or 26 years old, was handsome, dressed in a dark blue robe with a collar, looking like a scholar. Hearing Ding's cry for help, he glanced at him, frowned slightly, and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Luo's father and asked, "I am Qi Yi from the Qi family. May I ask who is in charge here?" Gu Jinli heard Qi Yi's words and felt relieved. It seemed that Qi Yi was reasonable, and there was hope to resolve the matter today. Father Luo bowed to Qi Yi and said, "I am Luo Taizhu. I was the one who hit someone, but we did not intend to cause trouble. It was your housekeeper from the Qi family who tried to force innocent people into slavery. We acted in self-defense." Father Luo pointed at Gu Dashan and said, "This is the victim, Gu Dashan. Your housekeeper wanted to take his family of 6 as slaves." Nonsense. Old Lady Gu saw that the young master of the Qi family arrived and wanted to loudly accuse Luo father and others, but was interrupted by Luo father, making her very angry. She pointed at Gu Dashan's family and said, "Young Master Qi, Mr. Ding did not steal anyone. Gu Dashan voluntarily sold his family of 6 to the Qi family as servants. But he changed his mind at the last minute and refused to become A. That's why Mr. Ding and his people had to take them." Luo Taizhu, who has practiced martial arts for a few years, led a few families close to Gu Dashan to beat Mr. Ding badly. Old Lady Gu took a few deep breaths and continued, "Mr. Ding worked hard for the Qi family, but was badly beaten. Young Master Qi, you must stand up for Mr. Ding." How to stand up? Naturally, it was to arrest Luo father and the others and give them a good beating. That would make her feel better. Qi Yi heard Old Lady Gu's passionate words and looked at her with a faint smile, asking, "Madam, who is this elderly lady?" "This is Gu Dashan's mother, my mother-in-law. I am Qian Guangzong. Before fleeing from hardship, I was the manager of a cloth shop." Qian Guangzong liked to flatter wealthy families. The Qi family in the city was not only extremely rich, but also from an official family. Now is the time to flatter them, otherwise, she would be disrespecting her ancestors. Qi nodded at Qian Guangzong and then looked at Old Lady Gu with a meaningful expression, saying, "So, you are Madame Gu. Is she really Gu Dashan's mother? Does a mother really rush to sell her son like this?" Born into a grand household, Qi knew quite a lot about the dirty affairs of big mansions. After hearing Old Lady Gu's words, he realized today's matter was not simple. He did not order his guards to rush in and save Mr. Ding. Instead, he only brought one guard master to stand in front of Luo father and Gu Dashan and said to Gu Dashan, "Big brother, this matter started because of your family of 6. You speak for your family. I speak for the Qi family. Let's clear this up." Gu Dashan had never been treated so politely by a young master from a noble family before. Hearing Qi Yi's words, he felt both excited and nervous, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. Luo father saw this and pushed him gently, saying, "Brother Dashan, young Master Qi is asking you something. Just tell him everything. Explain the whole story clearly, and he will surely help you." Qi smiled and said, "You're right, big brother. Tell me what happened today." Gu Dashan was still nervous and trembling, unable to speak clearly. Grandma San was anxious and quickly told Qi everything that happened today. There were blurry fingerprint marks, Uncle Gu San pressing a fake fingerprint, a contract stating a family of 5, but actually meant to take away a family of 6 and steal a good girl to be a concubine. Ding Chongwang, you're really something. Qi had almost figured out the whole story. He asked Gu Dashan, where's the contract? Gu Jinli quickly stepped forward and handed the contract to Qi. Uncle, the contract is here. Qi didn't seem like a bad person. She could trust him with a contract. She looked at him and saw he was about 10 years old. She smiled and took the contract, reading its contents and examining the fingerprints. After a moment, his expression changed from gentle to fierce. His eyes fixed on Ding Yi, and he shouted angrily, Ding Chongwang, you pretended to be the estate manager, forged a fake contract, maliciously bought a citizen, and even tried to steal a good girl to be a concubine. According to the law, slaves cannot marry free citizens, but you dared to use your status to forcefully take a good girl and make her a concubine. I won't stop you from dying, but you've harmed the Qi family, and I won't forgive you. Ding Chongwang was not actually the estate manager. The estate manager had already gone to the capital. Ding was just a servant in the outer yard. Because he was familiar with many refugees, he was entrusted with buying people. But he almost got into serious trouble because of this scheming servant. When Ding Yi or Ding Chongwang realized that Qi hadn't called the guards to rescue him, he knew trouble was coming. Hearing Qi's angry words, he shivered and shouted, F false accusations. I'm innocent, young master. Innocent? Qi turned to the guard master beside her and said, Master Yu, the estate has a servant who made a mistake but refuses to admit it. It's time to loosen him up and make him understand the rules. Master Yu was the head guard, responsible for guarding the house and punishing servants who committed serious mistakes. Ding Chongwang had seen Master Yu punish servants before. Hearing this, Ding was so scared he lost control and cried out, Young master, I was wrong. Please, in my mother's honor, spare my life. He was already badly beaten by Luo Wu and injured all over. After being beaten by Master Yu again, he thought he wouldn't survive. Qi Yi also did not want to cause any casualties at this moment. He raised his hand to stop Master Yu and pointed at Zhu De and the dozen or so servants, saying, Bind these unruly servants for their misdeeds. If it weren't for Zhu De and those servants helping the wrongdoers, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Zhu De and the other servants, who had come to cause trouble, were frightened and knelt down, saying, Young master, it's not our fault. We were forced by Ding Chongwang to do this. Before they could finish, dozens of guards stormed in, sealed their mouths with cloth, and tied them up with ropes, preventing them from speaking further. The guards of the Qi family are skilled fighters. After tying Zhu De and the others, they dragged them together and surrounded them, waiting for Qi Yi's orders. Gu Dashan's family of 6 saw Ding Chongwang being captured, and all felt very happy. Mrs. Cui and Gu Jinxiu were so overjoyed they cried tears of happiness. Their family had finally escaped the danger of being sold. Old Lady Gu was quite frightened by what was happening, but seeing Gu Dashan's happy family made her so angry her chest hurt. She pointed at Gu Dashan's family and said to Qi Yi, Young Master Qi, Dasha's family has already been sold to your Qi estate. Please take them away. Yes, young Master Qi. My uncle's family is now your household servants. You can take them, or I can send them to you. What do you think? Qian Guangzong smiled cautiously, hoping not to leave Gu Dasha's family behind. He didn't want to return the grain and silver he had gained to the Qi estate. Qi Yi's gaze swept past Qian Guangzong and fell on Old Lady Gu. He shook his head and refused, saying, Old lady, the fingerprint was pressed by Gu Yufu. I cannot take Dasha's family away. Qi Yi is a scholar and a member of the official family. He knows the laws of Daching well. According to the law, a fingerprint that is not pressed by the person cannot be considered valid. The fingerprint on the sale contract was blurry, with a tiny black, and could not be considered valid. Therefore, not only Dasha's family but even Gu Yofu's family could not be taken away. To take either family, a new sale contract would need to be signed. Old Lady Gu was anxious and started lying again, saying, Young Master Qi, don't listen to their lies. The fingerprint was pressed by Gu Yofu. Guangzong and Ding Chongwang are witnesses. Third auntie was so angry she trembled, pointing at old lady Gu and saying, Mrs. Pan, Rongjia already admitted that her father pressed the fingerprint. Are you still trying to falsely accuse Dasha? Rongjia was scared by Gu Xiaoyu and was talking nonsense. It doesn't count. Old lady Gu was now desperate. Since she couldn't keep Dasha's family, she was furious. She refused to sell them and would not return the grain and silver to the Qi estate. Qi looked at Grandma Gu, who was spitting and yelling, and for the first time saw what a rude countrywoman looked like. He didn't want to waste words on such an old woman, so he asked the guard to remove the cloth from Ding Chongwang's mouth and said, Tell me, who pressed the thumbprint on the family sale contract? Be honest, and if you dare to lie, you know the rules of the Qi family. His words were not too harsh, but they scared Ding Chongwang so much that he trembled and said, It was Fufu who pressed it. Grandma Gu said that the thumbs of their two brothers are very similar, with double ridges, and the fingerprints look alike. They deliberately pressed it to be blurry and added a black, so it would be impossible to tell real from fake. Then Deshawn would be wrongly accused, and the whole family would be sold. He started crying out for justice again. Young master, I was wrong. I was falsely accused. It was Grandma Gu who wanted to sell her stepson, so she came up with this bad idea to trick me. I regret it. It turned out he wasn't the biological son. No wonder Grandma Gu wanted to sell Deshawn's family. Qi waved his hand to the guard, who again sealed Ding Chongwang's mouth with a cloth. He looked at Grandma Gu and said, Grandma, Ding Chongwang said the thumbprint was pressed by Fufu. I won't take Deshawn's family. If I take anyone, it can only be Fufu's family of 5. He pointed at Fufu, who hurriedly hid behind Old Master Gu in fear. Old Master Gu saw that this young Master Qi was hard to fool, so he had to compromise. Young Master Qi, if you don't take Deshawn's family, then let's forget about it. Forget it? Qi smiled and said, Old Master, the household servants bought with grain and silver from the Qi family can't be dismissed with just your words. Old Master Gu's face changed. He looked up at Qi and asked nervously, Then what do you want? Qi didn't hide his intentions. He waved the sale contract and said, Whatever grain and silver the Qi family used to buy them, your Gu family must pay back to the Qi family. Not a single grain more. Old Master Gu's face darkened. He looked at Qi and asked nervously, What do you want to do? Qi was straightforward and held up the sale contract, saying, Whatever grain and silver the Qi family paid, your Gu family must return it all. Not a single extra grain. Before Old Master Gu could speak, Aunt Gu jumped out and said, You wish. Why should our Gu family return the grain and silver? We gave people, and you take Deshawn's family away. That's settled. Her family had taken 5 taels of silver as the sale money for Deshawn. If they had to pay it back, they would lose their 5 taels, and she didn't want that. Jinji was right. We gave people, and you take Deshawn's family away. Just do it quickly. Grandma Gu said, making a threatening gesture. Qi's eyebrows furrowed deeply. What kind of people are these? His words were clear, but this family just wouldn't listen. Big young master, hurry back. Lady young master is about to give birth. Just as Qi was about to get angry, Steward Lin from the Qi household, along with 2 young servants, hurriedly ran over. From afar, he saw Qi's figure and shouted loudly. Qi was startled and quickly went to meet him. Steward Lin, what did you say? Lady young master is about to give birth? It's not her due date yet. How is she already in labor? How is Lady young master doing? Steward Lin, panting heavily, replied, I'm not sure exactly. The maidservant, Chun, said Lady young master suddenly went into labor. The situation isn't good. Her water broke. Qi's face turned pale. He has a daughter with a shoe. When their daughter was born before, she showed signs of red, and breaking water early isn't good. If it's serious, the baby might die in the... Quick, let's go back, Qi ordered his household members, rushing towards the camp. Gu, hearing Steward Lin's words and seeing Qi care about his wife, had a sudden idea. He took his 2 sons and blocked Qi, threatening, Don't go. If you do, Take Gu Dashan's family with you. Finish the matter of buying people. Chi's face turned cold. What did you say? Gu was frightened by the coldness in Chi's voice, but for money, stubbornly said, I told you to take Gu Dashan's family away. They are now your household slaves. Don't think you can stay in my house and eat my food. Hearing this, Chi turned to Master Yu and said, Come here, tie up their entire family and take them to the Chi household camp. The troublemakers, these troublemakers, they won't listen to reason. They're acting so lowly, threatening him when his wife is in danger of giving birth. Do they think Chi is easy to bully? Yes, Master Yu responded. He led dozens of guards and rushed forward, beginning to arrest the old Gu family members. The first to be caught was Gu.
Gudagu, was stund?
She cried and screamed, trying to hide, but as a woman, she couldn't compare to the guards' martial skills. She was quickly. Old Lady Gu raised her cane and hit the guards, crying out, They're killing people. They're killing people. There's no justice. The rich are robbing the common people. Unfortunately, she had already offended all the villagers of Gu village. Now no one was helping her. She had just angered Chi completely. The louder she yelled, the faster the guards tied her family. In just a short while, the guards had about 20 members of the old Gu family. Guyuan cursed at Chi. Do you know I am a scholar, a man of learning with official status? Let our family go, or I will go to the yamen and report you. Scholar? You're not even worth it. Chi looked at Guyuan and said, I have lived for over 20 years, and all my friends are educated people. I have never seen a scholar watch his mother sell his elder brother without trying to stop her. You, as a scholar, are truly disappointing. Chi made Guyuan blush with his words. Guyuan wanted to argue, but his mouth was sealed with cloth by the guards, and they started to march towards Chi's camp. Chi then looked at Gu Dashan and said, Brother Gu, the matter of the sale contract is not yet settled. You must come back to the camp with me. Don't worry, I, Chi, am not a shameless person. I won't force you to become a household servant. Without waiting for Gu Dashan to consider, Chi hurriedly turned and left. Gu Dashan was anxious and at a loss. Gu Jinan advised, Father, let's go with him. Young Master Chi is fair and won't harm us. Gu Jinli also urged, Father, we must go. If we don't, she will use the sale contract to threaten us. Today, they had to resolve the issue of the sale contract. If possible, they would also deal with the old Gu family. She didn't want to stay with such wolves any longer, being tormented by them. Father Luo, Grandpa Third, and Grandma Third all persuaded Gu Dashan to follow. Gu Dashan clenched his teeth and finally nodded. All right, let's go to Chi's camp. Village Chief Gu saw that about 20 members of the old Gu family had been captured. Helpless, he also took the village's strong men and went along. Chi's camp was on the other side of the withered forest. The camp was large. The dead trees that once grew here had been cut down, and the fallen wood was stacked into a wall about a meter high, surrounding the camp. Besides Chi's family, there were other wealthy households in the camp. The guards of the wealthy families patrolled in groups of 5 around the camp. Master Yu waited at the camp entrance. When he saw the villagers from Gu's village arriving in a large group, he went to greet them and led them inside, heading deeper into the camp. Along the way, Gu Jinli observed the camp. The camp was spacious, divided into 6 smaller camps by 4 crisscrossing roads in a grid pattern. Each small camp had lanterns with family names hanging in front of the tents. Gu Jinli looked at these lanterns and learned that each small camp had at least 1 family, with about 4 at most. In front of the tents, there were many horse-drawn carts, but most were broken down, and the horses pulling them were thin and starved. Some carts had no horses at all, likely used by disaster victims. Gu Jinli saw groups of disaster victims sitting on the ground, guarded by the guards, not allowed to run around. The small camp of the Chi family was the last one on the left side, located quite deep. However, there was an exit here. If something went wrong, the Chi family could escape quickly through this exit. Before they entered the camp, a sharp, painful scream rang out. It was the eldest young mistress of the Chi family giving birth. Gu Jincheng heard the scream and, feeling a bit scared, shrank back into Chui's arms. Gu Jinli patted Chengur's head and smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, Chengur. That's the eldest young mistress of the Qi family giving birth to a little brother. Soon, a new little brother will be born. Chengur, who was less than 4 years old, loved and was curious about younger children. Hearing Gu Jinli's words, his eyes lit up. A little brother is coming? Second sister, I like little brothers. The eldest young master of the Qi family helped their family tie up the bad guys. He liked the Qi family's young master and his children. Gu Jinli nodded. Second sister also likes them. The people from the old Gu family, hearing the scream, felt pleased and a little spiteful. They hoped that Qi Yi would dare to catch them and wished for his wife to suffer a terrible fate. Qian Liar saw Gu Jinxiu, glaring at her with anger, wishing she could swallow her whole. Gu Yuan's daughter, Gu Ya, considered herself a noble young lady. Now she was sitting on the ground, full of resentment. When she saw the Gu Dashan family being led into the camp by the Qi family's guards and saw Gu Jinxiu's face, dirty and messy, but still beautiful, she couldn't help but shout and glare at her angrily. But her mouth was sealed with a cloth, so she couldn't make much noise no matter how much she shouted. Gu Jinxiu, stared at by Qian Liar and Gu Ya, shrank back in fear and tightly held Gu Jinli's hand. Gu Jinli said, Sister, don't be afraid. They can't hurt us. At that moment, Gu Jinli keenly sensed a resentful, murderous gaze fixed on her. She quickly turned her head and met Gu Rong's gaze. Gu Rong was startled. She didn't expect Gu Jinli to suddenly look at her, so she hurriedly looked away, pretending she hadn't glared at Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Gu Rong was young, she was cruel and cunning. Gu Jinli knew she had to be careful. While she was thinking about guarding against Gu Rong, a blood-covered woman suddenly rushed out of a tent in the middle and shouted to Qi, Young master, it's not good. The eldest young mistress is having a difficult labor. Difficult labor. Qi Yi's body trembled. Usually gentle, he quickly ran toward the tent, but the woman stopped him. Young master, you can't go in. It's taboo. Women giving birth is considered unclean, and men are not allowed to enter. Moreover, the young master needs to take the imperial exams and cannot be affected by the blood and chaos inside. Manager Lin also held back Qi Yi, advising, Young master, please stay calm for a moment. Let go, I need to go in, Qi Yi insisted. How could he stay calm at such a time? He struggled hard, and Manager Lin called 2 servants to hold him back. Manager Lin was a clever man and said to Qi Yi, Young master, Dr. Li is right here. Please let him come over and ask Nurse Chun what is really happening inside. Dr. Li was an old man whom Qi Yi had secretly invited. After returning, Qi Yi called him over, and he was waiting outside the tent. But both Manager Lin and Nurse Chun did not want Dr. Li to go inside to treat the young mistress, fearing it might harm her reputation. Now that the young master was rushing in to see her, they could only bring out Dr. Li. Qi Yi quickly said, Yes, Dr. Li, please come here. Dr. Li carried his medicine box and hurried over, asking Nurse Chun, what is the current situation with the pregnant lady? Nurse Chun replied, the amniotic fluid is almost gone, but he has only 4 fingers open. Gu Jinli was listening nearby and frowned. This could mean both mother and child might be at risk. Dr. Li's face changed dramatically. He told Qi Yi, once the amniotic fluid is gone, the baby might not survive. It's too late for medicine now. I can only go in and give an acupuncture treatment. Applying acupuncture to open the is faster than giving medicine. Qi Yi was not a stubborn person and agreed, without hesitation, to let Dr. Li enter the tent and give the treatment. Nurse Chun hurriedly said, This isn't proper. Men and women are supposed to be separated. Qi Yi replied, This is a matter of life and death. Dr. Li is saving Ah Shu's life. If something happens to her, won't you regret it? Nurse Chun had no choice but to return to the tent and cover the young mistress properly. Soon after Nurse Chun finished, Qi Yi took Dr. Li into the tent to give acupuncture to the young mistress. Dr. Li was skilled. After 2 rounds of silver needles, the opened to about 8 fingers. It's almost time to deliver. I'll go out first, said Dr. Lee, as he finished the needles, checked her pulse, and then left the tent with his medicine box. Chi-E stayed inside the tent, keeping company with his wife. The young mistress of Chi's household continued to scream painfully, her intense pain making her faint several times. Fortunately, after about 15 minutes, she finally gave birth to the baby. It was a boy, but something seemed wrong. The baby did not cry, his face was purple from holding his breath, and he was twitching slightly. Seeing the situation, Chi-E quickly took the child from the midwife, ran out of the tent, and said to Dr. Lee, "Dr. Lee, come quickly and take a look. The child doesn't seem right." Dr. Lee hurried over, saw the child's condition, picked up the child's leg, turned the child's head downward, and patted the child's back. Unfortunately, he patted for about half a minute, but the child still didn't cry, and the small, twitching body no longer moved. Gu Jinli rushed over, grabbed Chi's sleeve, and said, "Uncle Chi, I can save my brother." Elder Mama came out of the tent, heard Gu Jinli's words, and quickly grabbed her, saying, "Where did this child come from? Don't cause trouble." Chi-E had no time to pay attention to Gu Jinli, only looking at Dr. Lee with a frightened face. Dr. Lee shook his head at him, returned the child, and sighed, "Young master, my condolences." The child's airway was blocked by something, making it impossible to breathe, and now he had no pulse. Chi-E almost went crazy. This was his son, whom he and Ah Shu had waited 6 years for. If he lost him, he didn't dare to think about it. Remembering what Gu Jinli just said, he handed the child to her and said, You said you can save him. Hurry and save him." Gu Jinli quickly took the child, unwrapped the swaddling clothes, and gently pushed from the abdomen upward with one hand, while with the other, she opened the child's mouth and tried to out the foreign object from his airway. Everyone around was shocked by Gu Jinli's actions, not understanding what she was doing. Elder Mama cried and tried to pull her away, but Chi-E shouted her back, "Stop. She's saving my and Ah Shu's child. Anyone who tries to stop her will be punished immediately." Chi's temper was usually gentle, and he had never spoken so seriously.
Elder Mama was startled.
Manager Lin waved at her, signaling her not to interfere. The young master was born prematurely and had already passed away. It was normal for the older brother to be emotionally upset. Now, the situation couldn't get worse. If this young girl accidentally saved the young master, it would be a great blessing. With Chi's support, no one dared to stop Gu Jinli. She used her knowledge to do her best to save the child. The young master of the Chi family was suffering from typical newborn suffocation. To save him, she had to clear the mucus from his airway. This was not modern times and there were no hospital tools. She could only pinch the child's nose and perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, being careful not to hurt the newborn. Nanny Chen was very anxious and wanted to run into the tent to call out the young madam to stop Gu Jinli. However, she remembered that the young madam had just narrowly escaped danger, and if she found out about the young master's situation, she might get very upset. Nanny Chen could only stomp her foot and continue to wait where she was. Fortunately, after a short while, the girl who had been fussing over the young master suddenly turned her head away and spat out a dark green substance. This dark green substance was mucus blocking the child's airway. Gu Jinli pinched the child's nose again and continued to through his mouth. After removing 2 small amounts of mucus, she stopped, but the child's eyes remained tightly closed, unable to breathe. Gu Jinli immediately performed CPR on the child, pressing rhythmically on his chest, then pinching his nose again to give him air. Dr. Lee watched from nearby and finally couldn't hold back. He crouched down and watched Gu Jinli give the child rescue breaths. After about 20 breaths, the child finally woke up, letting out a faint cry. Ugh, ugh. The child's cry made the surroundings fall silent, followed by a series of gasping sounds. Everyone looked at Gu Jinli with disbelief. However, the people from the Gu family looked furious. This young girl had actually saved the young master of the Chi family. Did that mean there was no hope left for their own family? Dr. Lee was most excited. Hearing the cry of the young master of the Chi family, he quickly checked the child's pulse. Although the pulse was weak, it was still beating steadily. He was so excited he shouted, "He's saved. He's truly saved." Having been a doctor all his life, he knew that for newborns, if they suffocate, the usual method was to turn the baby over and pat the back. If lucky, the baby would cry out, and then they could save him. If unlucky, the baby might die. He had seen many cases of newborns dying from suffocation over the years. He had already concluded that the Chi family's young master wouldn't survive. But unexpectedly, this young girl had saved him. Chi heard Dr. Lee's words, snapped out of his shock, and hurried over, wanting to pick up the child. But he was too nervous and didn't dare, so he looked at Gu Jinli anxiously. Gu Jinli smiled and said, "Uncle Chi, the little brother is fine now. You can hold him." Chi carefully picked up his crying, tiny child. Seeing the child quietly crying in the blanket, he was moved to tears. He quickly called out to Dr. Lee, "Dr. Lee, check the child. Why is his cry so faint? Is something wrong?" Dr. Lee had already checked the child's pulse earlier. The child is doing well, despite being born prematurely. Although he suffered a lot at birth and is a bit tired, his crying has become quieter. Dr. Lee knows about baby Chi Bao and checked his pulse again. In the time it takes for a cup of tea, he explained the child's condition in detail. Chi relaxed and smiled happily. Chi solemnly said to Gu Jinli, "Good child, thank you for saving my son." Gu Jinli tiptoed and looked at the baby in the cradle, smiling. "Uncle Chi, no need to thank me. I'm happy to help my little brother. My father said that escaping hardship is not easy, and helping others is the right thing to do. Not saving someone in danger is unkind." Seeing Gu Jinli mention Gu Dashan, Chi looked in that direction and said, "Brother Gu, please wait a moment. I will make sure your family gets justice today." The little girl is very clever. She mentioned Gu Dashan on purpose, probably hoping he would help them. Chi understood and was happy to stand up for their family. Gu Dashan was shocked to hear that Gu Jinli saved young Master Chi. He was a bit dazed but nodded when he heard Chi speak. Chi quickly carried the child inside to see his wife. He didn't stay outside long and hurried into the tent. Madame Chen saw that the young master was safe and cried happily. She also hurried into the tent to take care of the mother and baby. Dr. Lee asked Gu Jinli, "Little girl, what method did you use just now? Where did you learn it?" That emergency method was very useful. If it were shared widely, many lives could be saved. Gu Jinli replied, "I learned it from a medical book. An old man gave it to me. I can't show you the book, but I can teach you the method I just used." Dr. Lee was disappointed he couldn't see the book, but was very happy to hear that Gu Jinli would teach him the emergency method. He said excitedly, "Yes, yes. Please teach me now." Dr. Lee was impatient and eager to learn because he wanted to save lives immediately. Gu Jinli carefully explained the method again. It was very simple. Dr. Lee took notes and, after reading it twice, understood it. He sighed, "It's surprisingly simple. And yet, this simple method saved a child's life." The main issue was that mucus blocked the child's airway. "As long as you out the mucus and help the child breathe, he can survive," Gu Jinli told Dr. Lee, the most important part. Dr. Lee quickly noted this point and asked, "What should we do if mucus or foreign objects can't be removed?" Gu Jinli shook her head. "There's nothing we can do. The child might die." Ancient times were different from modern days. Modern hospitals have special tools to remove objects from the airway. In ancient times, only the mouth could be used. If it couldn't be removed, the child would suffocate and die. Today, she managed to save the young master of the Chi family, which was partly due to luck. The people from the Gu family saw Gu Jinli happily talking with Dr. Lee. They were making muffled sounds with their mouths sealed by cloth strips, their faces twisted with anger, as if they wanted to eat her. Gu Jinli looked at them and gave a cold, arrogant smile, nearly making the old Gu family members so angry they could faint. Chi came out of the tent and went straight to Deshan Gu, saying, "Brother Gu, please bring your family and come with me. I have something to ask you. Deshangu felt nervous, but knew he had to deal with this today. He took his wife and children and followed Chi-E to a small tent on the left. Inside the tent were small stools made of wooden stakes. Chi pointed to a stool and said, "Sit down." After Deshangu and his family sat, Chi spoke directly, "Brother Gu, I hope you won't mind me speaking frankly. Your mother-in-law is not a kind person. Today, your second daughter saved my son's life. If you're willing, I can help you leave the old Gu family, so you can be your own master." Deshangu looked at his wife and children, tears in his eyes showing deep guilt. He didn't care about being the head of the family. He just hated that the old Gu family wanted to sell his wife and children. His family had suffered a lot under the old Gu family, doing all the hard work. He was the most filial son to his father in the family, but he couldn't understand why his father agreed to sell his wife and children. He had tolerated many things before, but he couldn't accept them selling his family this time. Finally, Deshangu nodded. "Thank you, young Master Chi, for your help." Gu Jinli and Gu Jinan felt relieved. They had been worried Deshangu wouldn't agree. But today they had to cut ties with the old Gu family. The old Gu family members were worse than animals. If they could sell their family once, they might do it again. If there was a second time, Gu Jinli would personally cut them with a knife. Seeing Deshangu agree, Chi-E immediately asked the steward outside the tent, Lin, to bring in Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu. Also coming in were third uncle, third aunt, village head Gu, and Father Luo. They were invited as witnesses. Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu were untied, and the cloth covering their mouths was removed. Chi-E said to them, "I invited you here to talk about the contract of sale." He gently slapped the contract on the table in front of him and said, "Old Master Gu, Old Madam Gu, according to the laws of Dechu, whoever presses the fingerprint on the contract is responsible. Now, do you want to keep the Gu Yofu family of 5, or do you prefer to solve this in another way?" Chi noticed that Old Madam Gu didn't care much about the Gu Yofu family and added a threatening tone. "You should think carefully before deciding, since the Chi family bought the disaster victims for a reason.
You both should be clear about that."
Old Master Gu remembered what Guangzong had said, that wealthy families buy disaster victims to use them as shields against robbers during critical moments, and his hand trembled. Old Madam Gu knew Old Master Gu was reluctant to sell the Gu Yofu family, so she pointed at the Gu Dashan family and said, "We will exchange them for Yofu's family." The Gu Dashan family has 6 members, one more than Yofu's family. The Chi family gains from this, so it's a good deal. Chi-E sneered inwardly, breaking Old Madam Gu's illusion. "Madam, it seems you're not enough." Her face turned pale, with fear at his words. Old Master Gu tugged her and gave her a warning look. "This is an official family, not some common folks they can offend." Old Master Gu asked Chi-E, "Young Master Chi, how do you want to resolve this?" Chi-E smiled and looked at Steward Lin, who handed him a pre-written separation letter. He placed it in front of Old Master Gu and said, "As long as you and Old Madam Gu sign your fingerprints, this matter will be settled." Old Madam Gu, who had worked as a maid for a wealthy family's young master when she was young and could read, saw the contents of the paper and immediately scolded, "You all can forget it. I won't sign this." The separation letter clearly stated that she and Old Master Gu had done something wrong to the Gu Dashan family. Once the truth was exposed, she felt ashamed to face them and voluntarily signed the letter to cut ties, promising that they would never contact or support the Gu Dashan family, regardless of their poverty or wealth. This was a complete severance of relations, forever. She refused to sign this paper, absolutely refused. The Gu Dashan family wanted to escape her control so easily? No way. Angrily, Old Madam Gu pointed at Gu Dashan and cursed, "You little wolf. I knew you had a cruel heart since you were young, trying to kill me, your stepmother. Now that someone is backing you, they've finally struck at me. Do you still have any conscience? You raised Daya and Dashan and now you turn against us."
Bah.
Before Grandma Gu could finish, third grandma stood up and scolded, "You raised Dashan and Daya?
Pan Sure, how dare you say such things?"
Dashan was kicked out of the house at 7, half sold, and sent to town to apprentice. He hasn't eaten a single meal from the Gu family since he was 7. And, Dia, you still dare to mention her. Talking about Dia, third grandma felt sad. You're the unkind one. Dia is such a good girl, yet you want to sell her to a dirty place. Dia had no choice but to run away with a merchant. You accused her of eloping, and all these years she hasn't been able to visit the old Gu family. After scolding Grandma Gu, third grandma pointed at old Master Gu and scolded him harshly. And you, old Gu Lu, you heartless man. Deshan's mother was a good person, but you didn't cherish her. When you saw Pan Shi looking good, you started flirting with her, which made Deshan's mother so upset. Seeing Pan Shi harm her own children, you didn't say a word. You're not human. As third grandma scolded, she started crying loudly, feeling sorry for Deshan's mother. Hearing third grandma's words, Gu Deshan's face lost all color. How could his mother have been driven to death by his father? Weren't his father and Pan Shi introduced after his mother died? And about Dia, wasn't she the one who ran away with the merchant after her father and Pan Shi opposed her? Gu Deshan's face turned pale. He asked old Master Gu, "Dad, is what third aunt said true? Before my mother died, did you stay with her? And did you really sell Dia?" Old Master Gu remained silent, refusing to answer. But this time, Gu Deshan roared with angry eyes. "Speak. Did you and this woman cause my mother's death? And are you going to sell Dia too?" Gu Deshan was fully loyal to the old Gu family, partly because of old Master Gu, and partly because of his only sister, Dia. Dia ran away with a merchant, and she would probably not have a good life in her husband's home. If he left the old Gu family again, he would be weak and unable to support Dia. Now, thinking about it, being sold to a dirty place and suffering humiliation was worse. Running away with the merchant seemed like a better choice. Faced with Gu Deshan's questions, old Master Gu pretended not to hear. He pressed his thumb into red ink and first stamped his fingerprint on the oath document. Gu Deshan's actions caused their family to be publicly and taken to the Qi residence camp, ruining their reputation. How could they let Gu Deshan's family go without any benefit? Old Master Gu looked at Old Lady Gu with a cold face and said, "Put your fingerprint here." Old Lady Gu was startled, knowing there was no room for negotiation. She could only curse as she came to the table. After dipping her thumb in the ink pad, she pressed her fingerprint on the separation letter. Grandpa Third, Grandma Third, Village Head Gu, and Father Luo, as witnesses, also pressed their fingerprints on the separation letter one by one. Qi Yi also pressed his fingerprint and signed his name. With his signature, even if the official seal wasn't stamped, it was almost the same. Old Lady Gu was very angry. After pressing her fingerprint, she spat at Gu Deshan and said, "Unfaithful wolf cub, how could you treat your parents like this? You will face retribution." Then she leaned on her cane and walked toward the tent entrance. Gu Jinli hurriedly shouted, "You can't leave. Bring me the household registration papers of my family." Without household registration papers, only severed ties, her family would be considered refugees. If they went elsewhere, they could be captured and sold freely. Manager Lin immediately took a servant to stop Old Lady Gu and smiled. "Old Lady Gu, you heard it too. Bring Gu Deshan's family's household registration papers." Old Lady Gu shouted, "What household registration? I don't know anything without a household registration." Seeing Old Lady Gu about to cause trouble again, Qi Yi coldly said, "Old Lady Gu, bring out Gu Deshan's family's household registration papers." Trying to cause trouble and refusing to give the household registration papers, turning Gu Deshan's family into refugees, this old lady's heart is truly cruel. Old Lady Gu pretended not to hear and raised her cane to hit Manager Lin, who was trying to stop her. Lin couldn't bear it anymore and ordered 2 servants to hold Old Lady Gu and take her back to the table. "Old lady, hand over Gu Deshan's family's household registration papers," Qi said, tapping the table with his finger, his eyes warning Old Lady Gu. Village Head Gu said to Old Master Gu nearby, "Old Sixth, quickly ask your wife to bring out Dasha's household registration papers." Old Master Gu didn't speak, clearly unwilling to hand over the household registration papers, just like Old Lady Gu. Old Lady Gu stubbornly said, "Our old Gu family only has one household registration paper. If we give it to Dasha, what will happen to our family? Will we all become refugees?" Chi-e smiled and said, "Old lady, you can fool others with that, but not me. According to Dai Chu's law, if a man remarries, he must get a new household registration paper from the Yamen. From then on, the children and grandchildren born from the new marriage must be recorded on this paper." Throughout history, there have been many cases of stepmothers mistreating their original wives' children. To protect the interests of the original wife's children, the Great Chu dynasty added an extra household registration paper for the stepmother, separating her from the original wife's children in the records. This made it harder for the stepmother to control or threaten the children. Old Lady Gu heard this and felt uneasy, knowing that Chi-e was not a simple country bumpkin but someone who understood these matters. She quickly changed her tone and said, "There is such a household registration paper, but it's over 30 years old. I don't know where it was thrown." Third grandma immediately exposed Old Lady Gu's lie. "Pan-sure, you just don't want to give Dashan's family their household registration paper. You want them to become refugees. How could your heart be so cruel?" Old Lady Gu had already lost face today, so she didn't mind losing more. She pounded her chest and said, "Old Lady Pan, I don't have Dashan's family household registration paper. If you want it, come and search." Village Chief Gu and Third Grandpa were furious at Old Lady Gu's shameless attitude. They pointed at Old Master Gu and said, "Old Six, aren't you going to do something?" Old Master Gu replied, "The household registration paper has always been managed by Pan-sure. If she says she doesn't have it, I don't know where it is." Old Master Gu didn't say anything overly harsh, but his words clearly showed favoritism toward Old Lady Gu. Jinli was angry and said, "So you're refusing to give us the household registration paper, wanting us to become refugees, right?" Old Lady Gu's arrogance was due to Old Master Gu's indulgence. Hearing Jinli's words, Old Master Gu glared at her fiercely, with obvious hatred in his eyes. If it weren't for this brat, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Chi-e didn't want to argue further with Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu. He directly ordered Steward Lin, "Go tell Master Yu to bring out the 3 brothers of the Gu family and beat them." Old Lady Gu rushed forward to stop Steward Lin but was held back by 2 young servants, unable to move. She shouted, "What are you doing? What are you trying to do? The officials are hitting people. This is lawless." No one paid her any attention. Steward Lin turned and went to find Master Yu. Soon, the screams of the 3 Gu brothers being beaten rang out. Old Lady Gu heard these screams and felt her heart ache for her second and youngest sons being hurt. Old Master Gu's face turned pale with anger. He questioned Chi-e, "We're not servants of the Chi family. Why are you hitting people?" Chi-e only smiled without answering. He looked at Old Lady Gu and said, "Old lady, whenever you hand over Dashan's family household registration paper, I will stop Master Yu." He then said, "Master Yu is skilled in martial arts and uses heavy force. You should speak quickly, or Master Yu might hurt someone badly." Old Lady Gu was so frightened she nearly fainted. Her second son was also preparing for the imperial exams. If he was injured and became disabled, he could never become an official. She trembled and said, I give in. Chi-e ordered 2 young servants to loosen Old Lady Gu. She turned away and took out 2 household registration papers from her clothes, handing one to young Master Chi. He took it, checked the names, small characters, and official seal, and found everything correct. Then he stood up, handed the household registration paper and the letter of disownment to Brother Gu, saying, "Brother Gu, keep this. I can only help your family this once. If the household registration is lost, your family will become refugees and be bought and sold." Hearing this, Brother Gu carefully took the papers and the letter, hid them close, and gratefully said to Chi-e, "Young Master Chi, thank you. You are our family's savior." Chi-e smiled and shook his head. "Your second daughter is the real savior of our family. If Gu Jinli hadn't saved the child, he and Ah Shu would have suffered forever." After giving the household registration papers, Old Lady Gu immediately ran out of the tent, drove away Master Yu, and refused to let them continue beating her 3 sons. Seeing the family still, she shouted at the tent, "I've given you the household registration papers. Quickly release our family." Chi-E didn't want to get too involved with Old Gu's family. He loudly told Master Yu outside, "Untie them." Master Yu received the order and asked the steward to loosen the bonds of about 20 people from Old Gu's family. Old Master Gu saw that Chi-E kept his word. Embarrassed and unwilling to stay longer at Chi's camp, he stepped out of the tent, intending to take his family home. But his hand was grabbed by Brother Gu. Old Master Gu frowned, turned back, and said unhappily, "Let go." This time, Brother Gu didn't obey as he had before. Instead, he asked stubbornly, "Is my mother dead because of you and Pan's anger?"
Rebelson.
Old Master Gu, hearing this, immediately shook off Brother Gu's hand and quickly walked away. Brother Gu wanted to follow, but was stopped by the 3rd grandfather and 3rd grandmother. 3rd grandmother said, "Deshan, forget it. From now on, live well with Chui and the children." Gu Dashan looked at 3rd grandma, trembling as he asked, "3rd aunt, is my mother really?" 3rd grandma, with red eyes, said, "Ever since your mother gave birth to you and big sister, her health was poor. Later, when she found out about your father and Pan's affair, her condition worsened. She passed away after more than a month. Later, just 1 month after Gu Dashi's mother died, Pan married into the Gu family. Less than 7 months later, she gave birth to Gu Yuan. It's clear that when your mother discovered your grandfather's relationship with Pan, Pan was already pregnant. Gu Dashi's mother probably found out about this, and was so angry she died from the shock." Hearing 3rd grandma's words, Gu Dashi thought of his increasingly fuzzy memories of his biological mother and cried loudly, covering his face. Chui stepped forward to comfort him, which made him stop crying. "Gu Dashi, you heartless traitor, come out here. Cutting ties with your own parents. How unfilial. You'll be struck down by heaven. What kind of person is our Gu family producing? As soon as you got close to Lord Guan's family, you pushed your own parents aside. May you have a miserable life." The people from the old Gu family, knowing Gu Dashi had severed ties, were furious. They jumped and cursed loudly outside the tent. Gu Dashi was scolded until his face turned red, not out of shame, but out of anger. Gu Jinan had long been unhappy with the old Gu family. His heart was burning with rage. Seeing them scold Gu Dashi, he couldn't hold back. He rushed out and pointed at the loudest cursing Gu aunt, saying, "You heartless person. You, a relative by marriage from Pan's family, have been bullying our family for years. Who do you think you are?" Then he pointed at Qian Guangzong and said, "And you, shameless scoundrel. You're just a nominal son-in-law of the Gu family, yet you dare to act as the head of the family, selling off the eldest son of the Gu family. Be careful tonight when you sleep. Our ancestors might come to settle the score with you." Finally, Gu Jinan looked at old Master Gu with a complicated expression and said, "Father, look at your so-called family.
What kind of people are they?
Others eat your grain, sell your son, and even take your son's bride price. Don't you have any thoughts about that?" Hearing this, Gu aunt and Qian Guangzong were so frightened they hurriedly looked at old Master Gu. If old Master Gu really was unhappy about them selling Gu Dashi's family, their days in the Gu family would become very difficult. "Gu Jinan, what are you talking about?" Qian Qingui was furious when he heard this. He rushed forward to slap Gu Jinan. Qian Qingui, over 20, was much sturdier than Gu Jinan. If he slapped him, it would definitely cause serious injury. Gu Jinli had long hated the Gu family deeply. When Qian Qingui came over to threaten her family, she grabbed a large stick from a nearby servant and fiercely struck his foot.
Bang!
The stick hit his calf bone, causing Qian Qingui to scream in pain and fall to the ground, unable to get up. Gu de Gu hurried over to help Qian Qingui and asked, "Brother Gui, are you okay?" "It hurts, mother. My leg hurts so much," Qian Qingui gasped from the pain. Gu de Gu rolled up Qian Qingui's pant leg and saw a large swelling on his calf. She immediately pointed at Gu Jinli and scolded her loudly, "You brat. How dare you hurt my brother? Pay up, quickly pay. If you don't pay, your family won't have a good life. Since the Gu family broke ties with the old Gu family, they could no longer take advantage of Gu's family. They seized this chance to ask for more money and made some profit. Gu Jinli smiled and said, Qian Chenggui was the one who rushed over to hit my brother first. Why should we pay? Someone like Qian Chenggui, who causes trouble everywhere, deserves to be punished. Qian Chenggui had first helped Qian Guangzong sell their family's property, then injured Chengge, and just now tried to attack Gu Jinan. Do they really think their family can be bullied forever? Qi Yi was fed up with the old Gu family's behavior. He shouted, Come here, get these troublemakers out. He looked at the old Gu family's matriarch and warned, Madam, I advise you not to bully Gu Deshan's family anymore. Otherwise, when you reach Yangji Prefecture, you won't even get a new household registration. The Qi family has plenty of ways to make you become refugees. Normally, Qi Yi wouldn't threaten people with the power of the Qi family, but the old Gu family was so hateful that he had to. If he didn't, they might do even worse things. After Qi Yi finished speaking, Master Yu led dozens of guards, armed with knives and sticks, to chase the old Gu family members out of Qi's camp. Village head Gu watched the old Gu family being driven away and shook his head with a sigh. Qi Yi looked at Steward Lin and quickly stepped forward to greet village head Gu and the third grandpa. Thank you both for your hard work. Our young master has prepared some food and hot water for you. If you don't mind, please come with me. The villagers who followed village head Gu heard this and swallowed hard, realizing they were very hungry. Village head Gu, knowing this, bravely said, All right, I'll follow you. Steward Lin happily led them to a distant campfire, where he served them food and drinks. After Gu Xuanzhang and his group left, Qi Yi called Gu Dashan and his family back to the tent and handed them a bundle. He said, Inside, there are 50 taels of silver, 50 taels of silver notes, and a letter of recommendation from the Qi family. Brother Gu, please take these. Don't refuse. After the disaster is over, you will need to settle down. These things are what you need. Gu Dashan trembled and hesitated to take the bundle. The gift was too valuable, exactly 50 taels of silver. He had lived most of his life and had never seen so much money. Gu Jinli saw he was reluctant and took the bundle herself, placing it into Gu Dashan's hands. Father, don't reject Uncle Qi's kindness.
Qi Yi was right.
These items were necessary for their family and were exchanged with his own skills. They could accept them. Qi Yi smiled and handed a small dagger to Gu Jinli. Good girl, this is a thank you gift from Uncle Qi.
Keep it.
He noticed that Gu Jinli had a fierce, determined look about her. On the dangerous journey to escape the famine, having a dagger for self-defense was perfect. Gu Jinli's eyes lit up when she saw the dagger. She took it without hesitation. Thank you, Uncle Qi. It was a perfect gift. She had been worried about not having a suitable weapon, and now Uncle Qi had given her one. After giving them the items, Qi Yi talked with them for a while. Then he asked a servant to bring food and hot water for the family and left the tent. When they finished eating and were about to leave, Qi Yi personally came to see them off. This time, he brought 2 young servants and beside them, 2 baskets, one filled with grain and the other with water jars. Qi Yi pointed to the baskets and said, Take these with you. Gu Dashan hurriedly refused. Young Master Qi, you've already given us enough. We can't accept more. Qi Yi replied, Brother Gu, these are for you to take and give to others. Your family still depends on the villagers. You must accept these. When Gu Dashan heard this, he understood that Qi Yi was helping his family and preventing them from attracting the villagers' attention. He finally accepted the grain and water. Qi Yi handed a small cloth bag to Gu Jinli. This is a thank you gift from my wife. She's very grateful that you saved her child. She's too weak now to thank you in person, so she prepared this small gift for me to give to you. Gu Jinli took the cloth bag and felt the grains inside. She was surprised. Inside, she found salt. Salt, water, and grain were essential supplies on the escape route. Salt was easy to carry and could be hidden well. making it less noticeable. Gu Jinli learned about the contents of the cloth bag and smiled sincerely. She said to Chi-yi, "Thank you, Uncle Chi." Chi-yi smiled and asked Steward Lin to bring over village chief Gu and the others. As soon as they arrived, they saw a sack of grain and a sack of water. Their eyes lit up, and some villagers looked greedily, eager to grab the supplies. Gu Jinli and Gu Jinan watched their reactions carefully. Gu Jinan, as the eldest son, spoke on behalf of Gu Dashan, village chief. "These are gifts from the Chi family to us. My father said that our village is in this together, so these items should be given to the village and distributed by you." Hearing this, village chief Gu was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Good, good, good. Dashan, you are a loyal person. The village will remember your kindness. The villagers of Gujia village also smiled happily upon hearing this. The brothers Gu Ergu ran forward directly, pushed aside two young men next to the sacks, and volunteered to carry the sacks. They smiled and said to the village chief, "Uncle Village Chief, we will carry these back to the village." Village Chief Gu shot them a glance, wanting to scold them, but felt it wouldn't look good. After all, they were at Chi's camp, so he could only say annoyed, "Be careful. These are our village's water and grain. If you drop them, I won't forgive you." The brothers Gu Erga loved to take advantage, and since they were carrying the grain, they would definitely pocket some of it. They grinned and said, "Uncle Village Chief, don't worry. Who are we? We can carry 200 jin over a mountain path of more than 10 miles without even catching our breath." Village Chief Gu was too tired to bother with them and said to Chi-yi, "Young Master Chi, it's getting late. If you have no other instructions, we will head back." They had been out for a long time, and now it was completely dark. Many able-bodied men from the village were still there, and only women and children remained at the rest area. Going back late might cause trouble. Chi-yi said, "Village Chief, take care on your way." Village Chief Gu smiled happily and led everyone toward the rest area of Gujia village. Back at the rest area, Village Chief Gu asked the villagers to notify each household to come and collect water and grain at his home. When the villagers heard they could get grain and water, they were very happy, but also afraid of attracting the attention of other disaster victims. They didn't dare to show too much excitement. They took their water jars and cloth bags and hurried to the village chief's rest area. Once all the villagers of Gujia village arrived, Village Chief Gu said, "Xiaoyu saved the young master of Chi's family. This grain and water are gifts from Chi's family to Xiaoyu as thanks. But Dashan's family remembered our village and took out the grain and water to share with everyone." Village Chief Gu pointed to a bundle of grain and a jar of water and said, "We are blessed by the Dashan family, so we shouldn't be too greedy. I decided to give 10 jin of grain and 1 jar of water to Dashan's family. The rest we will share among ourselves." The villagers had no objections. After all, these belonged to Dashan's family, and being able to get some was already lucky for them. Seeing their agreement, Village Chief Gu asked his son, Gu Defu, to bring 10 jin of grain and 1 jar of water to Dashan's family. Then they began dividing the grain and water. Gu village has over 200 people and about 50 households. The one bundle of grain from Chi-fu weighed about 150 jin, so each family could get around 3 jin. That was quite a lot of food on a fleeing journey. After receiving the grain and water, the villagers smiled happily and spoke well of Dashan's family. Zhang Shi nervously approached the village chief's resting place and whispered, "Village chief, I came to collect my family's grain and water." Hearing this, Gu Ergo's wife snorted and said sharply, "Oh, isn't this Gu Laosan's wife? Your husband sold Dashan's family, and now you have the nerve to come for grain?" She patted the cloth bag filled with grain and said, "This grain was given by Dashan's family to the village. Do you think you deserve it?" Zhang Shi blushed and didn't reply. She lowered her head and continued, "My mother asked me to come for the grain and water." Village Chief Gu remembered Chi's care for Dashan's family and said, "Without your family's grain, you should go back. Tell your father-in-law and mother-in-law that Dashan's family is no longer their son's family. Don't do anything that makes everyone uncomfortable." Gu Ergo's wife laughed even louder and shouted, "Did you hear that? Without your family's grain, just get lost. Zhang Shi couldn't stay any longer and hurriedly left. Seeing that Zhang Shi didn't take the grain and water back, the entire Gu family was furious. Gu Shao may cursed, that rascal has gained power and thinks he's invincible. It's just a few grains and some water, we don't care. Gu Shi also said, we are educated people, not like those dirt farmers. We won't bow to small gains. Qian Li Er looked resentful, staring angrily at the village chief's resting place. Her eyes were full of hatred. Gu Xiaoyu and Gu Jinxiu, wait and see. One day, I will take revenge for today. After dividing the grain, village chief Gu assigned some villagers to stay on night duty and the others went home. Gu Jinli's family followed the third grandpa and third grandma back to their resting places. Everyone was exhausted today. After a few words, they all went to sleep. Gu Jinli reached into her cloth bag and took out 2 pieces of paper. One was a silver note worth 50 taels, likely given to her by Qi Yi himself. The other seemed to be a letter. She looked at the writing under the firelight and saw a line. Travel south as much as possible. Moving east is dangerous. Her heart sank as she read this. Just as she suspected, the refugees were all heading east. Tens of thousands of people were going east, which could easily cause trouble. If chaos broke out, the consequences would be terrible. It was already autumn, and the east was too cold. Before reaching Yangji County, they might freeze to death. The south was warmer, with more water and plants, and fewer refugees headed that way. Traveling south would be safer and easier to find food. She realized she had to find a way to persuade her family to go south and stop heading east. The next morning, at dawn, the sound of a drum beat woke everyone. The refugees got up and continued fleeing east. By evening, when they stopped to rest, she could no longer see Qi's convoy. Qi's family sped up their escape, leaving the refugees far behind. After 3 more days of travel, the situation hadn't improved. In fact, it got worse. Gu Jinli noticed that some unfamiliar faces had mixed into the crowd of refugees. They had quite a few people, men, women, the elderly, and children. But because the number of refugees was so large and the strangers were scattered among them, they didn't stand out. These strangers always hunched over and, when asked questions, answered humbly and submissively. Their meek appearance made the refugees lower their guard, thinking they were just other refugees catching up. Seeing their small numbers, they paid little attention. However, Gu Jinli noticed that among these unfamiliar faces, some had red eyes and unusually flushed faces. Even with darkened skin from the sun, the redness was still visible. The fierce look in their eyes didn't match their humble behavior. As a military doctor, Gu Jinli recognized at a glance that something was wrong. She knew trouble was coming. She quietly warned Gu Dashan and the others while they were on the move. Father, those people are dangerous. We shouldn't get close. If they try to talk to us, just ignore them. Gu Dashan and the others weren't brave, and Mayor Gu had told them not to contact strangers on the road. They nodded and said, "Don't worry, little fish. We know. We're just focusing on getting away, and we won't bother with anything else." After breaking ties with old Gu's family, they have been causing trouble for their family these days. Gu Dashan feels more confident now, seeing himself as the head of the family and being more firm and decisive. Luo's family and the third grandpa live nearby. Luo's father also noticed those people. When he heard Gu Jinli's words, he quietly reminded him, "Xiuyu is right. We should stay away from those people. They have taken lives before." The phrase "taken lives" made everyone gasp in shock and become afraid. Although Luo Huanyang is brave, she tightened Chu's hand when she heard this and whispered, "Mom." Chu patted her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Dad and I are here." Then she turned to Luo's father and said, "Head of the family, you should go talk to the village chief and warn everyone." Luo's father nodded and looked at those people briefly before quickly looking away. In the evening, during rest time, Luo's father and Gu Dashan did not go with the village team to find food. Instead, they followed the third grandpa to see the village chief and told him about the strange behavior of those people. The village chief was very surprised after hearing this. He looked at Luo's father and asked, Taizhu, is what you said true? This is not a joke. Luo's father nodded seriously and said, Village chief, those people have done more than just take lives. Their eyes are different from ours. Village Chief Gu, an experienced old man, understood what Luo's father meant. He shivered in fear, paused for a moment, then said, I understand. You two should go back and rest. You still need to stay on guard tonight. Luo's father reminded him, Village Chief, our village is no match for those people. We need to tell the other villagers so everyone can unite and drive them away. Village Chief Gu lowered his head, not looking at Luo's father, and said, I understand.
Don't worry.
Third Grandpa knew Village Chief Gu well. He was a timid man who didn't want trouble for the village. He knew what was happening, but chose to keep it secret to protect their village. Third Grandpa said, Brother, those people dared to sneak in. There must be quite a few, and they are dangerous, having taken lives before. If they cause trouble tonight, blood might flow here. Can you really bear to watch others die? Hearing this, Village Chief Gu's face turned pale. After thinking for a moment, he finally agreed, You're right. Since we know about this, we can't hide it. We must tell everyone. Village Chief Gu and Third Grandpa then went to visit other village chiefs and clan leaders, informing them of the strange behavior of those strangers so they could prepare and defend themselves. Father Luo and Gu Dashan did not go with them, fearing they would attract attention. They waited at Gu Village Chief's resting place until Gu Village Chief and the Third Grandfather returned. Then they followed the Third Grandfather back to the resting place of the three families. Gu Jinli approached and asked Third Grandfather, Father, Uncle Luo, how is everything? What did the village chief say? Gu Dashan replied, Your village chief and the Third Grandfather went to find other village chiefs and told them what happened. Everyone understands the situation and will take precautions. You can rest assured. Gu Jinli breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. Only if the disaster victims united could they have a chance to defeat those people. But she was also worried. The disaster victims were not united, and if something happened, they might become disorganized. However, these were things she couldn't change. She had already done what she could. In the following days, the disaster victims who were fleeing began to increase their night patrols. But for 5 consecutive days, nothing happened. The strangers who had sneaked in gradually disappeared without a trace. Everyone was happy, thinking that those people must have been scared because they saw the victims uniting and decided to leave. But Gu Jinli was not so sure. She was more worried about how those people disappeared and where they had gone. Each village reduced their night watchmen, except Gu Village, which, under the Third Grandfather's insistence, still had 20 strong men on duty every night. The trouble happened on the 3rd day after the disaster victims became lax in their defenses. At midnight, when everyone was sleeping deeply, a terrible scream suddenly sounded. Gu Jinli was awakened instantly by the scream. She looked into the distance by the firelight and saw a group of people holding long knives, sharp shovels, and hoes, attacking the sleeping disaster victims. After killing the victims, those people did not loot the bodies. Instead, they spread out and continued attacking the unprepared victims, clearly following orders to kill and scatter them before dividing the loot. Gu Jinli was terrified. She shouted loudly, Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Get up quickly. She woke up Cui Shi and Gu Jinxiu, tied 2 bamboo water containers and a bag of flour to herself, and clenched the dagger given by Qi. After Cui Shi woke up, she shoved the confused brother Cheng into her hands, saying, Mother, we must escape quickly. Third Grandfather, Third Grandmother, Chu Shi, and Luo Huanyang were all awakened by her shouts. Seeing the situation in the distance, they were so frightened that their legs went weak. Third Grandfather immediately shouted, Pack your things quickly and run for your lives. The night watchman of Gu Village also saw what was happening and started shouting loudly, banging on drums to warn everyone. People are being killed. People are being killed. Everyone, run for your lives. Countless disaster victims were awakened by screams, shouts, and the sound of drums. Seeing the terrible scene before them, many victims were so frightened they couldn't move. When they finally reacted, they didn't think to fight back with sticks but instead ran away in fear. Gu Dashin and his son, along with the Luo family, ran back from the Night Watch team and told everyone, "Run quickly. Those people are coming to kill us." The village chief told us to gather and escape. Gu Jinli and the others had already tied everything they could carry onto themselves. Seeing them return, the group helped each other and ran to join the villagers. But before they reached the village chief's resting place, another group charged from the side, attacking anyone they saw. There were other disaster victims ahead of them, providing cover for their group. Gu Jinli quickly decided, "Hurry, we can't go to the village chief's resting place anymore." Things were so chaotic now, with strangers fighting and killing victims everywhere. They should escape immediately instead of heading to the village chief's place to gather. Gu Dashin and the others were panicked and didn't know what to do. "Listen to Little Fish. Don't go to gather with the villagers. We must escape on our own," the third grandfather decisively said. Father Luo was observing the terrain. When he heard the third grandfather, he pointed to the right and said, "Run to the right. No strangers are killing people there." Hearing this, the families helped each other and ran to the right. Behind them, loud, piercing screams echoed. Gu Jinli looked back and saw many disaster victims falling under the blades and tools of the strangers. In the faint glow of fires, the strangers showed no guilt for killing. Instead, their faces looked excited, as if they had killed not people but animals. "Move faster," the boss said. "As long as we kill them, these people's food is ours. First kill the men. Don't kill women and children," came a disgusting chuckle at the end of the sentence. Suddenly, a disaster victim knelt down and begged, "Heroes, spare us. We have food, water, and silver. If you spare us, all our supplies are yours." The strangers responded by striking with sharp shovels. Within moments, they had killed the men of the family.
Bah!
"Still trying to bribe me? If I kill you, your things will naturally be ours. Brothers, don't listen to their tricks. Kill all the men. Once they're dead, the women and belongings will be ours." Gu Jinli and the others heard these words and ran as fast as they could to the right. Everyone was silent. The youngest, Chengur, was very frightened but only dared to silently shed tears, not cry out loud. The group of villains still spotted them. One shouted, "There are a few families over there. They have quite a bit of stuff. Old Sevenchin, take a few men and go kill them." Old Sevenchin responded and led 7 bloodied men, holding hoes, to chase after them. Gu Jinli looked back at the distant flames, feeling very scared. She pulled Chui and Gu Jinxiu and shouted to Grandpa San, "They're catching up. We must hide in the thorn bushes." Not far from them was a withered thorn forest filled with thorns and bushes, which could hurt people. If they ran inside, the pursuers probably wouldn't bother to chase them further. However, some of the families had old and young members, and their speed was slow. Before they reached the thorn bushes, Old Sevenchin and his men caught up. Old Sevenchin, with 7 bloodshot eyes, surrounded them and grinned. "Haha, luck is on our side. These families have many women, and they're pretty good-looking." He looked at Chui and the others with a greedy gaze. Gu Jinli was very angry. She knew that to survive this time, bloodshed was necessary. She quickly turned her wrist, drew the dagger gifted by Qi, and said to Father Luo, "Luo Wu, Gu Dashin and Gu Jinan, let's fight them." This was said by a child, which made Old Sevenchin and his men laugh loudly. "Haha, a little kid acting so tough. Fine, I'll show you what fighting to the death looks like." The other 7 men raised their sharp shovels and attacked Father Luo, Gu Dashin, and the others. Meanwhile, Old Sevenchin swung his big sword at Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli crouched and slid along the ground, avoiding Old Sevenchin's sword. She swiftly stabbed her dagger into his heel, cutting his Achilles tendon, causing him to scream in pain. She pushed herself off the ground, spun around, and aimed her dagger at Old Sevenchin's neck. But before she could stab, a large stone suddenly hit his head. With a loud bang, Old Sevenchin's head was smashed open, blood pouring out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious or dead. Gu Jinli turned her head and saw a boy about 13 or 14 years old standing beside her, making a gesture as if throwing stones. Seeing her look, he shyly smiled and then ran to the other side, kicking over someone rushing towards Gu Dashan. He grabbed that person's hand, twisted it, took the from his grip, and struck the person's neck with the handle, knocking him out instantly. Gu Jinli frowned as she watched the boy. He was skilled, with quick and precise moves, knocking down villains with each attack. With the addition of this boy and the two martial artists, Luo Fu and Luo Wu, they quickly defeated all the villains surrounding them. Quick, run. There are too many of them. They will catch up soon, the boy said, rushing into the thorny woods first. Outside was too dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, several families followed. When they caught up with the boy, he was now accompanied by two people, an old man in his 60s, looking anxious, and a young man about 16 or 17, with a gloomy face and unfriendly eyes. Having just experienced a fierce fight, the family stopped in their tracks when they saw the boy's gaze, afraid to approach and wary of the three, fearing they might be villains. The old man said, "Don't be afraid. Erlang means no harm. He just doesn't like strangers getting close. Our family name is Qin. We're not with those people. Quickly, everyone run. If they catch up, it will be bad." "Who are you?" Gu Jinli looked at the boy who had helped them earlier. "Why are you helping us? Tonight is so chaotic, and suddenly someone appears to help us. It's so strange. We need to understand first before following them. I'm worried they might be dangerous." Hearing Gu Jinli's words, Qin Erlang's face darkened. He glared at the boy who helped them and scolded, "I told you not to interfere, but you didn't listen." The boy wasn't angry at the scolding. Instead, he smiled and said, "Second brother, don't be mad." Hearing this, Qin Erlang grew even angrier. "I'm not your second brother," he said, turning to walk ahead. Old Qin seemed to care a lot about Qin Erlang. Seeing him leave, he hurried to catch up, then turned back and said to Gu Jinli and the others, "If you trust us, follow us. If not, find a place to hide yourself." The boy really wanted to help them. He said, "Don't be afraid. We know a hiding place where those people can't find us. Follow us, hide tonight, and leave after that." Grandpa Sen looked behind and saw flames approaching. It was definitely those villains coming. He clenched his teeth and said, "We'll follow them." A few families followed three young men through a thicket of bushes and arrived at a cliff. Old Qin said to the young man who had helped Gu Jinli and others, "Third brother, you go down first with them. I will stay behind with second brother." "Okay," Qin Sanling replied. He untied the rope from his waist, handed it to Old Qin, and together they pulled it up. Then he said to Luo Wu, "Brother, I'll take you down first. There's a cave below the cliff where we can hide." Qin Sanlang knew these families were frightened by the bad people, so he chose brave Luo Wu to go down with him first. Luo Wu looked at Luo's father, who nodded, so Luo Wu took the rope from Old Qin, tied it around himself, and followed Qin Sanling down to the cave below the cliff. After checking the cave's condition and feeling it was safe, Luo Wu shouted up, "Dad, Grandpa San, Uncle Gu, it's safe below. Come down quickly." Hearing Luo Wu, the families felt more at ease. They started tying ropes and one by one lowered themselves into the cave. The cave was only about 5 or 6 meters from the ground. Its entrance was on the cliff wall, slanting inward to form a small but deep cave, enough for all of them to hide. Qin Sanlang held a torch and led everyone inside. They walked about 10 meters before stopping and turning back to say, "That's enough. Find a place to sit and stay quiet." After saying that, he started walking toward the cave entrance, making a few animal sounds at the ground. Old Qin then tied the rope and came down from the cliff. Once Old Qin untied the rope and entered the cave, Qin Sanlang made 2 more animal sounds. Suddenly, something hit the ground with a thud. After a moment, Qin Erlang's figure leapt down from the cliff and landed heavily on the rocks outside the cave entrance. After landing, Qin Erlang wrapped the rope around his hand a few times, pulling down a rope with hooks and claws attached. Gu Jinli was startled. Qin Erlang's skills were impressive. He could jump from 5 or 6 meters away on the cliff to the cave entrance with just one hooked rope. And the animal sounds Qin Sanling made. Gu Jinli remembered that in her past life, when she was on outdoor missions, she also used animal sounds as signals. These people's backgrounds were not simple, they might be military. Qin Erlang quickly coiled the rope and threw it to Qin Sanling, speaking coldly. "Turn off the torch. They're coming." It was clear he was annoyed at being interrupted. Qin Sanling extinguished the torch, then tied a rope around his waist. The three of them silently entered the cave and sat down about a yard away from the nearby houses. "Everyone stay quiet. We'll get through tonight," Qin Sanling's calming voice came from the darkness. After these words, the cave fell silent. Occasionally, footsteps and faint curses could be heard from the cliff, but soon everything was quiet again. Outside, the ground was not peaceful. The villains were still killing, and the refugees were running in all directions. No matter where they fled, villains with big knives, sharp shovels, and hoes chased after them to fight and attack. The people from the Gu family were scattered in the chaos. Originally about 20 people, now they were just a few, running away in small groups. Qian Liar and Qian Qinggui hid in a mountain hollow, covering their ears. Still, they could hear the screams around them. Qian Qinggui was very scared. Although he was usually mischievous, he had never seen such scenes. The violence and killing alone were enough to frighten him to death. Qian Liar trembled, curled up in the hollow, hiding behind dry grass on the mountain to stay out of sight, hoping to escape this disaster.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Something rolled into the hollow. Qian Qinggui looked toward the sound with the faint moonlight and suddenly saw a pair of wide-open eyes. The owner of those eyes was already dead, with half of his head open, face covered in blood, with blood flowing from the top of his head into his eyes, turning them red. Next to this corpse, there were 2 more dead bodies. Dead people. Qian Qinggui was so frightened he lost control and screamed loudly. "Brother Jean, someone's in the hollow," a voice excitedly called out. "Sounds like an adult man. Not much use. Phone Motzi, you, and the go kill him. If there's anything good, bring it back," the man called Brother Jean ordered impatiently. Okay, Phone Motzi and Zhang immediately ran into the hollow. Hearing that they were coming to kill him, Qian Qinggui was terrified and shouted, "No, don't kill me. I have a woman here. She's a beautiful young girl. You can have her." Hearing this, Qian Liar's heart was filled with hatred for Qian Qinggui. She angrily kicked him and desperately ran backward along the hollow. When the 2 men heard about a beautiful girl in the hollow, they went crazy and rushed in. Seeing Qian Liar's back, their eyes turned green. They quickly chased after her, grabbing her and throwing her down. Let me go." Qian Liar screamed and struggled, feeling as if a poisonous snake was crawling on her body, her screams echoing in fear. Zhang Lame had been a bachelor his whole life. When he finally saw a pretty girl, he couldn't bear to let go and took the chance to get close. Phone Motzi kicked Zhang Lame in the back and scolded, "Brother Jean hasn't even touched her yet, and you're already making a move. Are you crazy?" Their rule was that the boss went first. Once he was done, then it was their turn. Zhang Lame knew this rule well. After satisfying himself, he chuckled, "I'm just checking her out for Brother Jean. Honestly, this girl is well taken care of. Much better than those dirty, skinny ones we saw earlier. Playing with them was no fun." "Phone Motzi, Zhang Lame, are you 2 dead down there? Why are you wasting time?
Come up quickly."
"How long does Brother Jean have to wait?" The boss's men had about 30 people. Only these 2 were sent to grab the girl. The others were unhappy and urged them impatiently. "We're coming." Phone Motzi and Zhang Lame grabbed Qian Liar and dragged her onto the ground. Then they shouted to Qian Qinggui in the valley, "Climb up yourself. If you try to run, you'll get a headache." Qian Qinggui was so scared his legs trembled. He crawled out of the valley using his hands and feet, following Phone Motzi and Zhang Lame. "Brother Jean, we brought you a pretty girl," Phone Motzi said proudly, dragging Qian Liar in front of Jean. Jean examined Qian Liar's face and body, then chuckled. Not bad, not bad. She looks good and has a nice figure. Seeing Jin's face, Qian Liar almost vomited. The man looked at least 40, with half his nose cut off, messy hair, and a foul smell. But she knew she couldn't escape today. She could only submit to this man. Yet, she was determined to take him down with her. She raised an eyebrow and smiled charmingly, shyly looking at Jin, and said, "It's a blessing to serve Brother Jin, but I have a small favor to ask." Jin was intrigued by her submission and asked with a smile, "What is it?"
Tell me.
Qian Liar looked at Qian Qinggui behind her, her eyes full of hatred. Castrate him. Qian Qinggui had ruined her life, and now she wanted to ruin his. She wanted him to suffer 10 times worse than she did. Huh, that's ruthless. I like it, Jin said, pointing to someone behind him. Liangzi, take care of him. Got it, Liangzi said, holding a dagger and walking toward Qian Qinggui. Qian Qinggui only realized the truth when he saw that Qian Liar was telling the truth. He looked at her in disbelief and shouted, "Liar, I am your real brother. You can't treat me like this." Qian Liar looked at Qian Qinggui with a blank face. He was not her brother, but her deadly enemy. Liangzi kept getting closer. Seeing that Qian Liar didn't seem to want to stop Liangzi, Qian Qinggui hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Liar, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Seeing Qian Qinggui kneeling and begging like a dog, Qian Liar felt a little comforted. Her eyes shone with anticipation, waiting for the moment when Qian Qinggui would be punished. Liangzi acted quickly. He kicked Qian Qinggui over and then used a knife to castrate him. Qian Qinggui let out a loud scream. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Liangzi wiped the blood off the knife onto his clothes, kicked the dead-looking Qian Qinggui, and smiled at Jinga. "Brother Jin, it's done." Jinga nodded, picked up Qian Liar, and with a mischievous smile said, "Little beauty, come with me and have some fun." Qian Liar felt the wave of disgust. She stared at Jin Ji's neck, lost in thought, then looked at Qian Qinggui lying on the ground. She pointed at him and said, "Take him with you." She wanted to keep Qian Qinggui close so she could torment him forever. "Liangzi, take that useless one with you," Jingo ordered. Liangzi instructed Feng Matzi and Zhang Kuaizi to carry Qian Qinggui, then led about 30 other brothers to follow Jingo. Qian Guangzong was fleeing with Gu Degu and Qian Chenkai when he suddenly heard Gu Degu whisper, "Master, I think I heard Brother Gui's voice." "Did you hear it too?" "Shut up. Those villains haven't gone far. If you call them back, I won't forgive you." Qian Guangzong was terrified. He also heard the screams of Brother Gui but was too scared to go save him. Anyway, with Kai Ge there, their old Qian family wouldn't be wiped out. Qian Chenkai, hearing Qian Guangzong, was also scared. "Mother, you must have heard wrong. There's no way I heard my brother's voice. Let's hurry and not talk, so we don't attract those villains." "Run quickly." Qian Guangzong pushed Gu Degu into the darkness away from the firelight. After running for a little over a minute, they saw a patch of withered reed grass nearby and rushed into it. The sharp leaves of the reeds cut them, and soon they were covered in cuts. Qian Guangzong stomped on the dry reeds and cursed softly, "This broken grass. Even you dare to bully me." Not long after the shouting died down, a voice suddenly came from the nearby grass. "Brother-in-law, is that you?" "It's Yulu." "Yes, it's Yulu. I am your big sister." Gu Degu was overjoyed and crying. After running all night, she finally saw her family. Hearing Gu Degu's voice and confirming it was the Qian family, Yulu peeked out half of his body from the grass and waved at them. "Come quickly, mother and second brother's family are here." The 3 of them hurried over. They pushed aside the tall grass and saw Yulu, Grandma Gu, Zheng holding Gu Qingji, and Gu Youen's family of 4 all crouched inside. Grandma Gu looked pale and trembling with fear. After a while, she saw the 3 of them and finally spoke, asking, "Just you 3? Where are Brother Gui and Sister Li? Did you see your little sister?" She didn't ask about old Master Gu or the Gu Fuzhong family. For Grandma Gu, as long as her second son was safe, the world wouldn't fall apart. Asking about her little sister was already a good sign. Qian Guangzong shook his head and quietly slipped into the grass to hide. Those people suddenly attacked us. We got separated. We didn't see your wife and husband, nor did we see Brother Gue and Sister Li. He gently nudged Gu Degu, who quickly looked with the moonlight at Grandma Gu and Yoan's family. Seeing no food, she asked anxiously, Mother, where is our grain? Where did you hide it? As soon as she mentioned food, Grandma Gu's heart ached terribly. She pounded the ground and cursed. Those beasts came too quickly. We didn't even have time to escape, let alone grab any grain. During the escape, Grandma Gu secretly hid a big bag of grain. Now, besides a small bag of grain tied to them early on, all the rest was gone. And the silver money. We also lost a bag during the escape. Now, we only have less than 20 taels left. Even if we manage to escape this time, it will be hard to settle elsewhere. Grandma Gu cried loudly. All her life savings were gone. Hearing this, Qian Guangzong tightened his money pouch around his waist and secretly pinched Gu Degu to signal her not to speak carelessly. The old Gu family's lack of food and money was their own problem, not related to the Qian family. Their grain and money would never be given to the old Gu family. Gu Degu, being selfish, saw Grandma Gu's words and her eyes flickered. She whispered through her tears, Mother, you're still better off. We even lost the grain tied to us. Now we have nothing but a single coin and no food at all. Grand Aunt Gu made up a story about some villains they encountered who stole their grain and silver. Old Gu knew her family's nature and didn't believe her words. She was too tired of listening to her cry and said, Big Aunt, be quiet. If those villains come back, we might all be in danger. Grand Aunt Gu kept silent, and the whole family quietly hid inside the grass hut. The group of villains had fought and killed many villagers late into the night. Exhausted, they stopped killing and began sorting their loot, dividing grain, water, money, and women. Old Lady Gu and her family managed to escape. The next noon, some surviving villagers came out of hiding to look for their missing family members. But Old Lady Gu and her family, afraid of death, dared not go far and only wandered near the grass bushes. Old Master Gu worried about them. He took Gu Yofu and looked for them, hiding and searching for half a day until he finally found Old Lady Gu and her family. Seeing them, Old Master Gu was very excited and kept wiping his tears. Good, everyone is alive. Old Lady Gu saw Old Master Gu and Gu Yofu, but wasn't very happy. She asked Little Sister, how are they? What happened to the couple? Old Master Gu choked with emotion and said, Little Sister is fine, but Qingwen is gone. Qingwen was Gu Little Sister's husband. Last night, he fell while fleeing and was killed by the pursuing villains with a. What? Qingwen is dead. Old Lady Gu pounded her thigh and cried loudly. Oh, why is my little sister's life so hard? Why did she become a widow? After crying for a while, Old Lady Gu cursed Gu Dashan's family. It's all because of that disaster star, Gu Dashan. If it weren't for him, our family wouldn't have gone through this. Old Lady Gu disliked Gu Dashan's eldest son, who was the original wife's son. When Gu Dashan was young, he once had an old nun tell his fortune. She took Old Lady Gu's money and said Gu Dashan was a reincarnation of a disaster star and that he would cause trouble for their family. She believed this false prophecy over time. After Qingwen's death, she blamed Gu Dashan for his murder and cursed her family. Heaven has eyes. I hope those ungrateful wolves are killed by those villains. Grand Aunt Gu hated Gu Dashan's family because of the Qi family incident. She didn't dare curse him harshly in front of Old Master Gu, only crying and saying, Little Sister's fate is so tragic. She lost her husband at such a young age. How will she live on? Old Lady Gu heard this and cursed even more fiercely, almost cursing the heavens and the earth. Old Master Gu quickly interrupted her. Speak softly. The bad people haven't left yet, and we can't risk calling them here. Grandmother Gu shivered at these words. She looked around but didn't see the bad people, so she relaxed a little. She raised her tired eyes and asked Old Master Gu, Old man, are those bad people really gone? They've been causing trouble all night, and they still haven't left. Old Master Gu nodded. When we came out to find you, we checked the place where we rested last night. From afar, we saw them sleeping. We hid while coming to find you. Those bad people had been killing people all night. As dawn approached, they started dividing things. Now they were very tired and were sleeping soundly in the refugee camp. Gu Yuan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Dad, we can't stay here long. Let's leave quickly. Gu Yuan was very frightened by what happened last night. He was so scared he wet his pants and lost face. Now was his chance to regain his dignity and show that he was a young master. Gu's wife clenched Gu Yao's hand and kindly reminded Gu Youfu, Second brother, go quickly and bring the little sister and the others. We'll wait here with Mom and Dad. Since the bad people hadn't left yet, she wouldn't be so foolish as to risk following old Master Gu to meet up with Gu Xiaomei and the others. Although Grandmother Gu was worried about Gu Xiaomei, she didn't think she was very important compared to the second son's family. She agreed with Gu's wife. Third brother, go quickly and bring the little sister and the others. Old Master Gu frowned. He was unhappy about Grandmother Gu's favoritism, but didn't say anything. He took Gu Youfu to go and fetch the others. About half an hour later, old Master Gu and his group returned with Gu Xiaomei and her family. Big Aunt looked at them and saw their messy hair, torn clothes, and empty hands, no food or water. She immediately became unhappy. Great, another group of beggars. She was determined to keep the family's grain and silver safe. She couldn't let the Gu family members take advantage of her. Gu Xiaomei saw Grandmother Gu and burst into tears. Mother, my husband is gone. Grandmother Gu comforted her. Don't cry, little sister. You're pretty. Once we settle down, I'll find a good family for you to marry into. You'll be a young lady. Mrs. Zheng held Gu Qingji and made a face. Young lady? Does she think being a young lady is like a cabbage? Anyone can be one? If Gu Xiaomei could become a young lady, wouldn't she be a lady of a noble family? Gu Xiaomei cried for a while, and Gu Yuan, impatient, said, Little sister, stop crying. Right now, escaping is the most important thing. Old Lord Gu also urged, hurry up and leave. If we wait too long, those bad men will wake up, and then it will be impossible to escape. Old Lady Gu was worried about Qian Liar and Qian Qingui, saying, Brother Gui and Sister Li haven't been found yet. If we leave now, what will happen to them? The Gu family members, afraid of death, were unwilling to stay. Gu Yulu said, Mother, if we don't leave now, our whole family will die here. Let's escape quickly. Sister Li and Brother Gui are smart. They must have already escaped.
Don't worry about them.
Qian Guangzong felt guilty, but pretended to be brave, advising old Lady Gu, Mother, life and death are up to fate. I can't hold the Qian family back just because of Sister Li and Brother Gui. Let's go. As long as we're alive, we will have a chance to meet again. Old Lady Gu cared most about Gu Youan's family. Seeing that Qian Guangzong, as a father, was so determined, she was convinced. With Gu Yulu supporting her, their family of over 10 people hurried through the grass and escaped from the foot of the mountain. They escaped quickly and avoided the disaster. However, the other survivors still wandering nearby to find people were less lucky. They were discovered by the waking bad men and chased, beaten, and killed. In a cave below the cliff, Gu Jinli and the others hid inside for a whole night and day. When dawn broke, Father Luo was anxious and wanted to take Luo Wu out to check the situation, but Qin Sanling stopped him. Qin Sanling said, Those bad men won't leave so soon. If we go out now, we might run into them. Let's wait a bit longer. Grandpa Qin, an experienced elder, knew Qin Sanling was right, so he said, Everyone, don't rush. Better to hide for a few more days than to go out recklessly and risk losing our lives. The families trusted Grandpa Qin very much. Although they wanted to go find people from the village, they held back and continued waiting in the cave. Grandpa Qin took the opportunity to talk with old Qin and learned they came from Longshan Prefecture in the northwest. Most of their family had died fighting against the Great Rong. Only they, the grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter, remained. After a severe drought, old Qin decided to flee and escape hardship with Qin Erlang and Qin Sanling. Grandpa Qin was surprised to hear they were from Longshan Prefecture. He said, "My brother, you're from Longshan Prefecture? Sorry for the disrespect." The northwest Longshan Prefecture was on the border of the Great Chu. Beyond the Longshan Mountains was the land of the Great Rong. The people of the Great Rong were fierce and often raided the valleys of Great Chu. Since the founding of Great Chu, the Great Rong army had attacked Longshan Prefecture over 100 times. To fight back, the people of Longshan Prefecture all took up arms and helped the border troops to repel the Rong invaders multiple times. Because of these deeds, the people of the 7 prefectures in the northwest highly admired the people of Longshan Prefecture. Old Qin said, "What's there to be disrespectful about? It's just small matters, not worth mentioning. Now, the 3 generations of our family only hope to avoid this disaster and live well." Old Qin seems reluctant to talk about Longshan Prefecture and instead chats quietly with the 3rd grandfather about Gujia village. The 3rd grandfather is wise enough not to ask further and just makes small talk with Old Qin. If they hear any movement on the cliff, they will stop talking. The family hides in the cave for a day and a night, starving and afraid of the villains coming, so they dare not light a fire or cook. They only eat raw rice or soybeans given by the Qi family, 1 handful each. As it gets dark again, 3rd brother Qin says, "I'll go out and check the situation.
Stay here."
The 3rd grandfather and others are worried and want to follow him. Old Qin says, "Don't worry. 3rd brother is skilled and will be fine. He's quick to run if there's trouble." Hearing this, they can only give up. 3rd brother Qin smiles to comfort them, walks to the cave entrance, listens for a while to the cliff, and after confirming no one is there, he unfastens the rope with a hook and rake tied around his waist. He throws the rope onto the cliff wall, hooks something, then leaps into the air and disappears from the cave entrance. Gu Jinli secretly praises his skill and becomes even more certain that the Qin family members are not ordinary. An hour later, 3rd brother Qin returns to the cave and asks, "Do you know a woman named Liar?" "Liar?" Gu Jinli asks, "Could it be Qian Liar? What's wrong with her?" Among the people she knows, only Qian Liar from the Gu family's eldest sister's household has that name. "It seems to be that name," Qin says after a moment of hesitation, then shares what he discovered. "She's with a small leader of those villains, and that leader's men are looking for your family, saying they want to kill all 6 of you." Actually, the words he heard were even worse. Qian Liar told those villains that Cui from the Gu family's Dashan household, Gu Jinxiu, and even 10-year-old Gu Jinli are all very beautiful, far more attractive than her. This made the villains drool and vow to catch and mistreat these beauties. Qian Liar also told the villains that she saved the young master of the Qi family's mansion, revealing that the Gu family has 2 treasures. One is a gem-encrusted dagger, and the other is a royal gift. She doesn't know exactly what it is, only that it's valuable. Treasures and beautiful women are enough to make wicked people's eyes turn red. They searched all over the mountains for Gu Dashan's family, determined to find them, kill all the men, and steal the women and treasures. But since these words involved Gu's mother and daughters, Qin Sanling couldn't say them directly. Instead, he cautiously said that Qian Liar wanted their entire family of 6 to be killed. As for what Qian Liar said, Qin Sanling didn't believe a word. The 3 women of the Gu family looked better than ordinary farmers, but they were far from true beauties. The talk about treasures was even more nonsense. What era was this? Treasures don't fill stomachs. The Qi family's gifts would only be some food, water, and salt that could save lives. However, the wicked men, influenced by Qian Liar, were searching for the Gu family. Qin Sanling said, "Don't go out yet. Hide here for a few days. When those bad men leave, you can leave then." The young leader following Qian Liar had only a few dozen men, but Brother Jin was a bandit by background, used to robbing people. When he got angry, he was ruthless and didn't hesitate to kill. Gu Dashan and the others turned pale with fear. Grandma Sand angrily cursed, "Lirji's girl is so cruel. She actually wants to kill our family of 6. Grandpa San worriedly asked Qin Sanling, "Brother Qin, those bad men won't come here, will they? If they found this place, all their families would die." The Luo and Gu families looked at Qin Sanling with fear. Old Qin said, "Don't worry, Brother Gu. This cave is on a cliff face. Those bad men can't get down here. They wouldn't think to look for them in hiding." Old Qin wasn't too worried about Qian Liar inciting the bad men to search for Gu Dashan's family. The worst they'd do was search for 2 days. They wouldn't turn the place upside down just because of a young girl's words. Old Qin guessed right. After 2 days of searching at the foot of the mountain, Brother Jin's men grew impatient and stopped looking for them. Qian Liar, not seeing the bodies of Gu Dashan's family, knew they hadn't died. She refused to give up easily. She described how beautiful Chui's mother and daughters were, how valuable the treasures from the Qi family were again. Unfortunately, this time, the bad men no longer believed her. Zhang Lim also complained to a few accomplices. "A yellow-haired girl still wants to boss us around? She thinks we only use a little meat to think. Besides, we didn't take advantage of her. Why should we do things for her?" Several accomplices had long been dissatisfied with Qian Liar. That naughty girl somehow managed to prevent Brother Jin from giving her to them. Bah, after being Brother Jin's woman for a few days, she thinks she's someone special. Wants me to do things for her? Fine, sleep with me first, and as soon as I get my pants on, I'll go find her. These bad men spoke without much concern, complaining briefly before starting to flirt with Qian Liar. Seeing that these villains no longer believed in her beauty or treasures, Qian Liar coquettishly pleaded with Brother Jin. "Brother Jin, you can't let your men disobey. If they ignore this time, there will be a second, and after 3 times, they might try to bring you down." Hearing this, Brother Jin, with his ugly face, missing half a nose, grew cold. He slapped Qian Liar sharply and cursed, "You little troublemaker, trying to stir trouble among us brothers? If you do it again, I'll throw you to the guys to enjoy." Brother Jin had lived over 40 years and was used to women's tricks. A 14-year-old girl like Qian Liar trying to show off her schemes in front of him was asking for trouble. Qian Liar was slapped so hard her cheeks swelled. Since that night, she felt the fear of death again. She quickly suppressed her anger, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Brother Jin and choked out, "Brother Jin, it's Liar's fault. Please don't be angry. Liar just wants to do things for you. You don't know, but Gu Jinxiu is really beautiful, so much so that even the young master of the Qi family almost couldn't resist when he saw her." Brother Jin liked pretty women. In recent days, after hearing Qian Liar's words, he was very interested in Gu Jinxiu. But now, he couldn't waste more time on the Gu family. This matter ends here. Lord Chao has already sent word that everyone must continue their journey early tomorrow. When Qian Liar heard the name Lord Chao, she quickly lowered her head. During this, her eyes flashed with a quick glint of light. Over the past few days, she had learned that this group of villains was led by a boss called Lord Chao. Originally, Lord Chao was a military officer who had committed crimes. He was supposed to be executed, but luck was on his side. A drought struck, and then the Northwest Border Army encountered trouble. He seized the opportunity, killed the prison guards, and released the prisoners. He led them on a rampage, burning and looting, growing from over 100 to more than 1,000 men, a figure worth trusting. Yes, Qian Liar had set her sights on Lord Chao. Since she was no longer pure and couldn't marry into a good family, and since she had been sleeping with these villains anyway, why not find the strongest one? Qian Liar knew they had to leave this time, so she temporarily let go of the Gu family. She began to flatter Brother Jin again, making him like her even more. Before joining Lord Chao, she must calm Brother Jin down, or else she will suffer the same fate as other captured women, being tortured by the foul-smelling villains. The next morning, at the foot of the mountain, the villains all woke up and started moving. They loaded the stolen food and valuables onto carts, then the women and children they had captured, pulling them along as they continued their journey. Before these villains woke up, Lord Chao had already sent about 100 men ahead to scout the situation. They always did this, sending people ahead to check the area. If they encountered survivors, those people would report back. Then Lord Chao would lead the main force to attack and steal from the survivors. Now, They were stealing less and less from the survivors, and Lord Chao planned to rob a nearby town. Qian Liar was among these villains, constantly looking around for Lord Chao's figure. In the distance, Qin Sanling was hiding in the grass, watching the group of villains leave with a serious face. Their numbers were growing, and if they kept getting bigger, something bad would happen. Qin Sanling stayed hidden in the grass for over a minute until he couldn't see the villains anymore. Then he left and went back to the cave below the cliff to report. As soon as he returned, everyone gathered around. Qin Sanling knew they were anxious, so he smiled and said, "The villains are gone.
You can all come out now."
Hearing this, several families were overjoyed. Grandma San and Mrs. Chui's tears welled up, and they cried happily. They had been scared and hiding for 3 days. Finally, those villains left. Seeing Grandma San crying, Grandpa San gently scolded her. "Stop crying, woman. Hurry up and pack your things. We need to go find people." Grandma San quickly wiped her tears and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Let's pack up and leave now. It's not the time to cry." The villains were too cruel. They didn't know how the villagers were doing. Were there any survivors left? They had to leave quickly to find people. If they couldn't find anyone alive, they still had to collect the bodies of the villagers who had been harmed. Mrs. Chu and Mrs. Chui also started packing with a few children. They had fled in a hurry and hadn't brought much, just some grain and water. The men took sticks, clubs, and knives, nothing too fancy. Gu Jinli had even less. She carried a cloth bag filled with coarse salt given by the Qi family, grabbed a dagger, and was ready to leave with a quick step. They didn't take much time and quickly packed up their things. They arrived at the cave entrance, tied a rope around their waists, and Qin Sanlang and Qin Laoguan pulled them up from the cliff one by one. Qin Erlang still didn't like them and didn't help. After climbing the cliff with his hooked rope, he stood coldly by a withered tree, waiting. The families were used to Qin Erlang's cold attitude and didn't mind. After reaching the top, Qin Sanling pointed to the left and said, "Go this way. It will take about half an hour to reach your resting place from here."
But
Qin Sanling warned, "That place isn't very good. Be careful." He had checked the resting spot at the foot of the mountain, and it was full of bodies. Grandpa San and the others understood what Qin Sanling meant by not very good. They nodded silently, indicating they understood, and then headed left. To the left was the thorny forest they had come through. Beyond the thorns was a patch of wild grass, which had been trampled and flattened by the fleeing disaster victims. Within this wild grass, there were several large nests about a yard wide. Gu Jinli spotted that some of the nests had torn clothing or toes sticking out. She quickly said to Cui Shi beside her, "Mom, hold Chungur tight." She also smiled and said to Chungur, "Chungur, those bad people have already gone. Don't be afraid." Chungur was still shaken from the escape that night. He had been in the cave for 2 days to recover. If he saw those bodies again and got scared again, he might catch a high fever from the shock. Seeing Gu Jinli's reassuring smile, Chungur felt less afraid. He was very sensible and said, "Second sister, I've grown up. I won't be afraid." He didn't want to hold the family back. Gu Jinli praised him with a smile. "Good boy." Then she held Gu Jinxiu's trembling hand. The sisters followed Cui Shi and continued forward. Grandpa Sen looked at the nests in the grass and told the families, "We've been through a lot. Don't be surprised by what you see." The families understood what he meant and quickly nodded, saying, "We understand." Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still frightened when they saw the large number of bodies at the foot of the mountain. At the broad mountain foot, all they saw were bodies. Most had their heads smashed open, eyes wide open, with dead expressions. Some were battered and bloody, with their stomachs cut open. The scene was very tragic. These are the bodies of young men, and there are some women's bodies as well. The women's corpses are not only tragic in death but also undressed, clearly showing they suffered great humiliation in life. Grandmother Sen looked at the women's bodies and tears streamed down her face. She followed the Chu family to the women's side, covering them with clothes so they could die with dignity. "Auntie, parents, wife, wake up. Don't leave me and the children." A man's cry of despair sounded. Several families looked toward the sound and saw a man with 2 children kneeling beside the bodies, crying loudly. "Don't die, husband. If you die, how will we survive? Father, father, wake up. Don't leave us. Annie Chui, how could you die so tragically?" More and more cries of grief came from all directions. The survivors, who had come out after the villains left, found only bodies. Grandmother San, Chu, Chui, and Gu Jinxiu couldn't help but cry. The men from several families, seeing the terrible scene around them, also had tears in their eyes. Gu Jinli, Gu Jinan, Luo Wu, and others were filled with anger and wanted to chase after the villains and punish them. Grandpa Sen looked at the grieving survivors, tears shining in his old eyes, and said, "Heaven is so cruel. When will these hard days end?" After a while, Grandpa San suppressed his pain and told everyone, "Stop crying. Let's go quickly to the village chief's resting place to find people. If any villagers are alive, they will gather there. Maybe we'll meet up." The families hurriedly followed Grandpa San to the village chief's resting area. Fortunately, they found Gu Dafu and his son and daughter, as well as Gu Dagwa's family of 4, at the village chief's place. But before they could feel happy, they were overwhelmed by the sight of the bodies in front of them. These were all villagers from Gu village. "De Dafu," Grandpa Sen called out. Gu Dafu, hearing his voice, was stunned for a moment. When he saw Grandpa San, he suddenly knelt down with a thud, crying, "Third uncle, our family is doomed. We shouldn't have come here to gather. We're all dead now. Everyone is dead." That night, when the villains attacked, his father told everyone to gather at their resting place before escaping. But before the villagers arrived, the villains had already killed many, attacking the villagers of Gu village. Many were killed, including his wife and young son. He and Dagwa's family managed to escape, thanks to his father's sacrifice. Gu Dafu knelt on the ground, constantly pulling at his hair, crying so hard he almost fainted. Gu Dexing and Gu Yume saw their father kneeling and crying, and they were very scared. They wanted to go comfort him, but dared not. They just stood to the side, clutching their clothes and looking at the 3rd grandfather for help. The 3rd grandfather squatted down, patted Gu Dafu on the shoulder, and said, "Dafu, people who pass away can't come back. Don't be too sad. You still have 2 children to take care of, so you can't fall apart." Gu Dagwa also tried to comfort his older brother, saying, "Big brother, the 3rd uncle is right. This isn't our fault. It's the evil deeds of those bad people. Don't blame yourself. Let's quickly bury the villagers' bodies and keep running. If those bad people come back to kill us again, we won't survive." Gu Dagwa's wife, Chun, heard this and felt so scared she wobbled. She asked, trembling, "Head of the family, will those bad people really come back to kill us? Then what's the point of burying the bodies? We should just run away." Gu Dagwa glared at Chun. This silly wife, he only said it casually, but she took it seriously. Gu Dafu cried for a while and finally stopped. "Third uncle is right. I can't fall apart. I still need to gather the villagers' bodies." The 3rd grandfather said, "That's right." He looked around and saw there were too many bodies, over 100. He said, "Let's dig a big hole here and bury them." There were so many bodies and they were too few to handle it properly, so they could only use the simplest method. Gu Dafu nodded and agreed, "We'll follow what 3rd uncle says." Gu Jinli reminded the 3rd grandfather, "3rd grandfather, first we need to find the household registration papers from the villagers. If we find their surviving family members, we can return the papers to them. That way, the living villagers won't become homeless refugees." The Great Chu dynasty had strict household registration management. Without the registration papers, a person wouldn't be considered a good citizen and could be bought or sold freely. Xiaoyu's reminder is right. First, we need to find the household registration papers, then bury everyone, the 3rd grandfather instructed the adults. Men and women were assigned to search the villagers' bodies separately. This is Gu Urga's household registration paper. This is Gu Daju's. This is Uncle 11's. This is Aunt 9's. In just half an hour, They found 21 household registration papers among the over 100 bodies. Gu Dafu held the papers with trembling hands. The Gu family village had only about 50 households, yet they found 21 registration papers. That means half of their villagers had died. Third uncle. Our family is guilty. Gu Dafu, as the eldest son of Mayor Gu, was taken under his father's wing early on to be trained as the next village chief. He always saw himself as the future leader of Gu village and felt responsible for the villagers. But now, half of the villagers have lost their lives because of his father's words. He feels deep regret and self-blame, wishing he could be the one to die instead. Grandpa Sen looked at Gu Dafu and sighed. Dafu, everyone has their fate. This disaster was part of theirs. Don't blame yourself anymore. Hurry up and dig a grave to bury everyone. Gu Dafu cried for a while and handed the household registration papers to Grandma San. Auntie, please distribute the household papers, land deeds, and money to each family. If villagers come looking for their belongings, they can be handed to them too.
Okay.
Grandma San took the papers and, with Chu, Chui, and Shin, carefully divided everything among the families. She also gathered some large dry leaves, stacking a few together, and wrapped the items in bundles. Grandpa San and some men started digging the graves. Old Qin and Qin Sanling also came to help. Qin Erling stood aside, watching without helping, and when he saw old Qin and Qin Sanling digging, he snorted in displeasure. Many people from Gu village had died, so the graves had to be large. They worked from morning until late afternoon, finally digging a big hole about 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep. After digging the grave, Gu Jinli and Luo Huanyang laid dry grass inside. Since there were no coffins, they could only cover the bodies with dry grass to keep them from appearing too lonely. Once the grass was laid over the bodies, Luo's family began carefully placing each corpse into the grave, over 100 bodies, filling the large hole completely. They then covered the bodies with more dry grass. Chun watched with goosebumps, saying, Xiaoyu and Huanyang are getting braver. They aren't afraid, even seeing so many bodies. Her two sons had been hiding far away since they saw the villagers' bodies, too scared to get closer. Xingge and Mayor also stayed close to her, trembling and keeping a safe distance of about 8 yards from the bodies. Grandma San heard Chun and looked at her. She said, in these times, if you want to survive, you have to be like Xiaoyu and Huanyang. The more afraid you are, the worse your luck. Those villains won't spare you just because you're scared. Hearing Grandma San mention the villains, Chin shivered and complained, Auntie, I just forgot about the evil deeds those villains did. Now you bring it up again. How am I going to sleep tonight? After hearing this, Grandma San said nothing more. Grandpa San and the others had already buried the villagers' bodies and marked the graves with a pile of dirt. Gu Dafu tore off a corner of his inner shirt, split it into 2 strips, and crossed them to make a paper marker for the grave, pressing a stone on top of the mound. Father Luo dug up a withered tree and planted it beside the graves, saying, This will help shield the villagers from the wind and rain. Gu Dashan, who was skillful, used wild grass found by Gu Jinli to twist into 3 sturdy grass strips. He buried these strips in front of the graves and lit them with a fire striker as a way to honor the villagers. Everyone come over and send off the villagers, Grandpa Sen called out. Everyone gathered at the graves, kneeled, and bowed to the deceased villagers. Each time they bowed, Grandpa Sen would sing a morning song. After 3 bows, Gu Jinli and the others stood up. Besides them handling the bodies of the murdered villagers, many survivors at the foot of the mountain also returned to collect the bodies of their loved ones. The entire foot of the mountain echoed with the heartbreaking cries of the survivors. Some opportunists took advantage of the chaos to profit from the dead. Grandpa San and the others only shook their heads and sighed, choosing not to interfere. After finishing the burial, everyone did not leave but sat beside the graves, waiting for any returning villagers. However, they waited until nightfall and still saw no survivors. After helping bury the villagers, Qin Sanling went into the mountains and returned with a string of mountain mice. Mrs. Qin saw the mountain mice in Qin Sanling's hands, her eyes shining green. Wow, Brother Qin, you're really skilled. You can still find so many mountain mice. Though these mice were thin, there were about 10 of them. In this harsh season when most animals had starved to death, finding so many mice was quite an achievement. Thanks for your effort, Brother Chin. I'll take these mice and prepare them for everyone to roast and eat. Mrs. Chen quickly snatched the mice from Qin Sanling's hand, called her husband Gu Dagua and their 2 sons, and happily ran to handle the mice. Seeing this, second brother Qin snorted in displeasure, his eyes full of anger as he looked at Qin Sanling. You're just foolish. He had already saved a troublesome group, and now 2 more selfish, lazy villagers had come along. He was just waiting for these clueless farmers to drain him dry. Qin Sanling smiled, but did not argue. Grandpa San felt ashamed and quickly said to old Qin, "Old brother, don't take it to heart. The villagers in the countryside don't understand proper manners. Sorry for the embarrassment." Old Qin didn't mind and chuckled. It's nothing. Just a few mice. Since we've come together by fate, we should look out for each other. Gu Jinli looked at old man Qin. This grandfather seemed surprisingly kind to their group of strangers. She thought about the identities of Old Man Qin and the others and guessed that perhaps Old Man Qin wasn't helping them but was actually helping himself. The identities of the 3 Qin family members probably couldn't be investigated, so they wanted to blend in with the refugees, which would make it easier for someone to vouch for their identities later. Gu Jinli guessed this, but she didn't want to confirm anything deliberately. In this world, surviving was her main goal. As for who the people around her were or what their identities were, she didn't care, as long as they weren't here to harm them. Mrs. Chen was quick and efficient. She soon finished preparing the dozen or so mountain mice, skewering them onto branches and roasting them over the fire. After a while, the roasted mice were ready. She handed 2 to her 2 sons but was quickly snatched away by Gu de Gui, who handed all the roasted mice to Grandpa San. Mrs. Chu and Mrs. Chui also took out some beans, added a little water, and cooked them in a pot. The families shared the meal together. After eating, the adults discussed the route they should take to leave. Gu Jinli took the opportunity to take out a piece of paper that she had placed in her cloth bag and handed it to Grandpa San. This is a letter from the young master of Qi's family, left especially for us. It says that moving east is dangerous, so try to go south. Go south. Grandpa San frowned deeply, took the letter from Gu Jinli, and called Gu Jinan over. "Ngur, come take a look." Grandpa San didn't recognize many characters and couldn't read what was written. Gu Jinan pointed to the words on the letter, reading each one aloud. After he finished, Grandpa San's brow furrowed even more. De Fu also frowned and said, "Why go south? Our Gu village ancestors are from Yangji Prefecture in the east. We're fleeing the famine to return to our homeland. If we go south, we'll be moving farther away from our ancestral land." Before the village started fleeing, his father had discussed with the villagers about returning to their homeland in Yangji Prefecture, and everyone agreed. So, they had been heading east all along. Besides, all the refugees are going east. If we go south, we'll be separating from everyone. What if something happens?
De Fu was a stubborn man.
After experiencing the disaster that killed half the villagers, he became more conservative. He preferred to follow the route set by village head Gu faithfully. After months of fleeing, he was familiar with the other refugees. Suddenly splitting from them made him feel uneasy and anxious. Mrs. Chen was also unwilling to go south. Hearing Gu Dafu's words, she nudged Gu Dagua with her elbow. When Gu Dagua ignored her, she directly said, "Third uncle, we can't go south. I heard that people in the south bully others. If we go there, we will definitely be bullied to death." Gu Dagua scolded, "You woman, what do you know?" "Shut up. People in the south bully others? Even those from Yangji Prefecture do it. Anyone who leaves their hometown and settles somewhere else will be bullied." Mrs. Chen frowned at Gu Dagua's words and didn't speak again. Grandpa Sen looked at Gu Jinli and asked, "Little fish, tell us, why did the young master of Qi's family ask us to go south?" He then looked at the other families present, especially brothers Gu Dafu and Gu Dagua, and said, "The young master of Qi's family is a talented person. The fact that he left this letter for Little Fish shows he genuinely wants to warn us." Grandpa San said this to defend Gu Jinli. After all, she is only 10 years old, and some matters are better left unspoken around her. The adults nodded and asked Gu Jinli, "Little fish, tell us, why did the young master of Chi's family want to warn us to go south?" Gu Jinli replied, "It's too cold in the east. I heard that in Yangji Prefecture in the east, it snows in autumn. When it's the coldest, everywhere is ice, and people can freeze to death. It's already early autumn, and if we go further east, we will freeze before reaching Yangji Prefecture." Hearing this, the adults were startled. Father Luo, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had heard about the cold in the east. He said, "Little fish is right. Some places in the east do snow in autumn. It's very cold." Old Qin also said, "When I was young, I traveled to Yangji Prefecture a few times. That place is indeed cold. In winter, it gets freezing, and ordinary people dare not go outside. They stay indoors all winter." He looked at the clothing of the families and said to Grandpa San, "Old Gu, we don't have winter clothes to keep warm now. If we go east and haven't reached Yangji Prefecture, we will freeze to death." When Old Qin said this, the families' faces turned pale with fear. Grandma Sen looked at everyone's clothes and said worriedly, "We definitely can't go to Yangji Prefecture. We might freeze to death on the road." Mrs. Chen looked at her family's clothes, thinking that they might freeze if they went east, and she was scared. She didn't dare to speak further. Gu Dafu also hesitated. Gu Jinli took the opportunity to say, "Not only is the east cold, but there are also many disaster victims. The disaster victims from the northwest are moving east in groups, eating everything they can find. We haven't reached Yongtai Prefecture yet, and on the road, the only food left are leaves and roots. If we go further east, what will we eat? We might freeze or starve to death." Yongtai Prefecture marks the border between the northwest and northeast. Once we pass Yongtai, we are in the northeast, and after 3 more months heading east, we will reach Yangji Prefecture. Old Qin seems reluctant to go east. He took over Gu Jinli's words and said, "Disaster victims are easy to cause trouble. When everyone is hungry and desperate, they start stealing grain. The group of bad people a few days ago were mostly fleeing disaster victims. When they got very hungry, they picked up hoes and shovels to kill and steal." Old Qin paused and continued, "Those bad people are also heading east, just ahead of us. If we go further east, we might run into them." Everyone was still scared of the troublemakers from a few days ago. Hearing Qin Lao's words, they looked pale with fear. Mrs. Chen was the first to speak. "Then why should we go east? Let's not go there. It's too dangerous. Let's go south. Even if southern people are less friendly, they wouldn't be like those bad guys, using hoes to kill." Qin Erlang looked at Qin Lao anxiously, wanting to say something but holding back. Gu Jinli continued, "There's nothing wrong with going south. It's warm there, and I heard there's plenty of rain, so droughts are rare. If we go south, we will live very well. At least we won't have to worry about water." Father Luo nodded in agreement. The south is indeed warmer than the north, with enough rain. I heard that people there don't grow sorghum or wheat, but rice paddies filled with water. Water-filled fields? Mrs. Chun was surprised. The northwest is short of water, and they mainly farm dry land. She had lived half her life and never heard of fields filled with water for planting crops. Then why are we waiting? Let's go south right now. Mrs. Chen was very envious when she heard that the south had plenty of water and was not dry. She wished she could settle there immediately. Grandpa Sen looked at Gu Dafu and asked, "Dafu, what do you say? Should we go east or south? The chances of freezing or starving to death going east are too high. Half of Gu Jia village's villagers have already died, and they can't afford to lose more." After a moment of hesitation, Dafu gritted his teeth, tears in his eyes, and said, "We go south. Once they succeed in the south, they will return to their ancestral land in Yangji Prefecture to fulfill their father's wish." Grandpa Sen asked Gu Dashan and Father Luo for their opinions. Seeing that they agreed, he said, "Since that's the case, we will go south. But this decision is made by our families together, and it has nothing to do with Little Fish. If things go badly in the south, none of you can blame Little Fish. As the son of village chief Gu, Gu Dafu considers himself the leader of Gu village. Hearing this, he was the first to respond. Uncle San, don't worry. We won't blame little fish. Grandpa San nodded happily. After a few words with the families and arranging the night watch, they spread wild grass on the ground and began to rest. At midnight, Gu Jinli and Luo Huanyang woke up and went to the grass. They faintly heard a quarrel. We agreed to go to Yangji Prefecture to find Uncle Lu. Why go south? We have no roots there. What's the use of going south? It was Qin Erlang's voice. He was very excited, full of anger and frustration. Second brother, Grandpa is right. We don't know what's happening with Uncle Lu. Going there rashly could cause trouble. It's better to go south first, settle down there, then send a letter to Uncle Lu. Shut up. I am not your second brother, Qin Erlang almost shouted. It's not your family that's dead. Of course, you're not in a hurry for revenge. Erlang, shut up, Qin Lao scolded. Qin Lao has always been gentle in front of them and treats Qin Erlang better than Qin Sanling. But now his voice was very angry, showing he was truly upset with Erlang. Gu Jinli knew they were arguing and wanted to quietly pull Luo Huanyang away, but Luo Huanyang said, Little fish, did you hear that? It sounds like Qin Lao and the others are arguing. She muttered, they're arguing so loudly. Do you think they might fight? Luo Huanyang, feeling cold, rubbed her arms and tiptoed to look toward the distant grass. Just as she finished speaking, the noise from Qin Lao's side stopped. Soon after, Qin Lao, Qin Erlang, and Qin Sanling came out from behind some dead trees in the distance. Seeing them, Qin Lao smiled and said, It's Little Fish and Huanyang. Gu Jinli and Luo Huanyang called out, Grandpa Qin. Qin Lao nodded with a smile and said, Erlang doesn't like the south. He wants to go east to visit a distant relative. I'm worried he might freeze on the way, so I didn't agree. He's angry with me now.
Don't worry about it.
Gu Jinli was a bit surprised. Qin Lao usually didn't need to explain these things to them. Now that he did, it made her more suspicious. Perhaps realizing this, old Qin didn't wait for Gu Jinli and the others to speak. He took Qin Erlang and Qin Sanlang and left. Qin Erlang glared at them fiercely, scaring Luo Huanyang quite a bit. Qin Sanling looked at them apologetically and followed old Qin away. After they left, Luo Huanyang patted her chest, feeling a bit scared. She said that Qin Erlang is really scary. His eyes are so dark when he looks at people. If he looked at me more, I would definitely have nightmares. Fish, are you afraid of him? Gu Jinli replied, Yes, he's quite scary. Qin Erlang is gloomy, but she didn't think he was very frightening, just unreliable. Qin Erlang isn't on their side. Having such a partner in the team could bring many surprises. We should stay away from him in the future. If we need help, we'll ask Brother Qin. Don't bother him. Gu Jinli pulled Luo Huanyang into the tall grass, used a stick to sweep around the bushes a few times to make sure no one was there, then started to relieve herself. Luo Huanyang nodded heavily. Yes, Brother Qin is much better than Qin Erlang. Brother Qin is Qin Sanling. They all like to call him that. As for Qin Erlang, they called him Brother Qin Erlang. Soon, the two of them returned to their resting place. Gu Jinli glanced at the sleeping area of the Qin family members. Seeing they were already asleep, she looked away and returned to her own grass mat to continue sleeping. At dawn the next day, they were awakened by crying sounds. More disaster victims returned to the foot of the mountain. Seeing their family members' bodies, they cried loudly. Since yesterday, they had seen too many disaster victims come back only to find dead bodies and cry. They were no longer surprised. Third uncle, Brother Luo Heir, Dashin. Two voices, full of surprise and tears, came from afar. Grandpa San and the others were startled and quickly looked toward the sound. Ruo Wu, with good eyesight, immediately recognized that the speakers were Uncle Tian and Uncle Gu Damu. They were limping and supporting each other as they walked toward them. That's Uncle Tian and Uncle Damu, Ruo Wu said excitedly. She pulled Gu Jinan to run over and helped them. Looking at their legs, she asked Uncle Tian, Uncle Damu, are your legs okay? Uncle Tian and Uncle Gu Damu wiped their tears. We're fine, they said. As long as we're alive, that's good. Grandpa San and the others also went to meet them. When Gu Dafu saw Uncle Tian and Uncle Damu, he burst into tears of joy. Old brother Tian, Damu, you're still alive. That's great, that's great. As long as you're alive. They had been waiting since yesterday. Old Tian and Damu were the only two villagers who had returned. Several families saw Uncle Tian and Gu Damu and gathered around them. They offered water and food and asked about their families' situations. Hearing this, Uncle Tian and Gu Damu, both grown men, burst into tears. After they finished crying, everyone learned that both families had suffered heavy losses. Uncle Tian's daughters, Da Hua and Ahua, had been taken by bad people. Uncle Tian's eldest son was killed while trying to save them. Uncle Tian also injured his foot. Gu Dama's family was even worse off. Gu Dama's daughters, Cui Nyo and Hong Nyo, and Gu Dalin's two daughters and daughter-in-law, Xie, were all taken by the bad people. Among the brothers' 8 sons, only Gu Qingliang, Gu Qingtian, and the youngest, Gu Qingxi, survived. The others were killed while fleeing. Now only old Yanshi, their 3 sons, 2 young daughters, and the 2 brothers remain in Gu Damu and Gu Dalin's families. In Uncle Tian's family, only Uncle Tian, Aunt Tian, Tian Erqiang, and little Hua are left. Third uncle, third aunt, it's terrible, so terrible. Everyone's dead, all gone, Uncle Tian said, crying loudly again after sharing their situation. San Nai listened, tears falling, and comforted Uncle Tian and Gu Damu with Grandpa San. After a long while, they managed to stop crying. Gu Jinli, hearing about the tragic stories of the Tian and Gu families, felt very sad. She remembered shy Dahua and Ahua and gentle Cui Nyo. These flower-like young girls had been taken away, and their fates were heartbreaking.
But now is not the time to be sad.
She reminded them, Uncle Tian, Uncle Damu, are Uncle Tian's family hiding there? We should hurry to bring them back. Grandpa Sen quickly stood up upon hearing this. Xiaoyu is right. We must bring them back quickly. We still have some grains and water here to help your families rest a bit. Mrs. Chen was unhappy to hear this. Grain was very precious now, and how could Uncle Sen still offer food to the Tian and Gu families? But she only kept this to herself and didn't say it out loud. Her family had no food or water, relying on help from Uncle San, the Luo family, and Gu Dashan since yesterday. Uncle Tian and Gu Damu were worried about their families. Hearing this, they quickly got up and, together with the Luo family, Gu Dashan's family, Grandpa San, and Qin Sanling, went to bring their families back. Old Yanshi was carried back, overwhelmed by shock, having been unconscious for a day and a night. Gu Jinli hurriedly prepared a bowl of salt water for her to drink and pressed some acupuncture points on her body. After working for about half an hour, she managed to wake old Yanshi. Old Madame Yen saw third grandma again and cried very hard. Luckily, a few days had passed. After she cried, third grandma comforted her, and she gradually calmed down. Father Luo and the others brought back the families of Tian Gu and others, then returned to the hiding place of Tian Gu's family. They moved 10 or so bodies and buried them next to the Gu family's grave mound. These bodies included members of Uncle Tian's family, Gu Damu and Gu Dalin's families, and villagers from Gu village who had escaped the safe zone but were killed elsewhere by bad people. Everyone worked for most of the day until the afternoon, when they finished preparing the bodies. Grandpa Third was worried there might still be villagers' bodies nearby, so he took Dashan and others to search. They found a few more bodies and buried them. After that, they waited for the surviving villagers while continuing to search for more bodies. 3 days later, their water was almost gone. Chen finally couldn't hold back and said, "We can't wait any longer. If we do, we'll die of thirst or hunger here." 3 days was the limit for Gu Jinli. She would only wait that long because her life was her own. There was no reason to risk her life waiting for others. Gu Dafu didn't want to leave. He looked at the pile of graves and said, "There are still survivors in the village. They will come back. Let's wait a little longer." "Wait for what?" Chun snapped angrily, pointing into the distance. "Look at how many people are left at the foot of the mountain. The survivors are almost gone. What are we waiting for? If you want to wait, wait by yourself. We're not waiting anymore. Then she turned to Grandpa Third and said, "Right, Third Uncle?" Chun was smart and quickly pulled Grandpa Third aside, clearly trying to isolate Gu Dafu. Gu Dague also disagreed with waiting and advised, "Big brother, let's go." If the villagers were coming back, they would have already. They haven't returned in 3 days, so they must have left. The events that night were very terrifying. How many villagers who were still alive would dare to come back? Gu Dafu didn't speak. He thought that village chief Gu was responsible for the villagers' deaths, and as the successor to the village chief, he felt he should stay and wait for the villagers. Chen saw Gu Dafu silent and got anxious. She pulled Gu Dexing and Gu Yume and said to Gu Dafu, "Big brother, you should think about Xinggur and Mei Jier. Do you want them to starve and die of thirst here with you? If they die, will you be able to face big sister-in-law?" That night, Gu Dafu's wife was also killed. Gu Dexing and Gu Yume broke free from Chen's pull and stepped aside, not wanting or daring to force Gu Dafu to make a decision. Chen glared angrily at them. "You two ungrateful people, I only do this for your good. Do you really want to stay here with your father and keep company with the dead?" Hearing the words "the dead," Gu Dexing and Gu Yume looked at the graves in Gu's village and shivered. Seeing this, Chen snorted coldly, knowing that their fear was real, and she pressed Gu Dafu to act. Grandpa Sen looked at Gu Dafu and said, "Dafu, don't wait any longer. Let's go. We've already lost over 30 people here. We can't all die in this place." Finally, Gu Dafu looked up with tears in his eyes and said to Grandpa San, "Uncle, I'll go." Grandpa San replied, "Let's go. The villagers have lost enough people. We can't lose any more of us." Hearing this, Gu Dafu looked at the families resting nearby, paused for a moment, then finally nodded and agreed, "Let's leave." The families heard Gu Dafu's words and all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen, with a big smile, started packing her things. She wanted to grab some grain but was stopped by Grandma San. "Chen, just take care of your 2 children. These supplies are for our 3 families. The grain, water, and salt belong to their 3 families." The small fish had sole ownership of the salt. Being able to share these items was already generous. Chen dreaming of taking everything for herself was wishful thinking. Gu Jinli watched Chen's every move silently. 3 days earlier, she had secretly prepared a small bag of grain for each family member and tied it to herself. The coarse salt she carried was always on her, and she took a little each day to Grandma San, who distributed it to everyone to supplement their salt intake. Escaping hardship was difficult, so she did her best to protect her family. She told the Luo family and Grandpa San's family about her supplies, and they each also tied a small bag of grain on themselves for emergencies. Chen, hearing Grandma San's words, showed no shame. She kept circling around Grandma San, thinking of ways to steal the grain. After deciding to leave, Gu Dafu took out household registration papers, land deeds, and silver money found on the villagers' bodies, looking troubled. "Uncle San, what should we do with these? These are essential for settling down. If we take them away and villagers come back looking for them, what will we do?" Chen, being greedy, had long thought about the land deeds and silver money. She hurriedly said, "Of course, we should take them with us. Dafu, you're a man, not very careful. Let me watch over these things." As they spoke, she was about to rush forward to grab the land deed and silver money from Gu Dafu, but Gu Dague quickly held her back. Gu Dague almost slapped her, saying, "Are you crazy for money? That money belongs to the dead. If you take it, aren't you afraid the spirits of the villagers who passed away will come to find you at night?" Chun Shi, afraid of ghosts, turned pale upon hearing this and dared not think about taking the land deed and silver anymore. Grandpa Third thought for a moment and said, "Bury them one by one in front of the graves." Since ancient times, it has been a tradition for the living to bury some items in front of their ancestors' graves. The villagers all knew this. As soon as they saw small mounds of dirt in front of a grave, they knew there was something inside and would dig it up to check. After hearing this, Gu Dafu responded with a nod. He, along with Father Luo, Gu Dashin, Uncle Tian, and brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalin carefully packed each family's household register papers, land deeds, and silver wallets. Then, they dug small pits in front of the graves, buried the items inside, and piled the dirt into small mounds. They also matched each household's rank in the village and brought small stones to surround each mound, serving as markers to prevent returning villagers from mistakenly taking others' belongings. Grandpa Third gathered everyone and finally bowed to the graves of the villagers before standing up and saying, "Let's go." Hearing those words, everyone felt heavy-hearted and anxious. The road ahead was long, and they didn't know what else they might encounter. Gu Jinli wrapped the cloth bundle, took a dagger and a wooden stick, and tightly held Gu Jinxiu and Cui Shi's hands. She walked behind Gu Dashin, who was carrying Chungur. Led by the Luo family father and son and Old Qin, they headed toward Yongtai Prefecture. Old Qin said, "Once we reach Yongtai Prefecture, we can follow the main road south." During the Great Chu Dynasty, there were 4 main roads running east, west, north, and south, and their intersection was at Yongtai Prefecture. Only after reaching Yongtai could they turn south. Travel was difficult in ancient times. Among this group, only Old Qin and Father Luo had traveled far before, and Old Qin was more familiar with these routes than Father Luo. So, they could only trust what Old Qin said. "Thank you, elder brother," Grandpa Third said gratefully. Old Qin smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. We support each other." On the way, they encountered several small groups of disaster survivors. Many of these survivors were familiar faces, likely those who had survived that night. But after that night's events, the survivors were like frightened birds. Even if they saw familiar faces, they wouldn't greet each other and would only walk quickly with close companions. Grandpa Third and the others also worried that these survivors might act out of control. When they saw acquaintances, they only nodded and didn't approach to greet. Everyone kept their distance and stayed alert. A group of people traveled for 4 days toward Yongtai Prefecture. Fortunately, they found a semi-dry mountain spring and were not yet dehydrated. As they neared the outskirts of Yongtai Prefecture, they suddenly saw a large group of disaster victims rushing back in panic, some with bloodstains on their clothes. Gu Jinli felt a chill and realized something was wrong. He quickly told everyone, "Let's find a place to hide first. Don't go into Yongtai Prefecture yet." Old Qin's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, "Something must have happened in Yongtai Prefecture. Everyone, hide quickly." He then turned to Qin Sanlang and said, "Sanlang, go catch a disaster victim and ask what's going on." "Okay," Qin Sanlang replied. He leapt forward like an arrow, rushing out in a flash. After scanning the area, he grabbed a young man with bloodstains and dragged him toward the nearby woods. Old Qin saw Qin Sanlang catching a disaster victim and quickly told everyone, "Hurry, go deeper into the woods." Hearing this, several families helped their loved ones and tightened their belongings as they ran into the woods behind Old Qin. Gu Dashin was worried about Qin Sanlang and asked Old Qin, "Old Qin, aren't we waiting for Sanlang?" Although Qin Sanlang was also running toward the dry woods with a disaster victim, he was about 20 meters behind them. He was afraid they might run too fast and leave Qin Sanlang behind. "No need to wait for him. Sanlang runs fast and can catch up," Old Qin said. Despite his age, he was still quick. As he spoke, he was already running into the woods. Except for Qin Erlang, the other families were a few meters behind him.
Run.
Run quickly. Soldiers are killing people. Suddenly, a loud, abrupt voice rang out. "Soldiers? Killing people?" The families exclaimed in shock, frozen in fear. Gu Jinli felt a shiver and looked back toward the sound. He saw no soldiers, only many disaster victims running into the dry woods. The woods weren't large but were next to the main road and the only hiding spot nearby. As long as the victims had some sense, they would run here. Gu Jinli hurriedly said, "Grandpa Qin, Uncle San, this woods isn't safe. We need to leave quickly." Chen Shi heard Gu Jinli and screamed, "Leave, leave. This is the only place nearby where we can hide. Where else can we run?" She was trembling with fear, almost unable to move her legs. How could they run now? Aunt Tian held Little Flower in one hand and Uncle Tian in the other, her family terrified. Hearing Gu Jinli, she choked and said, "Where can we run to now?" Gu Jinli was already pulling Gu Jinxiu and dragging Mrs. Cui, running into the deep woods. "Let's get away from this dead forest first. If soldiers really come after them, this withered forest beside the official road will be the first place searched. Hiding inside means death." Deshan Gu hugged Chingur and hurriedly followed with Gu Jinan. Old Qin and second brother Qin also quickly followed, rushing toward the depths of the forest. "Run faster." Grandpa Third shouted at the confused families, pulling Grandma San along as they chased after Gu Jinli and the others. The families, frightened and unsure what to do, saw Grandpa Third and the others running and hurried to catch up. The forest was small. Gu Jinli pulled Gu Jinxiu and the others forward for a few dozen meters, then they emerged from the dead trees. Outside the forest was a muddy, dry riverbed. Beyond it was a flat plain, with a large area of withered grass on the left and a mountain range connected by several peaks on the right. Gu Jinli quickly decided, pointing at the mountain range. "Let's run into the mountains, quick." Old Qin also looked around at the terrain nearby, nodded upon hearing this, and agreed. "We should run into the mountains.
They can hide people there.
Even if soldiers or villains come to hunt down the refugees, they'll only search nearby and won't bother to go deep into the mountains. To go into the mountains and find people, they needed at least 1,000 people to do it properly. But they were just refugees, not important figures worth a big search by soldiers or villains." Hearing Old Qin's words, the families didn't have time to think and just started running after him. About 30 people crossed the muddy, dry riverbed, stepping carefully, then turned right toward the mountains. Some other refugees saw them running into the mountains and followed. Old Qin saw these refugees and told second brother Qin, "Second brother, stay back and cover us." Too many refugees followed, making hiding difficult and unsafe. They had to stop those following to prevent discovery. Second brother Qin silently nodded and ran off. No one knew exactly how he did it, but when Gu Jinli and the others entered the mountains, they didn't see any more refugees behind them. While running into the mountains with her family, Gu Jinli kept an eye on the nearby terrain and paid attention to the mountain smell. Old Qin seemed to be doing the same. A group of about 30 people wandered inside the mountains for half an hour, moving from the outskirts to the deep interior. Suddenly, Gu Jinli smelled a faint foul odor. Following the smell, he searched around the mountain and saw in a nearby mountain. He quickly said to Grandpa Qin, "Grandpa Qin, it looks like there's a there, and I smell the rotten scent of animal carcasses. Could it be an animal den? If there is a den, they could hide inside and wait until they check the outside situation before coming out." Grandpa Qin looked at Gu Jinli with some doubt. He wondered if the boy had learned how to hunt. How did he know to find a den by following animal scents? But Grandpa Qin only hesitated for a moment and then stopped worrying. The child who escaped from the wilderness had seen many things and couldn't be judged by normal rules. Grandpa Qin nodded and said, "It seems like an animal den." He called Luo Fu and Luo Wu. The three of them, holding machetes and sticks, slowly approached the mountain. After pushing aside some ferns, they finally saw a hole about 1 meter wide and tall enough for a person. Grandpa Qin asked Luo Fu to light a bunch of dry grass and throw it into the hole. After burning for a while, seeing nothing run out, they began to check inside one by one. The family members waited anxiously outside, glancing at the mountain entrance and behind them, worried that soldiers or villains might come after them. After a while, Luo Wu ran out of the hole and said to everyone, "It's a bear den. It's quite big, enough for us to hide." Luo Wu wrinkled his nose and added, "But there are 2 bear carcasses inside. We need to clean them out before going in." Hearing about the den, everyone relaxed a little, but when they learned it was a bear den, their faces turned pale. Mrs. Chen shouted, "A bear den? If there are bears inside, we should run. Staying here means getting eaten." Gu Dogwai glared at Mrs. Chen angrily. "Shut up. Are you deaf? Didn't Wu say the bears are dead? What if there's one still alive and goes out looking for food? When it comes back, It might trap us inside the den, and none of us will escape. Mrs. Chen pulled her two sons, eyes full of fear, staring at the small opening. Gu Dogwai didn't want to argue with her. He said angrily, "If you want to leave, go by yourself. We're not leaving." They had finally escaped into the mountains and found a cave to hide, but this wife kept causing trouble. It made him so angry. Grandpa Qin heard the arguing and came out of the cave. He said to the couple, "Don't worry. Those are two bears that died of starvation. If there were bears nearby, they would have starved to death long ago. No need to worry." After hearing this, Gu de Gui glared at Chen and said, "Did you hear that? You're just afraid of dying." Chen snorted, ignoring Gu de Gui, and asked Old Qin, "Old Qin, will the bear cub come back to bite us?" Old Qin shook his head. "No, the bear cub is so big, and with such a big disaster, it's hard for it to survive." With Old Qin's words, Chen felt relieved, and the families also relaxed. They all went into the cave to clean up the bear cub's body, moved out the rotten grass, and smoked the cave with dry grass before settling inside. Old Qin did not go in with them. Instead, he left to meet Qin Erlang and Qin Xiling. Half an hour later, the three Qin family members returned to the cave and told them about what happened in Yongtai Prefecture. Actually, the events in Yongtai Prefecture are also related to the villains who killed disaster victims that night. The leader of that group was a man called Lord Chao. He led those villains to kill disaster victims and steal their belongings, never losing a fight. His courage grew, and he set his sights on Yongtai Prefecture. Yongtai Prefecture is a key crossing point of the four main roads of Great Chu, and it has always been an important northern region, guarded by soldiers. Lord Chao was from the border army, and Peng Changyong, the captain of Yongtai soldiers, was also from the border army. They were somewhat comrades, so Lord Chao sent a message to Peng Changyong, proposing they work together to loot the wealthy families who hadn't fled yet, splitting the loot equally. Lord Chao also promised Peng Changyong that he wouldn't need to do anything, just that when they attacked the city and stole things, Peng's soldiers would be a little slow to arrive. After pretending to refuse twice, Peng Changyong agreed. Once they agreed, Lord Chao led over 1,000 villains into the city 2 nights ago, killing all the wealthy families and even the prefect of Yongtai Prefecture. Unfortunately, Lord Chao underestimated Peng Changyong. Peng Changyong was very ambitious. He wanted not only the wealth of the city, but also the prefect's life and military achievements in fighting bandits. After Lord Chao finished killing the wealthy families and the prefect, counting the stolen money and women, Peng Changyong led his soldiers into the city, killing all of Lord Chao's over 1,000 villains and cutting off their heads. Gu Defu was so moved by this story that tears filled his eyes, and he repeatedly shouted, "Well done. Well done. Those villains deserve to die. They have blood on their hands. Many disaster victims lost their lives because of them. Half of our village's people died at their hands. Now that the Yongtai soldiers had killed them, it was truly justice served." Aunt Tian and Aunt Tian were so happy they shed tears. Their son, Da Qiang, was killed by a group of bad people. Da Hua and Hua were also taken away by those villains. Thinking of Da Hua and Hua, Aunt Tian hurriedly asked Brother Qin, "Brother Qin, what about the girls who were taken? Do you have any news about them? She wants to save Da Hua and Hua and rescue her 2 daughters from those cruel people." Gu Damu and Gu Dalin's daughter were also kidnapped by the same group. Hearing Aunt Tian's words, they looked at Brother Qin eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Gu Jinli saw their hopeful eyes and knew they would be disappointed. That Peng Changyong was clearly no good person. He was even more vicious than Lord Chao. Even if Da Hua, Hua, and Suenya were still alive, after the villains around Lord Chao were killed, Peng Changyong would capture them and leave them for his men to enjoy. Brother Qin avoided their gaze and continued. Peng Changyong wanted military merit. After killing Lord Chao's men, he thought the heads were not enough, so he ordered his soldiers to kill innocent people to make more credit. That's why the refugees were desperately running back. Kill innocent people to make merit. Grandpa San was so frightened he trembled. These people, how dare they? Faking to be bandits to gain military credit was something he only heard old people talk about when he was a child. It was a chaos only during times of regime change. Qin Erling sneered. Why not dare? Here, the mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. The prefect is dead. Who can know what he's doing? It all depends on how he reports it. When Qin Erlang said this, a murderous glint flashed quickly in his eyes. Everyone was panicked after hearing this. Chen Shi was the most afraid of death. She trembled and asked, "What should we do? Will that so-called 1,000 household come here to kill us?" Right now, their heads were valuable for military merit. Chen Shi's two sons, Gu Duong and Gu Defa, turned pale with fear when they heard her. They hurriedly hid behind Gu Dogwai and tightly held his arm. Gu Dogwai was angry and patted Chen Shi's shoulder, scolding, "What are you fussing about? Do you really think you're worth something? Do you think 1,000 household would come into the mountains just to kill you for your head?" Chen Shi was reckless with her words. Their sons, Wanger and Phage, were only 8 and 6 years old. If her words scared them badly, he would tear her apart. Chen Shi cried, "I'm just scared, that's all." Listen to what Brother Qin said. That old master of the household is very scary, even more ruthless than those villains. He is so greedy for fame. What if he really comes into the mountains to kill people? Gu Jinli said, "Don't worry, Auntie. There are many refugees outside. If anyone is going to die, it will be them first. Once they're all gone, Peng Changyong soldiers will have enough credit, and we will be safe." Hearing this, Mrs. Chen immediately lost her worries. "Oh, little fish is so clever. That's right, we have a cave to hide in, unlike those refugees who are wandering outside. Each one is a ready target. It's so sad." Gu Jinli slightly twitched her mouth when she heard Mrs. Chen. It's clear she feels better when others are worse off. Aunt Tian still worries about her 2 daughters. When she heard Qin Sanling's words, she cried out, "What can we do? Can we still go to Yongtai Prefecture to save Dahua and Erhua?" Qin Sanling was silent for a moment, then shook his head and told her, "Auntie Tian, Yongtai Prefecture has already fallen into Peng Changyong's hands. His soldiers are everywhere. If we go there now, it's a death sentence."
And
he paused, glancing at Qin Lao. Qin Lao understood that what he was about to say wasn't suitable for a young boy to speak, so he looked at Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian and said to them, "Stop looking. Take care of the remaining 2 children and live well. The women who were taken away, without Lord Chao and those villains, still have Peng Changyong and his men." His words were very straightforward, and everyone who had experienced this understood. Aunt Tian was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud tears. Afraid her crying would attract outsiders and bring trouble, she covered her mouth tightly and sobbed. Brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalin, along with old Yan and Yan's family, couldn't help but shed tears when they thought of the girls taken away. Everyone felt very sad but couldn't do anything to help. They could only let them cry. Maybe after this, they could finally let go. Second young Master Qin was impatient with their crying. He pulled Qin Sanling and left the cave. Seeing this, Qin Lao said to Grandfather San, "Old Brother Gu, Sanling and I will go out and take a look to make sure no refugees find this cave." Before Grandfather San could reply, he got up and chased after Qin Erlang and Qin Sanling. Gu Jinli frowned. What are the Qin family 3 doing now? She remembered what Qin Sanling had just said, and also thought about the refugee Qin Sanling caught when they ran into the dry woods. It seemed Qin Sanling caught not just one refugee, but someone with a status. Otherwise, Qin Sanling would know so much about Lord Chao and Peng Changyong's affairs. The Qin family 3 members will leave, probably to meet the important person who was captured. Gu Jinli didn't say her guess out loud, nor did she plan to verify it. As always, the Qin family 3 have their own secrets, and she only wants to survive with her family. As long as they don't threaten her family's safety, she sees no need to investigate their affairs. The Qin family 3 were gone for a long time, not returning until the afternoon. But everyone was already familiar with them, and since the Qin family members were good at hunting, they probably went hunting, so no one paid much attention. Grandpa Sen saw that everyone had been hiding in the cave for most of the day, without hearing any noise outside. He felt it was safe and took some men from the family to leave the cave and look for food and water nearby. Grandma San stayed behind to help the women clean the cave again. They planned to stay there tonight. Since the weather was getting colder, they needed to lay more dry grass in the cave to sleep comfortably and avoid getting sick from the cold. Luo Wu, Gu Jinan, and Tian Erqiang wandered near the cave to prevent other refugees from finding their location. Gu Dexing, Gu Qingliang, and Gu Qingtian, who were about their age, were very frightened by what happened that night and hadn't recovered for days. They stayed inside the cave, unwilling to come out. Luo Huanyang secretly complained about how timid they were and then said to Gu Jinli, "Little fish, let's go find some food nearby." Gu Jinli nodded okay. She wanted to go into the mountains to find medicinal herbs. Since the weather was getting colder and everyone had been fleeing, their bodies were weak and prone to illness. They needed to dig some herbs to prevent colds, just in case. Luo Huanyang looked at Gu Yumei sitting on a pile of dry grass and asked her, "Meijia, do you want to go?" Gu Yumei, hearing this, shook her head with some disdain. No. She was the village chief's granddaughter, different from other girls in Gujia village. She was holding a broken clay pot and kneeling on the ground digging roots or climbing trees to pick leaves, things she refused to do. Luo Huanyang disdainfully curled her lips, unimpressed by Gu Yumei's pretentious attitude. The village was gone, and she still thought of herself as the village chief's granddaughter? Tian's aunt, hearing their conversation, quickly said to Luo Huanyang, "Huanyang, take Xiaohua with you." Their family had no grain or water. In the past few days, they had been eating food from Grandpa San, Luo's family, and Dashan's family. Feeling guilty about it, they wanted Xiaohua to go with Huanyang and Little Fish to find food. If they found some, it would not only ease everyone's burden, but also allow her family to hide some food. "Xiaohua, go quickly." Aunt Tian placed a small basket into Xiaohua's hand and pushed her gently toward Luo Huanyang. She smiled and said, "Huanyang, Suyu, you two watch over Xiaohua for me." "Don't worry, Aunt Tian. With us here, Xiaohua will be safe," Luo Huanyang replied, fond of Xiaohua and happy to take her along. After promising, she took Xiaohua's hand and followed Gu Jinli out of the cave. Outside the cave was a patch of withered grass. Beyond that was a line of leafless, dead trees. About 10 meters ahead was a small Gu Wu, Gu Jinan, and Tian Erqiang were hiding in the bushes below watching from a distance to prevent anyone from discovering their location and reporting back. Instead of heading down, the Gu Jinli and the others took a different path to higher ground. They wandered through the mountains, looking for herbs and food. Finding herbs in the mountains was difficult. Gu Jinli used a stick to part the rotten leaves and grass, searching inch by inch. After about half an hour, she found a few dried wind fennel plants among the decayed leaves. Gu Jinli was happy and quickly squatted down, using a dagger to dig around the dried soil, pulling up the wind fennel roots. Wind fennel is a common herb used to treat colds and chills. Though only a few plants, it was better than nothing. Luo Huanyang looked confused and asked, "Suyu, what kind of grass are you digging up? Can it be eaten when it's so dried out?" Xiaohua glanced at Gu Jinli, but didn't speak. She kept digging for roots. Gu Jinli explained, "This is an herb that can treat colds and chills. We should hide it. If we catch a cold, we'll have medicine." "Is this dried grass an herb? Did you see it in that medical book of yours?" "Well, go ahead and dig it," Luo Huanyang said, knowing Gu Jinli had a medical book she often read. Since Xiaohua also mentioned looking for herbs, she wasn't surprised when Xiaohua found some. It seemed very reasonable. Gu Jinli smiled and replied softly, pulling out a few wind fennel plants. She then grabbed a nearby dried vine and tied the herbs together. Suddenly, Xiaohua screamed, "Snake!" She was so frightened she fell to the ground, staring in terror at a green, patterned snake in the grass. The snake's head was pointed and triangular, with a very thin neck about 7 inches long. Its body below that was thick and heavy. It was a highly venomous viper, standing upright and sticking out its tongue at Xiaohua. Luo Huanyang, closest to Xiaohua, saw the venomous snake. She quickly grabbed Xiaohua and pulled her closer, trying to keep her away from the snake to prevent a bite. When Kai Tian Xiaohua moved, the venomous snake lunged toward her. It looked like it was about to bite her when a dagger suddenly flew in from the right side with great speed and force, pinning the snake down in the grass. Gu Jinli excitedly ran over, took out a small bamboo tube about wide, and stared at the still-moving snake. After a moment, she seized the opportunity, grabbed the snake's head, opened its mouth, and pressed its fangs against the edge of the bamboo tube's opening. She squeezed the snake's venom into the tube. Xiao Hua shivered. She wondered how brave Sister Fish was to catch a snake. Luo Huiliang also looked scared. After calming down, she asked Gu Jinli, "Little fish, what are you doing?" "That's snake venom, right?" Gu Jinli nodded. "Yes, it's venom. The medical books say it's a good thing." Luo Huiliang looked at Gu Jinli with a complicated expression. She thought that ever since Xiao Fish read that medical book, she had become a bit strange. After hesitating for a moment, she advised Gu Jinli, "Little fish, snake venom is dangerous. It could cause trouble. Quickly throw away the venom and the snake." "Throw it away? What a joke. It's meat." After collecting the venom, Gu Jinli cut off the snake's head with a knife. She kept the rest of the snake's body, tying it with a windproof grass bundle. "Let's go," Gu Jinli called to the two of them, signaling them to continue searching for food. Luo Huiliang and Xiaohua took a moment to recover before following Gu Jinli. Not long after they started walking, they encountered 3 members of the Qin family. The Qin trio was coming out of a dense forest. When they saw the 3 of them, they looked a bit surprised. Qin Erlang even glanced back into the woods, seeming worried about something. "It's you guys again, out looking for food?" Old Qin was the quickest to react, smiling warmly as he greeted them. Gu Jinli cheerfully called out, "Grandpa Qin." In her mind, she thought, what a coincidence. Why does it seem like every time the Qin family has something going on, we happen to meet them? Luo Huiliang, feeling relaxed, asked Grandpa Qin, "Grandpa Qin, what are you doing in the forest? Did you find anything to eat?" Qin Erlang's expression darkened noticeably when he heard Luo Huiliang's question. He coldly replied, "Looking for food inside, but we didn't find anything." He added, "There's nothing edible in this forest. Don't go in." It was obvious he was hiding something. Gu Jinli knew there was definitely something in the forest, but didn't want to cause trouble for herself. She said, "Then we won't go in. We'll head forward." Qin Erlang was a bit worried about them and exchanged a glance with Qin Sanlang. Qin Sanlang also seemed worried that they might discover something, so he said, "Little fish girl, we've searched this area but found nothing to eat. It's getting late, let's go back together." While speaking, he took the windproof grass from Gu Jinli's hand and, upon seeing the headless, venomous snake, his eyes flickered. Old Qin also said, "You 3 young girls are not safe outside. Let's go back together." Since they all said that, Gu Jinli and the others had no choice but to follow them. Just as they were about to reach the cave, Qin Sanlang called out to Gu Jinli, "Little fish, this snake hasn't been dealt with yet. Come with me and let's handle it first." His words were a bit sudden. Dealing with a dead snake didn't really require Gu Jinli's help. Gu Jinli looked at Qin Sanlang, then nodded and said, "Okay." The 2 of them went to a large rock some distance from the cave. After confirming no one was nearby, Gu Jinli asked, "Brother Qin, you called me for something, right? Just tell me." Qin Sanlang didn't expect her to be so direct and was momentarily stunned. Gu Jinli found it amusing and said, "No need to be surprised. The excuse you just used wasn't very good. It could only fool children, but unfortunately, her core had changed. Inside, she was now an adult." She said, "Brother Qin, you are our lifesaver. If it weren't for you, our 3 families would have died long ago. If you need help with anything, just say so. I will definitely help if I can." Not just that night, but throughout this journey, Qin Sanlang had been helping them. She remembered his kindness and spoke these words to him. If the person who called her here had been Qin Erlang, she might not have agreed so quickly. Qin Erlang was gloomy and carried a fierce aura, a dangerous person. Qin Sanlang, on the other hand, was quite different. Qin Sanlang had a handsome, heroic face. When he was silent, he looked a bit cold, but when he spoke, his gentle voice could soften his stern appearance. He often smiled, and his dimples on the left cheek made him seem a little cute. Qin Sanlang was a warm, sunny person who made others trust him. Gu Jinli's words made Qin Sanlang feel very guilty. Actually, when he saved them that night, he had a purpose. His grandfather said they needed an identity, and that identity required witnesses. Gu Jinli's family was their witness. Seeing his guilty look, Gu Jinli smiled knowingly, thinking it was good to feel guilty. It meant she hadn't mistaken him. Brother Qin, just tell me what you need. I have to go back soon. I've been out too long and my mother will be worried, Gu Jinli urged him. Qin Sanlang heard this, suppressed his feelings of guilt, and his expression became more natural. After thinking for a moment, he asked Gu Jinli, "Little fish, where did you kill that snake? Did you cut off its head? Where is the snake's head now?" Hearing this, Gu Jinli understood what he wanted to do. "You want the snake venom." He spoke confidently. Since the venom gland is in the snake's head, he only asked about the head because he wanted the venom. Otherwise, who would go looking for a cut-off snake head after they had eaten? Qin Sanlang had already experienced Gu Jinli's straightforwardness and nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I want the snake venom. Little fish, can you take me to find the snake's head?" Second brother knew about Peng Changyong's treacherous deeds of killing good people to take credit. He was very angry, believing Peng had tarnished the reputation of the border army. No matter what, he wanted to kill Peng Changyong, or he wouldn't agree to go south with them. Grandpa and he couldn't do anything about it and were also angry at Peng's evil acts. After careful planning, they decided to attack Yongtai Prefecture and kill Peng Changyong. But they only had 3 men. The soldier he captured said Peng had over 10,000 soldiers, plus guards from wealthy families and thugs in the city. Now, his forces numbered over 2,000, making it difficult to kill him directly. They could only use clever tricks. So, when he saw the snake's body and recognized it as a venomous snake, he immediately thought of using snake venom to kill. By applying the venom to an arrowhead, he could shoot Peng from a distance without getting close, and no matter where the arrow hit, Peng would surely die. It's not necessary to look for it. I've already taken out the snake venom. Gu Jinli took the small bamboo tube hanging at her waist and handed it to Qin Sanlang. "Here." Qin Sanlang's face lit up with joy. He took the bamboo tube, opened the wooden stopper at the top, confirmed it contained snake venom, and gratefully said, "Thank you, little fish. You've helped me a lot." In response to Qin Sanlang's gratitude, Gu Jinli just smiled, took the bundle of windproof grass, and left the dead snake for him. She said, "Brother Qin, you handle the snake meat. I'm going back now. Otherwise, people might become suspicious." Hearing her words and remembering that he had asked her for the snake venom, Qin Sanlang's heart sank. He asked cautiously, "Little fish, are you? Did I find something?" Gu Jinli blinked, half serious and half joking. "I didn't find anything, and I don't want to find anything. Your matters have nothing to do with me. We are fellow refugees fleeing hardship, sharing the same suffering." Gu Jinli said this, which proved she had already discovered their secret, but she also made it clear she wouldn't interfere. She only saw them as disaster victims, 3 people with a deep bond who shared life and death. Qin Sanlang understood Gu Jinli's words and was grateful she didn't expose them. If it had been someone more timid, knowing their true identities and asking for deadly snake venom, they would have been scared and run away. But Xiaoyu didn't do that. She acted as if she hadn't noticed their true identities. This small act of silence was a great kindness to the 3 of them. "Thank you, Xiaoyu," Qin Sanlang said sincerely. Gu Jinli looked at the boy's face, smiled, and reminded him as she left, "Be careful. Come back alive." Qin Sanlang didn't reply. He just looked at her back for a moment and then bent down to deal with the dead snake. Gu Jinli took the windproof grass back to the cave. Cui Shi hurried over, checked her hands and feet, and after confirming she wasn't bitten by a snake, she said nervously, "Xiaoyu, how could you go kill a snake? It's so dangerous. You can't do that again, understand?" Gu Jinli knew Cui Shi was worried about her. She smiled and said, Don't worry, mother. I've read the medical books Grandpa Bai gave me. I know how to catch snakes and how to treat snake bites. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Cui Shi was even more worried. Child, why don't you listen? Tian Xin saw Gu Jinli being scolded and, remembering that Xiaohua had told everyone about her snake catching, felt a bit guilty. She hurried to speak up for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu can also treat snake bites. That's a real skill. If a snake bites us, we don't have to worry about being poisoned. Chen Shi, who was most afraid of death, quickly spat and said, You jinx. Talking about death like that. If some passing immortal hears you, and we meet a snake, what will happen? Spit again, so the gods know this isn't true. Tian Xin also worried that her words might not work, so she spat and slapped her own mouth a few times. Gu Jinli took the chance to slip away, afraid Cui Shi would keep scolding her. As it got dark, the third grandpa and the others returned with food. They didn't find much to eat, but did find half a jar of water, which was lucky. Chen Shi saw the jar of water and hurried over, politely taking it from third grandpa's hand. Third uncle, you've worked hard. Rest now. I'll use this water to cook beans for everyone. Before the third grandfather could speak, she grabbed that half jar of water and ran toward her two sons. She poured several sips for each of them. Seeing this, Gu Dabuai felt embarrassed and scolded her repeatedly, saying, Chen Shi, that's enough. Hurry up and help with the cooking. After pouring water for her two sons, Chen Shi quickly went to find the third grandmother to help with the meal. Dinner was a simple mix of boiled soybeans, leaves, and roots, but because it included snake meat, it didn't taste bitter like before. Instead, it had a slight delicious flavor, and everyone ate happily. After eating, the third grandfather arranged for someone to stay on watch, and each family began to rest. The three people from the Qin family did not sleep in the cave. Qin Lao explained, The cave is too small. Our family has martial skills, so we're not afraid of anything. We won't squeeze in with everyone. Third grandfather didn't stop them. Since there were wives and young women in the cave, and Qin's family were outsiders, it was better not to squeeze in. He told Qin Lao to find a place nearby for Qin Erlang and Qin Sanling to sleep. Qin Lao didn't rest near the cave, but went to the grass at the foot. He said, We sleep down here, and we can keep an eye on everyone. His excuse was perfect, and no one doubted him. Only Gu Jinli knew that the three of them planned to move tonight. Sure enough, after arriving at the Qin's three grandsons stayed in the grass for only half an hour before leaving the mountain range and rushing overnight to Yongtai Prefecture. Qin's three people traveled for 3 hours until they reached the outskirts of Yongtai Prefecture during the late night. They didn't act immediately, but hid in a dry riverbed outside the town. This dry river was concealed among withered vines, hiding their bodies. Not far from the dry river, more than 10 tents stood, with armored soldiers patrolling nearby, holding long spears with red tassels. After Peng Changyong took control of Yongtai Prefecture, he sent soldiers to station outside the city to prevent anyone from discovering the situation and launching a surprise attack. The soldier Qin Sanling captured was a personal guard of Peng Changyong. From him, they learned a lot about Peng Changyong, including details of his dealings with Lord Chao and the defenses he set up after taking Yongtai Prefecture. This station was their first target tonight. After half an hour, they figured out the patrol pattern at the garrison. Under the cover of night, they sneaked into the camp, entered a tent, and killed a young officer and 2 soldiers. They took their clothes and badges, then covered the bodies with blankets before quietly leaving the camp. They headed straight for Yongtai Prefecture. When they reached the city walls of Yongtai Prefecture, Qin Erlang waved a military flag and shouted to the guards on the tower, "Open the city gates quickly. Sun Bailu wants us to inform General Peng that another convoy of rich goods has arrived." Rich goods was a mocking term used by Peng Changyong for wealthy refugees. Peng not only killed honest people for credit but also robbed passing merchant caravans for money. Late at night, the guards at the city gate were very tired. When they heard this, they perked up and laughed. "Another fool bringing us grain, money, and women." The guards on the tower didn't think much of it. Since they had indeed killed some fleeing wealthy refugees in recent days, they asked for the names and titles of the 3 men. Then, they lowered a bamboo basket from the tower and said, "Put your badges in here." Qin Erlang and the others took out 3 badges and placed them in the basket. The guards on the tower took the badges to show the commander. The commander was a slightly fat middle-aged man, very drunk. When he heard there were only 3 people and saw the badges, one of which was a small flag-shaped badge, he relaxed and waved his hand, slurring, "Go ahead, let them in." "All right, I'll open the gates now." The guard ran to open the city gates for the 3 from the Qin family. After letting them in, he greedily asked, "Brothers, does that convoy have a lot of wealth?" Old Qin smiled and said, "Yes, quite a lot. There are 26 wagons, and some of the wheel tracks are very deep. It looks like they're carrying valuables, probably gold and silver. They're resting outside the city now, and will come in at dawn." Hearing this, the guard almost drooled. That's a fortune. This guard loved money, but another nearby guard was more interested in women. He chuckled and said, "Are there any young ladies among those rich folks?" "Hee hee, I heard the general say that the young ladies from wealthy families are very soft. If I could meet one in my lifetime, I'd die happily." Seeing the lecherous look on that guard's face, Qin Erlang felt disgusted but replied, "There are a few young ladies and some young wives." Hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up, and he kept praising. Qin Erlang and the others exchanged a few words, then took their leave and headed into the city. As they walked about 10 meters away, they could still hear the guards laughing loudly. Qin Erlang muttered in anger, "The soldiers of Great Chu are truly beasts." Old Qin frowned and reminded him, "Stop talking. Remember what you promised us. After tonight, you must follow us south and not run away." Qin Erlang said nothing for a moment, then nodded slightly, as a sign of agreement. The soldier captured by Qin Sanling said that Peng Changyong had been staying at the prefect's office for the past few days. The 3 of them hurried toward the prefect's office. Along the way, they saw no bodies, only pools of dark, dried bloodstains. The smell of blood filled their noses, silently telling them of the terrible tragedy that had happened in the city. The prefect's office was in the center of the city. When they arrived outside, they heard men's laughter and women's crying. Qin Erlang's face grew darker, his eyes full of anger. Qin Sanling quietly warned him, "Second brother, stay calm. Don't reveal yourself." They were on a secret mission to attack, and second brother's strong emotions made him easy to notice. Qin Erlang suppressed his hatred, and with old Qin and Qin Sanling, headed toward the prefect's office. Half an hour later, chaos broke out inside the building. Someone shouted, "Help! Help! It's terrible! The general has been killed." All the soldiers who had been celebrating were frightened by the shout. They quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed into Peng Changyong's courtyard, but they found no assassin, only Peng Changyong's purple-tinged body. The next day, at dawn, Gu Jinli woke up. By the firelight, seeing that the people in the cave hadn't woken, she quietly got up and left the cave. Standing on she looked at the grass below in the faint light, but didn't see the Qin family trio. They hadn't come back yet. She stood on for a while, then returned to the cave. She took out several windproof herbs she found yesterday, peeled the leaves, leaving only the roots, then cut the roots into small pieces. She took out an iron pot and started frying the roots. Once she finished preparing the herbs, everyone else woke up. Luo Huanyang saw her putting the small root pieces into a bamboo tube and immediately ran over, squatting beside her. She rubbed her eyes and asked Little Fish, "Are your medicinal ingredients ready?" Last night, Little Fish said she needed to start making medicine in morning. She was very curious about the process and wanted to watch, but she overslept. Gu Jinli nodded and looked at the still-dazed Luo Huanyang, smiling, and said, "Yes, it's all prepared." Fong Fong is not a rare medicinal herb. It is quite common, and the preparation method is simple. She placed 2 prepared pieces of Fong Fong into Luo Huanyang's hand and said, "Here, play with this." Luo Huanyang looked at the Fong Fong in her hand, picked up one piece, and bit into it. "It's very hard, but a little sweet. Luo Huanyang spat out the fongfeng from her mouth and asked Gu Jinli for 2 more pieces, then ran to tell everyone. Look, this is the medicinal herb prepared by Little Fish. It's called fongfeng and can treat colds. Gu Jinli didn't stop Luo Huanyang. She was letting everyone gradually accept her medical skills. After Luo Huanyang's announcement, everyone knew that Gu Jinli had indeed prepared the medicinal herb. Grandma San took a piece of fongfeng, looked at it, and smiled. Our Little Fish is indeed well-read in medical books. She knows how to prepare medicinal herbs. Tian and also praised her because she had been eating grains from Gu Dashan's family and wanted to join in. Mrs. Chun liked to follow the trend, saying nice words without cost, and she praised Gu Jinli very highly. When Gu Yume heard their praise for Gu Jinli, she felt a bit jealous and muttered unhappily, "What's so special?" She just chopped a few herbs and fried them in a pot.
What's so impressive about that?
Last night, Gu Damu and Gu Dalin brothers stayed up all night. After third grandpa got up, he called Uncle Tian to bring the brothers back and said, "We don't know what's going on in Yongtai Prefecture yet. Should we set out? You need to rest first. If you need to travel, you'll have the energy." Gu Damu and Gu Dalin responded, took a bamboo tube of water from Gu Qingtian. Each drank a sip to soothe their throats, then entered the mountain cave and lay down on the haystack at his home, preparing to sleep. After a while, third grandpa's voice came from the cave entrance, asking, "Did you see old Qin and his grandson? It's already daylight, but they haven't come up yet." Hearing this, Gu Jinli felt a bit worried, afraid that the matter with the Qin family might be exposed. Unexpectedly, Gu Damu answered, "Old Qin and them went to Yongtai Prefecture to check the situation. They said they'd come back later and told us not to leave, just wait for them." Gu Jinli was surprised. When did old Qin tell Gu Damu that they were going to Yongtai Prefecture? And with such a reasonable reason? Everyone was also surprised. Third grandpa asked Gu Damu, "When did old Qin tell you that?" Gu Damu replied, "It was before we went to sleep last night, when we met the Qin family's grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter in the mountain hollow on the left. There is a small valley on the left side of the cave, about 1 person deep and 2 meters wide. It is a place where several men go to relieve themselves. The women go to the dry woods on the right to do the same." After Gu Dama said this, everyone understood and no longer asked questions. They were very grateful to the 3 members of the Qin family. If it had been them, they wouldn't dare go to Yongtai Prefecture to check the situation. If something went wrong, someone could get hurt. Gu Jinli admired how well the Qin family's plan was thought out. They found a good excuse and even told Gu Dama's brothers, who were on night patrol, that if they didn't see the 3 of them they wouldn't suspect anything. They would just think the grandfather and grandchildren had gone to Yongtai Prefecture. Old Lady Yen, who was very afraid after the dangerous night, was worried someone might die again. When she heard the Qin family members went to Yongtai Prefecture to check, she clasped her hands and prayed to the sky, "Heavenly Father, please keep old brother Qin and his family safe and bring them back safely." Grandpa knew the Qin family's grandfather and grandchildren hadn't come to the cave for the meeting, so he let go of that worry and told Father Luo, "Taizhu, go to the water source we found last night and bring back the jar." Last night, they found a water dripping in the mountain and collected half a jar of water. Before leaving, they left a jar there to collect water. After a night, they should have gathered quite a bit. "I'll go now," said Father Luo. He took a jar and a machete and left the cave. After Father Luo left, Grandpa called Gu Dashan, Uncle Tian, Gu Dafu, and Gu Dagwa, and they went into the deep mountains again to find food. They didn't find enough to eat last night, only some beans. They needed to work harder to find food and fill the gaps from what they ate. As for Gu Qingtian, Gu Qingli, and Gu Dexing, they stayed in the cave and didn't go out to look for food. Grandma was unhappy about this, but Grandpa said that these days were dangerous. They were afraid that disaster victims might find them, hurt the women, and leave the boys here. If outsiders came, they could scare them and prevent trouble. Luo Wu and Gu Jinan still went to patrol the girls, arranged by Grandma to cut grass, worked in the cold weather. They didn't have thick clothes, but by cutting dry grass and making grass clothes and shoes, they could keep warm. They worked through several rounds of cutting grass. After Grandma and the other women made some grass clothes, the 3 Qin family members returned, all looking tired. Seeing them, Grandma hurried over and asked old brother Qin, "How is Yongtai Prefecture? Can we still go that way?" Old Qin wiped his face to feel more alert, then shook his head and said, "Things aren't good. Outside Yongtai Prefecture, Pengchengyong soldiers are stationed. They don't just welcome visitors, they kill and rob." The 3 ladies looked frightened. "Are we still killing people? That's terrible." Mrs. Chen was most worried about her own safety. She quickly asked old Qin, "What should we do now? How long do we have to hide here? There's nothing to eat in these mountains. If we hide too long, we'll run out of food and die." While they spoke, Grandpa San and the others returned. Seeing the 3 members of the Qin family, they asked again about Yongtai Prefecture. Old Qin explained everything and finally said, "We don't need to stay in the mountains. We can go down the hill, avoid the official roads, go around Yongtai Prefecture through the plains, then follow the main road. We can pass through the 6 prefectures of Central State and reach Jianghuai and other places. Those areas are separated from the south by water, so the drought shouldn't be as bad." He paused and added, "If the drought is still serious in Jianghuai and nearby areas, we will cross the river and go into the heart of the south." Everyone felt like they had found a clear plan. This route sounded very familiar. If old Qin hadn't traveled it himself, how could he describe it so clearly? Grandpa Sen felt lighter and said, "Old Qin is wise. We'll follow your lead." Old Qin chuckled, "We're all fleeing together. No one is in charge. When trouble comes, we think of solutions together." Once they decided to go around Yongtai Prefecture and head south, Grandpa Sen asked Gu Dashin and Uncle Tian to bring jars and go back to the rocky place to fetch water, taking whatever they could find. That night, everyone gathered again to finalize the route and discuss what to do if they encountered problems on the way. They kept talking until early midnight, then went to sleep. The next morning, they all got up early. After roasting some beans, each person took a handful to eat, and the younger children were given straw clothes to keep warm. They started descending the mountain and heading outside. Halfway down, they met some refugees coming from other mountain peaks. It seemed many refugees were hiding in the mountains too. No one paid much attention to each other. They just guarded their belongings and kept a distance while walking. After leaving the mountain, old Qin led his family across the dry river they had come from and headed toward the plains ahead. Seeing this, some refugees looked toward Yongtai Prefecture and then followed behind, calling out, "Fellow villagers ahead, wait a moment. Where are you headed?" Several families did not speak, fearing that the arriving disaster victims might be dangerous. Old Qin slowed his pace and, when the disaster victims asked again, he turned and told them, "The soldiers of Yongtai Prefecture are killing innocent people to claim credit. We can't go there. We're going to go around south across this plain." After saying this, old Qin didn't speak further to them. Instead, he explained to Grandpa San, "They are all unfortunate people. I can't bear to see them sent to death. Brother Gu, please don't blame me." Grandpa San shook his head and said, "Old Qin, there's no need to explain. We understand. This heaven is so hard to bear." Hearing Qin's words, the disaster victims hurried back to tell their friends. Soon after, many of them followed behind. Among the disaster victims, some were clever and knew that heading south was better than going east. Having experienced the killing by Yongtai Prefecture soldiers, more and more disaster victims chose to go south. When Gu Jinli and her group bypassed Yongtai Prefecture and reached the main road, they saw even more disaster victims on both sides, groups stretching for hundreds of miles. The number was not less than what she saw when she woke up. Seeing so many disaster victims heading south, old Qin felt relieved. The more victims heading south, the less strict the officials' inspections would be when registering, and their identities would be less likely to be exposed. More than a month later, in Yuchong Prefecture, Central State, a dilapidated temple outside the city was crowded with starving disaster victims. It was now mid-October, and Central State had entered winter. Although it hadn't snowed, the mornings and evenings were very cold, and a white frost, like snow, often fell. A frost like this could chill people to the bone. The disaster victims had no warm clothes and could only huddle together in groups inside the broken temple, lighting fires to keep warm. At a grass hut near the temple wall, Gu Jinli's family was sheltering to stay warm. After bypassing Yongtai Prefecture and turning south onto the main road, they arrived in Central State, where half the land was also suffering from drought and disaster. This disaster was widespread, affecting half of the Great Chu Empire. The imperial relief efforts were too small, and the food aid was far from enough. The 6 prefectures of Central State were overwhelmed and refused to help the refugees fleeing to the northwest. They closed the city gates and set up roadblocks to stop the disaster victims from entering. They had no choice but to spend the night outside Yuchong Prefecture. However, as they fled and the temperature suddenly dropped, many disaster victims caught cold and chills. Among Gu Jinli's group, Grandma San, Old Yen, Brother Cheng, Little Flower Tian, Gu Qingxi, Gu Daling's youngest son, and Gu Da Wang from the Gu family all caught cold and developed high fevers. Gu Jinli collected many medicinal herbs to treat wind and cold. Now, she has finished boiling them. Mother, Aunt Tian, Aunt Gui, and Aunt Damu, the medicine is ready. Come and take it, Gu Jinli said as she poured the medicine into wooden bowls and spoke to the women inside the grass hut. Is it ready? Mrs. Chen was the first to rush out, grabbing a bowl that Gu Jinli hadn't finished pouring, carefully protecting it and running into the hut. She helped the unconscious Gu Duong sit up, blew on the medicine to cool it slightly, and then gave him small sips. Mrs. Cui, Mrs. Yen, and Aunt Tian also hurried out, bringing the medicine into the hut to feed their own family members. Hui Nyang, keep boiling the medicine. Once it's ready, everyone should drink a bowl to prevent wind and cold. After a long journey, they had little food and warm clothing, and everyone's health was poor. They needed to drink the medicine to prevent illness, or many would fall sick. Okay. Luo Huinyang continued boiling the medicine as Gu Jinli instructed. Gu Jinli then took the last bowl of medicine to third grandma and said to Gu Jinxiu, who was caring for her, Sister, help third grandma sit up. I'll feed her the medicine. Okay. Gu Jinxiu helped third grandma sit up, supporting her back and steadying her head. Together, they managed to feed her the medicine. After finishing the medicine, the patient still remained unconscious. Mrs. Chen was very anxious and said to Gu Jinli, Little fish, is this medicine effective? Don't ruin our Wang Guer. Gu Jinli chuckled and replied, if Aunt Gui is worried, she can take Wang Guer to the city to see a doctor. The doctors there are very skilled and can definitely wake him up quickly. Outside Yuchong Prefecture, soldiers had surrounded the area, not allowing refugees to enter. Even if they could, Mrs. Chen had no money to pay for a doctor for Wang Guer. Mrs. Chen was speechless, looking embarrassed, but she was thick-skinned and adaptable. She quickly said, don't worry. Andy trusts you the most. Gu Dogwai was busy tying branches and dry grass into simple wooden boards, planning to surround the entire base of the wall with these to block the cold wind. When he heard Mrs. Chen's words, he snapped, take good care of Wang Guer. Don't cause trouble for no reason. On this journey, the wife was the worst at getting along. The Dasha family had helped them so much, yet she couldn't say a few kind words. Mrs. Chen knew Gu Dogwai's temper and didn't dare to speak further. Gu Jinxiu looked at the third grandma and then at Chengger, who was still sleeping deeply. She felt worried and quietly asked Gu Jinli, Little fish, how much longer until third grandma and the others get better? Gu Jinli replied they took medicine, sweat a lot, and just need a good sleep to recover. She was worried that they might not sweat enough or that the high fever wouldn't go down, which would be bad. As for Chengger, he was not yet 4 years old. She couldn't let him stay so hot. It might harm his brain. Big sister, you take good care of third grandma, Gu Jinli told Gu Jinxiu before going to Chengger. She used the back of her hand to feel his forehead. When she felt it was very hot, she rolled up his sleeve and pants and started massaging some points on his hands and feet. For children under 10 with a high fever, massaging these points can help reduce the fever. Gu Jinli kept repeating the same movements, pressing the points on Chengger's hands and feet until they turned red. After pressing around the area until small purple spots appeared, she stopped. Soon after, she checked Chungur's forehead again. His fever had gone down quite a bit. Gu Jinli breathed a sigh of relief and looked toward the grass hut outside. There were many grass huts around, filled with disaster victims. Some had no huts at all and had to squeeze together with others, unable to move away. Some victims tried to squeeze into their hut, but there were many people, and Qin Erlang, Gu Jinan, and Luo Wu, who were young men, stood along the wall, surrounding the hut. The victims couldn't get in. As for Qin Sanling, he followed old Qin, the third grandpa, and Luo Fu to nearby households to buy supplies. Outside the city, there were many villages. These villages were afraid of trouble from the victims and didn't let them in, but they still sold things to them at higher prices than usual. Unfortunately, with several families sick, they had no choice but to spend money to buy supplies, or everyone would get sick and die. As it was getting dark, Qin Sanling and the others finally returned, each carrying a load of goods. On top was a pile of old clothes. The disaster victims saw them coming back with supplies, their eyes shining with hope, and a few even tried to rush forward to grab the items. Qin Erlang grabbed a machete and rushed over, standing beside old Qin. His fierce eyes scanned the crowd and sneered, "Anyone brave enough to come and try?" Those who had survived the journey to Yuchong Prefecture and hadn't died on the way were experienced. Seeing Qin Erlang's expression, they knew he had seen blood before. The victims who wanted to steal the supplies quickly backed away. Grandpa San and the others quickly returned to the grass hut at the foot of the wall, placing 4 loads of goods inside. Several families gathered around. Chen was the fastest and immediately grabbed 3 old cotton coats. Grandpa San looked at her coldly and said, "1 old cotton coat costs 500 big coins. If your family wants these 3 coats, you need to add 1 or 2 silver coins. 500 big coins are half a tael of silver." Chen searched her pockets and remembered that when they bought things nearby, she only paid half a tael of silver. What? These broken cotton coats cost 500 coins each? That's robbery, Chen yelled, refusing to put down the old coats. Grandpa San said, "You're right. The farmers nearby are robbing us, but can we not buy? If we don't buy, we'll catch cold or freeze to death." Chen understood what Grandpa San meant but pretended not to. She shook the old coats and shouted, "Back home, making a new cotton coat only cost about 100 big coins. Why does it cost 500 here in Yuchong Prefecture? 500 big coins, Uncle San, is equal to the harvest of 1 acre of land. 1 acre of land for a coat. That's cheating." These old coats had been washed many times, and the cotton inside had clumped together. They weren't as warm as new coats. The more Chen thought about it, the angrier and more distressed she became. "No, we can't take these old coats. We'll exchange them for good ones. If they refuse, we'll go to their door." "Go to their door?" Grandpa San sneered. Chen thought this was Gu family village, where they could do as they pleased. They managed to buy these old coats because they acted quickly. The disaster victims who arrived later could only buy coats made from tangled and old cotton scraps. Gu de Gui snatched the 3 old coats from Chen's hands and scolded, "Are you done? You know that back home, we could buy new coats for less. Now we're in Yuchong Prefecture, thousands of miles away. Do you still want to cause trouble on someone else's land? I think you're just tired of living. Even a strong dragon can't control a local snake." They were just disaster victims fleeing, not people who could go and fight. Chen, scolded by Gu de Gui, dared not shout anymore. She whispered, "This is too expensive. We don't have much money left. Wang Gur is still sick, and if Fa Gur gets cold again, what will we do?" She started crying, tears streaming down as she said to Gu de Fu, "Uncle, our family hasn't split up yet. Please don't let Wang Gur and Fa Gur freeze to death." Hearing this, Gu de Gui was so angry he raised his hand to hit Chen. Mrs. Chen quickly moved aside, ran to one side, pulled Brother Fa, and quietly cried while holding the still sleeping Brother Wang. "De Gui, stop," Gu Dafu scolded. After a moment of silence, he said to Grandpa San, "Uncle San, we are adding money. You give us 5 old cotton coats and 2 thick padded coats." Mrs. Chen was right. Their family had not split, so he should take care of everyone's needs. Gudague said, "Big brother, you don't need to spend silver. We'll pay ourselves. Although our family hasn't split, each household handles its own money. It's not fair for you to pay for us." Their father had already given them silver to prevent them from getting lost on the escape journey, dividing it among the households. Big brother didn't get a single coin, so it's unreasonable now to ask him to buy coats for their family. Gu Dafu, having experienced the evil acts of robbers killing victims, now valued family ties more. "Dague, if you still see me as your big brother, don't say more." Big brother. Gu Dague didn't want to accept it, but Gu Dafu directly took out 2 or 3 taels of silver and handed it to Grandpa San. When everyone was planning to buy things, Mrs. Chun gave half a tael of silver, he gave 1 tael, and now he added 3 taels, enough to buy 5 cotton coats and 2 thick padded coats. "That's too much. Padded coats cost 200 coins each," Grandpa San said. After taking the silver, he took out his money pouch and counted out 600 large coins for Gu Dafu. Seeing Gu Dafu give money, Mrs. Chun hurried over, picked 2 old cotton coats from the basket, and then snatched 1 coat from Gu Dague, holding 3 old coats and leaving. These 3 old coats belonged to her and her 2 sons. The remaining 2 coats would be divided between Gu Dafu and Gu Dague. She wouldn't freeze. Gu Yume was so angry she wanted to tear Mrs. Chun apart. Mrs. Chun only gave half a tael of silver, but took 3 old coats. Her father had given 4 taels of silver, but only received 2 coats and 2 padded coats. Was there any sense of justice? She also scolded Gu Dafu for being foolish, spending silver to buy something that was a bad deal. Gu Yume knew the old coats weren't enough for everyone. Feeling cold and unable to bear it, she lost her composure, ran over, took a coat from Gu Dague's hand, and immediately put it on. Gu Dashing was afraid he wouldn't get a coat, so he quickly snatched the last old coat from Gu Dague. Gu Dague didn't blame them. Instead, he chose 2 thicker padded coats and handed one to Gu Dafu. Grandpa Sen looked at the families in the straw shed and said, "The prices of these items are higher than we expected. The silver money everyone gave can't buy too much. If you want things, you need to pay the right price. If you don't want them anymore, I will return the silver to you." The items cost several times more than expected, and many families felt the pain of the expense. For example, Yen and Aunt Tian thought about not buying anything, hoping they could endure the cold, but Gu Damu and Uncle Tian insisted on purchasing them. Gu Damu said, "Third uncle, this isn't your fault. We'll add some money. We have to survive." Gu Damu added silver and bought old cotton clothes for the children and old Yen's family. He and Yen and Gu Daling bought thick padded clothes. Aunt Tian's family was too poor to afford old cotton clothes, so they could only buy padded clothes. After receiving the silver, the third grandpa let them choose their own warm clothes. Once they finished choosing, he took what was left. Gu Jinli's family had silver given by Chi-yi, so they asked Luo's father to buy more warm clothes for them. Most of the items in the basket Luo carried were from Gu Jinli's family. Inside were not only old cotton clothes, padded clothes, old fabric, and broken quilts, but also needles and thread. Gu Jinli picked up a few old cotton clothes and sent them to Gu Jinxiu, third aunt, Chui, and Chengger. She said, "Mom, big sister, please put on these cotton clothes so you won't catch cold." Chui and Gu Jinxiu took the old cotton clothes, first covering the sleeping Chengger and third aunt, then putting on their own. Once they wore the old cotton clothes, they felt much warmer, no longer having purple lips or stiff hands and feet from the cold. Gu Jinli held a gray cotton coat with a few small holes. She tore open the holes, pulled out some yellowed cotton filling, and confirmed it was real cotton. She sighed inwardly, thinking, this is truly a chaotic era. In the Great Chu dynasty, there were soybeans but no tofu. Soybeans were a main food, boiled and eaten. There was the Han dynasty's fortified towns, but no private soldiers were allowed. The clothing styles resembled those of the Han dynasty, making her think Great Chu was like ancient Han. But Great Chu had the 1,000 households, which resembled the Ming dynasty. Now she knew that Great Chu had cotton. Cotton appeared during the Song dynasty. Before that, ancient people used fluff, reed flowers, and various furs to keep warm. In short, Great Chu seemed like China but was different, a blend of Han, Song, and Ming influences. Gu Jinli finished putting on the old cotton clothes and ran back to ask the third grandpa. Grandpa, did you buy the medicinal herbs? Yes, they're in this basket, the third grandpa said, pointing to a basket by Qin Sanling's feet. This time they bought not only warm clothes but also some coarse grains and medicinal herbs. Yuchong Prefecture was affected by a disaster. Nearby farmers didn't have much grain, so they only sold some sweet potatoes and beans. Compared to eating roots and leaves, these coarse grains were considered tasty. As for medicinal herbs, Gu Jinli specifically instructed to buy them. She could find only a few types of herbs, and 2 important medicines for treating wind cold were missing. To help everyone recover quickly, buying medicine was necessary. Since they couldn't enter the city, the third grandfather and others bought herbs from barefoot doctors in nearby villages. The amount of herbs they bought was small, but they managed to get the main medicines for treating wind cold. When Qin Sanlang heard the third grandfather's words, he took out bundles of herbs from under the basket and handed them to Gu Jinli. Shall you hold these? Gu Jinli took the herbs, silently counting as she looked through them. Huang Qin, Ku Di Ding, Dan Mu, Ci Hu Chao. About a dozen types, all needed now. Xiao Yu, are these herbs okay? Qin Sanling watched nearby. Seeing Gu Jinli examine the herbs and pluck small pieces to chew, he was worried they might not be effective. Since they bought from rural barefoot doctors, the quality was uncertain. Gu Jinli looked up at him and smiled. No problem, they can be used. The processing was not perfect, which slightly affected the herbs' potency, but they were usable. Right now, having usable herbs was enough. She took out a bundle of dried mugwort, lit it, and used it to fumigate the grass shed to kill bacteria and insects and remove moisture. Then she took some Ci Hu Chao, chopped it with a knife, and added it to the pot along with other herbs to simmer. When the medicine was ready, Gu Jinli called everyone over. The medicine is done. Come and have half a bowl. This medicine was for those not sick, mainly to prevent wind cold, so that Grandma Sand and Old Yen, who were still ill, wouldn't need more medicine. Mrs. Chun was the most eager. Hearing this, she immediately rushed over and used the wooden bowl she had used to feed Wang Gur to scoop the medicine from the pot. Gu Jinli quickly tapped her hand with the handle of her knife to stop her. Auntie, this is the bowl Wang Gur drank from. Have you washed it? Using this bowl directly to serve medicine might cause everyone to catch wind cold. Mrs. Chun felt the pain and wanted to say something, but after hearing this, she dared not speak. She awkwardly smiled. Auntie, I was just in a hurry. Everyone knew wind cold was contagious, and in this era, a simple wind cold could be deadly. Carelessness was not an option. Gu Jinli took a clean wooden bowl from beside her and handed it to Luo Huanyang. Huanyang, distribute the medicine to everyone. If she didn't distribute the medicine, she was sure that, given Mrs. Chen's temper, she would make their family of 4 each drink 2 bowls. There wasn't much medicine in the pot, and half a bowl per person was already a lot. Okay, Luo Huanyang replied, took the wooden bowl, and began dividing the medicine. Mrs. Chen saw that Luo Huanyang only gave her half a bowl and was unhappy. She said to Luo Huanyang, young girl, fill the bowl for Auntie. With so little medicine, what can it treat? Luo Huanyang said, half a bowl per person. If Auntie wants more, you need to buy water. The river in Yuchong Prefecture had dried up. Only deep wells still had water. But they were refugees from elsewhere, and to get water, they had to pay silver. Mrs. Chun was stingy. Money was almost as precious as her life. Hearing this, and seeing Gu Dogwai glaring at her, she dared not argue further. After drinking her half bowl of medicine, she took another half bowl and carried it back to give to Fa Gur. Other families also started lining up to get medicine. Their commotion attracted the attention of nearby refugees, many of whom wanted to rush forward but were afraid of the knives in Qin Erlang, Qin Sanlang, and Luo Fu's hands. Some played the sympathy card. A couple carried a sick child to the grass hut and knelt before Grandpa San. Old man, please, we beg you. Give us some medicine. The child can't hold on much longer. Grandpa San looked at the child in the couple's arms. The child's mouth was purple, cheeks red, obviously frostbitten and feverish. But the child was not unconscious and was still awake. He said, "There's a village nearby. They have barefoot doctors. You can take the child there to see a doctor." "But sir, the nearby villages won't let us in," the child's mother, a thin woman with a scarred face, replied. "Besides, we have money. Please, be kind and save the child." Grandpa San frowned, wanting to refuse. But the woman quickly kowtowed to him, frightening him into hurriedly stepping aside and scolding her. "Woman, why make things difficult? Our medicine is for saving lives. We don't have extras for you. If you want medicine, go buy it from the barefoot doctor." But the woman didn't care about that. She kept kowtowing and crying loudly. Her husband didn't stop her. Instead, he sat on the ground holding the child, looking as if he wouldn't leave unless they got medicine. "Get up, you two." Grandpa San was very angry. It seemed the couple was trying to stay and rely on them. Along the way, she had seen many cunning disaster victims, but at this moment, she was truly troubled. It would be easier if they were adults, but this couple had brought their child to ask for help. Gu Jinli hated people who threatened others with children to get what they wanted. Such people were the most hateful. Seeing that the couple refused to leave, she became angry. She picked up a wooden stick and rushed over, hitting the woman who was crying loudly. After a few hits, the woman stopped crying and jumped up, pointing at Gu Jinli and shouting, "You brat, have you no conscience? If you won't give medicine to save people, that's one thing, but why are you hitting us?" Gu Jinli sneered. "These medicines were paid for by several families. Why should we give them to you?" The woman didn't listen and kept crying out to the surrounding disaster victims, "Oh, everyone come see. The people in this shed have no conscience. They won't save the children, and now they're beating us. They're trying to take our lives." From the moment the couple brought their child to ask the third master for help, the disaster victims outside and around the broken temple had been watching this grass hut closely. They were waiting for Gu Jinli and her group to agree to help so they could rush in and ask for medicine. Now, seeing that Gu Jinli refused to give medicine and hearing the woman's words, everyone moved about 10 steps closer to the grass hut, using their actions to pressure Gu Jinli and her group. After the disaster victims surrounded the hut, a few rough-looking men stepped out. The leader was a familiar face named Wu Da. He often led a few brothers around causing trouble. Now he was at the front, pointing at them and saying, "We're all disaster victims fleeing hardship. If you can help, you should. But not only are you refusing, you're hitting people. What kind of logic is that?" Wu Da sneered and said to the crowd, "Everyone tell me, should people who see children dying from illness but refuse to help be punished?" His accomplices immediately agreed. People without conscience who won't save children deserve more than just punishment. Beating them to death wouldn't be too much. The disaster victims had long wanted to seize their supplies. Seeing someone lead the charge, they quickly echoed, "That's right, that's right. These people only care about themselves. They won't save children and have no conscience. They need to be taught a lesson so they understand that people should have a conscience. Don't talk so nicely. Basically, you're just looking for an excuse to rob us," Gu Jinli said coldly, glancing around at the disaster victims. Her eyes settled on Wu Da and said, "Wu Da, isn't this the first time you've used such tricks? Do you think you can succeed this time?" Wu Da and his men were thugs. They had escaped from the northwest to Yuchong prefecture by stealing and causing trouble, relying on sneaky and dishonest methods. Wu Dajian and Gu Jinli saw through their tricks immediately and started to incite the surrounding disaster victims. Everyone stopped talking to them. They are heartless villains. Let's attack together, steal their medicine, and do justice. You. Gu Jinli took the initiative, holding a wooden stick and rushed a few steps to Wu Dajian, hitting him on the top of his head. Bang! Wu Dajian was struck, bleeding heavily, and was stunned for a moment. When he recovered, he cursed loudly. "You little brat, how dare you hit me, Wu Yi?" Before he finished speaking, Qin Sanlang kicked him to the ground, grabbed his hair like a nest, and dragged him to the grass hut, then beat him fiercely in the face. Qin Sanlang's punches were very strong. After a few hits, Wu Dajian's face was swollen, with bruises and cuts. blood flowing from his nose and mouth, and his teeth knocked out. The disaster victims surrounding the grass hut watched him with grim faces, punching Wu Dajian's face repeatedly, turning him into a mess. They all turned pale with fear. When they heard a cracking sound, as if Wu Dajian's nose was broken, they hurriedly stepped back in fear. Wu Dajian's accomplices wanted to come to help, but seeing how fiercely Qin Sanling was fighting, they were all scared and stayed in place, not daring to step forward. Wu Dajian was covered in blood and mucus, struggling to fight back, but Qin Sanling beat him even more fiercely. Wu Dajian begged for mercy loudly. "Brother, spare me.
Spare me.
We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us this time." They had used this trick many times before, always successful. Unexpectedly, this time, they failed. The adults inside the grass hut realized what was happening, but did not try to stop Qin Sanling. They thought Wu Dajian needed to be taught a lesson. These people were too hateful, using children to threaten them. Mrs. Chen was worried about causing a death, and quickly shouted at Qin Sanling. "Brother Qin, stop quickly, don't cause a death." Wu Dajian's accomplices also hurriedly said, "Yes, brother, stop quickly, don't cause a death." One of his accomplices threatened Qin Sanling. "If you beat him badly, the authorities will come after you." Mrs. Chen was even more frightened when she heard the authorities might come and shouted inside the grass hut, "Brother Qin, let him go quickly, don't cause trouble for us." Gu Jinli looked at Mrs. Chen and said to Qin Sanling, "Brother Qin, hold him down, don't let him move." Wu Dajian's group had tricked people before and had not learned their lesson. If they weren't punished now, they would continue to do evil. Qin Sanling heard her words, then twisted Wu Da's hands behind his back, pressed his knees on Wu Da's back, and held him tightly on the ground. Gu Jinli held a shiny dagger and walked toward Wu Da. Wu Da saw the bright dagger in Gu Jinli's hand, felt a chill, and glared at her angrily. He scolded, "You little girl, what are you trying to do? This is Yuchong Prefecture, with officials around. If you dare to do anything to me, I will report you to the authorities, and they will send someone to arrest you and put you in jail." "Jail? If the officials come, they will arrest your group," Gu Jinli said, pointing her dagger at Wu Da's accomplices, including the couple holding a child. The couple shrank back when Gu Jinli pointed at them. The woman with the disfigured face retorted, "You little girl, don't falsely accuse us. We are just ordinary disaster victims and have nothing to do with Wu Da." Gu Jinli sneered, "Whether you are involved or not, everyone knows the truth. It's clear that more than one or two of you are mixed with Wu Da's group." Hearing this, the woman dared not speak further, afraid that the more she said, the more secrets Gu Jinli might uncover. Gu Jinli moved behind Wu Da, stabbed a dagger into his heel, then twisted it, directly tearing his Achilles tendon. Wu Da never expected that a child barely half-grown would be so ruthless. After the tendon was torn, he let out a terrible scream. "Ah!" Gu Jinli grabbed his hand and sliced through his palm, tearing his hand tendons. Wu Da's right hand suddenly felt a sharp pain, and once it was immobilized, he realized a harsh truth. This little girl had disabled him. The disaster victims surrounding the grass hut looked at Gu Jinli with shock. "Is this still a child?" She dared to tear the tendons of an adult man with a dagger and said such fierce words. How brave she is. Gu Jinli wiped the blood off Wu Da's body with her dagger, then stood up and looked at the over 1,000 disaster victims surrounding the grass hut. "I know what you're thinking, but I advise you to hold back your bad ideas. Don't think that because our families are old and young, you can mess with us. We've traveled all the way from the northwest to get here, and we're not afraid of trouble. If you dare to provoke us, we won't show mercy." Her words were very intimidating. After a moment of stunned silence, the disaster victims dispersed in a rush, no longer daring to target her group. "Oh my, the people in this grass hut are not to be messed with." A child dared to tear the tendons of an adult man with a dagger and spoke so fiercely, it's truly frightening. Wu Da's several accomplices, along with the couple with a child, were so frightened they trembled all over. The woman with the disfigured face saw Wu Da's defeat and quickly grabbed her husband's arm. The family of 3 hurriedly ran away in embarrassment. Wu Da's accomplices also tried to escape, but were stopped by Qin Sanling. "Stop, drag him away, don't dirty our place." Afraid of Qin Sanling and Gu Jinli, the accomplices, though unwilling, had to carry Wu Da away. After the disaster victims left with Wu Da's accomplices, Gu Jinli and Qin Sanling turned to walk into the grass hut. Mrs. Chen saw them come in, shivered in fear, pulled her son Fa Go, and ran to Wang Ji's side. The mother and son kept their distance from them. Gu Jinli was too tired to bother with her. Qin Sanling spoke up for her. "Grandpa San, Uncle Gu, and all uncles and aunts, don't blame Xiuyu. If she hadn't done this, these disaster victims would keep watching us, looking for a chance to harm us." Grandpa San sighed and said, "We understand, but..." He looked at Gu Jinli and said, "Xiuyu, this is something we can handle. You're still young. As a girl, seeing blood is always hard." Old Qin shook his head and told Grandpa San, "Old Gu, this has to be Xiuyu's doing. The disaster victims are after us partly because we have few men and many children. Now that Xiuyu has acted, they will see that even our children are not easy to mess with, and they won't dare bother us anymore. That's a good thing." Grandpa San didn't say anything more after hearing this, only sighing inwardly. The heavens are cruel, turning good children into tough ones. After this morning, no disaster victims sat around watching near their grass hut. The families finally felt more at ease. Chui's family and Gu Dashan cried at midnight because Gu Jinli cut Wu Da's tendons and ligaments. They felt useless as parents, making Gu Jinli, still so young, have to shed blood. Gu Jinli knew they cried but said nothing. The original owner was fierce, but she had a tough nature. Their family was fleeing famine, and without being tough, they couldn't survive. Fortunately, Chungair woke up the next day, distracting Chui's family and preventing them from worrying about her becoming more ruthless. On the afternoon of the next day, third grandma, Old Yen, Gu Qingxi, and Gu Duong gradually woke up. Seeing that the sick people had all awakened, the families breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa San was so excited he tightly held third grandma's hand, repeatedly saying, "Good, good, good. Once we get through this, it will be fine." They were happy for only a few days before a group of guards stormed into the broken temple, ordering them to leave immediately and not to stay within Yuchong Prefecture anymore. The disaster victims had traveled a long way and finally arrived at Yuchong Prefecture in Central State. They were exhausted and didn't want to leave. When they heard the guards' orders, they were confused and asked, "Sir, did you make a mistake? We haven't caused trouble or harmed any nearby farmers. Why do you want us to leave?" "Yes, sir, we stayed honestly in the broken temple. We didn't steal or rob anyone nearby. We even used our own money to buy things from local farmers. We haven't done anything wrong. Why are you forcing us to leave? We've been fleeing from disaster, and many people have died. We finally reached Yuchong Prefecture. Now it's getting cold, and if we leave, we might freeze to death on the road." Although Yuchong Prefecture was affected by the disaster, they still had water and food. They didn't have to rush for each sip of water or bite of food. During these days in Yuchong, life was the best they had experienced on their escape journey, and they never thought of leaving. Many victims even wanted to settle in Yuchong Prefecture. Their lives had just begun to look up, but these guards came to chase them away. The guards didn't care about their lives. Seeing them ask repeatedly, one of the guards drew his sword from his waist and pointed at the victims, shouting, "Everyone shut up. Anyone who causes trouble, I'll cut them down." The leader of the guards was named Gao. When he saw the victims refuse to leave, he took out the official document given by the governor, held it up, and said, "Look carefully. This is an official letter stamped with the governor's seal. It clearly states that you must leave Yuchong Prefecture by tonight. If you don't leave, it won't be us who come to chase you away, but the soldiers stationed here." The governor had been anxious about the victims' presence these days. He felt very unlucky. Out of the 6 prefectures in Central State, these victims refused to leave anywhere else. Why did they have to come to his Yuchong Prefecture? So many victims staying in Yuchong Prefecture meant they needed food and water daily, and with the cold weather, some might freeze to death. If too many people froze, it could harm his reputation. The governor's advisor even warned him that if too many victims flooded into the city, even if they closed the gates and didn't let anyone in, the large number of victims might cause a rebellion. This was a serious matter. No matter what, they could not allow a rebellion of victims in Yuchong Prefecture. These disaster victims, whether they are killers or rebels, must not stay in Yuchong Prefecture. They need to be driven away quickly. If they want to die or rebel, they should go to other districts and not remain here. The magistrate, upon hearing the steward's words, was so frightened that he lost his composure. He hurriedly ordered all 3 patrol officers to go out and drive the people away from the outskirts of Yuchong Prefecture. The officers received strict orders to remove these disaster victims. If any refused to leave, they were to be dealt with harshly, even killed if necessary. After a few were killed, the others would be scared and leave. Among the disaster victims, some could read. When they saw the official document the officer took out, they stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Sir, may I see what is written in the document?" The officer looked at the young man, about 20 years old, wearing tattered clothes but a scholar's robe. He nodded and said, "All right, take a look so you won't think I am lying." The young man took the document and read it carefully. Tears started to flow before he finished reading. He knelt down and cried, "This is the magistrate's order, and it leaves us no way to live." Suddenly, the officer snatched the document from him and kicked him over, scolding, "You fool! Do you think the magistrate's order is something you can make up? Take him away." 2 officers immediately grabbed the young man and dragged him out of the broken temple, throwing him onto the road. The officer held up the document and said loudly, "Everyone has heard it. The document is real. Stop hesitating and leave quickly. Don't make me remind you. Tomorrow morning, soldiers will come to search the outskirts. If you don't leave, you'll be caught in trouble. Trouble with soldiers." Hearing this, the disaster victims were so frightened that their legs shook. They knew soldiers would come to kill them. "Oh heavens, how can we survive this?" They all cried loudly. The officers didn't care about their lives. After giving the orders, Officer Gao led a group of soldiers to guard outside the broken temple, waiting for them to leave. Grandma San held Grandpa San's arm, looking worried and asking, "Old man, do we really have to leave?" Grandpa San sighed and said, "We have no choice but to go." The officers had already come to drive them away. The officer in charge said that if they didn't leave tonight, the soldiers would come early tomorrow morning. They had seen soldiers from Yongtai Prefecture kill before, so they were very afraid of the soldiers. Gu Jinli held her 3rd grandmother's other hand to comfort her and said, "Grandma, let's go." Yuchong Prefecture has also suffered a disaster. The river has dried up, and only the deep well still has water. If it doesn't rain soon and the well runs dry, the people here will have to flee and starve. Yuchong Prefecture isn't suitable for settling down. It's better for us to leave early. Old Qin also said, "Let's go." The magistrate didn't let us into the city at first, didn't register our household, and didn't find us a place to settle. That means they don't want us here. If we leave early, maybe we can find a place to settle before winter. After hearing Grandpa Third and Old Qin and seeing the guards with knives outside the broken temple, they knew they had to leave. Feeling sad for a moment, they started packing their things. Fortunately, they bought many supplies from nearby farmers, warm clothes, coarse grains, water, and salt, so they would be more comfortable on the road. Grandma Third and Old Yan's illnesses had also healed, so they didn't need to worry about them and could focus on traveling quickly. After packing, the families didn't leave immediately. Old Qin said, "Leaving first will attract attention. We have many things. Better to be cautious. We can't provoke the guards." They still had a few teenage girls who were quite pretty. If the guards noticed them, it could be dangerous. Hearing Old Qin, everyone nodded in agreement. They hid in a grass hut, waiting until other refugees started leaving. Then, they carried their belongings, took the elderly and children, and blended in with the refugees to leave the broken temple. During this time, Gu Jinxiu took some ash from a fire and smeared it on her face to look dirty and unrecognizable. After nearly being sold by her own family, she was very careful now and didn't want to cause trouble for everyone. Gu Jinli held her sister's hand and followed Chui's family, walking with her head down. Gu Jinan had a small axe hidden in his clothes and followed behind, protecting them. He bought the axe from Gu Dashan with silver coins after Gu Jinli cut the tendons and ligaments of Wu Dazhong. Gu Jinan said, "From now on, if we encounter situations that require bloodshed, I, as the older brother, will handle it." Gu Dashan felt very guilty. He took 8 taels of silver and personally bought 2 axes and 2 kitchen knives with Gu Jinan. The axes were for himself and Gu Jinan, and the kitchen knives for Chui's family and Gu Jinxiu, so they could defend themselves. A group of people helped each other walk out of the broken temple for dozens of meters. Seeing that no officials were chasing them to cause trouble, they finally felt relieved. The nearby disaster victims were cursing. "A bunch of fools, always bullying us. They chased us out this afternoon, forcing us to find new places to stay." After finally settling down for a few days, they were driven away again, making them very unhappy. After cursing, the disaster victims became confused. Looking at the flat countryside, they didn't know where they could go in this vast land. A few days ago, old Qin, after everyone had settled in the broken temple, took Qin Erlang and Qin Xiling to explore the nearby area. He became familiar with the terrain. Standing still for a moment, he pointed to a small path on the right and said, "Go this way. Follow this small road through 4 villages, then cross a mountain. You will reach the official road. After a few hours on the official road, you will arrive at the border of Yuchong Prefecture." The families agreed with old Qin's words and nodded, saying, "We'll follow your advice." The nearby disaster victims also heard old Qin's plan. Seeing how familiar he was with the route, some of them approached. Qin Erlang drew his machete and looked at them coldly, saying, "If you don't want to die, don't come closer." These disaster victims had seen how fierce their group could be. Hearing Qin Erlang's words and seeing his cold expression, they quickly stopped in their tracks, afraid to move forward. Among the disaster victims, 2 elderly men wearing old jackets and with white hair bravely stepped forward and cupped their hands to old Qin, saying, "Brother, we mean no harm. We just want to ask where you're heading next. If it's convenient, could we join you?" They pointed behind them to a group of disaster victims and added, "There are about 50 of us, surnamed Lin and Zhou. We are honest folks with families. We won't harm you or cause trouble." Gu Jinli's group had been watching their actions. They thought that although this group had old and young, they looked fierce and capable of defending themselves. They weren't bullying others and seemed quite decent. If they could join them to escape, the Lin and Zhou families' lives would be much better. Old Qin glanced at them and shook his head in refusal. "No need to join us. As for where we're going, naturally, we're heading south. There's only one road south. If you want to follow, we can't stop you." After saying that, he ignored them and led his group to the right along the small path. The 2 elderly men from Lin and Zhou were very happy. They quickly called their family members, "Hurry and follow us." Although old Qin refused their request to join, he didn't forbid them from following. That was a good thing. Lin Zhou's 2 families of disaster victims hurriedly followed, carrying their families. Old Zhou and old Lin kept a respectful distance, about 10 meters away, to avoid annoying Qin Lao and others. The other disaster victims who came out of the broken temple saw this and followed behind. Mrs. Chen saw the victims behind them and complained angrily, "Old Qin, why are you letting them follow? What if they come to steal our things?" She clutched her silver money and water tightly, afraid they would be robbed. Old Qin said, "Wuda's matter is in front. They dare not steal from us. They respect us. People are like that. If you're weak, they will bully you. If you're tough, they will fear and respect you." "Respect us?" Mrs. Chen didn't believe it. "Do you really think they respect us?" Old Qin replied, "You'll see later." Mrs. Chen is hard to convince. Unless she suffers a disaster herself or gains some benefit, she won't believe you. After half an hour, they reached the end of a small path and saw a village. The villagers, afraid of the disaster victims, had the village guards block the entrance, not letting the victims enter. However, there were several water jars at the entrance, selling water to the victims. The water was very expensive, 2 taels of silver per jar, almost like stealing silver. Gu Jinli and a few other families hesitated, but still paid to buy 3 jars of water. The other victims, though reluctant, knew water was precious and pooled their money to buy some. After buying water, they circled around the village and continued their journey. Near evening, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Grandpa San and Old Chin saw it was getting late and said, "Let's stop here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue. We'll cross this mountain and reach the Shangguan Road." Mrs. Chun, afraid of death, remembered what the captain of the soldiers said and hurriedly shouted, "The soldiers will come tomorrow morning. If we wait, we might get beaten to death." Old Chin said, "Even if the soldiers come, they're just searching outside Yuchong Prefecture. They won't chase us right away. We'll get up early tomorrow and leave before they arrive. The soldiers are not that free. As long as the victims don't stay outside Yuchong City, they generally won't bother them." "Really?" "Old Chin, don't lie to us." Mrs. Chin just finished speaking when Gu Dagwa shouted, "What's real? Hurry and help Aunt Sen cook. They spend every day asking questions and not doing real work. Don't they know everyone is annoyed by her talking?" His face was almost embarrassed by her. Several families pooled their money to buy food, and they shared the meals equally based on the number of people. These grains were managed by the third grandfather. When it was time to cook, he would take out some grain and give it to the third grandmother, who would then lead the women from the families to prepare the food. Chun was worried about others stealing food, so she was very eager to help cook. When she heard Gu Dagwai's words, she quickly ran to the third grandmother and asked for some grain to cook. Besides pooling money to buy food together, Gu Jinli's family, the Luo family, and the Qin family also bought some grain for themselves to store for emergencies. Other disaster victims also stopped to watch them cook. They were very hungry and salivated, but they dared not think about stealing. These families were very fierce. They even had a 10-year-old girl who dared to threaten adults with a dagger. No one dared to mess with them. After watching for a while, the disaster victims dispersed to look for food nearby. Gu Jinli was not idle. She took Luo Huanyang and Tian Xiaohua into the mountains to find edible plants and medicinal herbs. "Xiuyu, wait for me. I'll go with you," Gu Jinan said, tying a small cloth bag around her waist and grabbing a small axe, then catching up with them. Gu Jinli knew Gu Jinan was frightened by her actions in the broken temple, so she wanted him to stay close and protect her when needed, so she wouldn't get hurt again. She wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but knowing Gu Jinan was stubborn, she simply nodded and smiled, "All right." The 4 of them entered the mountains. Gu Jinxiu wanted to go with them, but she had to take care of Brother Cheng and was worried she might be too weak and slow Gu Jinli down. So she stayed honestly with Chui's family. The 2 girls from Gu Damu and Gu Dalin's families were too young, so Gu Jinli didn't bring them, fearing she couldn't protect so many if something happened. As for Gu Yume, the village chief's daughter, she didn't like her and didn't invite her to join, to avoid trouble. The disaster in Yuchong Prefecture was not as severe as in the 7 northwest prefectures, and they could find enough food. The 4 of them wandered inside the mountain and found a bundle of wild vegetables that were green and yellow. "It's bitter greens," Gu Jinli and the others were very happy. Luo Huanyang especially cherished the bundle of bitter greens. Bitter greens are one of the most common wild vegetables, growing year-round. Now, it was mid-October and it was a year of famine. Finding wild vegetables meant the drought was improving. They continued wandering in the mountains and saw some scattered wild plants, but these had been damaged by frost, with rotten leaves and dried stems, and were no longer edible. "It's a pity about Tian Xiaohua." She looked at the rotten wild vegetables and said, "If we had come half a month earlier, we could have collected many wild vegetables. We wouldn't need to spend silver to buy food." Her family was very poor. Her parents didn't have much silver, and they all felt bad about spending a copper coin. Luo Huiliang was naturally optimistic. After hearing Tian Xiaohua, she said, "We had good luck today. Let's look around some more. We might find other food." Tian Xiaohua nodded heavily, her head always lowered as she searched for wild vegetables. Her serious, focused expression almost made her eyes seem like they were piercing the ground. Gu Jinan looked around, watching carefully for disaster victims coming into the mountains to find food, and checking if there were any wild fruits on the withered trees. Gu Jinli was lucky. He found more than 10 plants with rotten leaves but healthy roots. These roots weren't used for treating colds and chills, but could be sold for money. They believed they would settle down somewhere one day. To do that, they needed silver. Right now, Gu Jinli was saving these herbs, which was like saving money for future use. Luo Huiliang saw Gu Jinli digging up strange things again, and no longer said anything. She was used to it. The four of them stayed in the mountains for more than half an hour. As it got dark, they stopped looking for food and started heading down the mountain to their resting place at the foot of the mountain, running a little. On the way, they met many disaster victims returning with some edible food. It seemed this mountain had plenty of wild food. When they were almost back at their resting place, Luo Huiliang ran too fast and almost bumped into a woman. Luckily, she was quick on her feet and stopped just in time, so she didn't hit her. But the woman suddenly fell to the ground, holding her left foot and shouting, "Ah, my foot! Why didn't you watch where you were walking? You hurt my foot. You have to pay." When she saw Gu Jinli, her voice suddenly cut off as if someone had choked her. She quickly got up from the ground and angrily scolded Luo Huiliang, "Be careful when you walk next time. If you bump into me, it's okay, but if you hit a bad person, you'll be in big trouble." Then she turned and walked away. Gu Jinli looked at the woman's back with a stern expression. It was the woman with the disfigurement, the one who had come here with a man and a child to ask for medicine at the broken temple. Luo Huiliang was confused by the woman's actions. When she heard Gu Jinli, she realized what was happening. She hurriedly looked at the woman who was already far away. She had good eyesight and soon pointed ahead and shouted, "And that child too." Perhaps because her voice was too loud, the child immediately looked in her direction, with dark, fierce eyes glaring at Luo Huiliang. Luo Huiliang was startled, but after a moment of shock, she became angry. A few days ago, when they were in the ruined temple, she still felt sorry for this woman, thinking their family was very pitiful. Now she saw that this family was just a bunch of troublemakers, with no good people among them. Gu Jinli frowned. The child looked only 5 or 6 years old. When they were in the temple, he was very quiet and looked sickly. Now, he could stare so fiercely, which clearly meant he was not a kind person. The woman knew they were watching her, but did not turn around. She pulled the child and left. Gu Jinli and the others did not chase after her. Only fools would chase after someone like that. Since the woman and child appeared here, her husband and his accomplices from Wu Da's group were probably nearby. Chasing them could cause trouble. "Let's go," Gu Jinli said, carrying the herbs they found, leading the way to their resting place. Not long after they returned, Luo's father, Gu Dashan, and Gu Dafu also came back with food. Everyone was lucky today. Luo's group found over 30 wild sweet potatoes. The Qin family found a nest of hibernating snakes, a total of 8. Some were large, about wide, and some small, like a little finger. To avoid frightening the women and children, they had already removed the heads and skinned the snakes, leaving only the white meat with a hint of blood. Seeing these, everyone was very happy. Chu's wife took half a bag of sweet potatoes from Luo's father and smiled happily. "There are really a lot of these sweet potatoes." She then asked Grandma San, third aunt, "Shall we roast the sweet potatoes tonight?" Grandma San nodded. "Yes, let's roast the sweet potatoes. We'll roast all of these and have a good meal." Mrs. Chun had already taken the snake meat from Qin Sanling. Hearing Grandma San's words, she quickly handed the snake meat to Gu Duong, then ran over to Chu's wife. She grabbed the bag of sweet potatoes and said with a smile, "Sister Luo, you go start the fire. I'll brush off the mud from the sweet potatoes." Before Chu's wife could reply, she dragged the bag and called her 2 sons to follow. As soon as she turned away, she reached into the bag and took out 4 sweet potatoes, giving 2 to her sons. Grandma San looked unhappy. This Mrs. Chun was always trying to take a little for herself. But seeing the thin, hungry Gu Duong and Gu Defa, she didn't scold her. She pulled Chu's wife aside, took the wild vegetables Luo Huiliang handed her, and said, Let's make some wild vegetable soup. That night, several families, each with about 30 people, shared a meal. Everyone received a roasted sweet potato and a small bowl of wild vegetable and snake meat soup. This was the most generous meal they had had since fleeing their homes, apart from the one at Cheese Camp. After eating, Gu Jinli told everyone about seeing the woman with a disfigured face on the way. That woman is not simple. She's working with Wu Da and his group. His accomplices are probably nearby at the foot of the mountain. We need to be careful. Hearing this, everyone was startled, and the women's faces turned pale with fear. Mrs. Chun hurriedly looked around but didn't see the woman. She then patted her chest and said to Gu Jinli, "Little fish, you shouldn't have offended them. Now, they'll definitely look for a chance to get back at us." Gu Jinli chuckled, waving the dagger in her hand. "Auntie Goe, they've seen how fierce I can be. They won't dare trouble me, but you're different. If they see you're weak and unarmed, they might attack you. So, you'd better treat me well. Otherwise, if they try to rob you, I won't come to save you," she warned. Mrs. Chen saw the dagger in Gu Jinli's hand and remembered how Gu Jinli had broken Wu Da's hand and tendons. She shrank back in fear and said nothing. Gu Goe was so angry at Mrs. Chen's words that he lost his temper. This woman is always like this. She only learns her lesson after suffering. Everyone was reassured that those people wouldn't dare attack them easily. Old Qin said, "But those folks aren't easy to deal with. We should stay alert." He then looked at Qin Sanlang and said, "Sanlang, go check around nearby. See where they're staying." Qin Sanlang nodded and disappeared into the night. Zhoulin's family was resting nearby. When they saw the group talking and then Qin Sanlang suddenly leave, Zhou Laolin felt something was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, the two elders got up and approached Qin Gu's resting place. They stood about 2 meters away and asked Qin Lao, "Brother, what are you talking about? It's already dark, and it's not safe outside. Why is your young man still out wandering?" Qin Lao knew they were trying to gather information. He looked at third grandpa and asked politely, "Old brother Gu, what do you think?" Because Qin Lao was familiar with the route south and was gaining importance among their group, he respected third grandpa. He knew their family was new here and still relied on the Qin family for settling down. Many decisions were discussed with third grandpa. If third grandpa disagreed, Qin Lao usually wouldn't act on his own. Grandpa Third knew about the worries of the Lin and Zhou families and nodded, saying, "There is nothing to hide about this. Telling them is fine." Old Qin then told them about Wu Da and his group being nearby. When Old Zhou and Old Lin heard this, they immediately became anxious. Old Zhou said, "They also came? What should we do? That group is very tricky. They always find ways to cheat people. Many families have lost everything because of them. That group is very greedy. Every time they cheat, they take all the money and food from the victims, not caring about their lives or deaths." Hearing this, Qin asked, "Do you know them?" Old Zhou and Old Lin hurriedly waved their hands and denied, "We don't know them. We just ran away from the western region and recognized their faces." Wu Da and his group had conflicts with Qin and his people. They were afraid Qin might misunderstand, so they quickly explained. Seeing how nervous they were, Qin smiled and said, "You two don't need to worry. We won't misunderstand anything." He also told them, "You don't need to worry too much. That group is just some small-town troublemakers. There are few of them, and they can't cause much trouble. The real villains are Chao and Peng Changyong." Qin didn't pay much attention to Wu Da's group. He would send Third to find them and keep an eye on them because he was worried they might do something sneaky, especially to the women and girls in the families. Old Zhou and Old Lin were still very worried. They didn't leave but waited here, hoping Qin Third would return and bring news. Qin Third had been gone for a while. After 2 hours, he finally came back. He knew everyone was anxious. As soon as he arrived, he said, "That group is resting in a bitter olive grove near the mountain pass. There are 16 grown men, 3 women, and 2 children. They have weapons like hoes, machetes, and sharpened sticks that can hurt people. Wu Da isn't here. He was probably left at the broken temple. Their current leader is that scarred woman's man. We don't know his name, but they call him Husigi, from a gambling house. Gambling house. Grandma Third, along with some women weaving grass clothes nearby, exclaimed when she heard this. No wonder they have so many tricks to cheat people. People from the gambling house are the best at cheating and are very difficult to deal with. They are shameless. Chin Third looked at Grandma Third and saw the girls nearby. Feeling a bit shy, he lowered his head but still shared another piece of information he overheard. That scarred woman is called Sister Lu. She's not a proper lady, and she's not really married to Husigi. Their child was found on the road, mainly used to help them set up schemes. When the adults heard this, they all frowned. They wondered if these were not proper women from good families, or perhaps the kiln girls from the courtyard. Wow, what kind of people are these? Third Grandma felt upset and quickly told Chu and Chui to take the girls to rest, so they wouldn't hear such words. But Third Grandpa called them back. Wait, everyone sit down and listen. Old man, what are you losing your mind for? Third Grandma threw a straw rope at him. Are these things suitable for young girls to hear? Third Grandpa said, that group likes to use tricks. Here we have many children, so let the girls listen. It will help them understand and stay alert if something happens, so they won't fall into others' traps. If they were in the Gu family village, he wouldn't let the children hear such upsetting stories. But now, on the run from hardship, and since they have had conflicts with that group, they can't hide everything from the children. They don't understand, and that could be dangerous. Third Grandma had no choice but to let the girls stay. Old Chin asked Chin Sanling, did you hear anything else? Chin Sanling said that Sister Lu and Husi are more ruthless than Wu Da. They plan to use grain to trick some handsome girls into going to the next city to sell. The families listened with growing fear. How could these people be so evil? Old Zhou and Old Lin looked terrified, their faces pale. They felt very lucky to have come to see Qin Lao tonight, or they wouldn't have heard such useful news. The Zhou and Lin families also have some teenage girls. If they hadn't heard this, and their girls fell into trouble, their lives would be over. Qin Sanling only knew this much. After he finished, the families discussed and agreed they must stay far away from that group. If those people settled nearby, they would have Qin Sanlang and Qin Erlang take turns watching them to prevent those people from harming their daughters. They also warned the girls, if women or children come to talk to you on the road, ignore them. Don't follow them. Stay close to your parents. If there's danger, shout loudly, use anything nearby to defend yourself, and run away at the first chance. Third Grandpa also specifically told Gu Jinli and Luo Huiliang, little fish, Hui girl, don't go out alone looking for food these days. They like to go searching for food, and he was worried they might run into that group on the way. Gu Jinli and Luo Huiliang replied, don't worry, Third Grandpa. We understand. Suddenly, Gu Yumei said it's Little Fish's fault that we have a grudge with that group. If she hadn't broken Wu Da's limbs, they wouldn't be targeting us. Hearing this, Gu Jinli sneered with anger. Grandma Sen was very unhappy and frowned, saying, Sister Mei, Xiaoyu didn't mean to hurt Wu Da. This happened after that scarred woman, and Husi came asking for medicine. You can't blame Xiaoyu for this. We've been targeted by them for a long time. Gu Yumei knew that this had nothing to do with Gu Jinli, but she didn't like Gu Jinli. She was the granddaughter of the village head, and when they lived in Gu's village, all the girls there would flatter her. But now, everyone only paid attention to Gu Jinli and ignored her. She felt uncomfortable inside, and I kept wanting to find a chance to say something about Gu Jinli. When Gu Dafu heard Gu Yumei's words, he frowned and felt a bit upset, but since he only had Gu Dexing and Gu Yumei left, he didn't want to scold her. Instead, he apologized, saying, Third Aunt, Sister Mei didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. Old Lin Zhou felt a little awkward and couldn't stay any longer, so he quickly took his leave. After the Qin Gu Lu Tian family and others finished assigning the night watch, they also started to rest. As for the trouble caused by Gu Yumei, none of the families pursued it further. The next morning, before dawn, everyone was woken up by the cold. The weather was getting colder. After waking, they put on warm clothes and woven grass garments, packed their things, and set out on the road. Other refugees remembered Gao Ban Tu's words, fearing that the soldiers from Yuchong Prefecture might catch up and kill them, so they left early before dawn. On the road, the Lin Zhou families closely followed Qin Lao and the others, afraid of falling behind and losing their protection. Gu Jinli tightly held Gu Jinxiu's hand, occasionally looking through the crowd for the scarred woman. She was surprised to see her holding that child and chatting with other refugees. 2 female refugees were talking to Sister Lu. One wore a colorful jacket and held a small girl about 5 years old. Although the girl was thin and weak, she looked pretty with fair skin, unlike the surrounding refugees who were as dark as coal. The other woman was in her early 20s, wearing a blue jacket and looked handsome. However, she walked with a limp, leaning side to side, which looked awkward. It didn't seem like fatigue, but rather like she was born with no bones. Gu Jinli frowned as she watched the woman in the blue jacket, then looked away. At the back of their group, Qin Sanlang saw Gu Jinli observing Sister Lu and approached her quietly, saying, "Those 2 women are not refugees. They're working with Sister Lu. They might be pretending to chat to lure other refugees into talking to them." Gu Jinli remembered the news Qin Sanlang found out last night. Among that group, including Sister Lu, there were exactly 3 women. The woman wearing a blue jacket walked so weakly. She was probably from the courtyard like Sister Lu. Qin Sanlang was worried they might be harmed by Sister Lu's group, so he quietly pointed out Sister Lu's group to Gu Jinli. The group was not gathered together, but scattered among the refugees, even pretending not to know each other. Gu Jinli memorized each person's appearance carefully and said to Qin Sanlang, "Thank you, Brother Qin. I will remember them." Gu Jinli's sister, Gu Jinxiu, and Gu Jinli himself also looked at the faces of the group when Qin Sanlang pointed them out. They also thanked him. "Thank you, Sanlang. We've all remembered them." Qin Sanlang was the same age as them, both 14, but he was a few months younger, so they didn't call him Brother Qin but simply Sanlang. Qin Sanlang nodded and slowed down, falling behind at the end of the group. Gu Jinli clenched her sister Gu Jinxiu's hand tightly and continued walking forward with old Qin and the others, occasionally paying attention to Sister Lu's group to avoid falling into their trap. However, Sister Lu's group was clever. They were just traveling quickly and hadn't done anything bad. They got up before dawn and traveled for over 3 hours. By noon, they finally reached the border of Yuchong Prefecture. At the border, there were more refugees. Looking around, the scene was full of people carrying bundles, baskets, and dragging their families along. Roughly estimating, there were at least 10,000 people. "Fellow villagers, are you also driven out by Yuchong Prefecture?" Sister Lu, holding the boy's hand, ran into the crowd to talk. The refugees had not stayed in the ruined temple and didn't know Sister Lu's character. Seeing her holding a young boy and a woman carrying a girl, they lowered their guard and said, "Yes, Yuchong Prefecture doesn't want us. If we don't leave, the soldiers will beat us to death." The refugees were very unhappy about the governor of Yuchong Prefecture forcing them out. When someone spoke up, others gathered around and cursed the governor. "The governor is a real scoundrel. We fled here after suffering so much. We finally found some peace, but he can't tolerate us and ordered us to leave. They say it's because Yuchong's grain and water supplies are low, and they're afraid we'll eat all their food and drink all their water if we stay too long. For the sake of the people of Yuchong, the governor has to chase us away."
Bah!
One refugee spat and cursed. The governor isn't doing this for the people of Yuchong. It was clear that they thought there were too many of us and were afraid we might rebel. To protect their reputation, they decided to drive us away. The disaster victims gritted their teeth and said fiercely, "These corrupt officials, they've pushed us to the edge. If they keep pushing, we'll show them what rebellion really looks like." When Sister Lu heard this, she cried and said, "That's right, they've forced us into despair." The woman holding her young daughter, dressed in a floral jacket, also started crying. Perhaps they cried so sadly that many other disaster victims came forward to comfort them. In just a short while, Sister Lu and the others had become familiar with these new victims. Gu Jinli thought silently, "Let's hope these disaster victims take care of themselves and don't end up helping Sister Lu sell them out for money." Old Qin saw Sister Lu and her group talking with the disaster victims, but chose to ignore it. He continued leading a few families forward into Tangshan Prefecture. The famine in Tangshan Prefecture was less severe than in Yuchong Prefecture. They could find water along the way, so they no longer worried about drinking water or spending money to buy it. But now it was cold. Many wild vegetables, herbs, trees, and even roots were covered in white frost and had withered in the soil. Animals were hiding and not coming out, so food was becoming scarcer. Fortunately, their families still had some stored grains. The Qin trio were good hunters. They could find snake and mouse holes and catch snakes and mountain mice. So, they weren't starving completely. Other disaster victims had mixed situations. Some had food stored, so they could survive. Others had none and could only drink water to stave off hunger. Many victims, frozen by the cold, fell ill and couldn't continue their journey. Sister Lu and her group took the opportunity to distribute food and warm clothing, helping several families with young girls. Those families were very grateful. Some even gave their daughters to Sister Lu's group, hoping their girls would have enough to eat and a warm coat so they wouldn't die from hunger or cold. Sister Lu's group didn't take every girl they met, only those who looked pretty and gentle. They avoided the more fiery-tempered girls, fearing that if the girls found out the truth, they might cause trouble. After some selection, they took about 10 or so girls, all around their teens. Besides the girls, they also took a few strong young men to watch over the girls. Old Qin and the others saw what Sister Lu's group was doing but didn't interfere. They had seen many dirty things along the way and knew they couldn't control everything. Surviving was already good enough. The disaster victims vaguely understood that Sister Lu's group was helping the girls for their own reasons. Given the difficult year, food was very precious. Without a clear purpose, it was impossible to give food to save others. However, they didn't make any noise. Escaping hardship was tough, and no one wanted to cause trouble for themselves. Moreover, those girls had been sent by their parents to join Lu Jie's group, so the disaster victims wouldn't care. If Lu Jie's group had only exchanged food for people, it might have been okay. But when they passed through 5 counties and were nearing Tangshan Prefecture City, many girls from the victims disappeared, along with Lu Jie's group. These heartless people, they kidnapped my daughter. My daughter! Cried and cursed the victims who had lost their daughters. But now it was too late. Lu Jie's group had already vanished. Zhou Lin's family was very relieved. After learning the truth about Lu Jie's group from Qin Sanling, they kept a close watch on their own daughters, preventing them from going to find food or water. That way, nothing happened. After feeling relieved, they also relaxed. No matter what happened to the kidnapped girls, Lu Jie's group leaving was good news for them. But they underestimated Lu Jie's group's greed. Just when everyone thought they had left, Lu Jie's group returned in the middle of the night. In the cold midnight, the disaster victims on night duty curled up, warming themselves by the fire. Hu Si and Lu Jie, along with 20 accomplices, used the cover of darkness. They lay on the ground, crawling slowly toward the victims' resting area, using their hands and feet. They had already scouted out the homes of girls with pretty daughters. When they got close to the resting place, the 3 of them split up. While the girls' families slept soundly, they took cloth soaked in medicine, covered the girls' mouths and noses, and knocked them out. Then, they quietly dragged the girls away. Their movements were very gentle, making almost no sound. In the howling north wind, those sounds could be ignored. However, they didn't succeed every time. If they found that a girl's family was awake, they would quietly retreat and not try to take anyone. Even so, after 2 trips, they managed to kidnap 8 girls. These girls were taken to a mountain hollow about 30 meters from the resting place. Tangshan Prefecture is very mountainous, and this resting spot was in a small mountain valley, which was common. After dragging the girls down into the valley, the group of 5 strong men waiting there carried them away and hid them. But these 8 girls weren't enough to satisfy Lu Jie. She still had her eyes on Gu Jinxiu and Gu Yume. The 2 girls from the Gu family looked nice and were the right age. We should capture them and sell them in Tangshan City. We could get a good price. However, Lu Hezi was reluctant to hurt the Gu family. Those families are not easy to deal with. From old to young, they are all tough. We could enjoy ourselves in the city, but we must not offend those bad people over those two girls. Lu Hezi used to follow Wu Da, and he still remembered how Wu Da's tendons and muscles were broken by Gu Jinli. He was afraid to attack those families easily. Other men who had also followed Wu Da agreed, saying, "Brother Hezi is right. Especially that girl with the dagger, she's not someone to mess with. Let's leave quickly and not take any risks. All of you are strong men, over 6 feet tall. Are you afraid of a little blonde girl? She has a dagger, but we have knives and medicine. What's there to be afraid of?" Sister Xia leaned lazily against the mountain wall, her eyes slightly narrowed with a charming look, glancing sideways at Lu Hezi and the others. "If you're scared and want to back down, that's fine. We'll go and do it ourselves." Hu Si heard Sister Xia and said to Lu Hezi and the others, one more time, "Go up and bring down a few. After this, we'll retreat." Before Lu Hezi and the others could reply, Hu Si, along with Lu Jier, Xia Jier, and his 10 men, climbed out of the mountain hollow again and headed toward the resting place of the refugees. Lu Hezi and the others had joined Hu Si midway. They knew Hu Si didn't fully trust them. If they didn't go this time, Hu Si would trust them even less later. So, Lu Hezi had no choice but to follow Hu Si and his men. Seeing Lu Hezi and the others follow, Sister Xia smirked proudly and, together with Hu Si, Lu Jier and 3 men, moved toward Gu Jinli's family's resting area. That night, the brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalin took turns on night duty. They did their best, sitting by the fire to keep warm, occasionally glancing around to check their surroundings. But the firelight was not as bright as daylight, so their visibility was limited. Lu Jier and the others, experienced in such tasks, observed their pattern of looking back. Once they saw the guards' eyes leave their posts, they quickly crept over to Gu Jinxiu and Gu Yume. They covered their mouths and noses with cloths soaked in medicine to make them faint, then dragged each girl away, one after the other, heading into the darkness. Gu Jinli is a military doctor who is very sensitive to the smell of medicine. Half asleep, she suddenly smells a strong medicinal scent and wakes up immediately. When she opens her eyes, she sees several people dragging 2 young women away into the distance, while Gu Jinxiu, who is beside her, has disappeared. "Someone come quick. The kidnappers are here to catch people," she shouts loudly. While shouting, she grabs a dagger and rushes toward the 3 people dragging Gu Jinxiu. She slashes one person's wrist, causing pain, and the person quickly releases Gu Jinxiu's hand. Gu Jinli swiftly turns her dagger and stabs another person in the stomach. The man stabbed in the stomach screams loudly and covers his belly, running away backward. The man who was cut on the wrist by Gu Jinli initially wanted to knock her out, but seeing her stab her accomplice, he gets scared and runs away. Lu Jier curses silently, calling her a useless person, then quickly gets up and runs away. Qin Sanlang has already woken up. He takes a few quick steps and kicks Lu Jier in the waist, knocking her to the ground. He then rushes over and roughly disarms her, breaking one of her arms and one of her legs, making her unable to move. Hu Si sees Lu Jier being captured but does not go to rescue her. Instead, he drags Xie Jier and a companion while pulling Gu Yume, rushing quickly into the darkness. Once they enter the dark area, they believe they can escape under cover of night. Gu Damu and Gu Dalin, holding wooden sticks, catch up and shout loudly, "Stop. Let the people go." Their previous shouts have already awakened some of the disaster victims. When Gu Damu and Gu Dalin's voices echo again, all the victims are awakened. The victims immediately start counting their family members. When they find a girl missing, they cry out, "My daughter is gone. The murderer of Tian Dao. Bring my daughter back. My daughter is also missing. Chuer, where are you? Mother's Chuer, answer me. Please." They wail. Stop crying and start looking for her. Suddenly, chaos erupts in the disaster area. Everyone picks up sticks, clubs, and hoes to search everywhere. Gu Jinli holds the unconscious Gu Jinxiu, points toward the direction Hu Si fled, and tells the searching villagers, "That group ran that way. Hurry and chase them. If we delay, They'll escape, and we won't be able to find the people." Hearing her words, the villagers immediately chase in the direction she indicates. After a while, they encounter Gu Damu and Gu Dalan. Through their shouts, they see Husi, Xie and their accomplice dragging Gu Yume. Husi was not afraid of Brother Gu Damu or Brother Gu Dalan, but when he saw hundreds of disaster victims rushing toward them, he was suddenly scared. He threw down Gu Yume and ran away quickly. "Quickly retreat. There are too many people. We can't hold them off. Don't go back to the cave now. Hide in the deep mountains. After escaping, come back to the cave to take people away." Husi ran while speaking to Sister Xia and another accomplice behind him. "Got it, fourth brother," Sister Xia and her partner replied, and they desperately ran into the mountains. Lu Hizi and the others hadn't yet dragged the people to the valley when they heard the sounds of the disaster victims waking up and searching for people. They panicked immediately. "We're done for. We've been discovered." His brother, who was helping drag the people, asked Brother Hizi, "What should we do now?" Lu Hizi looked at the dense crowd of approaching disaster victims by the firelight and immediately dropped the girl he was holding. He shouted, "What to do? Run quickly." After saying this, Lu Hizi was the first to run. The other brothers hurried to follow, complaining as they ran. "We told you long ago that those families shouldn't be messed with," but Husi wouldn't listen. "Now something's happened. Shut up. It's not the time for talking. Hurry and run," Lu Hizi said, glancing back at the disaster victims holding torches and shouting as they charged toward them. He was so scared, he almost collapsed and desperately ran toward their hiding cave. Some sharp-eyed disaster victims saw them and shouted, pointing in their direction. Right front, right front. There are a few bandits over there, everyone chase." The disaster victims hated Lu Jie and her group, especially those families who had lost their daughters. They chased after Lu Hizi and the others with all their might. Gu Jinli did not chase. With so many disaster victims already pursuing Husi's group, she didn't need to join in. Her top priority was protecting Gu Jinxiu. "Qin Xiaoge, search that woman's body."
"She must have the antidote," said someone.
The handkerchief was soaked with a sleeping drug, which worked quite well. Without the antidote, Gu Jinxiu wouldn't wake up until tomorrow. Gu Jinxiu was a young girl about to come of age, and Gu Jinli had to wake her quickly to prevent rumors from spreading. Qin Sanlang searched through Lu Jie's belongings and found a small, hard purse. Inside, he found a small bottle of medicine. He opened it and sniffed. Smelled terrible, likely the antidote for the sleeping drug. "Xiaoyu, here." Qin Sanlang threw the antidote to Gu Jinli's feet. Gu Jinli picked up the bottle, held it near Gu Jinxiu's nose, and sniffed for a while. Gu Jinxiu groaned softly and woke up. After being startled awake, Chui's family, the third grandma, the Chu family, and Luo Huanyang were very frightened. They looked around for a while and finally found Gu Jinli and Gu Jinxiu. Mrs. Chui saw the two of them and immediately rushed over, hugging the sisters tightly and crying with joy. "My little fish, Sister Xiao, you're safe." "I'm so relieved. I was so scared." Mrs. Chui was awakened by the noise and didn't see the two sisters. She was so frightened she cried and looked around for someone. But it was very dark and messy outside, and they were all scared. After wandering for a while, she finally saw them. Gu Jinxiu had just woken up, still covered, and didn't know what had happened. Gu Jinli patted Mrs. Chui's back and smiled, saying, "Mom, don't worry. Big sister and I are fine."
"Please stop crying."
Mrs. Chu, the third grandma, and Luo Huanyang also ran over. Seeing that the sisters were safe, the third grandma and Mrs. Chu clasped their hands together and bowed toward the east. "May heaven bless us." Luo Huanyang saw Gu Jinli and asked, "Little fish, what exactly happened? Did those bad people come to catch us again?" She heard many villagers shouting about kidnappers. Gu Jinli nodded and said, "Yes, Sister Lu and the others are too greedy. They stole so many girls and still haven't stopped. Just now, they used a cloth soaked with medicine to make someone faint, trying to take them away. But they were unlucky. I smelled the medicine and woke up. I chased after them and, with Brother Qin, knocked them down." Qin Sanling had already caught two of Sister Lu's accomplices and tied them together with Sister Lu using a rope around their waists. Seeing the third grandma and others, he shouted, "Third grandma, 2 ants, don't worry.
We've caught these kidnappers.
Little fish and the others are safe." Luo Huanyang heard Qin Sanling and ran over quickly. Seeing Sister Lu and the others, she grabbed a wooden stick and started hitting them wildly. "You heartless things. Trying to kidnap people. I'll beat you to death." The 3 of Sister Lu were injured and couldn't stand Luo Huanyang's beating. After a few hits, they fainted. Luo Huanyang snorted, then ran back holding her stick and told the third grandma and others, "Third grandma, Mom, and Ashan, I knocked them out. Don't worry." Mrs. Chu shook her head helplessly. The 3 of Sister Lu had already been beaten badly by Qin Sanling and Little Fish. There was no need for her to do more. Gu Jinxiu didn't want to stay longer. She helped Mrs. Cui lift Gu Jinxiu and said, "It's too dark here. We haven't caught Sister Lu's other accomplices. Let's go back quickly." She was worried about Qin Sanling and called out to him, "Brother Qin?" Qin Sanling waved his hand and said, "You all go back first. I'll stay here and watch them." Cui was worried about Brother Chung and also afraid that her 2 daughters might get into trouble again. After hearing what Qin Sanling said, she didn't stay any longer. She supported Gu Jinxiu and, along with Chu and the others, left the scene. Soon, they returned to their resting place. The men from their families and the boys had gone out to look for people. Only Aunt Tian, Old Yen, and Chun with the young children stayed behind. When they saw the women return, they happily went to greet them. Brother Chung was very excited. He immediately ran over, hugged Gu Jinli's leg, his eyes red but trying not to cry. Instead, he said very sensibly, "Big sister and second sister are safe, that's good. Brother Chung is very good too. I didn't run around and cause trouble for the family." He wanted to go with everyone to find people, but Old Yen stopped him. Old Yen said that things were chaotic now, and if he ran off and got lost, it would cause trouble for the family. Not wanting to cause trouble, he held back his worries and obediently stayed at the resting place. Gu Jinli loosened her grip on Gu Jinxiu and hugged Brother Chung. She smiled and said, "Our Brother Chung is very well behaved." Chun looked behind them but didn't see anyone else. She hurriedly asked, "Where's Sister Mei?" "I didn't see her. Have you found her yet?" Chun was Gu Yumei's biological aunt. Since Gu Yumei had no mother, Chun had to look out for her more. Now that she didn't see Gu Yumei, she felt anxious but was afraid to go look for her. Gu Jinli said, "Yumei is fine. Uncle Damu and Uncle Dalin have already caught up with her. They should be back soon." She then recounted what had happened after she woke up. After hearing this, Chun felt more at ease. 15 minutes later, Gu Damu, Gu Dalin, and Gu Dafu brothers carried the unconscious Gu Yumei back. Seeing that Gu Yumei was safe and unharmed, everyone sighed in relief and said, "She's back. That's good. We're lucky." The girls weren't taken away. Gu Jinli took out a bottle of antidote, held it near Gu Yumei's nose, and fanned her for a while. Gu Yumei coughed a few times and woke up. When she saw Gu Jinli, she scolded Gu Xiaoyu, "What are you doing? Why are you staying up so late and using such a stinky thing to wake me up?" Gu Jinli rolled her eyes and got up to walk away. Gu Dafu didn't want to scold Gu Yumei, but Gu Dagwa couldn't hold back and scolded her. "Yumei, don't say that. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, you would have been kidnapped long ago. Do you realize how lucky you are to still be here and able to scold us?" "That's right, Yumei. Xiaoyu is your lifesaver," Chen added, exaggerating the story of tonight's events to Gu Yumei. Gu Yumei was stunned. She had been drugged and knocked out by Sister Lu and her group, almost being taken away. After Gu Yumei realized what was happening, she turned pale with fear and trembled all over. She couldn't speak at all. Gu Dagwai saw her so frightened and didn't say anything more to her. The chaos around them continued as people searched for her and caught others. The disturbance lasted all night. By dawn, the villagers finally caught Husi and his group, who had been hiding in the mountains. After beating them up, they forced them to reveal the hiding place of the girl they had previously kidnapped. The villagers quickly organized teams to rescue the girls. They brought out more than 30 girls who had been drugged and in the cave. Unfortunately, 6 of these girls had been assaulted by Husi and his men. Their families, upon learning this, cried so hard they nearly fainted. Fong girl, my dear Fong girl, how will you live now? Su Fun, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sent you to these cruel men just to get you a warm coat and some food. Xiang Jie, if you're feeling bad, just cry. Don't stay silent or scare your mother. The families of the girls held their daughters, crying and comforting them. But these girls had suffered too much. They had been drugged for several days and were not in their right minds. They didn't speak or cry. They just stared blankly. Their families were very worried. The nearby villagers also felt sad and sympathetic, but didn't know what to do. An older woman among the villagers saw some of the girls' torn clothes. She wiped her tears and handed over a few decent clothes to the girls' families. Quick, put these on the children, she said. The families gratefully took the clothes and dressed their daughters, then hugged them and cried. Seeing what had happened to the girls, the villagers hated Husi and his group even more. The fathers of some girls were especially furious, their eyes red with anger. They cursed Husi and his men loudly. Animals. A bunch of murderous beasts, heartless monsters. They've ruined our daughters' lives. The fathers were so angry they called their brothers and relatives, armed with sticks, hoes, and shovels. They shouted to the nearby villagers. Neighbors, those animals have hurt many people. We can't let them go. We must kill them so they won't hurt anyone else. The villagers also hated Husi and his group deeply. Hearing this, they shouted back, Yes, we can't let these scoundrels live. Filled with rage, led by the fathers of the girls, the villagers grabbed sticks and stones and rushed to fight Husi and his men, attacking them fiercely. Don't hit, don't hit. Fellow villagers, we know we were wrong and won't do it again. Please stop hitting us. Husi and his group were crying out in pain and begging for mercy. However, they had angered the crowd, and the villagers didn't listen. They kept hitting them with hoes, shovels, and sticks for over a minute until they were dead. Old Qin knew that Qin Sanlang had tied Lu Jie and 2 other accomplices. After the villagers killed Husi and the others, he said nearby, Lu Jie and her 2 friends are still alive. Lu Jie was well known among the villagers. Hearing Old Qin's words, the furious villagers immediately asked, Where is that wicked woman Lu Jie? Take us to her. Old Qin raised his hand and pointed to their resting place. Over there, by my 3rd son. Old Qin didn't want to let Lu Jie and her friends go easily. They couldn't act directly themselves because they still needed to settle down and couldn't be seen killing people. If others found out, they might report them to the authorities and their past deeds could be brought up again. So, Old Qin had to find ways to let the villagers take their revenge on Lu Jie and her friends. Hearing Qin's words, the villagers rushed angrily toward their resting place, heading to kill Lu Jie and her companions. Qin Erling walked beside Old Qin and muttered coldly, It's just you, and Sanlang like to meddle in other people's affairs. What does it matter to them whether these villagers live or die? Sanlang was helping the Gu family girl catch people, and now even Qin Old was dragging him out to look for someone, working all night. Old Qin was very tolerant of Qin Erling. He didn't get angry when he heard this, only smiled and turned to head toward their resting place with his hands behind his back. Lu Jie is here. Everyone come quickly. Kill this wicked woman, the villagers shouted when they saw Lu Jie. They were eager to tear her apart. Lu Jie saw hundreds of villagers rushing at her with hoes and sticks, her face turning pale with fear. She knew that because of the evil deeds they had committed, these villagers would surely kill them. Frightened, she begged the guard Qin Sanlang, Little brother, save me. I was also forced by that scoundrel Husi. I didn't really want to hurt those girls. The 2 accomplices also begged, Little brother, please help us. Let us go. We have money and grain. As long as you release us, all that is yours. Qin Sanlang ignored them and turned to shout at Granny San and the others, Grandma San, you all better hide first. Grandma San saw the approaching disaster victims and knew they came to harm Lu Jie and her 2 sisters. She quickly told some women, "Hurry, and take the children somewhere safe. They must not let the children see such things, or they might be frightened and lose their spirits." The women hurriedly took the children away to a safe distance. The disaster victims soon reached Lu Jie and her sisters. Before they could cry out, they swung their hoes and sticks, striking them down quickly, and in no time, they were killed. Gu Yume watched from afar as the disaster victims killed Lu Jie and her sisters. She shivered with fear, feeling they were too cruel. How could they kill people? "This is karma coming," Gu Yume said. Mrs. Chen rolled her eyes and said, "Just mind your own business. These people are so wicked. Killing them is deserved. I heard that some of the girls they took have been mistreated." She glanced at Gu Yume and said, "You're lucky you didn't get involved. If you had, things might have been different." Gu Yume's body stiffened, and she looked pale with fear at Mrs. Chen's words. "Really? Of course, there's no lie. If you don't believe it, ask the disaster victims around. As soon as someone finds those girls, they come back and tell what happened." Some women among the disaster victims are very talkative. After going out, they know everything. Gu Yume was too frightened to speak further. After Hu Si and his group were killed, the disaster victims found some food and silver in the cave where they had hidden the girls. Everyone was kind enough to give some of these to the families of the girls who had been mistreated as a kind of compensation. But compared to the girls' innocence, these gifts were nothing. In this era, once a girl lost her innocence, her life was ruined forever. Back home, if such a thing happened, the girls would be taken by the elders and drowned. Fortunately, now they were fleeing and scattered along the escape route. The elders had died or couldn't control the situation, so there was no way to punish anyone. The girls' families didn't blame them and decided to continue their journey. They thought that once they reached the south, no one would know about this, and they could find some widowers to marry the girls, giving them a chance to survive. But not all the girls' families cared so much. Out of the 30 or so girls rescued, 10 were not taken back by their families. 4 of these girls had been kidnapped by Hu Si and others from elsewhere, and their families had disappeared. 4 more girls' families had no food, so their parents gave them to Lu Jie and her sisters. The remaining 2 families found it shameful and did not want their daughters. Grandmother San scolded the parents who refused to take their daughter home. "That's so cruel. The girl hasn't done anything wrong. How can they just refuse? This wild mountain area is dangerous, and some of the disaster victims are not sensible. Leaving their daughter here could harm her." Grandmother San had only one daughter. During the escape from famine, she was separated from her daughter's family. She couldn't bear to see how some families treated their daughters. Grandfather San said, "Some of the elderly among the disaster victims have already gone to find the girls' families. There will be news tonight. We won't let those families just abandon the children here." Chen, holding a wooden bowl, waited to eat. When she heard Grandfather San's words, she immediately spoke up. "I heard that one girl's parents have already run away with their whole family. Their family name is Ma. They said they have no food and can't afford to keep her, so they didn't take her back." Chen snorted. "That's not because they have no food. They're probably just ashamed. Everyone here is a famine survivor. Who has food?" Other girls' families still took their daughters back. Only this family refused, and after hearing about this, they packed up and left immediately. Hearing this, Grandmother San's eyes filled with tears. It's a sin. There is water in the mountains, so if there's no food, they can drink water to fill their stomachs. How could they just abandon the girl? It's hard to bear. Grandfather San didn't want to talk about it anymore. He urged, "Stop talking about this. It's getting dark soon. Let's check if the beans are cooked. Everyone is hungry." Because of the incident with Sister Lu and her group, the disaster victims couldn't rest last night. Today, they didn't set out again but stayed in this mountain area to rest. Grandmother San moved her lips a few times, wanting to say something but swallowed it back. She stirred the bean soup in the pot with a wooden spoon, scooped out a few beans, crushed them with her hand, and the swollen beans broke apart. "The beans are cooked. Lunch is ready." Chen immediately ran to the front with her wooden bowl, trying to the spoon from Grandmother San to serve herself more bean soup. Grandmother San raised her wooden spoon to avoid Chen's hand and scolded, "Chen, be polite. If you cause trouble again, you'll go hungry tonight." The food was bought with money pooled from several families. The amount each person gets is fixed. Chen always tries to get more during meals, which is very annoying. Chen, with a thick skin, smiled politely after being scolded. "Third aunt, I'm just hungry. Look at my eye sockets. They're sunken from hunger. Please give me more beans, so I can fill up." Grandmother San ignored her and served her a bowl of bean soup. Mrs. Chun pursed her lips and muttered that there were too few beans, then took her bowl and walked away. Several families heard Grandma's words, took their wooden bowls or cut bamboo tubes, and began lining up to receive bean soup. After the Goof family finished their bowls of bean soup, the 6 of them sat together, drinking small sips from their bowls. Gu Dashin was worried the children might not be full, so he wanted to pour some of his bean soup into the 4 children's bowls. However, Gu Jinan avoided him and said, "Dad, you're not even full yourself. Don't worry about us." The wooden bowl wasn't very big, and as an adult with a big appetite, if he shared some, what would he eat? Hearing this, Gu Dashin lowered his head and said, "It's my fault. I didn't take good care of you all." He felt very guilty about what happened last night. If Xiaoyu hadn't been clever, Xiao Jie's life would have been ruined. Gu Dashin thought he was useless, relying on his youngest daughter to save his eldest daughter at a critical moment. He wanted to share his food with them as a way of caring. Gu Jinli saw Gu Dashin's thoughts and handed her wooden bowl to him. "Dad, I'm very hungry today. Please give me some of the bean soup." Hearing this, Gu Dashin's face, which was full of hardship, lit up with a smile. He quickly poured the bean soup from his bowl into Gu Jinli's, filling her bowl almost to overflowing. Gu Jinxiu was a delicate and sensitive person. Seeing this, she also handed her wooden bowl to Gu Dashin. "Dad, please give me some too." Gu Dashin's smile deepened, and he poured a little bean soup into Gu Jinxiu's bowl as well. Gu Jinxiu held her wooden bowl, but didn't eat. After a moment of silence, she said to Gu Dashin, "Dad, I'm fine. I'm doing well." Tears welled up in Gu Dashin's eyes, and he said, "Our Xiao Jie and Xiaoyu are good girls. They are lucky. They will be fine in this life." Chui's wife watched and started crying. After hearing about the girls' experiences, she was scared all day. Chengguder saw Chui crying and reached out to wipe her tears. "Mom, don't cry. Chengguder has grown up. I will protect big sister and second sister in the future." Chui smiled and hugged Chengguder. "Our Chengguder is so good. Hurry and drink your bean soup. It will spoil if it gets cold. Cold bean soup has a strong bean smell and doesn't taste very good." "Yes, I'll listen to Mom," Chengguder said, holding his wooden bowl and drinking the bean soup. Chui was worried Gu Dashin wouldn't be full, so she tried to pour some of her bean soup into his bowl. But Gu Dashin refused, saying, "You eat yours. I'm fine." Since Chui married him, she hadn't had good days. Now she was so thin she looked like she'd fall apart. How could he bear to eat food from her bowl? Chui tried to attempt twice more but was stopped by Gu Dashin each time, so he had to eat alone. After they finished their bean soup, Old Zhou and Old Lin arrived at their resting place in the dark. They told them about the 10 girls. The 4 girls who were kidnapped early on became wives for widowers among the disaster victims. During their escape from famine, many men among the disaster victims remained single. Marrying kidnapped girls was not considered a loss. 3 of the 4 girls given to Lu Jie by their parents have been taken back home. The remaining girl's family has already run away, and she is hard-headed, refusing to be a widow's wife. She said she wants to stay with the disaster victims on the road, and when they reach the south, she will decide what to do. Grandpa San frowned. She's just a girl. Not finding a husband now, and traveling alone with disaster victims could be dangerous. Don't think that all disaster victims are good people just because they fought and killed Lu Jie's group. There are many bad ones among the victims. A single girl traveling with them might be at risk of being harmed. Old Lin said, "We've talked to her and advised her, but she wouldn't listen. She said she wouldn't be a widow's wife or a stepmother." "What about the other 2 girls that their families disliked?" Mrs. Chun, very curious, asked. "Being disliked by their families is interesting. How did that happen? Were the girls taken back home? Old Lin smiled happily. They were taken back. The brothers among the disaster victims, along with a few village and village head officials, personally went to the girls' families, argued with them, and gave some grain and silver they found in the cave. After accepting the money and grain, the families took the girls back. Gu Jinli frowned when she heard this. They only took the girls after receiving money and supplies. What if those supplies run out? Would they abandon the girls again? Don't blame her for thinking this way. The girls' parents already disliked them deep down, so they might abandon them again. After Old Lin finished explaining everything, he talked briefly with Grandpa San and Old Chin, then got up and left for their resting places. After they left, Grandpa San arranged for night watchmen, and the families began to rest. The next morning, the disaster victims woke early, packed their things, and continued their journey. On the road, they saw a girl about 15 or 16 years old, carrying a burlap sack and walking alone. Mrs. Chun, who was well informed, told them that night that this girl was the one abandoned by her family, named Ma Tsuelon. Hearing this, the families became curious about Ma Tsuelon for a while, but after that, they paid no more attention to her. Since they didn't know Ma Tsuelon and had no contact with her, there was no reason for them to interact. However, a few days later, Ma Tsuelon carried a sack and knelt in front of the third grandmother, begging her to adopt her. Grandma Gu, Tsuelon knows she shouldn't come to ask you, but I really have no other way. If you can, please be kind and adopt me. My family has run away, and I will never see them again in this life. You don't need to worry about them bothering you. I will work hard, not afraid of hardship. I eat very little, just a handful of grass roots can last me all day. When you and Grandpa Gu grow old, I will take care of you and see you through your old age. Ma Tsuelon knelt on the ground, her voice choked with emotion. Besides tears, there was a clear handprint on her face. The third grandmother was caught off guard by Ma Tsuelon's plea for adoption. She was stunned for a moment before stepping forward to support her. Good girl, get up first. Ma Tsuelon shook her head, tears in her eyes filled with admiration and hope. Grandma Gu, I am young. Kneeling for a while is okay. Please, take me in. After saying this, she bowed her head heavily, and everyone could hear her forehead hit the ground. When Ma Tsuelon knelt before the third grandmother, the surrounding villagers gathered around, blocking the rest area of Qin Gu Luo Tian's family completely. Gu Jinli was worried that the third grandmother might suffer, so she didn't speak but clenched her dagger, standing guard beside her. Mrs. Chun ran overexcitedly. Seeing Ma Tsuelon's pitiful look while begging the third grandmother to adopt her, she shook her head and tooted, but didn't say anything provocative. Gu Yume almost got dragged away by Lu Jier's group of kidnappers. A few days ago, after hearing about Ma Tsuelon's situation, she felt very sympathetic. She said to the third grandmother, Grandma Gu, your family has no young ones. Why not adopt Sister Tsuelon? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen struck her hard on the back. She glared and said, Are you stupid? The third aunt isn't related to her. Why adopt her? If you don't understand, just shut up and don't cause trouble. In families without heirs, they usually adopt boys from the same clan. They rarely adopt outsiders. Moreover, Ma Tsuelon was a girl old enough to marry. What's the point of adopting her? She can't pass on the family name, and they would need to spend money on a dowry. Besides, their families were fleeing famine together. If the third grandmother adopted Ma Tsuelon, they would have to share their food with her. They themselves couldn't even eat enough. Where would they find food to support an outsider? Gu Yume is not like Chun Shi, thinking she is selfish. When Chun Shi scolds her, she immediately retorts, Grandma San's family has no sons, and Aunt Fu's family is gone. If Grandma San and Grandpa San adopt Chui Lan, it would not only help Chui Lan but also provide someone to take care of us in old age. Why can't we do it? She then points at Ma Chui Lan's face and says, Look at Chui Lan's face, with such a big handprint. Someone must have bullied her. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Chun Shi hears this and pauses, then exclaims, Oh dear, and prays to the sky. Great sister-in-law, if you are listening, Please give Mei some sense. She's so foolish. Because Guyu Mei is the granddaughter of the village chief, she has been pampered by the village girls since childhood. She thinks she is clever. When Chun Shi says this, she gets angry immediately. Chun Shi, shut up. Mei, stop talking. Gu Defu, who just returned with food, hears Guyu Mei and immediately yells, "How can you talk to your second aunt like that? She is your aunt and elder. Do you have no respect for elders?" Gu Defu usually doesn't scold Guyu Mei or Gu Dexing, but since his wife passed away and Mei has grown up, he knows that after settling down, she will rely on Chun Shi to find someone to marry her. If she disrespects Chun Shi like this, how will Chun Shi help her wholeheartedly in the future? Guyu Mei, scolded by Gu Defu, dares not argue with Chun Shi anymore. But she feels she is right and, angry, turns her head away, ignoring Gu Defu. Grandpa San and the men from several families come back with food. They push aside the disaster victims who are resting nearby. Seeing Ma Chui Lan kneeling on the ground, he frowns and asks Grandma San, "Old lady, what's going on here?" Grandma San looks troubled. Seeing Grandpa San, the backbone of the family, she quickly beckons him over. "Old man, come here. This child might have been bullied by someone. She couldn't hold it in and ran here to ask us to adopt her." Ma Chui Lan's face bears a slap mark, and anyone seeing it would think she was bullied. Grandpa San's expression darkens when he hears this. He walks over, pulls Grandma San's hand away from Ma Chui Lan, and takes a few steps back, keeping his distance from her. Ma Chui Lan feels nervous, knowing that this old man Gu is not easy to fool. Afraid of saying the wrong thing, she lowers her head and quietly cries. Old man, Grandma San, feeling sorry for Ma Chui Lan and wanting to adopt her, looks at Grandpa San with pleading eyes. Grandpa San shakes his head at her and then looks at Ma Chui Lan. "Girl, we two old folks are fleeing from the village with everyone else. We rely on our nephews and nieces to take care of us. We don't have the ability to adopt you." He looked at the slap mark on Ma Chui Lan's face and said, "If you're feeling wronged, go find village chief Miao, Headren, or Scholar Zhong to help you. They are kind-hearted and more capable than the old man. They will surely help you and arrange things for you." Earlier, 10 girls had not been taken back by their families. It was village chief Miao and his people who handled the situation. After this incident, the disaster victims trusted village chief Miao and his team, and now they go to them for help. Ma Cuilan heard this and suddenly looked up at third grandpa and said, "But that nephew of village chief Miao." She only said half a sentence before stopping abruptly, no longer speaking, and covered her face while crying loudly. The disaster victims around, hearing her hint, were all shocked. One said, "Miss Ma, did village chief Miao's nephew bully you?" The slap mark on Ma Cuilan's face and the half sentence she just said clearly indicated to everyone that she had been bullied, and the person who bullied her was likely village chief Miao's nephew. Village chief Miao's 2 nephews' wives died on the escape route, and now they are single men. Ma Cuilan is pretty, so it's very possible that his nephew might be interested in her. Ma Cuilan remained silent and kept crying. The disaster victims believed even more that she was bullied by village chief Miao's nephew. One of them angrily said, "This nephew of village chief Miao is too much. We can't let this go. Let's go find village chief Miao and demand justice for Miss Ma. Village chief Miao, Headren, and Scholar Zhong are here."
"Please step aside," said Gu Jinan.
When he learned that Ma Cuilan came to ask the third grandmother to adopt her, he immediately went to find village chief Miao and others with Luo Wu and Qin Sanling, bringing them over now. When village chief Miao heard the villagers' words, his face turned green with anger. He hated Ma Cuilan deeply. He knew that this girl who refused to marry a widower was restless. But now, since it involved his nephew, he couldn't get angry. He could only tell the villagers of Jiaogou village, "Go and tie up Lu Shun and Si Wang." Lu Shun and Si Wang are his only 2 single nephews. If one of his nephews really bullied Ma Cuilan, it could only be them. "Okay," replied the villagers of Jiaogou village. They hurriedly ran off to find Lu Shun and Si Wang. In less than 15 minutes, they found Lu Shun and Si Wang. They weren't. They followed the villagers from Jiaogo village here. Miao Siwang was about 40 years old, dark and strong. He pointed at Ma Tsuelon and said, "Girl, don't lie. Old Miao Si, may have lost my wife, but my son is already married. I never thought about marrying again, and I haven't bullied you." After hearing villagers talk about Ma Tsuelon, Miao Siwang was very angry. This sudden trouble made him lose face. Ma Tsuelon quickly cried and said, "Tsuelon didn't say she was related to Uncle Miao." After saying this, she looked at Miao Lushun with fear, trembling. The villagers saw her like this and understood everything. Moreover, Miao Lushun was over 30, strong, and his wife had recently died. He was in a good time to have strength and desire. It was normal for him to target Ma Tsuelon. Many women villagers pointed at Miao Lushun and scolded him, "Miao Lushun, you heartless dog, can't live without a woman. You're so old and still fancy young girls. Don't you have any shame? Your wife just died. You're already thinking of marrying someone new? Are you afraid your wife will come back at night? Look at how honest he seems, but inside, he's full of tricks." Miao Lushun was scolded so badly he couldn't even defend himself. He could only look at village head Miao and ask for help. "Uncle." Village head Miao told the scolding women, "Everyone stop. Listen to what Lushun has to say. If he really did something wrong, our Miao family will not forgive him. If Ma Tsuelon was falsely accused, she should be prepared to be driven away. This world is unstable. If a single girl is expelled from the disaster victims group, she could be harmed by bad people in no time." Hearing village head Miao's words, the women thought he was fair, so they stopped scolding. Village head Miao looked sharply at Miao Lushun and said, "Tell the truth.
Don't hide anything.
If you hide even a word, you will be kicked out of the Miao family disaster relief team." Miao Lushun was very frightened. He hurriedly nodded and said, I didn't do much. I saw she was having a hard time walking alone, so I gave her some food. She said I was kind, and that she had been thinking things over these days. She said she needed support and wanted to be with me. I got excited and hugged her, but she suddenly didn't want to and ran away." His words were choppy, but everyone understood. They were surprised. This was different from what Ma Tsuelon had said. Ma Tsuelon, upon hearing Miao Liushuan's words, looked up at him with a face full of sadness and despair. "Uncle Miao, you can't be so cruel. You're twisting the truth. Are you trying to force me to death?" After saying this, she suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and fiercely smashed it against her head. With a loud bang, her head was struck, and blood flowed heavily. Everyone was frightened. Several women hurried forward, covering her wound to stop the bleeding. Grandma San was alarmed and wanted to help, but Grandpa San held her back. He shook his head and whispered, "Don't go. Just watch." Grandpa San never wanted to adopt Ma Tsuelon, and now with everyone arguing, he definitely wouldn't help her. Throughout this journey, they've seen many dirty and rotten things. Many seemingly innocent people have turned into beasts. He no longer trusted strangers easily. Grandma San understood Grandpa San's worries and also felt something was wrong, but she couldn't bear to see a young girl like Ma Tsuelon alone and helpless. Seeing her, she thought of her own daughter, Fuya, and worried that if Fuya's family faced trouble, no one would help them. The women worked quickly and finally stopped the bleeding and bandaged Ma Tsuelon's wound. Village Chief Miao didn't expect Ma Tsuelon to be so fierce. She hadn't said anything before smashing her own head with a stone. Such a girl is truly frightening. He looked at Ren Lichong and Zhong Xiaocai and asked, "Now, everyone has their own story. Lushun is my nephew, so I can't handle this alone. You two decide how to deal with it. Our Miao family has no objections." Ren Lichong pointed at Ma Tsuelon's left cheek and asked, "What is this slap mark?" "Miao Lushun, did you hit her?" Miao Lushun hurriedly waved his hands. No, I didn't hit her. How could I hit her?" He was eager to have a girl willing to stay with him, a widower after his wife's death. But now, the villagers didn't believe him. Ren Lichong then asked Ma Tsuelon, "Girl, did Miao Lushun hit you?" Ma Tsuelon seemed very afraid of Miao Lushun. She secretly glanced at him, trembling as she shook her head, then quickly nodded. Yes, he hit me, she said, seeming afraid of Miao Lushan and unsure whether to speak out, but wanting justice. Yuchong looked at her deeply and then asked Zhong Xiaocai, Sir, what do you think we should do about this? Master Zhong, in his early 50s, was a man who only knew how to study diligently. When in his hometown, he paid no attention to outside affairs and knew nothing about daily chores. After fleeing famine, he made some progress out of necessity, but still had a kind-hearted and meddlesome nature. When he heard the village head speak, he was filled with righteous anger and said, Miao Lushan is not virtuous. Naturally, he should be driven away. We can't let him continue fleeing with us. The village head replied, but everything needs proof. Miao Lushan says he didn't force Ma Tsuelon. She was the one who approached him first. Yet, Ma Tsuelon claims he bullied her and slapped her. Both have different stories, and there's no evidence. It's hard to judge anyone. The village head paused and added, if this matter went to the authorities, it would be hard to explain clearly. Master Zhong, who had studied all his life and hoped to become an official, thought the village head made some sense. Seeing that Zhong was convinced, the village head quickly suggested, since there's no evidence, we can't convict anyone. Now that we're fleeing famine, we need to keep moving. We shouldn't delay too long over this. Maybe we can give Miao Lushan 20 lashes and find a good family to take care of Ma Tsuelon. Let's just forget about it. The refugees thought this was a good compromise. Miao Lushan felt wronged and wanted to protest, but village head Miao shot him a stern look, so he dared not speak. Village head Miao wanted to teach Lushan a lesson, so he wouldn't see a kind girl and rush at her again. Otherwise, more trouble might happen later. Master Zhong nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. But who should take the child? The village head was clever and looked at the third grandmother. The third grandfather immediately refused, saying, We are just two old folks fleeing with the village and rely on our nephew for support. We can't afford to burden more relatives. Ma Tsuelon was not simple. Whoever took her in would be unlucky. The village head felt troubled, glanced at Ma Tsuelon, then looked at Master Zhong. Ma Tsuelon, smart and understanding the village head's meaning, turned and knelt before Master Zhong, crying and kowtowing. Sir, please take me in. I can survive on grassroots and can do chores. I won't trouble your family. Her initial goal was not to stay with the third grandmother, but to be taken in by the village head or Master Zhong. Since the village head was clever and wouldn't adopt her, only Master Zhong remained. Master Zhong was simple-minded and easy to deceive. With his scholar status and a relatively well-off family, he could afford to study peacefully for decades. Such a family would be the best to adopt her. As long as Scholar Zhong adopts her, she will become a girl from a scholarly family. After settling down and establishing a home, she can use the status to find a good family to marry into. Scholar Zhong had never thought about adopting Ma Tsuelon. When he heard her tearful plea, he was stunned. Seeing Scholar Zhong freeze, Ma Tsuelon's tears flowed even more fiercely. She kowtowed to him repeatedly, knocking her head against the ground as she begged, Scholar, I really have no way out.
Please adopt me.
Ma Tsuelon's head was already injured, and her constant kowtowing caused her fresh wound to bleed again. The nearby villagers felt very sorry for her. A woman stepped forward to stop her from continuing to kowtow. The woman spoke for her, saying, Scholar Zhong, please adopt this girl. She's still unmarried and has just gone through such a hard time. She can't travel alone anymore. She needs a kind and caring family to take her in. Officials always say they care for the people as if they were their own children. You're a scholar, and in our eyes, you're just like an official from the government. At this moment, you shouldn't ignore this girl. Yes, Scholar Zhong, Tsuelon is very pitiful. Please adopt her. A dozen women took turns persuading Scholar Zhong, speaking many kind words. They made him feel very emotional. He thought of himself as a scholar, like an official, and believed he should protect Ma Tsuelon, who had no one to rely on. Village headman saw that Scholar Zhong was moved by their words and said at the right moment, Scholar Zhong, You're different from us common folks. You come from a good family and are a learned man with a reputation. You love the people, and your family is kind-hearted. You don't have a daughter. If Tsuelon could become your daughter, that would be perfect. Village Headren sighed and added, My family is large but not wealthy. If we were as rich as your family, we would definitely adopt Tsuelon. In the Great Chu dynasty, village heads could directly meet the county magistrate, making them important local officials. Often, they didn't look down on scholars because scholars couldn't hold official positions unless they passed the imperial exams. To succeed, they needed to become Jiren recommended scholars. Because of village headren's praise, Scholar Zhong felt flattered and a bit proud. He smiled and said, You're overpraising me, village head. I just can't bear to see a child suffer. I helped because I wanted to. Village Headren was pleased and quickly said to Ma Tsuelon, Child, what are you still hesitating for? Thanks Scholar Zhong. He's agreed to adopt you as his daughter. Ma Tsuelon was very clever and understanding. When she heard this, she immediately choked up and said to Scholar Zhong, Tsuelon, No, thank you, father, for taking me in. I swear I will be a good daughter, respect and care for mother, love my older brother and sister-in-law, look after my nephew and niece, work hard to support the family, and not cause any trouble. After speaking, she bowed deeply 3 times to Scholar Zhong, officially recognizing him as her father. The villagers around, seeing the problem resolved, were very happy. The happiest were Village Headren and Ma Tsuelon. Village Headren finally relaxed, thinking that if Scholar Zhong hadn't taken Tsuelon in, she might have caused more trouble on the road. He didn't want to deal with her issues anymore. Tsuelon's goal was achieved. She became a girl from the scholar's family. It was like flying high and turning over a new leaf, with a much better status than when she was in the Ma family. Village Chief Miao was very pleased to see the matter settled. Knowing that Scholar Zhong liked to hear flattery, he said some nice words, making Zhong feel very happy. Then, in front of all the villagers from Miaogo village pressed Miao Lu Shun and gave him 20 strokes of the stick. That was the end of the matter. After seeing Miao Lu Shun punished and scolded a bit like an official, Scholar Zhong happily took Tsuelon back to their resting place. After Zhong Scholar and Tsuelon left, Village Chief Miao also led the villagers from Miaogo back to their village's resting place. Village Headrun left as well. The villagers, seeing that there was no more entertainment, dispersed. Only Grandma San remained, still standing there, a bit stunned. Grandpa San looked at her and snorted, saying, You see it now? Don't be so kind-hearted in the future. Girls who have suffered know how to plan. You don't need to worry about her. Ma Tsuelon never thought her family would adopt her. She just used their boat to cause trouble and took the opportunity to connect with a better family. Grandma San's eyes turned red. She lowered her head, wiped her tears, nodded slightly, and responded softly, accepting Grandpa San's words. Grandpa San knew she felt bad inside. Because of the issues with the childless couple and Fuyer, he couldn't bear to see young girls suffer. He sighed and took her hand, saying, Let's go home and cook. With me here, I will live longer than you, so you won't be left all alone after I'm gone. After Scholar Zhong took Tsuelon home, the Zhong family had a big argument, but in the end, they couldn't drive Tsuelon away. In the coming days, the weather grew colder. To survive, everyone had to hurry along faster. In less than 2 days, they reached the outskirts of Tangshan Prefecture City. However, the guards there had set up roadblocks to stop the refugees from entering the city. The refugees had no choice but to keep moving forward. They passed through Pingning Prefecture and entered Jianghuai territory. Since Jianghuai was close to Jiangnan, the disaster there was less severe. The river water had only receded halfway, and there was no complete blockage. Grandpa and the others saw the flowing river water and were filled with tears. But the officials in Jianghuai were afraid of trouble from the refugees. They refused to let anyone stay or help. Like the 6 prefectures in Zhongzhou, the city gates were closed, and no aid was given. The refugees felt hopeless again. They cursed the officials of Jianghuai and Jiangnan loudly. After cursing, they continued their journey south, hoping the officials in Jiangnan would open the city gates and let them in, giving them a chance to survive. They hurried and hurried, passing through 4 prefectures in Zhonghua. When they reached Heian Prefecture, they were unexpectedly stopped by a large group of soldiers. They were not allowed to go further south. The refugees didn't know what was happening. They could only stop and camp outside Heian Prefecture. Although curious about why the officials wouldn't let them continue south, it was already mid-December, the coldest part of winter. The cold was so intense it hurt to the bones. To survive, they had to suppress their curiosity and find firewood to keep warm. Gu Jinli and some others found a sheltered spot. They worked together to cut branches and gather wild grass. By nightfall, they finally built a simple shelter for the night. After setting up the shelter, starting a fire and boiling water, Qin Erlang and Qin Sanlang, who had gone to find news, returned. Seeing them, the families welcomed them into the shelter. Before they could sit down, they immediately asked, "Brother Qin Brother Qin San, what's the situation in the city? Why won't they let us go further south?" Qin Sanlang replied, "Refugees from the northwest, northeast, and south have all rebelled. They have taken over more than 10 prefectures. Now, chaos is everywhere, and the court is helpless. They can only focus on disaster relief." He continued, "Jiangnan is the granary of Great Chu. To protect Jiangnan, the court has sent heavy troops to Heian and Linhe prefectures. They're stopping the refugees at the north of Huai River and not allowing them to cross into Jiangnan's heartland. This was the reason why the refugees were blocked." When they heard about the rebellion outside, everyone became very scared. They were honest farmers who had suffered greatly from fleeing the disaster. They never thought about rebelling themselves. Why is it all so chaotic now? What should we do? Grandma's hands were trembling. She had lived her whole life and didn't want to face such problems in her old age. She was afraid and worried that her daughter's family might encounter rebels on their escape route. "It should have been chaotic long ago," Qin Erlang sneered. "The emperor refuses to send relief, and officials along the way only think about saving themselves, blocking disaster victims outside the city. Such a court should have long fallen apart." "Stop talking, Erlang. How can you say such things?" Qin Lao scolded Qin Erlang, stopping him from continuing. If his words got out, it would be a serious crime. Qin Erlang looked angry and clearly disagreed, but he didn't curse anymore. Gu Jinli also thought the emperor of the Great Chu was very strange. This year was the 6th year of Jingyuan, and the emperor had only been on the throne for 6 years. He had already made life hard for the people. This Jingyuan emperor was only the 3rd ruler of the Great Chu, likely raised under strict rules from the founding emperor. He still had mud on his legs, so he should love his people like children and not be so foolish. But he was indeed so foolish that he made the country unstable. Gu Jinli didn't know that the reason the Jingyuan emperor wasn't fully helping with relief was to replace the generals in the northwest with his own people. But he was too impatient. The northwest army mostly followed Duke Wei's orders. Now, he only executed Duke Wei's family, but didn't take control of the northwest army. This caused chaos in the army and widespread resentment among the people, leading to rebellions in various places. "Brother Qin, have you heard how the government plans to settle us? Will they open granaries for relief, or help us find a place to settle down?" Grandpa asked, ignoring the chaos outside. He only cared about their safety. "It's almost New Year's. It's freezing cold, and the officials won't let us go south to Jiangnan. They're keeping us here. They should give us an explanation." Qin Sanlang shook his head. "There's no news from the government about settling the disaster victims."
Kin Lao Comfort G Dang Pa.
"Don't worry, Brother Gu. The officials are most afraid of rebellion now. They dare not ignore us. Let's wait a few more days. Before the new year, the government will surely give us an answer." Now, they had no choice but to wait. There were so many disaster victims, tens of thousands. If they weren't settled or allowed to move south, chaos was inevitable. Sure enough, 2 days later, a group of soldiers in armor, holding long spears, with large swords at their waists, escorted a government clerk out of the official building to the outskirts. The clerk looked quite young, only about 20 years old. As soon as they arrived at the outdoor shed, He signaled the guards to ring a bronze bell and called out the disaster victims. When all the victims had gathered, the clerk took out a scroll of official documents and read aloud. However, he was speaking in formal official language, which many victims couldn't understand. They asked him, "Sir, what are you reading?" The clerk paused and then explained the contents in plain language. The court has shown mercy. The governor has been ordered to open the granary to help with relief. All affected victims can go to the city gate starting tomorrow to receive food and warm clothing with their household registration papers. Hearing this, the victims were stunned for a moment, then cheered loudly. They finally saw hope that the government was opening the granary to help them. However, some victims had lost their household registration papers while fleeing. They were very worried and asked the clerk, "Sir, if we don't have our household registration papers, can we still get food and clothes?" The clerk shook his head. "No, without household registration papers, you are considered wandering refugees and are not eligible for government aid." Hearing this, those who had lost their papers burst into tears, crying out, "Oh no, the government is pushing us to the edge. We waited so long for help, but they won't save us. Why won't they help us?" Many victims had lost their papers. Seeing that they wouldn't receive aid, they all became upset and demanded an explanation from the clerk. The clerk had never seen such a scene and was so frightened that his legs went weak. The guards quickly surrounded him, pointing their spears at the crowd and shouting, "Everyone step back. Anyone causing trouble will be dealt with severely." The victims were ordinary common folk, and they were very afraid of the soldiers. When they saw the shiny spears, they dared not move forward and could only cry and wipe their tears. This clerk was a decent man. Seeing the victims crying so sadly, he decided to share some news with them. "The governor knows your difficulties. He and the deputy are discussing a solution. If families without household registration can find someone they trust to vouch for them and prove they are not escaped slaves or criminals, they can register anew by paying silver coins." Hearing this, the victims' eyes lit up. But when they heard they needed silver coins, their faces fell again. "Sir, how much silver do we need to register again? We've been fleeing all this time and have no money left." Even those who had silver before had already spent it on food, water, salt, and warm clothes. Now only a few families still had some money. The clerk replied, "The officials are still discussing the details. I don't know exactly how much silver is needed to register anew. During the late previous dynasty, there was chaos and many households were unregistered. After the establishment of the Great Chu dynasty, strict management of household registration was enforced, with laws clearly stating that those without household registration would be considered vagrants and could be bought and sold freely. Now, because there are so many disaster victims, the magistrate has allowed them to buy new household registrations with silver, which is a great kindness. These victims should be content with this. The clerks are afraid that the angry crowd might hurt themselves, so after giving this order, they immediately leave with guards and soldiers. This order causes mixed feelings. Some are happy, others worried. Those with household registration are overjoyed, waiting eagerly to go to the city gate early tomorrow to receive relief supplies. The unregistered victims are crying loudly, then quickly seek help from familiar families to guarantee their safety and gather silver coins. But the victims are poor, and gathering silver is very difficult. The pawn shops in the city have long sent people to watch over these victims outside the city. When they see the victims worried about silver, they immediately approach, offering to buy their children. Desperate, the victims have no choice but to sell their sons and daughters. Before noon, many young girls and children around 6 or 7 years old have been bought at very low prices. Gu Dashin and the Chui family are very grateful that Gu Jinli saved the young master of the Qi family and received a reward from him. Otherwise, their family wouldn't know how to survive. Grandma San sees so many families selling children and calls it a sin, but she herself has little silver left and can't help others. She can only take care of her own family. The Qin Gu Luo Tian families all have household registration. Early the next morning, the men from these families take their young sons and head to the city gate to collect grain and warm clothing. Thick fog covers the area. The men from these families, holding their young sons, push through the crowd of disaster victims rushing toward the city gate. Everyone is anxious and running quickly. Falling behind, even a little, means losing their place. With so many victims, no one knows if there will be enough grain and clothing left when it's their turn. Qin Sanlang sees the crowd rushing toward the city gate and tells the other family men, "I run faster. I'll go ahead and save a spot." Luo Wu and Gu Jinan say, "We're coming too." They're very familiar with Qin Sanlang and always do things together. Old Qin is happy about this. Erlang is too cold and doesn't get along well, so he relies on Sanlang and the other family's boys to build good relationships. Qin Sanlang nods and says, "Let's go." The three of them quickly run toward the city gate. Gu Dexing, Gu Qingtian, Gu Qingliang, and Tian Erqiang did not run away. They were very scared by many things on the escape route. Most of the time, they stayed close to their parents and did not want to act alone. Be careful, be patient when you encounter problems, and don't fight with other refugees, Gu Dashan called out worriedly from behind them. Before he finished speaking, their figures disappeared. Father Luo said, "What you said doesn't matter now. Your Ngur is fine. My son, even though he doesn't talk much, has a quick temper. If someone provokes him, he might not hold back." Old Qin said, "With Sanling here, you don't need to worry." Sanling was better at fighting than Erlang. If trouble really happened, it was easy for him to protect Luo, father, and Gu Jinan. Gu Dashan knew Qin Sanling's skills, so he relaxed a bit. He helped Grandpa San and, along with the other adults, hurried toward the city gate. They ran for about half an hour before reaching the gates of Heian Prefecture. At this time, the city gate was full of refugees. They surrounded the gate in 3 layers inside and outside. The noise was loud everywhere. Officials held copper drums. After knocking 5 times, they shouted loudly, "No pushing, line up properly, and use your household registration to get food and clothes. Anyone who pushes or causes trouble will be punished severely." Then they knocked 5 more times and repeated the same words. But the refugees, already starving, couldn't listen. They kept pushing forward, eager to get their food quickly. Fortunately, the government had sent many soldiers to patrol the gate. When they saw the pushing and shoving, the soldiers immediately pulled the troublemakers out of line and punished them. After about 100 refugees were disciplined, the chaos at the gate calmed down. There were 10 lines of people waiting at the gate. Qin Sanlang and his group were in the 6th line. When they saw Grandpa San arrive, Gu Jinan immediately said, "You all wait in line first. I'll go bring Grandpa San over." Gu Jinan was smart. Instead of shouting loudly for Grandpa San, he quietly took them to their place in line. If the soldiers on patrol saw them, they might drag the adults away and punish them. After bringing the adults, Gu Jinan told the people in front and behind, "Uncles and brothers, these are our family elders. We were just helping them wait in line." When they first arrived and queued up, they told the disaster victims about this matter. Although the victims were a bit unhappy about the number of adults brought by their family, they didn't complain. After all, they and Gu Jinan's group were both representing the village to queue early. When their villagers arrived later, they would also squeeze in, so everyone wouldn't lose out. A few families managed to get in line, but the queue moved very slowly, only a few steps every 15 minutes. They came early in the morning and waited until late afternoon before it was their turn to receive supplies. At the front of the line there were 2 tables. In front of one table stood 2 officials responsible for distributing supplies to the disaster victims. The officials carried knives at their waists to prevent theft. At the other table, 2 clerks sat with brushes and paper. The clerk glanced at Gu Dashan at the front and said, "Bring out your household registration. Those without it can leave now." Gu Dashan hurriedly took out his household registration from his inner pocket, carefully unfolded the paper, and placed it on the clerk's table. The clerk looked at the household registration, frowned, and said, "Your household registration doesn't look right. Why is there only 1 sheet of paper? Where is the thick leather cover? Did you steal it from someone on the way here?" His tone was already unfriendly. Gu Dashan felt nervous from the question, but he remembered what Gu Jinli had told him last night. He quickly calmed down and smiled, saying, "Sir, my mother died early and my father remarried. The household registration papers for the two households are separate. On the run from famine, my stepmother wanted to sell my wife and children. The village, with the approval of Master Chi, divided our family and gave us our own household registration paper. That's why we only have one sheet, without the thick cover." He then took out the separation document and the notice from Master Chi, placing them on the table for the clerk to examine. He also pointed to several families behind and said, "Sir, these are villagers from our Gu family village. They can testify for us." Grandpa Sand, Father Luo, Uncle Tian, and Gu Damu all spoke up to support Gu Dashan. Gu Dafu added, "Sir, my father is the village head of Gu family village. Our whole family can testify for Dashan. His household registration is genuine, not stolen." After reviewing the household registration, the separation document, and the official notice from the Chi family, the clerk no longer seemed interested in demanding money or trouble. The official notice bore the imperial seal, indicating that the family had encountered a noble person during their escape, so they couldn't be easily robbed of their silver. The clerk handed the household registration to a colleague and said, "Copy it down as written." Then he asked Gu Dashan, "Are you willing to go to Jiangnan? Jiangnan is a good place, with plenty of food. It is better than Heian Prefecture. If you are willing to go, you can sign up. First, pay 10 taels of silver as a deposit. Later, we will arrange boats to send you all there together." Gu Dashan was a bit confused and asked, "Sir, isn't it forbidden to go south now?" The clerk replied, "Disaster victims are not allowed to go south privately, but since the government is sending them together, it's fine. It's permitted by the officials." The officials above were unhappy about settling these disaster victims, so they wanted to send some to Jiangnan. This could reduce the pressure on the Jianghuai region and also help them make some money. Hearing this, Gu Jinan smiled and asked the clerk, "Sir, how much silver do we need to pay after boarding the boat? If the amount isn't too much, we can discuss it with our families." The clerk continued, "Pay 10 taels of silver as a deposit first. After boarding, each person will need to pay 2 more taels. Paying 10 taels up front and then 2 more per person is quite a lot. Our families can't afford it." Gu Dashan looked back at the third grandpa and others. Seeing them shake their heads, he told the clerk, "Sir, we have no silver left after fleeing from famine. We won't go south." The clerk's face darkened a little when he heard this. After registering their household information, he handed them a small bamboo token with a number on it and waved his hand, saying, "Go to the side to receive supplies." Next, Gu Dashan hurriedly took the token, collected his household registration papers, the separation documents, and the Chi family notice. He stored these in his inner pocket, then took Gu Jinan to the side to get supplies. The official at the next table looked at their bamboo token and gave them half a jean of grain and an old cotton quilt.
All the clothes are handed out now.
Only the quilt is left. If you want it, take it. If not, leave it. You can get half a jean of grain each day. Okay. Thank you, Brother Cha, Gu Dashan said. He handed the grain to Gu Jinan, carried the old quilt, pushed through the crowd, and waited for the third grandpa and others from a distance. Although half a jean of grain is not much, being able to get it every day made Gu Dashan very happy. However, many disaster victims were angry. They held their half jean of grain and questioned the officials handing it out. "Our family has 23 people. You only give us half a jean of grain.
How are we supposed to live?"
In ancient times, families usually lived together, often 3 generations under one roof. A household of dozens of people would only eat half a jean of grain a day, which was not enough. The officials didn't care about them. When they shouted and made noise, patrol soldiers were called to drag the disobedient people away and beat them. After hitting dozens of unhappy disaster victims, the others became quiet and no longer complained. 15 minutes later, the third grandpa and others received food and old cotton blankets.
They squeezed out of the line.
Gu Dashan went to greet them with Gu Jinan. "Third uncle, second brother Luo, everyone has received their things." People from Gujia village called Luo's father Uncle Luo or Brother Luo. Only Gu Dashan knew that Luo's father had an older brother back home, But Luo's father had a bad relationship with his family there. He hadn't returned for many years and didn't mention having a brother to outsiders. When others called him Brother Luo or Uncle Luo, he didn't correct them. Over time, everyone just called him that. The third grandpa nodded to Luo's father. We've received everything. Let's go back. The women from several families were still waiting in the outdoor grass huts. Now, disaster victims and people from the big trading houses were wandering outside, and many with bad intentions were around. They had been out for a few hours and were worried about their families at home. Qin Sanlang didn't go back with them. Instead, he stayed to keep looking for news. Qin Sanlang was skilled in martial arts. During the escape, he was the only one gathering information. The families no longer worried about him getting into trouble, so they didn't stop him. They helped Qin Lao carry the things back to the outdoor grass huts. Half an hour later, they returned to the outskirts. Now, the outside area was full of low grass huts made from branches and bundled grass. The huts were only about half a person tall, and you had to bend down to enter. Their families' huts were behind a large area of grass huts. They circled around the patches of huts and returned to their own. Qin Erlang held a machete and kept watch with a few children around their hut, not allowing other disaster victims to come close. When they saw them return, the children from the families happily ran over. "Father, did you get anything to eat?" "Yes, and some blankets. Now we won't wake up freezing at night." It was already mid-December, and the weather was very cold. Every night, they woke up from the cold. They had to get up and walk around a few times to warm their bodies before they could sleep again. The adults from several families handed the received items to the children, making them happy for a long time. The women from the families saw they hadn't received warm clothes and felt a bit disappointed, but getting old blankets and half a jean of grain daily was already good. Grandma Sen opened the bag of grain and saw what was inside. She smiled and said, "It's beans and rice." Chun was not satisfied. The officials in Heian Prefecture are too stingy. They only gave us a little grain mixed with beans. The beans are heavy, and just a few handfuls weigh half a jean. Why not give us all rice? Mrs. Chu said, "Rice is expensive. With so many refugees, the officials can't possibly give us rice for relief. They can only give us beans and chin rice."
Just be happy with that.
Gu Jinli handed the grain brought back by Gu Dashan to Mrs. Chui and said to the third grandmother, "Third grandma, let's pick out the beans, wash the chin rice with salt, and cook some rice porridge to eat. We've been fleeing from famine all this way, and our stomachs are hungry. Drinking more rice porridge will help." Mrs. Chen exclaimed, "Salt is very precious. Can we use it to wash rice?" She thought Gu Jinli was too wasteful and worried about her future in-laws. If someone marries Gu Xiaoyu, all their wealth might be lost. Gu Jinli looked at her and said, "These chin rice are a bit moldy. If you don't wash them with salt, you'll get poisoned." Mrs. Chen, who was very afraid of death, immediately shut up after hearing this. That evening, several families drank a bowl of thin, mushy chun rice porridge. After finishing the porridge, Qin Sanlang shared the news he had heard. "The officials will soon find a place to settle us. When we received the grain and bedding today, the clerk took a lot of time to register, to count how many refugees there are so they can plan. Some officers said that the magistrates of the 8 counties under Heian Prefecture will come to the city tonight. When they arrive, the governor will distribute the refugees to the 8 counties for settlement." Everyone heard this and felt both happy and nervous. They were happy because after fleeing for so long, they would finally settle down. They were nervous because they didn't know where they would be sent. Mrs. Chen couldn't hold back and asked immediately, "Brother Qin, do you know where they will send us? Can we be sent to a rich county? If we are sent to a poor, remote place, what will we do?" Gu Dogwai said, "Just having a place to settle is good enough. Be content." Many cities and towns had closed their gates and sent soldiers to drive them away. Now, being able to settle down and choose was like they thought they were still living through hard times. Moreover, the governor wouldn't let them choose. If every refugee picked their own place, it would cause chaos. Qin Sanlang shook his head and said, "I don't know." The officer only said that the governor is worried that so many refugees gathering outside the city might cause trouble. Before the new year, they will send some away. So, They could settle down before the new year. Grandmother San and old Yen heard this news and immediately bowed outside the thatched hut. Heavenly Father, bless us. If we can settle down before the new year, we won't have any worries. Old Chin was also very happy when he heard this. If they could be settled before the new year, the officials would not be so strict about inspecting them during the holiday, and they would be safe. Because of the disaster victims, the magistrate was so anxious he couldn't sleep. Once the 8 counties under his jurisdiction sent their magistrates, they stayed up all night discussing. They divided the disaster victims registered during the day among them and ordered that, within 3 days at most, the victims assigned to each should be taken away. They could take some victims, but not all, because if tens of thousands of disaster victims surrounded the city, he wouldn't even dare to sleep. So, by midday the next day, many officers arrived at the outskirts and notified each thatched hut one by one. When they reached the thatched huts of the Chin Gu Luo family and others, it was already dark. The men from those families hurried to greet them and asked with a smile, "Big brother officer, who are you?" The lead officer didn't waste words. He only asked to see the bamboo token given to them by the clerk when they received their grain. After checking the numbers on the tokens, 5043, 5044, 5045, 5046, 5047, 5048, 5049, he told them, "You are assigned to Tianfu County under Heian Prefecture. People from Tianfu County will come to take you in the next couple of days. Be prepared, so they don't have to wait for you." When the families heard the officer's words, they felt both happy and nervous. Gu Daling was a bit anxious and asked the officer, "Big brother officer, is Tianfu County far from the city? Do you know?" "Stop asking so many questions. Being able to settle before the new year is already good luck," the officer interrupted him sharply. "Remember, don't run around. Stay in the hut and wait. If Tianfu County people come and can't find you, and you don't go, you'll be turned away." After speaking, he left with 3 officers to notify the other disaster victims. After the officers left, the women from the families gathered around and asked excitedly, "Is it really happening? We're going to be settled? The process is so fast. Brother Chin just heard the news last night, and tonight the officers are here to tell us. I wonder if Tianfu County is a good place? Which village will we be assigned to?" Mrs. Chin was most worried. Tianfu County probably isn't a poor place, right? What if it's too poor? What if the locals bully us? Who else from our group of refugees has been assigned to Tianfu County? No, I need to go out and ask around to see which family has been assigned to Tianfu County. Gu Degui held her back. "Please stay calm. The guards and soldiers are nearby. If they see you running around, they'll catch you, and I won't be able to help you." Because the countryside was full of disaster victims, the officials were afraid of trouble. They enforced a curfew and sent soldiers to patrol. If they saw disaster victims running around at night, they would arrest and beat them. Many victims had already been beaten in the past few days. Qin Sanlang was not afraid of this. He was good at fighting and had training in scouting from his family. He knew how to avoid the patrol soldiers. Hearing that everyone wanted to know about Tianfu County, he said, "Don't worry, I'll go ask around." Then he left the grass hut. "Wow, Brother Qin is really clever. Be careful and come back early," Chinshir called after him. She was eager for Qin Sanlang to find out the news. The families were used to Qin Sanlang going out at night to gather information, so they weren't too worried. Qin Erlang disliked Qin Sanlang helping outsiders. When he heard his brother's words, he snorted and left the grass hut to rest with their grandparents. Since Qin Gu Luo Tian's family was large, it was not good for men and women to live together. In the past few days, each family built small grass shelters to rest, but they would gather in the biggest grass hut for meals. Qin Sanlang returned in less than an hour, his old cotton coat covered with white frost. He patted the frost off his coat and told the eager families, "I found out. Tianfu County isn't bad." Hearing this, everyone was very happy. They quickly brought Qin Sanlang inside and sat him by the fire to warm up. Gu Jinli poured a bowl of hot water from a wooden bowl and handed it to Qin Sanlang. "Here." He smiled and took it, drank a few sips to warm himself, then continued, "Tianfu County is a large county under Heian Prefecture. It's about 5 days' travel from the prefectural city, so it's one of the 3 counties closest to the city. Which village or town will we be assigned to? Chun Shi asked anxiously before Qin Sanling finished speaking. Qin Sanling said, I haven't confirmed the name of the village, but the west side of Tianfu County has many mountains and fewer people. We are very likely to be assigned to a village on the western side. Tianfu County has been around for a long time. Good places are already inhabited, and most of the disaster victims from outside will probably be assigned to remote villages. Mother, does that mean they'll send us to a mountain valley? Mrs. Chun was very unhappy about the place she might be assigned to. Although we used to be in the northwest, Gujia village is very close to the county town, just a half-hour walk. But if we go into the mountains of Tianfu County, we won't be able to reach the county town easily. Just getting out of the mountains takes half a day. A relative from Mrs. Chen's family lives in the mountains. That relative needs to leave a day early to go to the market, walking all day and night in the mountains, and only arriving at the market in the county town by dawn the next day. Mrs. Chen was almost frantic. She didn't want to go into the mountains. Grandma San said, there's no other choice. The government has already assigned us a place. If we don't go, we'll be forced out. We can't afford more trouble. They had fled from Gujia village in Gao County, Lian Prefecture, northwest, and had been on the road for over half a year. They were exhausted and needed a proper place to settle down. If they didn't, their health might fail. Qin Sanlang saw everyone looking worried after hearing about Tianfu County and said, it's not certain. A senior brother said that we were among the first to go, so there's a good chance we'll be assigned to a better place. Those who come later might be pushed into the mountains. Hearing this, the families relaxed a little. Mrs. Chen almost cheered loudly, Heavenly Father, please let us get a good place. We don't want to go into the mountains. After Qin Sanlang finished explaining, the families dispersed. In the following days, they waited in a grass hut. Even when they went out to fetch water, they hurried back quickly, afraid of missing the people from Tianfu County who might come looking for them. During this time, Old Zhou and others visited their hut to ask where they had been assigned. When they heard it was Tianfu County, Old Zhou and his family were very happy. They had also been assigned there. However, their family numbers on the wooden plaques were 612 and 615, which were quite far from the others. Old Qin said that their villages might be some distance apart. Old Zhou and his family had followed Qin Gu Luotian and the others for nearly 2 months. They depended on each other, and when they heard they might not be in the same village, Old Zhou and his family felt worried, but there was nothing they could do. Old Zhou and his family sadly left. The next afternoon, officials from Tianfu County came to the grass hut and announced that they should gather on the open ground outside the city gate at dawn the next day to depart for Tianfu County. Anyone who was late would be removed from the list. The displaced people from Tianfu County quickly packed their things and prepared. Before dawn the next day, many refugees set out toward the city gate. Outside the gate, the area was crowded with displaced people. Officials from 8 counties beat copper gongs and called out the names of their respective counties, telling the refugees where to gather. Everyone from Tianfu County, come over here quickly. Don't waste time. The head of the guards shouted until his voice was hoarse, cursing many times. After half an hour of chaos, they finally gathered the refugees. They checked the numbers on the bamboo plaques, and then the guards began to give instructions. Our Tianfu County is very good. Since you are assigned here, cherish this opportunity. Once you arrive, behave honestly and do not cause trouble. Anyone who causes trouble will be taken to the government office and beheaded. The guard leader looked coldly at over 1,000 refugees, warning them. Only when they trembled and responded did he withdraw his gaze. 15 minutes later, the refugees were escorted by a team of guards and soldiers heading towards Tianfu County. The guards hurried back for the new year, almost pushing the refugees to run on the way. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, they arrived at the county office of Tianfu. In the courtyard of the county office, the village heads and village chiefs from various towns were already waiting. As soon as the refugees arrived, they were assigned to people according to the numbers on their bamboo plaques. Gu Jinli's family was assigned to Dafan village in Qingfu town. Apart from their families, 2 other households with the surname Mo were assigned to Dafan village. These 2 families with many members, totaling 17 people, stood obediently like them. The village head of Dafin, named He, was in his 60s, tall and thin, wearing a nearly new gray-blue coat. His face was dark from farm work, full of wrinkles, and looked serious. After glancing at them, he told his eldest son to start counting the people. After counting and matching the bamboo plaques with a household register, the village head of Dafin cleared his throat and said, "No matter where you come from now on, you are part of Dafin village. Our village cannot tolerate bad people. When you arrive, follow the village rules and do not cause trouble." He warned them again, "If you cause trouble in the village, no matter who you are or how big the matter is, first give 20 lashes, then send you to the government office for punishment." Remember that. Since the families were new here, they naturally didn't dare to argue with village head He and responded honestly. Seeing this, village head He looked pleased and said, "While you're at the county office, take your household registration and prepare some silver. Follow me to exchange for new household registration." The two Mo families were a bit anxious after hearing this. They hurriedly asked, "Village head, why do we need silver to change the household registration?" Back in their hometown, when someone moved to the town and changed their household registration, they didn't need to pay silver. Why does it cost silver to change household registration here in Tianfu County? They no longer had much silver on them and needed to save it for settling down. Village chief He's eldest son snorted, "You are refugees fleeing famine, coming from such a far place in the northwest. In our Great Chu, this counts as moving households over a long distance, so you must pay silver money. Great Chu has strict household registration rules. If you move within 10 miles, you don't need to pay. But if you move beyond 100 miles, you must pay 1 or 2 silver coins. For 1,000 miles, 3 silver coins are required." Hearing this, the Mo family members fell silent after being scolded by village chief He's eldest son. Village chief He spoke at the right moment. "The government knows everyone is fleeing famine and that your silver is running low. They have reduced your moving fee by 1 or 2 silver coins. You only need 2 silver coins to get a new household registration in Tianfu County. Don't complain about the 2 silver coins being too much. In the coming days and after the new year, more disaster victims will be assigned here. When that happens, changing your household registration won't be so easy." Hearing this, the Mo family looked worried and dared not say anything more. Gu Jinli's family didn't speak at all, which made village chief He quite pleased with them. More than 1,000 disaster victims, totaling 300 households, were waiting to change their household registration today. The leaders of 6 villages had already lined up with their disaster victims, but it wasn't their turn yet. During this time, Gu Jinli whispered to Gu Dashan, "Dad, our household registration still lists Grandpa as the head. Change the head to you, so nothing happens later." Although they had the household registration paper, the registered head was Old Master Gu. Her father was Old Master Gu's eldest son, but not the head of the household. They had lost contact with the old Gu family, but that family was notorious and had caused trouble for generations. It was unlikely they were completely gone. To be safe, they should quickly change the household head to avoid the old Gu family coming out to take over their home. Father Luo was nearby and heard Gu Jinli's suggestion. He nodded. "Dashan Xiaoyu is right. Take this chance to change the household head's name." Gu Dashan was also afraid of the old Gu family. Hearing Luo father and Gu Jinli, he nodded, "Okay, I'll change it when we go in later." Gu Jinli felt relieved after hearing this. After more than an hour, it was finally their turn to change the household registration. Village chief He led some men from their family into the official's room and said to the clerk responsible for household registration, "Sir, these are disaster victims assigned to our Dafing village. Please help us change a few new household registrations." The clerk waved his hand and said, "Understood. You may go now. The official residence is a strict place. Besides the person involved, no other idle people, including village chiefs and elders, are allowed to stay for long." Village chief He smiled and left the official residence. Gu Dashan's house number is 5042, the first in line. He carefully took out his household registration paper, a document of kinship separation, and a letter stamped with the official seal of the Chi family. He explained the origin of the household registration, the details of the kinship separation, and the official letter. After collecting grain at the city gate, Gu Dashin was afraid of being questioned by the clerk, so he spoke cautiously. The clerk in charge of household registration saw the paper without a thick leather cover. He was initially hesitant with Gu Dashin, but after hearing his explanation and seeing the official sealed letter from the Chi family, he swallowed his words. Gu Dashin took the opportunity to mention wanting to change the household head. The clerk listened but did not oppose. He said according to the rules, in Great Chu, if a family splits up, the previous head of household can transfer the household registration to the new head without paying silver. If there is no head of household present, a fee of 2 taels of silver is required locally, 10 taels if outside 100 miles, and 20 taels if outside 1,000 miles. Do you have money? The clerk raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Dashin with some disdain. It wasn't that he looked down on Gu Dashin, it was because the common people of Great Chu were poor. A farming family's annual income was less than 20 taels of silver, and these disaster refugees probably couldn't even gather 5 taels. Because Gu Jinli had saved the young master of the Chi family, Chi gave them 50 taels of silver and a silver note. On the way, the 50 taels were mostly spent, leaving only 8 taels, and the silver note was broken into small silver pieces, hidden on each of the 6 family members. So, Gu Dashin could gather the money needed for changing the household head. But he remembered what Gu Jinli said, keep the money discreet to avoid danger. When needing a large sum, borrow from trusted people first, and then repay privately. Gu Dashin knew that Father Luo and village chief Gu's families were wealthier. He borrowed 10 taels from Father Luo and 5 taels from Gu Dafu, making enough money for the household change and new registration. He handed the money to the clerk. Sir, please count it. The clerk saw that he borrowed money for the household change and was not surprised. He took the silver, weighed it carefully, and confirmed it was genuine silver, not mixed with tin or aluminum. Then he began to process the new household registration. Getting a new household registration is simple. Take the official household paper issued by the government. With a thick leather cover, copy the old household registration, change the address to the new county and village, and replace the head of household's name. Then, stamp it with the official seal of Tianfu County. That's all. Gu Dashin took the new household registration with the leather cover. He opened it and looked at the head of household's name. He was so excited that his hands trembled. He had lived 36 years and finally became the head of his family. Thank you, sir, Gu Dashin said, taking the official documents and the Chi family's notice. After thanking the clerk, he left the office. More than 2 hours later, the families of Luo, Tian, Gu Damu, Gu Dafu, the third grandpa, and Qin all finished updating their household registrations. They happily left the office. Next, it was the turn of 2 Mo family members. After finishing these tasks, it was already late afternoon. The officials didn't dare to keep so many disaster victims in the county office, so they ordered them to leave immediately. Village head He and his son led them out of the office. They took 10 young men from Dafeng village outside the county office and headed toward Dafeng village in Qingfu town. They hurried along the main road, then turned onto a smaller path, and finally into the village trail. After 5 hours, they arrived at Dafeng village. It was already late at night. The villagers were asleep, and the whole village was dark. Village head He didn't walk but rode in a bullock cart. He was old and couldn't handle the bumps, so he whispered to his eldest son, Big brother, you take them to settle in. I'll go back first. Okay, Dad. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, said He Datsong. He told the village name driving the cart Hiwa, take my father back. Got it, brother Datsong, Hiwa said. Holding a torch and leading the ox, he headed toward village head He's home. After village head He left, Datsong and the other 9 young men from Dafeng village took several families to an abandoned old house. Datsong pointed to the mud brick house and said, stay here for 1 night. When it's daylight tomorrow, the village will discuss, and then you can move. The Mo family members looked suspicious. Old Master Mo quickly asked, "He family nephew, why does the village need to discuss? What's there to discuss?" Song, exhausted from a long day, frowned and said unhappily, "Village discussions are the village's business. Just stay here and wait. Don't wander around the village. If the villagers think you're thieves and beat you, we can't help you." Song warned, and then left with the 9 young men from the village. The Mo family members saw that Song had a bad attitude and whispered, "What is this? Just ask a question, what's wrong?" While there was still some firelight, Qin Sanling quickly took out a fire stick and lit their torches. The families knew how important the torches were, so they kept them all along the way and didn't lose them. 2 Mo family members had no torches. Old Master Mo saw Gu Jinli holding a torch in her hand and thought it was a waste. He personally asked Gu Jinli, "Little girl, you have many torches here. Why do you still hold yours?" Before he finished speaking, Gu Jinli turned and ran toward the left side of the dirt house, calling to Dad Gu, "Dad, quickly move our things inside." The yard only had 3 main rooms and a half-collapsed kitchen built onto the side, so they had to occupy the house quickly. Second brother Qin reacted quickly. After seeing Gu Jinli take the left house, he immediately rushed into the main hall, holding a machete, and stood there coldly watching the 2 Mo families. "This is my Qin family's place." The Mo family members took a few steps to run away, but, hearing Qin Erling's words, they were very angry. However, Qin Erling carried a cold, sinister aura, so they dared not provoke him. They turned and went into the right side room, then occupied the half-collapsed kitchen. The Qin family only had 3 people, so they couldn't occupy the large main hall. Old Qin decided that the men and boys from several families would stay overnight in the main hall, while the women took the girls to the dirt house on the left. Now that they had entered the village, it was different from fleeing along the road. They had to observe proper gender separation. Even if they were family, men and women couldn't sleep in the same room, or it would cause gossip. After dividing the rooms, the men from each family carried torches and went around gathering firewood, lighting 2 fires, one in the main hall and one in the dirt house on the left. It was midnight now, so they couldn't cook anymore. The women boiled some water with a little salt, each drinking half a bowl before resting. Since they were new and living with the Mo family, Old Qin and Grandpa Qin were uneasy. They stayed awake with Qin Erlang and Qin Sanling to keep watch. The Mo family was slower, and after more than an hour of fussing, they finally rested. Not long after dawn the next day, villagers from Dafeng village came to the dirt house, peeking and observing them. A woman carrying a vegetable basket looked at their family and shook her head, saying, "Such pity. Look at them, so thin they look like ghosts. The northwest is so far away, and I don't know how they escaped here to Tianfu County." Another woman carrying water said, "You can't control how they escaped. Anyway, they are now part of our Dafeng village." Maybe the people from our village won't be involved. Today, the village will hold a meeting. If the villagers don't want them living here, they might even be forced to leave," said a man in his early 20s, with messy hair like a bird's nest and clothes that were dirty and greasy. The water-fetching woman asked in surprise, "What? We can really make them leave? I heard they've already changed their household registration." The man replied, "I don't care where I heard it. Anyway, if they want to stay in our village, it won't be easy." He spat on the ground, looked at a few families inside the thatched house, then stood up and left. Gu Jinli felt disgusted by this man, mainly because his last look was fixed on a girl from the Mo family who looked fair and handsome, not as thin as the others. His intentions were obvious. She was glad Gu Jinxiu was timid. Seeing someone watching without coming out of the house, she thought if this man looked at her, she would be truly disgusted. "Hey, 3 lottery, why are you leaving? You haven't finished talking," the water-fetching woman called after him. "Ignore him," a middle-aged man who went to the mountains early to chop wood said angrily. 3 lottery's little tricks, can't you see he's sizing up others? This kind of troublemaker should be driven out of the village. The adults from several families felt uneasy when they heard this. They had just arrived and were already being watched. Old Chin and Grandpa San hurriedly called everyone to go inside, telling them not to stand outside. Grandpa San specifically told a few families, in the countryside, there are some bad people. Since we just arrived and don't know the villagers well, Mei and Xiao are young women. Without adults, don't go out. The women in other families should also avoid going out as much as possible. If anything happens, let the men in the family handle it. Uncle Tian thought about what 3 Lottery said and quickly asked, what did that man mean just now? We've changed our household registration, so they shouldn't want us to leave, right? If the people from Dofeng village drove them out, what should they do? Old Chin shook his head and said, no, they won't. We've registered as official residents of Dofeng village. The villagers won't dare to chase us away. But they might make things difficult over small matters. Old Chin, experienced and wise, understood the villagers' intentions. In the afternoon, He Dachuan came to find them, inviting them to Mr. He's house, saying there was something important to discuss. The men from several families, including the heads of 2 Mo families, hurriedly followed to Mr. He's house. He village chief's house is a rare blue brick and tile house in the village. At this moment, the yard is full of people. Sitting next to He village chief is an elderly man with the surname Liu. He is dressed nicely in a new cotton jacket. Old Mr. Liu only glanced at their families briefly, then lowered his eyes. He rested his hands on the dragon head of his walking stick, sitting calmly. When He village chief saw they arrived, he straightforwardly said, although you've changed your household registration and become part of Dofeng village, you are not native villagers. Our village has limited land for building houses, so it can't be given away for free. If you want to build a house, you need to buy the land. The men from several families knew that each village in Daekyu had some idle land. These lands couldn't be farmed. As long as the government didn't interfere and the village chief agreed, villagers could use the land to build houses. However, to get the land deed, they still had to pay after going to the government office. So, the men thought paying for the land wasn't a big deal. Old Mr. Chin, experienced and sharp, knew that He village chief had called them specifically for more than just this small matter. He asked village chief, how much do you think the land price will be? He village chief said, 5 taels of silver per mu of land. 5 taels. Old Mr. Mo was so angry his beard almost stood up. Why so expensive? Back home, when I went to the government office to get a land deed, the most they charged was 2 taels per mu. Wasteland was only 1 tael per mu. Why is land in Dofeng village so expensive? 5 taels of silver per mu is enough for a farmer's half-year income. It's like extortion. Old Mr. Liu, who had been silent, said casually, if you think it's too expensive, you can go back to your hometown. His words were quite rude, and old Mr. Mo's face turned pale from being choked. Mo Queasy quickly pulled old Mr. Mo, signaling him not to offend anyone. Grandpa San and the others knew this was Dofeng village trying to give them a warning. They kept their faces serious and said nothing. He village chief saw their expressions weren't good and said, this is the result of village discussions. If you think it's too expensive or if the money isn't convenient, you can rent an old house in the village. The village will give you a discount. Old Mr. Liu frowned when he heard this and spoke again, if you want to buy the land at a normal price, that's fine. Each household pays 3 taels of silver to the village, and we'll accept you as villagers. Grandpa San frowned. It was clear they were trying to take a bite out of them. Old Mr. Chin said, this isn't a small matter. We need to go back and discuss. He village chief also felt this wasn't quite right and nodded in agreement.
All right.
Old Master Liu said, don't take too long to decide. Today is the 25th day of the lunar year, and in a few days, it will be New Year. We don't have time to keep dealing with your family matters. Don't worry. We'll give the village an answer within an hour, Qin Lao replied coldly. After saying this, he and several men from his family left. 2 people from Mo's family also followed them. When the men returned and explained the situation, Annie Tian burst into tears. Why is our life so hard? We finally settled down, and now it's about money again. Do we even have silver coins? Tian's family was the poorest among several families. When the village decided to escape famine, Tion's family sold half of their land to gather 23 taels of silver. They spent a lot along the way, and now they only had 2 taels and 300 coins left, which was enough to cover 3 taels of silver. Mrs. Chun didn't want to give this silver and scolded. The people of Dafeng village are really unreasonable. They want us to give 3 taels of silver. Are they bandits? I won't give this money.
If anyone wants to, let them.
Gudagwa was angry and said, "Lower your voice. If others hear you, will we still be able to stay in this village?" Grandpa San was worried, and his hair turned whiter. He asked Qin Lao, "Brother Qin, what do you think?" "It's a loss, but we have to accept it," Qin Lao said. "We are outsiders, so we need to step back first. If we give them this silver, it shows the village that we want to stay and live peacefully. After giving the money, if they still bully us in the future, we won't have to endure it. We can fight back or report them to the authorities. We can't confront the villagers right away. That's not good. We should take a small loss first so they feel comfortable. If something happens again later, with today's experience, even if they cause trouble and go to the authorities, we can still be in the right." Qin Lao looked at Uncle Tian and said, "Our family still has some savings. We can lend some to your family. No need to rush to pay it back." Uncle Tian's eyes were red. "Thank you so much. If they could borrow the money, their family could get through this difficult time." Grandpa San's family didn't have much silver left, just enough for their own settlement. Seeing Qin Lao willing to lend money to Tian's family, he relaxed and said to everyone, "Brother Qin is right. We need to step back first. If you all agree, we can give them 2 or 3 taels of silver." The men from the families nodded in agreement. Mrs. Chen asked, "Why not buy land? Building a house also requires land." Gudagwa replied, "You foolish woman. Land costs 5 taels of silver per acre. Since we plan to stay here long term, we won't just buy 1 acre. Each family should contribute 3 taels of silver. Later, when we buy land at normal prices, it will be more cost-effective." Chen thought for a moment and agreed, so she stopped talking. However, she wouldn't pay. Their family hadn't split, so Gu Dafu had to pay. After the families discussed, each family contributed a few taels of silver to old Qin, who then, with the third grandpa, took the money to the village chief's house to pay. I'm not sure what old Qin said, but when he and the third grandpa returned, they carried a paper stating that their families would be treated equally with the villagers, with the village chief and several elders' fingerprints on it. With this paper, the families felt relieved. After paying the silver, the village officially recognized them. Ditsong from the village came to invite the families to see the houses. If any were suitable, they could rent and rebuild after spring. The third grandpa and old Qin took some men to tour half the village with Ditsong. Finally, at the village's edge near Dafeng Mountain, they rented 5 dirt courtyards overgrown with weeds for 100 coins a month. Some good houses are still in the village, and not expensive. "You don't need to rent here," said Ditsong with his hands in his padded coat sleeves, stomping his feet to keep warm. He didn't expect these families to like the old houses at the village's end. But the men from the families thought this place was good and politely declined Ditsong's offer. Although there were good houses in the village, they were scattered everywhere. Since they just arrived, the families needed to stay together and couldn't be split up. Only these old houses were connected, so they had to rent here. The families paid Ditsong 3 months' rent and took the keys to the 5 dirt courtyards before rushing back to move. While they were viewing the houses, the women had already packed their things. When they returned, they carried their belongings toward the village's end. The Mo family saw them leave and hurried out to look. Old Master Mo and Mo Queasy, panting, caught up. "You families paid a few taels to Dafeng village? How could you be so careless?" They had paid, and if the Mo family didn't, they'd be driven out of the village. Old Qin said to old Master Mo, "It's our business, whether we pay or not. Whether your Mo family pays or not is up to you. We're leaving now because we're in a hurry to move." After saying that, he ignored old Master Mo and walked quickly away. The family soon arrived at the 5 dirt courtyards at the village's end. These courtyards were large, with about 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms each. Families with fewer people shared one courtyard. Gu Jinli's family and the third grandpa's family lived together, choosing the second-to-last courtyard. To their left, the last courtyard belonged to the Qin family, where 3 generations lived alone, without sharing with others. On the right are the Luo family and the Tian family. Above them are the Gu brothers, De Mu and De Fu, along with their families. After moving the courtyard, the families immediately started cleaning the houses, thoroughly sweeping away the mold and dampness. They also removed a lot of wild grass from the yard, creating a small path. Gu Jinli took out some mugwort and shared it with the families, letting them use it to fumigate their houses. After fumigating once, most of the musty smell was gone. They then laid down straw mats and old quilts, making the house look a little more like a home. "Tomorrow, I'll find some straw to patch up these leaky roofs," Gu Dashan said as he walked around a few houses. He noticed that several roofs were rotten and needed urgent repairs. Gu Jinli was using mugwort to fumigate the mouse holes in the house. Hearing this, she said, "Dad, use the wild grass from the yard to patch it." The grass in the yard grew tall, over 1/2 meter. They cut it all down, then bundled it into small panels of grass, which they laid and tied onto the roofs to cover the leaks. "Hey," Gu Dashan also noticed the wild grass in the yard. While they were talking, a mouse couldn't stand the smoke and ran out of its hole, rushing into a burlap sack she had at the hole's entrance. Thud, thud, 3 mice ran in at once. She quickly closed the sack tightly, shook it hard on the ground to kill the mice, then dumped out the dead mice and continued fumigating the next hole. They worked until it was almost dark, finally finishing fumigation of the mouse holes in the houses. They sealed the holes with stones collected by Chengur. "Second sister, there shouldn't be any mice coming out tonight, right?" Chengur squatted next to Gu Jinli and asked. Gu Jinli nodded. "Yes, all the mice in the house are gone. No mice will crawl onto Chengur while he sleeps tonight." "Little fish, don't always scare Chengur," Gu Jinan said as he carried a. He took the burlap bag filled with over 20 dead mice and left the yard, burying the mice far away. When he returned, his third grandfather was with him. Grandfather said, "I checked the old well with Qin Lao. It's still producing water. If we clear out the silt inside and let it run for a few more days, the water will be usable." They value this old house not only because the houses were connected and they could live together, but also because of the old well about 10 meters away. Having this well meant that the women and girls and their families wouldn't have to go to the village to fetch water or do laundry, helping them avoid the village rascals and stay safer. "Hey, after I finish repairing the roof tomorrow, I will go to the well to clear out the mud." Gu Dashan has done many jobs: masonry, well digging, carpentry, blacksmithing, and carrying sacks. Cleaning out the old well's mud is not difficult for him. Grandpa said, "No rush. Let's discuss with a few families tomorrow, set some rules, and then we can start working. Stop talking and come quickly to eat." Grandma San and Chui's wife had already prepared dinner and brought it to the main hall. Dinner was a pot of plain rice porridge and a big bowl of cooked soybeans, with no oil at all, but everyone ate happily. Grandpa sighed. "Now we finally have a roof over our heads." Compared to the days when we fled and ate wild roots and leaves in the open fields, life now feels like living among immortals. Grandma San looked at the big family and cried while eating. She had no children in her life, but now, living with Dashan's family, she feels like she has children and grandchildren around her. Seeing this, Grandpa scolded, "Woman, why are you crying? Today is a good day because we moved into a new home." Grandma Sen quickly wiped her tears and said, "Oh, no more crying. We should be happy." After everyone finished eating, Gu Jinli took the opportunity to speak. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom, after the new year, let's send Big Brother to a private school to study." "Study?" Gu Jinan was surprised. "Little fish, why are you suddenly talking about this? Going to a private school costs a lot of money. Can our family afford it?" Gu Jinan wanted to study, but he didn't want to burden his family just for his education. Gu Jinli said, "Big Brother, why did the village ask us to pay 3 taels of silver today? It's because we have no backing. If one of our families had a scholar or a Jiren successful candidate, they wouldn't dare to bully us like this." Gu Jinli was angry about paying the silver today, but she knew they had no power or influence and were poor. They couldn't fight back now, so they had to endure. We only have 2 ways to turn things around. First, study and take the imperial exams. Second, make a lot of money. She didn't want to live a poor life. Earning money was necessary. In ancient times, common people feared officials, so studying and taking exams was also important. Gu Jinan was very smart from a young age. Dashan and Chui's wife always wanted to send him to school, but back at their old home, Grandma Gu wouldn't allow it and even forbade him from learning to read. Whenever he wrote on the ground, she would beat him. The couple felt very guilty about this. Now, hearing little fish want to send Gu Jinan to school, they fully supported it. Brother-in, after the new year, Dad will find a private school for you. We will go to study. Grandpa also nodded and said, Brother-in, you should go to school. Gu Jinan felt a strong desire to study, but when he looked at his thin and weak family, he hesitated and said, if I want to pass the exams and get a good job, I need at least 3 or 5 years. Our family only has 32 taels of silver left, and we have to use that money to buy daily necessities. We don't own any land, so even if we farmed, the harvest wouldn't come until next June. During these 6 months, we will need to buy food. Counting everything, this money isn't enough, and there's no way to afford schooling. Gu Jinan really wanted to go to school. When he was back home, he checked how much it cost to study at a private school for a year. It was very expensive. Just the tuition for 1 year cost 5 taels of silver. Plus, there were gifts for teachers during festivals, which added up to about 5 taels for 3 festivals. There were also costs for ink, paper, and brushes, which all needed money. The cheapest ink stick in Chu cost 200 won, and the cheapest yellow paper was 50 won per sheet. These are supplies that need to be bought every month. His family had no income, so how could they afford it? We can earn money if we don't have enough, but we can't give up studying, Gu Jinliang said firmly. She pointed at Gu Jinxiu and said, Big brother, you heard what that troublemaker said today. There are bad people like that in the village. If you want to protect your sisters, you need to get an official title, so they will be afraid of us. Otherwise, with big sister's looks, she might be kidnapped someday, and our family would have no one to cry for us. She was young and not afraid of being kidnapped. But Gu Jinxiu was different. After the new year, she would be 15 and she looked pretty. It was possible that some troublemakers might see them as refugees and try to bully them. She had to be careful. When Gu Jinxiu saw Gu Jinliang talking about her, she quickly said, Little fish, don't worry. I remember everything you told me. I don't go out alone, and I carry a knife. I've been practicing the moves you taught me, so I won't let myself get into trouble. Little fish said she couldn't always rely on being lucky and saved. To stay safe for a lifetime, she needed to learn some self-defense skills to protect herself. She was working hard to learn. Gu Jinliang nodded and said, Yes, we understand. Big sister is working hard. Then she looked at Gu Jinan and asked, Big brother, our family situation is clear. Do you want to study or not? Gu Jinan looked at Gu Jinxiu, then at Gu Jinliang, and the innocent Chengge. He gritted his teeth and said, I will study. No matter how hard or difficult it was, he wanted to succeed. Only by doing so could he protect his family. The decision for Gu Jinan to study was made, and the whole family was very happy. The next morning, before dawn, Gu Dashan's family got up early. They cut the wild grass in the yard, gathered some branches, split them into soft strips, and tied the grass into small mats. Then Gu Dashan climbed onto the roof and tied the mats to the beams and pillars. In less than half an hour, he finished repairing the roof. After fixing the roof, Gu Dashan didn't rest. He went with Grandpa San to call some men from nearby households to help clear the mud from the old well. Since several families used this well, their men heard Gu Dashan's shout and came out with tools, gathering around the well. Lao Qin took out a thick rope he always carried, tied it to Gu Dashan, and, together with Father Luo, lowered him into the well. After about a quarter of an hour, Gu Dashan reached the bottom and called out to them, The walls of this old well are built with blue bricks, very sturdy, no problem. They won't collapse. You can lower down the buckets and shovels to start removing the mud. Hearing this, everyone lowered down buckets, shovels, and the people who would dig out the mud. The adults worked hard to clear the mud. Meanwhile, Gu Jinli was thinking about Dafeng Mountain. Dafeng Village is located near Dafeng Mountain, which gave the village its name. The mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, crossing half of Qingfu town. It is a large mountain range, and the mountains are rich with resources. Gu Jinli tied a sack to herself, took a shovel and a dagger, and told Grandma San, "Grandma San, mother, we're going into the mountain. We'll be back in the afternoon, so don't worry." Chui was working with A, preparing the land for planting vegetables in spring. When she heard Gu Jinli's words, she hurriedly dropped her and ran to hold her back. "Xiaoyu, are you really going into the mountain?" After talking last night about Ngor studying, Xiaoyu said she wanted to go into the mountain to find herbs and sell them to make money. She also said she would go with Huinyang and her brother Qin Shao to make everyone feel at ease. But she was still worried. The mountain was unfamiliar and dangerous. Gu Jinxiu sat next to Grandma San, making straw sandals with Chenggur. When she heard this, she looked worriedly at Gu Jinli along with Chenggur. Gu Jinli smiled and said, "Mother, didn't we agree last night?" Father and Grandpa San both agreed. "You can't change your mind now." She also reassured her, "We won't go deep into the mountain. We'll just stay around the outskirts. With Luo Wu, Huinyang, and Qin Shao with us, what are you afraid of?" The Luo siblings were skilled in martial arts, and Qin Sanlang was even more capable. In her previous life, Gu Jinli was also very skilled. Although her strength was only about 3/10 of what it used to be due to her weak body, she could still protect herself. Grandma San helped Gu Jinli speak. "Let them go. There are so many of them. Nothing will happen." The children from several families had all escaped from famine together. They had faced many dangers before. It was just a trip into the mountains, nothing serious. As she finished speaking, Luo Huiliang's voice came from nearby. "Little fish, we're ready. Let's go quickly, or we'll be too late." Luo Huiliang was wearing an old blue cotton coat, with a cloth bag hanging at her waist, holding a machete in her hand. Next to her stood Tian Xiaohua, carrying a basket. Unable to stop her, Cui Shi told her, "Be careful, don't take risks. Come back early." Brother Cheng also softly said to Gu Jinli, "Second sister, be careful. Come back early." "Okay," Gu Jinli replied with a smile. She ran out of the yard, together with Luo Huiliang and Tian Xiaohua, heading towards the small path behind the Qin family. On the path, Qin Sanlang, Luo Wu, and Tian Erqiang were already waiting. When they saw the girls coming, they turned and ran towards Dafeng Mountain. They walked along a long path, took a big turn, and then entered the area of Dafeng Mountain. Once in the mountain, Tian Xiaohua and Tian Erqiang looked at the ground, trying to find edible wild vegetables. But it was winter, and the wild vegetables had already rotted away. After walking for about an hour, the siblings still hadn't found any. Perhaps discouraged, Tian Xiaohua started crying. "If we can't find anything to eat, our family's life will be impossible." Before moving yesterday, Grandma San had pooled money from several families to buy some grain. After distributing it, each family didn't get much. Her family was poor and still owed money to Grandpa Qin's family. After finishing that little grain, they had no money left to buy more. Last night, her mother was crying, saying they couldn't go on like this. Gu Jinli knew the Tian family's difficulties. She looked at the ground, searching for caves, and comforted Tian Xiaohua. "Don't cry. If there are no wild vegetables, we can find other things to sell. With the money from selling those, we can buy grain and still get by." She was eager to go into the mountain because she knew the adults had planned to buy supplies for their new life in Qingfu town tomorrow. So, she wanted to go into the mountain today to find herbs, and tomorrow, she would take them to sell at the town's pharmacy. Hearing this, Tian Xiaohua wiped her tears and asked, "Little fish, what can we sell for money?" "Herbs," Gu Jinli replied. Suddenly, she saw a small hole about 3 fingers wide in a rotting grass patch. She immediately stopped. "There's a hole. I don't know if it's a snake or a mountain rat inside. Let's dig it open. If we find a snake, we can sell it for money. Snake gallbladders and snake skins are also medicinal herbs." Luo Huiliang hesitated and took a few steps back. Little fish, do you have a grudge against the snake? Throughout the journey, she was either catching snakes or trying to escape from them. Now that she was settled down, she started looking for snakes again. Is she really at odds with the snake? This task is quite dangerous. Qin Sanlang said, Little fish, step back and let me handle it. After Gu Jinli stepped aside, he and Luo Wu used shovels and hose to dig about half a meter behind the cave entrance. After digging that deep, they finally saw a snake nest with about a dozen snakes of different sizes moving inside. Since it was winter, the snakes were hibernating. Even if disturbed and moved slightly, they wouldn't react as quickly as in summer to attack. Qin Sanlang found 2 small branches and skillfully caught the snakes one by one and put them into cloth bags. He counted and said, There are 11 snakes. That was a good catch. After collecting the snakes, everyone started looking for mouse or sparrow holes in the mountains. Snakes don't dig their own holes. They usually occupy small animal nests. So, these nests often contain snakes. They worked hard for most of the day. By afternoon, they had caught over 40 snakes, a dozen pairs of snake skins, a few large mountain rats weighing about half a kilogram, and 3 wild chickens weighing over 2 kilograms. They also dug up about 20 wild sweet potatoes. It was a very fruitful day. We're amazing. We found so much food. All of it is meat. Luo Huiliang looked at the wild chickens with shining green eyes. Meat is meat, and she hadn't eaten chicken in over a year. Gu Jinli saw her craving and joked, Quick, wipe your saliva. It's about to drip. Hee. Luo Huiliang chuckled twice and made a funny face at her. I'm just craving meat. So what? Nothing. I also crave meat, Gu Jinli said. She had never thought she would crave meat, but since her rebirth, she hadn't even been able to eat enough plain rice. Her stomach was now very empty, with no oil or flavor. Gu Jinli looked at the sky and said, Let's go back. If we stay out late, we'll get scolded. Since it was their first time entering the mountains, they wanted to leave a good impression on their family. If they returned late on their first trip, they might not be allowed to come again. Qin Sanlang felt it was a pity. Today, they only wandered in the shallow areas of Dafeng Mountain and didn't go into the deep mountains. His original plan was to explore the deep mountains, but knowing that some elders would worry, he nodded and agreed, all right. The others also agreed, each carrying their things as they headed back down the mountain. That sack of snakes was a bit dangerous. Qin Sanlang didn't let Gu Jinli carry it himself, but used it as a shoulder pole. One end carried the sack with snakes inside, and the other held over 20 wild sweet potatoes. Luo Wu carried a few large mountain rats, weighing about half a kilogram each. The 3 wild chickens were taken by Luo Huiliang, Gu Jinli, and Tian Xiaohua. Tian Xiaohua cherished this wild chicken, holding it in her arms after removing its wings and tying its legs, her dark, thin face full of smiles. Tian Erqiang stayed close beside her, occasionally reaching out to protect the chicken. Gu Jinli found this amusing, but also felt a bit sad. The siblings from Tian's family were like this because they were poor. They needed to earn money quickly. Gu Jinli withdrew her gaze from the Tian siblings and looked around. Sometimes she looked at the tall trees, sometimes at the small slopes, and sometimes at the uniquely shaped distant mountain peaks. She was memorizing the terrain of Dafeng Mountain. She would go into the mountains again, and only by remembering the terrain could she avoid getting lost. Qin Sanlang also had the habit of memorizing terrain. He looked at the distinctive scenery along the way while walking. He also listened to the sounds around him. If he heard the sound of flowing water, he would stop, observe the surroundings, and then continue walking. They walked quickly for about an hour. When they were about to leave the mountain, Luo Wu finally couldn't help but ask Gu Jinli, Yu, is your family doing okay? Gu Jinli smiled and said, They're all fine. Luo Wu wasn't satisfied with this answer and frowned. Gu Jinli ignored him and kept walking out of the mountain. As they were about to leave, Luo Wu grew anxious. He clenched his teeth and caught up with Gu Jinli, whispering, Is your sister still okay? Gu Jinli turned around and grinned at him. She's fine. Older sister has been practicing those self-defense moves. You don't need to worry. After saying this, she didn't say more and turned to continue on her way. After the new year, Luo Wu turned 18. His feelings for Gu Jinxiu were known not only to him, but also to the elders of both families. However, before the Luo family formally proposed marriage, she couldn't tell Luo Wu too much about Gu Jinxiu. In ancient times, a single rumor could ruin a girl's life. Luo Huiliang was a carefree person and thought her older brother was asking about Jinxiu practicing martial arts. She said, "Big brother, you shouldn't have too high expectations for Jinxiu. She's not suited for martial arts. Just being able to master those few moves is good enough." Jinxiu was gentle and delicate. Back in her hometown, she only knew how to do embroidery with a needle. Practicing martial arts was too difficult for her. Luo Wu was so annoyed by Luo Huiliang's words that he turned red in the ears. He casually replied with a few words to get by and hurriedly followed a few others on the road. After leaving the mountain, they took a big turn and finally returned to the small path leading behind the Qin family's house. Grandma Sen stood on the path, looking anxiously at the end of the trail. When she saw their figures, she let out a big sigh of relief, waved her hand, and shouted, "Hurry home, it's getting dark." They had left the mountain in the afternoon. After walking for about an hour or 2 hours, they reached this point. It was now evening. Seeing Grandma San, they jogged over to her. Luo Huiliang lifted a wild chicken in her hand and said to Grandma San, "Grandma, look. We caught a wild chicken." Grandma San saw they were holding both wild chickens and large mountain rats, and she was surprised. "How did you find so many good things?" she asked. "That's all meat." Luo Huiliang raised her chin proudly and said, "We're pretty good, right?" "Very good, very good. You're all good children. Come on, let's go home," Grandma San said happily. She took them by the hand and led them home. The men from several families gathered at Gu Jinli's house to talk. When they saw how many things the children brought back, Grandpa immediately decided, "Call all the families. Let's have a good meal tonight. It's been a long time since we had meat." Tian or Chiang ran to inform the others. Soon, the women from several families arrived with pots, bowls, rice, and their families. Mrs. Chun was the most enthusiastic. As soon as she arrived, she took 2 wild chickens. "I'm good at killing chickens. Leave it to me. I'll make sure the chickens are prepared properly." Since there were about 30 people in total, and everyone was craving meat, 2 wild chickens weren't enough. Qin Sanlang caught 3 large mountain rats to cook. Soon, they cut off the heads, removed the feet, skinned them, and chopped the rats into evenly sized pieces, then took them to Gu's kitchen. Dachu called all the mountain rats from the forest. Actually, the rats they caught today were bamboo rats, also known as bamboo mice. Gu Jinli took the bamboo rat meat from Qin Sanlang, blanched it in water, then washed it clean. She first used some fat from the bamboo rat to render oil, then poured the meat into an iron pot. She cooked it slowly over low heat until the meat was shiny and golden, filling the house with a delicious aroma. Mrs. Chen stared at the bamboo rat meat in the pot and swallowed hard. "Xiaoyu, this smells so good." Mrs. Chen couldn't resist and reached into the pot to take a piece of bamboo rat meat, stuffing it into her mouth. Gu Jinli looked at her and smiled, saying, "Auntie, the meat isn't fully cooked yet. Eating it now might cause stomach worms, as the medical books say." Mrs. Chen's face stiffened, and she hurriedly spat out the meat in her mouth. Mrs. Cui, Mrs. Chu, Mrs. Yen, and Auntie Tian were used to Mrs. Chen's behavior and didn't comment, continuing with their tasks. Third Grandma couldn't stand it and scolded Mrs. Chen. "Can't you wait a bit longer? You've spoiled such a big piece of meat." Mrs. Chen knew she shouldn't be greedy, but she couldn't help it. Since Third Grandma was senior, she didn't dare to argue and could only awkwardly smile and go to make chicken soup. By nightfall, the women from several families brought out a big pot of stir-fried bamboo rats, a large pot of chicken soup, a basket of steamed sweet potatoes, and a big pot of soybean and rice porridge. Each family brought some rice and soybeans, so a large pot was cooked. In the main hall, a fire was burning, with 2 torches standing nearby. About 30 people from several families sat on the ground, happily eating this rare feast by the firelight. The children were especially excited, even skipping chopsticks and just using their hands to eat, their faces covered in oil. After happily finishing dinner, old Chin began talking about Dafan Village. Dafan Village has two main clans, the He family and the Lu family. The He family has lived here the longest and produced the most village chiefs. Most He family members are good, but a few are troublemakers or drifters, like He Senlaizi, He Shanhua, and He Datsai. Everyone should stay away from them. If you meet them alone, better to take a detour. The Lu family moved here over 100 years ago. They aren't as old as the He family, but the head of the Lu family, Old Master Lu, is wealthy. He owns several shops in the county, and his daughter is a concubine of the county magistrate. She has a pair of children with him and holds a good position at the magistrate's residence. Because of this, Old Master Lu is quite powerful in Dafan Village. Even the village chief fears him. The intimidation tactics we faced were all requested by Old Master Lu. Although the county magistrate was only an assistant official, in the Great Chu Empire, officials were ranked up to the 9th grade, and the county assistant had a rank too. The common people feared officials. Even a minor clerk in the government was not to be trifled with. With this marriage alliance, the Lu family is not only overbearing because of Old Master Lu, but the entire Lu family is somewhat arrogant. Especially Old Master Lu's third son, whom everyone in the village respectfully calls Lu Sanyi. Old Master Lu had 3 sons. One helped the county magistrate, another managed a shop in the county, and these 2 rarely returned. Only the third son stayed in the village. Today, I want to tell you all about the village situation so you understand what's happening and how to deal with it when needed. After Qin Lao finished talking about the He and Lu families, the third grandfather mentioned tomorrow's plan to buy supplies in town. Tomorrow is the 27th, the last big market before the new year. Everyone needs to go shopping, but not too many people. Too many helpers can cause trouble and make it harder to take care of things. Each family should send 2 adults and a teenage child to help carry items. The rest stay behind, gathering at my place and Ishan's. Don't leave the house unless it's necessary. Qin Lao said, our family doesn't need many things. Sam Lang can go alone. I and Erlang will stay here to watch over things and keep everyone safe. The men worried that something might happen at home when they went to town. Hearing this, they felt relieved and thanked Qin Lao. You're so thoughtful. With you and Erlang watching the house, we feel much safer. Qin Erlang, who is not very social, finished his dinner quickly and left without staying. After discussing everything, the families dispersed. Mrs. Chen was worried about the wild chicken she hadn't eaten yet. She wanted to take it away, but Gu De Gui saw and scolded her softly. You woman, do you want to steal it? The chicken was something Qin Xiaogo and the children found and brought back. How could she be so shameless to take it? Mrs. Chen shrank back, glancing unfriendly at Gu De Xing. Mei Jia was a young lady and couldn't go out, but Gu Xinggo was always at home. Why not learn from Luo Wu and Qin Xiaogo and go into the mountains to find food to help the family? Gu De Xing knew Mrs. Chen was unhappy with him and quickly went home. After the families left, Gu Jin Li asked the third grandfather and Ishan, Grandpa, Dad, can I go to town with you tomorrow? I've collected a lot of herbs and want to sell them. She promised. I'm strong and can help carry things. I won't just follow for nothing. The third grandfather thought for a moment and said, All right, Sui will go with us. And Gu Er will stay home to watch over things. Their family had many women and children, so leaving Ngu Er to guard the house was good. If any unkind men tried to visit, Ngu Er, as the only boy, could stop them. Deshawn respected the third grandfather a lot. If he agreed, he usually didn't oppose.
Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, big brother, Gu Jin Li said happily. She went to organize her herbs, working until around 9 p.m., then went to sleep. Their family only had 2 old quilts, and for the past few days, the men and women had been sleeping separately. The mother and daughter, along with the third grandmother, slept in one room under an old quilt. Gu Dashan and his son slept in another room under a different old quilt. Although it was very cold, There was a fire burning in the house, and they had the old quilt to cover themselves. It was much better than during their escape, so she was not too cold to sleep. Instead, she curled up with Gu Jinxiu between the third grandmother and Cui Shi and slept peacefully. The next morning, before dawn, the family got up. Cui Shi went to the kitchen to fry a bowl of soybeans, boiled some water, added a little salt, and each person drank a bowl. Then they ate a handful of soybeans, which counted as breakfast. The third grandmother and Gu Jinxiu took out the thick straw shoes they made yesterday and let the third grandfather, Gu Dashan, and Gu Jinli wear them. You'll be walking for about 2 hours, so you should bring an extra pair of straw shoes. Otherwise, your shoes might fall apart halfway through the journey. Their cloth shoes from home had already fallen apart on the road, and they hadn't bought new shoes, so now they could only wear the thick straw shoes. But straw shoes are easy to wear out, and if they walk for a few hours, they would likely fall apart. So, they needed to bring an extra pair. Gu Jinli took the straw shoes, threaded them with a string, and tied them on her back. She also carried a bamboo tube of hot water, her dagger, and a half-burlap sack filled with snakes, along with some medicinal herbs collected along the way, waiting to depart. Third grandfather and Gu Dashan also prepared well. After giving a few instructions to the third grandmother, they carried empty baskets and left. Qin Sanlang was already waiting at the gate. Seeing them, he shyly smiled and said, "Third grandfather, Uncle Gu, little fish, good morning." "Good morning, Qin, little brother," Gu Jinxiu greeted him with a smile. Third grandfather and Gu Dashan liked Qin Sanlang very much. After greeting him, they asked if he was cold and whether he had eaten breakfast, showing care like they were caring for their own children. Qin Sanlang didn't mind the questions and answered them all. They waited at the gate for a while until the Luo family father and son, Uncle Tian, the Gu Dama brothers, Gu Dafu brothers, and Mrs. Chen arrived. Once everyone was ready, they set off toward Qingfu town. They traveled quickly for about 2 hours, arriving at Qingfu town at the hour of Chen. Today was the last big market day before the New Year, and Qingfu town was bustling with people buying New Year supplies. At the market, several stalls sold steamed buns, dumplings, and baked cakes, and their business was very good. But these families were poor and reluctant to buy, so they just walked past the fragrant food stalls with their mouths watering. Behind the food stalls were stalls selling farm produce. The ground was filled with various items grown, made, or raised by local farmers, mainly live chickens, eggs, and baskets. There were also many stalls selling lucky characters and spring festival couplets. The table decorated with red couplets and the character for good fortune was placed among the market stalls, creating a lively, chaotic scene of a busy town market. In the past, walking along a long, wide street, one would reach the main street of Qingfu town. The main street was paved with rare blue bricks, lined with restaurants, inns, pawn shops, general stores, grain shops, pastry shops, and fabric stores. At the end of the main street was a pharmacy. From a distance, Gu Jinli could smell a faint medicinal aroma. She stretched her neck to look, making the third grandpa smile. She told several families everyone disperse now. After shopping, meet at the grain shop. She also warned them, during the busy festival season, watch your silver and coins carefully so no one can steal them. Okay, the men responded, then scattered to buy what they needed. After they left, the third grandpa said, "Let's go. First, we visit the pharmacy." Gu Jinli was happy, carrying her herbs, and headed straight for the pharmacy at the end of the street. The third grandpa, Gu Dashan, and Qin Sanlang followed behind, carrying baskets. Soon, they arrived at the pharmacy entrance. The pharmacy's name was quite special. It wasn't called Tang Tang, but Xian Hu Fong, a large pharmacy with 3 open doors. Inside, a chief doctor was seeing patients. One whole wall was lined with medicine cabinets, and apprentice doctors were chanting prescriptions. The medicine boys listened to the names and weights of medicines, standing on high stools, fetching herbs from the cabinets. The pharmacy looked impressive. Gu Jinli, the third grandpa, Gu Dashan, and Qin Sanlang entered. Immediately, a medicine boy approached and asked, "Are you here for herbs or to see a doctor? If for herbs, wait on the left. If for a consultation, line up on the right. The third grandpa said, "Young man, we're not here for consultation or herbs. We're here to sell herbs." "Sell herbs?" The medicine boy frowned, looking at their rough clothes. He asked, "You look unfamiliar. Not locals, right? Are you refugees?" Even the medicine boys, who ran the business, had sharp eyes. Seeing their dark, thin appearance, he immediately guessed their background. The third grandpa didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, "We're refugees from the Northwest. We've registered new household records at the Yamen. Now, we're villagers of Dafeng village." After hearing this, the medicine boy shook his head and said, "Sorry, sir, but we cannot buy your herbs." His voice was a bit loud. The other apprentices, clerks, doctors, and patients in the pharmacy heard him and looked over. Gu Dashan felt a little embarrassed. He slightly bowed and whispered to the apprentice, "Young man, our medicinal herbs are really good. We caught a cold on the way here, and these herbs cured us." Gu Dashan knew that Gu Jinli treasured these herbs and wanted to save them to sell for money. If they couldn't sell them, his child would be very disappointed. The apprentice said, "Sir, we really can't accept your herbs." Seeing that the apprentice still refused to take the herbs, Gu Dashan was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. Gu Jinli stepped forward and smiled at the apprentice, saying, "Big brother, what are you worried about? If you're unsure, you can have the doctor in the shop check all the herbs. We live in Dafeng village, Qingfu town, near Dafeng mountain. Our family surname is Gu, and we are honest folks. We would never sell problematic herbs." The apprentice refused to accept her herbs because he was worried she might have added something else to them. Since they were strangers and had come from elsewhere, like floating duckweed, if the herbs were bad, the shop would be responsible and could not afford to take the blame. He also probably suspected that her family was paid off to deliberately trap the shop. The apprentice looked at her and said, "Young lady, your words show you understand some rules. You should know that these are traditions passed down through generations. Since you're fleeing and don't have someone to vouch for you, no shop will accept herbs meant for medicine or import without a proper introduction." Grandpa Sen knew this rule. In Gao County, Liang'an Prefecture, the same rule applied. If a local person wanted to sell imported goods, they only needed to leave their name and address, and the shop would accept it. But outsiders were not accepted because shops were afraid of trouble or ghosts, and if something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to find the seller. Grandpa San understood how difficult this was. They couldn't just buy the herbs based on someone else's word. He wanted to give up, but seeing how Gu Jinli had been protecting the herbs all along, he hesitated and asked the apprentice, "Young man, could you call the shopkeeper? We'd like to speak with him directly." The apprentice looked unhappy and said, "Old sir, you're breaking the rules. Not just anyone can see the shopkeeper. With so many people coming and going all day, if everyone just saw the shopkeeper, it would cause chaos." Gu Jinli frowned as she listened and said to third grandpa and dad, "Grandpa, third, dad, let's go." She could wait to sell these herbs until she found a protector, but she didn't want third grandpa and dad to be looked down upon because of her. Third brother wanted to help, but this is Qingfu town, not Longshan Prefecture, nor a border military camp. He couldn't help even if he wanted to. Third grandpa sighed and told Gu Dashan, "Let's go." The young herbal apprentice saw they were willing to leave and sighed in relief, personally seeing them out.
Dashan.
Little fish? Isn't that Dashan, the nephew of the old Gu family in Gujia village? Just a few steps after leaving the pharmacy, they heard an excited voice coming from inside. Gu Jinli and the others stopped and looked back. They saw an elderly man standing at the door of the back courtyard of the pharmacy, wearing an old cotton-padded jacket, carrying a medicine box, and stretching his neck to look at them. Gu Jinli, with good eyesight, immediately recognized him as Dr. Du, who had treated her injuries for a few days. "Dad, it's Dr. Du, from our old hometown town." "Oh, it's really Dr. Du." Gu Dashan saw Dr. Du and quickly greeted third grandpa. They all went back into the pharmacy. Dr. Du hurried over with his medicine box, tears streaming down his face when he saw them. "Old Gu, Dasha, little fish, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is..." His voice choked with emotion, and he couldn't speak for a moment. After a pause, he asked, "How is your family? are your family members. Okay?
Dr.
Du had experienced the chaos when evil people attacked and killed civilians. Many people died that night, and he thought many from the Gu family had also perished. He was a bit afraid to ask. Third Grandpa and Gu Dasha also had tears in their eyes. Meeting old friends from their hometowns so far away made them both excited and emotional. Third Grandpa said, "We're doing well. Although we suffered some hardships on the way, our family and Dasha's family are safe. We've now settled in Dafeng village and become villagers there." He then asked Dr. Du, "Where is your family now? Is it far from Dafeng village?" Dr. Du replied, "Not too far, just in Chinjia village to the south." "That's not far?" Chinjia village is nearly 30 miles from Dafeng village. It takes over an hour to walk there, and there's a mountain pass too. An elderly man, dressed in a gray cotton coat, with a rosy face and a white goat beard, approached with his hands behind his back. After glancing at them, he said to Dr. Du, "There are many people here. This isn't a good place for talking. Come to the back courtyard with me, and you can have a good chat." Dr. Du was very pleased and thanked the old man, saying, "Old Dr. Wu, thank you very much." It was clear they didn't know each other well and had just recently met. Old Dr. Wu waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Let's go." He then pointed at the 2 burlap sacks carried by Gu Jinli and said, "Are those medicinal herbs? Bring them to the backyard." The young herbal apprentice was quick to understand. Hearing this, he hurriedly said to Gu Jinli, "Young lady, this is our shop's master and head manager. Quickly carry your herbs into the backyard." Gu Jinli smiled warmly and said to old Dr. Wu, "Thank you, Grandpa Wu." She lifted the herbs, greeted Qin Sanlang, and then followed the adults toward the backyard. Qin Sanlang didn't know Dr. Du and didn't go inside. Instead, he watched the baskets from outside. The herb shop was a front store with a large backyard, about half an acre, with many shelves. Each shelf held a large round sieve filled with various herbs drying in the sun. Under the eaves, there was a square table and several small wooden stools. Old Dr. Wu kindly invited them to sit and chat. After everyone sat down, Dr. Du asked about their past. Learning they had waited 3 days at the foot of a mountain where villains had attacked and killed villagers, Dr. Du patted his thigh and said, "Ah, if I had known where you were waiting, I should have come to find you." He then wiped away tears and said, "If we had waited a few more days at the foot of the mountain, our Du family wouldn't be down to just 10 or so members." They learned that after the villains left, they came out of hiding and continued east. When they reached Yongtai Prefecture, they encountered soldiers killing people. They couldn't escape in time, and many members of the Du family were killed. Only about 10 survived. His own family was even more tragic, with only himself, his 8-year-old grandson, and 5-year-old granddaughter remaining. "It's so tragic." Dr. Du thought about his family members being killed and covered his face, crying bitterly. Grandpa Sen comforted him, saying, "It's all in the past. You still have grandchildren to take care of. For their sake, you can't dwell on the past. You have to move forward and raise them." Hearing this, Dr. Du finally stopped crying. Old Gu is right. For their sake, I can't be overly joyful or sorrowful. In his sadness and happiness, he decided to live well and raise his grandchildren. He wiped his tears and smiled, saying, "Fortunately, I will be the chief doctor here in the future, so my livelihood is secure." Dr. Du is a refugee who fled from famine. Normally, no pharmacy or medical shop would dare to use him, but he is officially registered as a doctor with the government, with official documents and a badge. This badge and document are his proof of qualification, recognized by all medical shops in the region, so the Hanging Pot Clinic dares to employ him. "Although I spent 10 taels of silver to get this badge and document before, it was worth it," he said. Without spending that silver, he wouldn't have been able to find work after leaving his hometown. The government in the Great Chu strictly manages household registration and also oversees medical practitioners. A medical practitioner in Great Chu refers to a real doctor. Those barefoot doctors who only recognize some herbs or use simple folk remedies are not allowed to register or get official badges, even if they want to pay for it. While speaking, Dr. Du bowed and thanked old Dr. Wu. It's thanks to your kindness, old Dr. Wu. If it were other pharmacies or shops, they probably wouldn't dare to employ a refugee like me. Great Chu follows a collective responsibility law. Without a local family or clan, even if you are skilled and have official documents, few would dare to hire you, fearing that someone might misuse the trust and cause harm. Old Dr. Wu said, "Why talk about all that? Everyone has tough times. Since the government recognizes your registration as a doctor, and you have the documents and badge, and since our hanging pot clinic needs doctors, of course we will use you." Dr. Du was very grateful. Old Dr. Wu giving him this job was like saving his entire family's lives. Old Dr. Wu, tired of Dr. Du repeatedly thanking him, quickly pointed to Gu Jinli. "Little girl, check your herbs." Gu Jinli quickly stood up, took an empty round sieve, opened a sack of dried herbs, and took out bundles of dried medicinal herbs and bamboo tubes, placing them on the sieve. Old Dr. Wu saw the bamboo tubes and asked, "Are those also herbs inside?" Gu Jinli nodded. She picked up a bamboo tube, untied the cloth tied around the top, and poured out the sliced herbs for old Dr. Wu to see. "Grandpa Wu, these are Su Duan already processed. Take a look." Su Duan is a versatile herb used for many purposes, such as nourishing the liver and kidneys, calming the fetus, treating sores, boils, and healing tendons and bones. Old Dr. Wu picked up a piece of Su Duan, examined it carefully, noting it was well-preserved and not damp. He nodded slightly, smelled the herbs, then chewed a few pieces and said, "The processing is good, making it top-quality medicine." When Gu Dashan heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Yu followed the instructions in the medical book and prepared it herself." "Oh, you made these medicines yourself?" Old Dr. Wu looked at Gu Jinli with surprise. The girl in front of him looked no more than 10 years old, thin and small, yet she could prepare medicines and read characters. Gu Jinli nodded and smiled. "When we were fleeing from famine, I met an old man named Bai who knew medicine. He told me many things about herbs. Before he passed away, he gave me a medical book. I often look at it. It has pictures of herbs, which are easy to recognize. Once, when my family caught a cold on the road, I followed the instructions in the book to find herbs and tried boiling them for my family. It really cured them." Old Dr. Wu's mouth twitched as he advised her, "In the future, don't give medicine to others without permission. Herbs need to be mixed properly and measured carefully. If you get the proportions wrong or mix the wrong herbs, it could cause serious problems." Gu Jinli seriously replied, "Yes, I understand. I will only dig herbs to sell and won't give medicine to others. My medical skills are not good enough. I don't want to harm anyone." Actually, she was quite skilled in medicine, but her young age and lack of a medical family background made it risky. If she really prescribed medicine or discussed various formulas and illnesses with old Dr. Wu, the villagers might think she was a witch and burn her. Ancient people believed in these things. The third lady and old Yen often prayed to the sky, asking for divine protection. So, she needed to proceed step by step, gradually earning their trust that she could not only prepare herbs but also treat illnesses. Old Dr. Wu nodded with satisfaction. A child worth teaching. He examined all the herbs in Gu Jinli's burlap bag and sighed internally. The girl had collected a wide variety: dried Rehmannia, Bifuzi angelica, red safflower, Sichuan chuanxiong, tribulus, euchomia, ephedra, and more. He was dazzled by the assortment. Picking up a dry bamboo tube, he poured out a dried centipede. "Do you even dare to catch this?" Old Dr. Wu liked Gu Jinli more. Most people wouldn't dare to catch such a creature.
Gu Jinli smiled.
"We've been fleeing from famine, running all over the mountains and fields. I've seen many of these. When I see one, I kill it, dry it, and roast it. It's not hard." She handed another dry bamboo tube to old Dr. Wu. "Grandpa Wu, inside is dried snake gall." Old Dr. Wu took it, looked at it, and nodded. "Good. It's winter now, and many people are suffering from rheumatism, coughs, and asthma. They really need this." Gu Jinli took out another sack and pointed at it, saying, "Grandpa Wu, there are 43 hibernating snakes inside this bag." Old Dr. Wu's eyes lit up, and he asked, Are there any cobras? Their snake bile is a valuable item. Gu Jinli replied, yes, there are 3. A cobra is a venomous snake, and its entire body is useful. It is especially good for treating rheumatism and gout. Hearing this, old Dr. Wu eagerly fetched a pair of iron tongs, opened the sack, and used the tongs to grip the head of a 2-finger-wide cobra. He carefully pulled it out of the sack. This snake's skin is shiny, and its fangs are clean. Very good. We've taken all your medicinal materials, said old Dr. Wu, then called out, Zhuyu and Mudong, come here. Weigh these herbs and pay Gu's family the proper price for top-quality ingredients. Coming, master. 2 of Wu's apprentices ran to the backyard to count and weigh Gu Jinli's herbs. Old Dr. Wu looked at the snakes in the sack again. He took out the rarer, more useful snakes and placed them in a wooden tub, covered it, and pressed it down with a stone. He carried it into the house. Because these snakes are valuable, he planned to extract their venom and bile himself. As for the common snakes, he called out, Xiao Lu, come help. Many animals like snakes, toads, and deer are used as medicinal ingredients. Each pharmacy usually has someone dedicated to slaughtering animals and preparing herbs. Xiao Lu was a sturdy middle-aged man. Hearing the noise, he came in with a sharp, small curved knife. He carried the sack to the corner of the yard near the well and began extracting snake bile. After about half an hour, Zhuyu and Mudong finished calculating the total value of all the herbs and brought the money to Gu Dashan. It's 4 taels and 630 coins of silver. Count it yourself. Gu Dashan trembled as he took the silver, hardly believing it. This much? Almost 5 taels of silver. That's enough for a whole acre of top-quality land. Grandpa Sen also thought the money was too much. Although Xiao Yu gathered many types of herbs, the total weight was less than 30 jin, and many were common and not worth much. Mudong said, those 3 live cobras, master decided, and paid 1.5 taels of silver. The dried snake bile and centipedes are also worth a good amount of silver. Without those 3 live cobras, there wouldn't be so much silver. Gu Jinli asked Mudong, Uncle Mudong, what is the exact price for those 43 snakes? The live snakes she caught were with Qin Sanlang, Luo Huanyang, and the sibling pairs of Tian Xiaohua. They agreed to split the money equally, so she needed to ask about the prices clearly before going back to tell them. Mu Tong told her the prices. Apart from the 3 large snakes with swollen necks, a red-scaled snake was sold for 300 coins. The others mostly sold for around 100 coins, with the cheapest only 8 coins. The prices varied greatly depending on how rare the snakes were. In total, they sold 43 snakes for 2,800 coins. After telling her the snake prices, Mu Tong also explained the prices of the medicinal herbs. She sold 28 jin and 1 liang of dried herbs for a total of 1,830 coins. The prices of different herbs varied, but on average, each jin was worth about 65 coins. It was a good deal. When Gu Jinli finished talking with Mu Tong, Gu Dashan returned the money she earned from selling the herbs. Some of this money belongs to Qin Xiao and the others. It's better not to mix it with our family silver. You can keep it yourself. Gu Jinli happily took the coins and promised, don't worry, Dad. I will keep the money safe and not let anyone steal it. She took the money and went to the front shop to buy herbs for warming and dispelling dampness, to soak her feet and get rid of the cold inside her. Otherwise, before long, her family might suffer from rheumatism. There was also Gu Jinxiu, who was of marriageable age. Girls shouldn't catch cold, because if they do, the cold can accumulate inside and make it hard to conceive later. In ancient times, if a woman couldn't have children, she would suffer greatly. Inside the medicine cabinet, the young herbalist named Mai Dong knew she was from Dr. Du's hometown, and since Wu Laoda also accepted her herbs, he asked warmly, young lady, what medicine do you want to buy? How much? Do you have a prescription? Gu Jinli smiled and said to Mai Dong, no prescription. I want 2 jin of Sichuan pepper, 2 jin of old wormwood, and half a jin of Su Chongqing. Su Chongqing was a bit expensive, so she didn't dare to buy too much. Mai Dong wrote down the names of the herbs on a small yellow paper. After she finished speaking, He personally went to get the herbs for her. Soon, he handed her 3 packages wrapped in yellow paper. This one is Sichuan pepper, this one is old wormwood, and the small one is Su Chong Qing. The total is 170 coins. Sichuan pepper and old wormwood were cheap, but Su Chong Qing cost 160 coins per jean. Since she only bought half a jean, it was 80 coins. Thank you. Gu Jinli paid the coins and took the 3 packages. She couldn't help but feel that it's no wonder so many people in ancient times died from illness, poor medical conditions, and expensive medicine. The herbs in her hand were worth almost half a month's wages for a laborer. When she returned to the backyard carrying medicine, Dr. Du and the others were already saying goodbye to old Dr. Wu. Dr. Du had no money, so old Dr. Wu paid him 2 months' wages in advance. This moved Dr. Du to tears, and he kept thanking old Dr. Wu sincerely. Old Dr. Wu waved his hand and said, "Don't mention these polite words. Remember to come to work on the 10th. If you're worried about your grandchildren, bring them along. We've kept a room in the backyard for you, divided into 2 small rooms, enough for you and your grandchildren to stay." Dr. Du was worried that because he came to town to see patients, he couldn't take care of his grandchildren. But old Dr. Wu's words solved a big problem for him. He was very grateful and quickly called Mu Tong to send them out of the pharmacy. After leaving the pharmacy, Gu Jinli ran to Qin Sanlang and said, "Brother Qin, our snake sale went well. We earned 2,800 coins." Qin Sanlang smiled and said, "That's a good price. We will get a lot of it. Especially the Tian family, this money will help ease their worries." Dr. Du looked at Qin Sanlang, then turned to ask Grandpa San, "Old Brother Gu, are you guys going to buy New Year supplies?" Grandpa San replied, "Yes, it's the New Year soon. We need to buy some things and prepare for the holiday." Dr. Du said, "I also need to buy some things. Let's go together." It was hard for Dr. Du to meet someone from his hometown, and he didn't want to part with them too soon. Grandpa Sand agreed happily. None of the families had warm clothes, and they wore straw sandals that made their feet turn purple and red from the cold. So they first went to the fabric shop to buy cloth and cotton to make shoes, clothes, and quilts. The fabric shop was not far from the pharmacy, on the same main street, about a 15-minute walk. As the new year approached, the fabric shop was busy with people buying things, groups of them chatting happily. But many people saw them and stepped aside, whispering, "Look at them. They must be refugees sent to Archingfu town." Exactly. Look at how thin they are, almost unrecognizable, and their clothes are so torn they look like beggars. They don't even have shoes. Their feet are so frozen they look like pigs' trotters. So pitiful. Some of the comments were mocking, others sympathetic. Gu Jinli and the others didn't pay attention to what they said. They didn't care about the mockery. After fleeing from famine, surviving made them heroes. As for those feeling sorry for them, they didn't need it. They had hands and feet and could take care of themselves. Gu Jinli carried her 2 sacks and heavily slapped 2 taels of silver on the counter, then asked the shopkeeper at the fabric store, "How much for cotton and cloth?" The shopkeeper initially wanted to chase them out, but seeing her slap down 2 taels of silver, he immediately smiled and said, "We have 3 types. New cotton, old cotton, and mixed cotton. New cotton costs 100 coins per jean, old cotton is 60 coins per jean, and mixed cotton is 50 coins per jean." Grandpa San frowned and said, "These prices are higher than in previous years." The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "You're right. These prices are indeed higher than before. This year, all over Great Chu, there have been disasters and many things have become more expensive. Plus, it's the new year now, a time when everyone makes new clothes, so prices naturally go up." Fearing they might haggle, the shopkeeper added, "These prices are already very cheap. Our Zhenghuai region near Jiangnan was not affected by the disasters, so we can offer these prices. In Zhongzhou and other places, cotton and cloth are extremely expensive. I heard in Zhongzhou, old cotton sells for 300 coins per jean, 3 times the price of new cotton. Further east, even wealthy people can't buy cotton. And the grain prices are high too. I heard in Zhongzhou, rice and flour are already selling for 100 coins per jean, and people are rushing to buy, so it's hard to get any." Grandpa San hurriedly asked, the government has already provided disaster relief, so why are prices still so high in Zhongzhou? The prices in Heian Prefecture shouldn't be as crazy, right? The government did provide relief, but only managed to stabilize Zhonghui and nearby regions before the new year. Zhongzhou will settle down after the new year, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Rest assured, our Heian Prefecture is close to Jiangnan. To protect Jiangnan, the government will also ensure prices here and in Linhe Prefecture stay stable. Prices in other places may rise, but these two prefectures won't see big increases. They're under government control. If not for the government's orders, he would have already increased the prices of cotton and cloth. Grandpa San sighed in relief. They had traveled for over half a year and just managed to settle down. They couldn't afford more trouble. Old sir, how much cotton and cloth do you need? The shopkeeper asked with a smile. These people didn't have warm clothes, so they probably needed a lot of fabric. Grandpa San said, 10 feet of cotton cloth, 1 coarse cloth, and 6 jean of new cotton. The smile on the shopkeeper's face almost disappeared. Coarse cloth isn't warm and is cheap, only 300 coins for a piece. Gu Jinli didn't want Grandpa San to be looked down upon, so she added, my family wants 2 pieces of cotton cloth, 3 pieces of coarse cloth, and 20 jean of new cotton. The shopkeeper heard Gu Jinli's words and smiled so happily he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly called out to the clerk, hurry up and get the cloth. Gu Dashan was startled when he heard Gu Jinli's words. He quickly whispered to her, little fish, is that too much? We don't need to buy cotton cloth. Just buy rough cloth. No need to buy new cotton, just mixed cotton is fine. Father, the new cotton has been dried and can be used for several years. Mixed cotton isn't warm enough. Old cotton is damp yellow cotton and won't last more than 2 years. It's better to buy good quality cotton so we can use it later. They didn't buy many things. Their family has 6 people. Each person needs about 10 jean of cotton for their clothes and pants, plus at least 3 beds of cotton quilts. A single quilt needs about 3 jean of cotton to keep warm. So, although 20 jean of cotton seems like a lot, it's actually not enough. Grandpa Third said, little fish is right. We should buy good cotton. If we buy cheap cotton, we won't be able to use it next winter. Dr. Du also said, it's still cold now and it might stay cold until March next year.
We can't get sick.
If we do, medicine will cost even more. Gu Dashan thought for a moment and then agreed after doing some quick calculations. Dr. Du bought half a bolt of cotton cloth, half a bolt of rough cloth, and 10 jean of new cotton. Qin Sanling bought quite a lot, 2 bolts of cotton cloth, 2 bolts of cloth, and 15 jean of new cotton. The shopkeeper was very happy. Soon, he had the clerk bring all their things. Gu Jinli asked the shopkeeper, Uncle Shopkeeper, do you have any leftover scraps of cloth? We bought so much, you should give us some as a gift. This little gift is a sign of good luck and happiness for both our families. Oh, little girl, you can talk. All right, I have 3 bundles of scrap cloth. I'll give you 1 bundle as a New Year gift for both our families. Hearing this, Gu Jinli quickly asked, Uncle Shopkeeper, how much is 1 bundle of scrap cloth? Scrap cotton includes bits of cloth, cotton fluff, and mixed cotton. Not everyone gives away all the scraps for free. The shopkeeper said, it's not expensive. 1 bundle weighs 10 jean. If you want it, 20 coins per bundle is enough. That's about 2 coins per jean, which is very cheap. Gu Jinli said, we'll take all of them. Thank you, Uncle Shopkeeper. These scraps can be used to stuff pillows or make warm quilts. If the pieces are big enough, they can be sewn together to make cloth bags or shoe uppers. They are very useful. The shopkeeper then asked the clerk to bring her 3 more bundles of scrap cloth and also gave her 2 clean sacks to use for carrying things. Gu Jinli thanked the shopkeeper and gave him 40 coins. She and Gu Dashan organized the goods, placing the cloth into baskets and packing the cotton, then tying it to the hook of a shoulder pole and carrying the baskets away. As they left the cloth shop, 2 playful people, a man and a woman, rushed toward them and nearly bumped into them. The man immediately accused them first, shouting, how do you walk? You almost bumped into my sister-in-law. Apologize right away. Gu Jinli frowned. After recognizing their faces, she pointed at the man and said, Grandpa Third, Dad, look. This is Uncle Junwang from Zhongxiu's family, who's fleeing with us, and his younger sister Ma Tsuelon. She then looked at Uncle Junwang and Ma Tsuelon holding hands. Is this turning into a soap opera? Uncle Junwang already had a wife and children. What does holding hands with Ma Tsuelon mean? Hearing their words, Uncle Junwang realized they were fellow refugees and suddenly fell silent. Ma Tsuelon quickly pulled her hand back, lowered her head, and took 2 steps back, keeping her distance from Uncle Junwang. The shopkeeper, noticing they bought a lot, immediately chimed in, "Hey, with that attitude, people might think you're a young master from town. Turns out, you're just refugees." He shook his abacus and said, "Our cloth shop doesn't give credit. If you want to buy, you need silver." Though the shopkeeper didn't like refugees, he disliked those who bullied others even more. Such people were the worst. Nearby women, eager to join the gossip, said, "Cousin, isn't that your real sister? Why are you holding hands? That's improper." Uncle Junwang's face turned dark. Ma Tsuelon shot a sharp look at Gu Jinli, then turned and ran. Uncle Junwang hurried after her. Grandpa Third watched Uncle Junwang and Ma Tsuelon run away, feeling relieved. Luckily, their family hadn't adopted Ma Tsuelon. Otherwise, their family's reputation might have been ruined. This old Zhong family probably won't have a good future. After the brief commotion, everyone left the cloth shop. Outside, Dr. Du said goodbye. "Old Gu, Qinjia village is a bit far from town, about 3 hours walk. I have 2 children at home, so I need to go back first. When you come to town again, remember to visit me at the Xuanhufang. We're from the same town, so keep in touch." "Alright, you go ahead. If our families come to town, we'll definitely visit you at Xuanhufang," Grandpa Third said with a smile. After Dr. Du left, they went to the back street to buy a cast-iron pot at the blacksmith shop. Gu Jinli's family didn't have a cast-iron pot. Only Grandfather San's family had one. Recently, they had been using that pot for cooking and boiling water, which was very inconvenient. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as they entered the blacksmith shop, a harsh sound of hammering came from inside. The blacksmith saw them and pointed to a row of cast-iron pots of different sizes on the ground, saying, "What kind of pot do you want? Take a look yourself." He then asked, "Do you have your household registration? Without it, you can't buy ironware." In ancient times, iron was considered a weapon and was controlled by the government. Farmers needed to show their household registration to buy ironware, otherwise, it was impossible to purchase. "We have it," Gu Dashan said, approaching the row of pots. He took a piece of grass rope and compared it to the pots, choosing one that was about the same size as their family's clay stove. He then lifted it, tapped it, listened to the sound, and felt it carefully. After half an hour, he finally made his choice. He asked the blacksmith, "Master, how much is this pot? Things are chaotic everywhere now. Iron is expensive, about 200 coins more than last year. This pot will cost you 320 coins. A cast-iron pot was very important for farmers. They carried it wherever they went. Hearing the price, Gu Dashan felt a bit of pain but still bought it. Back home, buying a large cast-iron pot like this in their hometown in the northwest, where wars often happened, was about the same price. Ironware was very expensive and hard to find there. Qin Sanlang also spent the same amount of money to buy a large cast-iron pot. They paid the silver, showed their household registration to the blacksmith, confirmed everything, and then left the shop with the pot. After leaving the blacksmith shop, they returned to the main street and went to the grocery store. The grocery store was quite large, filled with all kinds of items: wooden buckets, baskets, shoulder poles, thick ropes, salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, wine, sewing needles, and other miscellaneous goods. There were more people in the grocery store than in the fabric shop, mostly buying candies and wine for the new year. Grandfather San and the others looked around, buying 3 pairs of wooden tubes, a jean of salt, a bag of candies, a jar of vinegar, a jar of wine, and more than 10 ceramic utensils. They also bought sewing needles and a bundle of coarse cloth for the women at home. This coarse cloth was the cheapest fabric, low quality, and usually not sold by the fabric shop. Even if sold, it would be more expensive outside. Farmers who wanted to buy it often came to the grocery store, where the price was 2 or 3 coins cheaper than in the fabric shop. Gu Jinli saw they didn't buy any soy sauce and pointed to a few bottles on the shelf, saying, "Dad, let's buy a bottle of soy sauce. It makes the dishes taste better." They don't have any seasoning sauces at home. In the past few days, they've only added salt to their meals. Last night's meat dish was only seasoned with salt and some small fennel and bay leaves she found on the road. Gu Dashan quickly shook his head and said, "We can't buy that. That fermented fresh sauce is something rich families eat. Farmers like us don't use it." Fermented fresh sauce? Gu Jinli was a bit confused. Qin Sanling explained, "It's a kind of sauce made from meat. It makes dishes taste very delicious. But it's very expensive. One jar costs about 1 or 2 silver coins." Gu Jinli thought for a moment and then realized that the fermented fresh sauce they mentioned was similar to the vinegar sauce she read about in history books. Before the Han Dynasty, there was no soy sauce made from soybeans. Instead, there was a kind of sauce called hai, made by pickling meat for over 100 days. It was similar to fish sauce. But this meat-based vinegar sauce was very costly. Usually only wealthy families could afford it. Ordinary people couldn't buy it. When Gu Jinli heard that the sauce cost 1 or 2 silver coins, she gave up the idea of buying it. However, she kept in mind that Chu didn't have soybean soy sauce. After paying the silver and tying up the goods, they left the grocery store. "Let's go to the grain shop," said the third grandfather.
We need to buy grain.
Buying grain was the most urgent task on this trip to town. When they arrived at the grain shop, Uncle Tian and the brothers Gu Damu and Gu Dalin were already waiting there. Gu Dalin was the first to see them. He smiled and said, "Third uncle, Brother Dashan, you've bought quite a lot." The items on the shoulder pole almost blocked their view. "It's cold, and we need to buy these things," said the third grandfather, looking at Uncle Tian. Seeing that the basket at his feet was empty, he frowned and asked, "Why didn't you buy cotton or cloth? It's so cold. Without cotton clothes or quilts, how will you survive the winter?" Old Qin had already lent money to the Tian family, so why hadn't they bought warm clothing? Gu Dalin heard this and told the third grandfather, "Third uncle, we already discussed this at the cloth shop."
He refused to buy anything.
He said they already have warm clothes and quilts at home, so they don't need more. But what's enough? Those are patched clothes, not warm enough. The quilts are issued by the government, just one old, damp quilt. Covering it would be freezing. The Tian family went shopping with Gu Damu and Gu Dalin, but while Gu Damu and Gu Dalin bought things, the Tian father and son just watched silently. No matter how they tried to persuade them, they wouldn't buy anything. Uncle Tian gently lowered his head and said, "Third uncle, don't worry. Our family has old clothes and blankets, and the house will keep warm with a fire. Sleeping near the fire at night is fine, so there's no problem." Their family still owes money, but is reluctant to buy things. Grandpa San was so angry when he heard this that he wanted to hit someone. Saving money shouldn't be like this. Are you trying to freeze to death? Although it's not as cold as Dongbian's Yangji mansion, it's still freezing enough to make the water freeze. Gu Jinli knew that the Tian family was struggling financially. She took out the money from selling snakes and said to Uncle Tian, "Uncle Tian, we sold the snakes we caught yesterday. We earned 2 taels and 800 coins. Of this money, 2 taels and 67 coins belong to Yuchong and Xiaohua. Each of them can get 467 coins." Yuchong had been hanging his head, but when he heard this, he immediately looked up and asked excitedly, "Xiuyu, are you serious? We really sold the snakes for 2 taels and 800 coins? Each of us can get over 400 coins? Just for one person?" Dashan Gu said, "Xiaoyu isn't lying. The snakes really sold for 2 taels and 800 coins. We all saw it." Gu Jinli opened her money pouch and gave Yuchong 1 tael of silver coins, saying, "You and Xiaohua can share 934 coins. You need to give us 66 coins." Yuchong took the silver, so excited he cried, and he held the coins up to Uncle Tian. "Dad, this is our family's money. Xiaohua, and I earned it. We can finally make some money. Uncle, don't be so thrifty anymore. We'll be able to live better." Uncle Tian's eyes turned red with excitement. He never expected that his two children could earn so much money in just one day on the mountain. It was earned, not borrowed. That was the most important thing. He tremblingly took the coins, carefully put them into his inner pocket, then counted out 66 coins and handed them to Gu Jinli. "Xiuyu, our family thanks you." Gu Jinli took the money and smiled. "No need to thank me. This is earned by Erqiang and Xiaohua. Now that they can make money, Uncle Tian doesn't need to be so frugal. Hurry and buy some cotton to prevent illness so you won't have to spend money on medicine later." With this 934 coins, Uncle Tian felt alive again. The money was earned, not borrowed. This proved that they could survive with their own hands. "Good. Erqiang and I will go buy cotton and fabric right now." They must avoid getting sick from the cold. Staying healthy means they can work and support the family. Uncle Tian and Erqiang carried baskets and went to the fabric shop to buy cotton and fabric. On their way back, they were followed by brothers Gu Dafu and Gu Dague, along with Mrs.
Chun.